in no way understood how amazingly and completely they take care of their patients and their families. When we first got here, Hunter was in an incredible amount of pain, and St. Jude gave him the most superb care. Childhood cancer is devastating, but childhood cancer is beatable with St. Jude. To any of the donors, I would say bless you and thank you, because without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jmore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Tuesday morning. With open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Watch us on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe everything we do on YouTube as well as on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap, we got so much to get to within the framework of our 3 hours. Some remnant from yesterday we didn't get to that we're going to get to today. But first, there's news in the NFC North. And it's not Bears related. It is Detroit Lions related.
Yeah, they're all-pro and 4-time Pro Bowl center. He's only 29 years of age. He's played 7 years in the NFL, and they had been negotiating a really sizable contract extension. Yesterday, he walked in and told them, you know what, I've been dealing with this turf toe for too long. My health has got to be a priority for me and my family. My body's not responding the way I want. I'm done. And he walked out retired. Posted it on his Instagram and said, I'm done. And there are some going, he just wants more money. He's saying that's not what it is. He's saying, I'm done. Physically whipped, and I want to be able to have a quality of life the rest of the way. He's made a significant amount of money. He said it's not about that. So we'll find out if it is or isn't, but I'll take the man at his word. He's dealt with turf toe, which, you know, anyone in the car goes, turf toe, what is that? It's one of the most painful injuries you can have. And his has not responded. He's got other ailments on his body. So the question is, all of a sudden the Lions have lost D coordinator. He's the coach of the Jets, Aaron Glenn. O coordinator, Ben Johnson. He's our guy, coach of the Bears. They lost a bunch of assistants. They lose their starting center June the 2nd. Today's the 3rd. They wake up going, okay, how are we replacing this dude? Mm-hmm. The draft is over. Free agency is over. So I don't know what they're going to do. They did draft a kid in the 2nd round. I guess you throw the rookie in there.
Yeah, Tate Ratledge.
Yes. SEC guy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And
Dog, even.
Is he a Georgia Bulldog?
Indeed.
Sick him.
So... Besides, he'll have growing pains then from Georgia.
He'll be fine, thank you. That's the top shelf, as you well know. Don't be trying to give me some side shot at 7:03.
Top shelf would be Ohio State, but we'll give you. They're pretty good. So the whole thing is, this club has a ton of questions. In my mind, that opens the door to 3 other teams, one of them being our favorite football team. The Chicago Bear has an absolute shot in the division. Doesn't mean they will. Got to walk through the open door. But that's a shot. That Lions thing, a bit of a team in transition.
So, for context, you mentioned the turf toe. Ragnow has had a history of serious toe injuries, missing 13 games in 2021, and he said is the most severe degree of turf toe. From there, there was a time cap, and I don't know if I've heard of this injury before. Along with the myriad of injuries that Ragnow's had in his career, in 2021, following the season, he played with a fractured throat.
A what?
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Fractured throat in 2021, Cap. That's something.
Fractured throat? Like how?
Well, I mean,
okay.
if you remember the show Billions, you can get that if you're choked too much.
Correct.
Choke me because I've got a big case coming out.
Correct.
So maybe that is
Tighten that a little more.
A little bit more. I got a really big case.
Walk on me with those stiletto boots.
So there's that.
Yeah,
A fractured throat.
Just sounds horrific.
Along with the $54 million and 4-year extension that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell gave him, made him the highest paid center at the time at $54 million. You think he could play?
Right, and I think he has 1 year left on that deal. He's walking away from the money.
Think about that.
And they were negotiating a big extension for him.
You can
now,
understand.
There are people that think, well, he's not getting exactly what he wanted. They didn't get the deal done. So guess what? He's walking away making a statement to get more money. That's what some are saying. He is saying that's not true. He is saying, I am absolutely leaving because I want to be healthy for my family.
You can understand.
100%,
This is not a rare story in the National Football League. It's not. You do get guys that are 30 and younger and go, I don't want to take the beating anymore. It doesn't make them less than. It doesn't make them. It's not that. It's that they look at the bank account, Cap.
Yep.
They look at their family and they go, you know what? I don't want to get beat on anymore. That'll be all. Ask Andrew Luck, who tapped out against the Bears. The Bears retired him. Said, okay, I don't want to get beat on anymore. That's it. So it just happens. Sometimes the light comes on. It's like, I don't want to deal with this.
Barry Sanders.
Enough.
Oh, is he 30?
Yeah. Just I don't want to play anymore. And it's fine. You have the right to make that choice. If you're financially secure and you feel like your body's beat up, like, I don't want to go through this anymore.
Yeah, the best running back I've ever seen is Walter Payton. I know Emmitt Smith put up a ton of yardage, all of that. The second best I ever saw was Barry Sanders. He was amazing.
It's the best runner of the football I've ever seen.
He was incredible.
Because the way he went from side to side and just up and back, he was just amazing.
Correct.
But to your point regarding the Chicago Bears and how this relates to the Bears, Bears fans, listen. You want every break possible. You want to make your own breaks as a football team, as a football franchise. From the front office to on the field to the coaching staff, you want to make your own breaks. I get that. However, if the door is ajar, you go through it. You knock the door down. And with Ragnow no longer being part of the Detroit Lions, along with the other missing pieces from this Lions team, the Lions, without question, Cap, are going to be less than. There's no question about that.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. If you're Brad Holmes, and he had to have some inkling this was coming.
Well, it's been like 2 seasons that Ragnow has talked about he could retire at any moment. He's dealt with so many injuries.
That's why they took a center in the second round.
Yeah, of course. And maybe they just replace him. But even if the chances of Tate Ratledge being all-pro level fill-in, and I think losing the quarterback of your offensive line in a year where you also lost 2 coordinators, it doesn't get much more brutal than this.
Well, you not only lost 2 coordinators, you mentioned Ragnow. You also lost Antoine Randall, your wide receiver coach, to the Bears. You lost another assistant that went with Aaron Glenn to the Jets. Like, that staff's getting a complete overhaul.
And I'm sure there are people out here listening to us going, oh, so they lost their center, big deal. They'll be fine. Well, no. You've lost the guy who communicates everything to the offensive line, who was an all-pro, in a year where you're changing the language of your offense. Now you have to throw a rookie in there.
Well, just imagine losing Olin Kreutz in his prime, walking out of the Bears at age 29 going, I'm done.
That's basically what this is.
Yeah. He's going someday, Olin will and belongs in the Hall of Fame.
Sure.
He's listed as one of the 15 greatest centers in the history of the sport. Imagine him at age 29. He was drafted, 98 or 9. He played 7 seasons, Ragnow. That would be like Olin being the center of the 06 Bears that went to the Super Bowl, and you're coming back going, all right, we lost. Can we get there? Olin retired in June?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I know that would be a big blow. And some that are listening to the show right now are saying, so you're missing some guys from the coaching staff. They're no longer there. And there's always going to be change because that's part of the National Football League. There's always change, Cap. However, there's something to be said about being able to stay together as a team, the rhythm of a team. So now you have new coaches. You still have a lot of really good players on the Lions. But I see a little bit of a step back with the Lions because Ragnow's gone, because you're missing some pieces from the last couple of years. So now the rhythm of the team, the cohesion of the team is not the same. And by the way, as I can remember from Tate Ratledge as a Georgia Bulldog, he was a guard. I don't think he played center in Georgia. I saw him as a guard. Not saying that he can't play the position. I'm just saying that I never remember him being a center for my team. He was a guard.
Tate Ratledge. He was their second-round pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. He was the first-team center in OTAs last week. And I got to look up his Georgia Bulldogs stats because while he had great players around him in college, if you're asking him also, hey, learn the new terminology, and guess what? You're starting on a team that thinks they can win the Super Bowl.
And you're snapping the ball.
Correct.
Something you did not do in college, to my recollection. Maybe very few times, but I remember him mostly as a guard watching the Bulldogs every season. And he's 24. So there you have it. So I guess the overarching point.
All but 2 snaps came at right guard for him last season.
Yep, that's what I'm seeing right.
Yeah. So I guess the overarching point of all of this is that what does it say about the Chicago Bears, number one, about what the Bears have. And I think that, Cap, from my standpoint, I look at it as saying, well, the Bears have a lot to prove themselves because of all the new parts. You just don't get that whole cohesion in game one or season one. Sometimes it takes time for it all to be able to gel and work together.
Correct. Now, he'll have to elevate his level of play and make a position change like ASAP, like right now. Dude, it's your job. You got to go do it. There's got to be some veteran center that's out there on the scrap heap or somebody that they can go claim. I don't know who that player would be, and I don't know how good that player would be. But if you're a Bears fan like us, and there are billions of you out there, you wake up this morning and all of a sudden the Lions don't look as good as they did. I have my doubts about the Packers. And the Vikings are going to have a rookie quarterback coming off 2 knee surgeries, albeit a guy I liked in the draft, and I think he's a good prospect. J.J. McCarthy, they're very well coached by Kevin O'Connell. Mm-hmm. Their number 1 offensive lineman, Christian Darrisaw, tore his ACL and MCL. When was it? Last October? Maybe November?
Yeah, October.
So you're asking him to be ready to go on the offensive line less than a year, opening day, from tearing his MCL and his ACL.
Sam Mustipher's available.
Sam Mustipher is a gutty, hard-nosed, tough kid. He's not a great player, but all that dude does is keep making rosters. Everybody around here went, that guy's terrible. Guess what? Every year he's on somebody's team. Because they're like, oh, guy's tough, hard-nosed, good dude, plays hard, he's smart. He's just not a great player. It is what it is.
Is he on anyone's roster right now?
No, he's available.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number as we talk to you about the Bears. And now, Cap, there's this big, big statement from that man right over there. Because Ragnow's out, he's made a big statement about the NFC North.
Lions aren't the favorites anymore to me.
Of course, that's a tease for our next segment.
Well, who is?
Next.
That's what we'll have to talk about.
That's exactly right. That's next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Good morning, good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday, June 12th at 7 p.m. at Slightly Toasted in Chicago.
Please drink responsibly.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
The Schaumburg Boomers are back for Father's Day weekend, June 13th through the 15th. Fireworks both Friday and Saturday night. Sunday is a special day game for Father's Day with a Boomers cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Going up on a Tuesday.
ESPN Chicago.
Indeed it is. On a Tuesday, it's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 70 degrees, getting up to 89 today as we talk to you about the Chicago Bears. We are going. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. The guy over across the other side of the glass with the tiger cap. That guy over there.
Yeah, the guy who's probably running back to the Patriots now that he heard the Ragnow news.
Wait a minute. He's a Bears
Who's
fan.
your favorite football team, Shay?
Oh, my God.
Patriots, Tom Brady. Oh, now I'm a Lions fan because they're good.
Yes.
I think I'm going back to the Patriots.
He likes the over 8.5. That's out there, too, for the Patriots.
Sure do.
Yep, he likes
over 8.5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's out there now.
I would not bet that.
Yeah, that's he's optimistic. We've talked about it already. He's optimistic about the Patriots.
Tell you another one I'm starting to like is over 8.5 for the Chicago Bear.
Now, how about this now? Ragnow, key player to the Lions, but feels like now the mood has changed in the NFC North, where I still believe that the Lions are the favorite, but he doesn't feel that way.
Dan Orlovsky, listened to him this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It certainly sounds like he believes the Green Bay Packers are the favorite. I'm not sure I agree with that, nor does our guy who has usually very lucid, very intelligent takes, Chris Canty, who said Jordan Love was too inconsistent. Don't tell me about injury. He wasn't consistent last year.
Mm-hmm. So, Shay, you feel like the mood has changed. Now that Ragnow's out, we already knew about the coaches and some of the other changes that have been made by the Lions. But you feel like this is a huge shoe to drop for the Lions.
Yeah, if you asked me yesterday morning who the favorite in the division is, I would have reluctantly said the Lions are the clear favorite. And I can't say that anymore. All-Pro center retires, lost both coordinators. Like, look at the Eagles 2 years ago. What happened to them after going to the Super Bowl? They lost both coordinators. Their defense died on the field at the end of the year, and they sold a playoff game in Tampa. You don't just return to glory when you lose both coordinators. And the Eagles didn't even lose their center in that season. Now you've lost your All-Pro center in June. I look at everything the Lions have lost this offseason, and I'm like, they can't possibly be a clear favorite to win anything.
Well, I'll tell you this. If the Lions are not going to be the favorite or win the NFC North, it'll be expose on Dan Campbell.
Oh, yeah.
It will be because
the takes are going to fly.
Look, it's one thing for you to like the bravado and him pounding his chest and all that, but just remember, it's about a team. Campbell's got the gift of gab, there's no question. But his coordinators and his players, he's got the right situation. But does he still have the right situation? If they falter and fall short, Cap, and go completely backwards from last year, that says a lot for Campbell.
It does. No question about it. Like, they're going to look back and maybe go, we had an open window and we effed it up.
We're going to find out after this year whether or not the window is completely closed. I think the window is still ajar some because the NFC North is a very tough division. But the idea that the Lions are going to go, belt to ass and all the way to the bottom, that's not the case. I still think that that's a playoff team. But I feel like it's dwindling.
Well, I think part of it, too, is you look at last year and see 15-2, and you go, how steep could the drop-off really be? Mm-hmm. But if I sell you one of those 15 wins, Goff threw 5 interceptions, and they just got a miracle victory over the Texans on the road. You never win that game again. Play it 100 times, you're not winning it again.
And if you don't have a man who has no idea what he's doing as a head coach with time management, you probably lose the Bear game up there.
I'm not, and look, you can't flip the results of games. I'm just implying there's a little luck involved in going 15-2.
No doubt.
The reality, they probably played as about a 12-win team. Can I sell you a team that loses both coordinators and their all-pro center in June having a 3-4 win fall off from what should have been a 12-win season to maybe a 9 or 8 win season?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where I'm at. And I don't know that wins you this division.
Okay, so in order for the Bears to be able to get this done and to be able to win the division, that means that this team has to have Nagy-like luck, Cap, in that first year. Did you expect the Bears to be in first place in the first year of Nagy?
I did not.
I didn't either.
I thought they'd be better.
Yeah.
But I was not a fan of Fox. You know that from the day they made the hire. I'm not saying he wasn't a professional football coach. He just wasn't, for me, what I would have done. And then Nagy comes in, and there's this renewed enthusiasm, and we saw these cool trick plays, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
And I will give Matt all the credit in the world when they lost the opening game of the season on Sunday Night Football in excruciating fashion to the Packers. Where they have a 20-0 lead.
Yeah.
Rodgers is taken out on the cart, and then he comes back in and leads them to a 24-23 win. He pulled the nose up, man. He did. You have to give Matt, that took a lot of stones to get your team off the mat like that. To go 12-4, that was amazing.
Pretty tremendous.
Yes.
And I'm thinking something similar for the Chicago Bears this year, meaning that new coach, new attitude, new coach smell, like a new car smell, and all of a sudden things just work out, that they stay healthy. The defense gives me more than I think it's going to, and the offense is just amazing. Caleb Williams sonically can be able to pick up what Ben Johnson's putting down as a head coach.
We're going to find out, man.
I mean, is that the direction we're going, Shay? Because of what's happened with Ragnow, because of the losses of the Lions, are the Bears your new favorite?
No. Look, I got to tell you, I think you could put all four teams in a hat and pull a name, and I wouldn't be surprised at any of the four of them as the winner.
Well, if it's Jordan Love, you're putting that name back in the hat.
Yeah, I think Green Bay would surprise me the most.
That's what I'm saying.
But I have a lot of questions about Green Bay. Do they have a true top playmaker? No, not really. Josh Jacobs is fantastic, but do I buy that their offensive line is top talent? No.
And their number one receiver, Christian Watson's coming off an ACL.
Yeah, and they're trying to replace him with Matthew Golden, who they took out of Texas in the first round. But I don't know that Matthew Golden's a wide receiver one. It might be a lot of wide receiver twos again, and questions of Jordan Love. Minnesota, I think, has by far the best roster in the division, but obviously huge question with their Service Academy quarterback.
Stop.
It's
that guy's
funny,
a
man.
really good player,
No,
but he's coming off 2 knee surgeries after he was injured, and then they had to reoperate.
But it's true.
Yeah, that just you're building my confidence even more. He's coming off 2 knee surgeries. He's really good. Yeah.
Cap, it's still funny though.
I don't find it funny.
It is, but because you didn't watch Michigan football. Maybe.
I did.
Okay, so do you see that guy hand the ball off 1,000,000 times?
I did, but I also watched him make some throws, like one against Ohio State where I went, okay, I'm in.
That's the one. Everybody brings that one up.
One play.
The one thread the needle dart over the middle of the field.
They won the national title,
yes.
Albeit with the answers to the test, maybe, but they won the national title.
Oh, my God. They won the title like it's like somebody could win the championship in 1985.
Look, this is
what are you talking about?
He wasn't even good in the title game against Washington.
Jim Harbaugh is a great football coach. I'll give him all the credit in the world. What they did at Michigan, every one of those people that wear those shirts around, deep down they know they cheated. They had a great team. He recruits great. He's a hell of a football coach. He ran for the hills. And you know, and I know, every one of you that puts that maize and blue on every day, wears your little hat around, wears your shirt around town, you're scummy, and you know it.
It's true. That's 100% fact.
Well, that's true.
Fact. Yeah. They are scum at the University of Michigan football.
No debate.
Cap, give me your top 5 J.J. McCarthy plays.
That would be the throw between 2 defenders that he ripped.
It's that throw 5 times
against Ohio State.
That's it.
That would be
which
number
handoff
1
against Penn State was your favorite?
It was the one where he barreled into the end zone in the playoffs. That would be 2. The throw against Ohio State would be 3. The run against, I think, Washington would be 4, and back to the throw again against Ohio State. But I am a fan. You know that. I like that kid.
Which of the 32 consecutive handoffs against Penn State was your favorite?
These guys did it. These guys did it, man.
I just want all you Michigan fans, like my friend Mike, who has season tickets, goes to every game. Every morning when you get up and you put on one of your Michigan shirts, you know deep down you're endorsing scum.
Turn, hand off, 3 yards. 2nd and 7, hand off.
Donovan Edwards, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Boy, this JJ looks really good.
I mean, Michigan Air Force, I couldn't tell the difference, Cap, when I watched them. Same offense. Got the job done, though.
You know what? because we're doing this bit, he's now going to go win like Offensive Player of the Year.
Oh, no question.
Sure.
Because we're doing this bit.
NFL MVP, J.J. McCarthy in the first unanimous vote in several years.
NFL Films. Watch the technique of J.J. McCarthy as he swivels his hips and hands the ball off into the breadbasket of the running back. Look at the technique, Cap. Look at the technique of J.J. McCarthy. Once again, handing it off. Once again, doing the hidden ball trick and then heading the ball off. He's outstanding. He's a magician. He's J.J. McCarthy on NFL Films. There he is, folks. J.J. McCarthy, Service Academy quarterback, had his banner snatched from Michigan. Cheating program, but found a way to turn the fortunes around. Handing the ball off to running backs left and right. J.J. McCarthy, not trusted to throw the football 10 yards. J.J. McCarthy, the Vikings turning offense back to 1975.
You hear that? Draft Aaron Jones in fantasy, folks.
That's just the best.
Look, Hoodie, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I feel like the Bears are the favorites, but I will say I think the door is wide open, and it's up to the Bears to walk through it. This division is – yesterday I didn't think you could win the division. Today I do. That's the difference in Ragnow or no Ragnow.
So do you believe the Bears, as far as the team is concerned, do you believe the North is winnable for the Bears? That's the question. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. You know what the Bears have? You know they have a new coaching staff. But what about what Detroit does not have? What about Green Bay? What about Minnesota? How do you feel today? Let's talk to you about it coming up next. We'll take your phone calls on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Man, sit your ass down.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
It's the Kap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Switch is back, all right.
tickets now
Look, they got a dog. Oh.
to the movie event of the summer.
You sure that's a dog? Yeah.
Rough. This Memorial Day, the summer starts with Stitch.
Adorable little psychopath.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch, rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Now playing only in theaters.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5hourenergy.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025. Jay Moore.
This is Romo Dunze. This is DeAndre Swift. This is Kyler Gordon. You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago, the new home of the Chicago Bears.
We got Shot or No Shot coming away to 8 o'clock. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball to take on the Detroit Tigers at 6. Right here on your home for the White Sox and Bears, ESPN 1000 at 312-332-3776 is our phone number. And we've been talking about Frank Ragnow of the Detroit Lions. He is retired. And again, Cap, because of concussions, because of pain, because of whatever, it's not out of the realm of possibility for young players in football to say, I've had enough before they're 30. If you are paid well, if you're wealthy, flush with cash, Cap, and you feel like, okay, you know what? Let's take a look at the bank account, hon. Let's see where our kids are right now. You know what? I'm in a lot of pain, and I deal with this on a regular basis. I always say when we talk to football players, it's like being in 6 to 8, sometimes 10 car accidents. That's the equivalent of it because of how physical the game is. And for Frank Ragnow, who's had severe turf toe at age 29, he's like, you know what? I'm done. I don't want to deal with this pain anymore. I get it. Now, for people that are listening to the show, they're like, wait a minute now. Hold on. You could still be making more money, 60, 70 mil. Cap, sometimes people just have had enough. Everyone's not the same.
Yeah, and thank goodness I've never had a serious case of turf toe.
You were a kicker, though. Didn't you kick the ball and also a wide receiver?
Yeah, 80th string wide receiver who lined up on the wrong side of the field on a run play. Yeah. And got crushed. Anyway, I have never had to deal with that, but I know someone who has. Mm-hmm. He said, you have no idea. You can barely walk. He said, just imagine your toe where you can't put not an ounce of weight on it, let alone be a 300-plus lineman, or a running back or a wide receiver has to cut on it. No shot. Can't do it.
Wow.
So, you know, this guy said, look, I got a family, and I am absolutely going to prioritize my health and my long-term viability as a dad and a husband. I thought that's pretty cool. If you tell me, oh, they offered him more money and he came back, I will lose a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, especially with the Lions. I still think even though that you've lost coaches, you still have a lot going for you because of how dynamic that offense was. Ben Johnson isn't there, but a lot of the weapons are still there. And so when we see the Lions, we're used to the Lions being absolutely awful, poorly run, very few difference makers. But under Dan Campbell, that team has turned their fortunes around. Now, the question is the door still open? I think it is for the Lions. They're just I don't know if they're going to be as dynamic as they were, say, a couple years ago. And I think Dan Campbell knows that, too, from time to time. When you hear him speak, Cap, there's times he talks in that locker room and goes, guys, we had an opportunity, and we screwed it up, or I screwed it up. Whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
You just don't want to be a bridesmaid in a tough division. You like to be the favorite and actually have a chance to be able to go forward in the NFC. But the question is, do you believe that the North is winnable for the Bears just based on someone as key as Ragnow retiring from the Lions? Jordan in Boise, Idaho, listening on the ESPN Chicago app, joins us. Jordan, good morning.
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Good. I'm good. Hey, with this whole Ragnow thing, for polls, I feel like, hey, you can have a little, excitement this morning, but also I think he needs to take a step back and be not reactionary, but get after it and make sure that our second strings are looking good. I mean, Tooney's good. Obviously, I love the pickup. All pro, going to be a Hall of Famer, but he's not a young buck, right? And the last thing we need is another Karan Amagaji Monday Night Football. So my take is, honestly, make sure we bolster that second string. I mean, who are our backup guards when I'm driving around? I also would have looked. But I don't know what our guards look like on the second string. Do we have confidence in all of them? And Trapello and Newman, being drafted, being rookies in this league and not having any playing time with a bye on week 5, if somebody goes down in week 11, I mean, that's crucial time right there.
I see what you're saying.
That's all I got for you guys.
Yeah, we appreciate the telephone call.
That's fair.
He mentioned Luke Newman, who we have not talked about, but that's a 6th-round draft pick, Cap.
Correct.
Like, who knows what that is? But he is an offensive lineman on this Bears team, yes. But everyone's circling Trapello to see what that battle looks like for the second spot. Amagaje, can he play on the right side and left side? And Trapello, is he going to be exclusively to the left side? Let's keep our eyes on that.
So you have Ryan Bates is still there.
Yeah.
Theo Benedette, who was the star of Hard Knocks last year and then hurt his knee.
The Canadian?
Yep.
He's still on the roster?
He's still on the roster.
Oh, God.
You have, let's see, Doug Kramer is still there as a guard. These are the top guys. Bill Murray, they re-signed. He's done making movies. He's going to exclusively work on the offensive line.
Yes.
Ricky Stromberg, a second-year kid out of Arkansas. Mm-hmm. You mentioned Ozzie Trapillo and Karan Amagaji. So those are your backup-type guys that you have. You mentioned the kids we drafted as well or signed.
Yeah. So we'll see what that looks like. Good to see Bill Murray, by the way, still with the team.
That's the fact, Jack.
Still around, so that's always good to see.
100%.
So, but, I know what you're saying, Jordan, but I really believe that when you have Tooney, Dolman, and Jackson, that means that you have a sense of urgency to fix that offensive line. Thank God. It's not, let's just throw one guy in there. It's urgent to be able to protect Caleb Williams. As a general manager, I like what Ryan has done. Ryan says, okay, you know what? We believe in you, kid, as a quarterback, and we're going to make sure that you have no excuses. You've got to be able to excel. You got to be in the facility. You got to study tape. No stone unturned, Cap. Here you go.
Fair.
Jay Cutler someplace smoking in Nashville on some back porch saying, how come they didn't do that for me? Mike Glennon with his tall neck saying the same thing. He's saying, how come they didn't do that for me? Same thing.
Mitch.
Definitely Mitch.
Justin.
Mitch could have been able to overcome. And as I told you this a couple of years ago, Cap, when I listened to you every morning, 9 a.m. to go get breakfast, right? Mm-hmm. Let's turn on Buddy Cap, see what's talking about. Oh, 901 is getting beat up about Mitch Trubisky. He's not even comfortable in the chair yet, being yelled at about Mitch. And I was saying to myself in the windshield of that drive-through, Cap's right. Mitch is good, but they won't let him out of the pocket. They chained him to the pocket because that head coach he had from the Arena League was trying to live vicariously through Mitch. Sorry. I saw him in North Carolina, and it was only a few times because he only had, 12, 13 starts? Mm-hmm. I just remember how fast he was coming out of the pocket. Looks like it's commonplace today, Cap, that the quarterback can be able to exit out of the pocket and be able to run for a first down. Not Mitch. Stand back there and take a beating. That's on Nagy. I'll always believe that. Sorry. I'm not saying that he was going to be all world, but you really took away one of his big assets, and that's running the football. And he said it, and they still didn't allow him to do it. So whatever.
No, and Justin has got to also be, at some point, privately, look what they're doing in Chicago now, and I got none of that.
It's commonplace now. Even if you don't run fast, hey, exit the pocket, run for the first down. Mitch, stand back there and take a beating. That's exactly what I saw. Sorry.
That's fair.
I was saying it when you were doing the show here, when you were doing Cap. I'm like, Cap's right.
I was fighting the good fight against Danny and Black every day.
All good. I just know what I saw. And I was just like, that's funny. I'm a college football fan. I saw Mitch run out of the pocket. That's why he was drafted high. You're like, look at that speed for that guy, that size. But Nagy, no. Stand back there like Roger Staubach and just take a beating. Oh, okay. Great. Rolling Meadows, here is Don with us here on Kap and J Hood. Don, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I listen to your show every day. You are very talented. You do a good job.
You're
I like
the
the way you
best.
put your show
Appreciate you.
together.
Thanks.
And I'll forever love ESPN for flagging the fact during the Super Bowl that the Packers won in 65, and there was your three-peat. But I'm going to tell you what I see, something that you guys don't know.
Yeah.
I was there in 1959 when a guy by the name of Vince Lombardi went to this horrible Packer team and then put together the greatest dynasty in our lifetime, winning 6 out of 8 titles, getting to the title game 6 out of 8 years. Okay, and the other 2 years was but they had a young quarterback, very much doubted, Bart Starr. They had the Heisman Trophy winner, number 1 pick, Paul Hornung, who they wanted to be quarterback, but they put him at halfback, and legend would go on with all, where they would have a halfback throw passes. But I'm going to tell you something. Vince Lombardi was the highest sought-after head coach for the Packers. He was the defensive coach for the Giants when they played in 58 and 59 and lost to the Baltimore Colts. 2 great seasons there, okay? The parallels that I see are so close. Building the line, working with the quarterback, a great tactician. I'm telling you that I got this feeling we might have a good year. We might have a good, long dynasty with them.
Donnie, you're the man. Have a great day, buddy. We appreciate you. I hope Don's right.
Shades of 1959, Hoodie.
We haven't been very good since.
Can you feel it in the air?
It's good to hear from one of Cap's contemporaries from 59 talking about this.
My guy, Donnie.
It's right there.
Let's go, Donnie.
The NFL Films history lesson from Don and Rolling Meadows as he talks about the Marlboro cigarette smoking Paul Hornung.
He's still with us.
Paul Hornung.
Paul's still with us.
Paul Hornung died in 2020. The Louisville, Kentucky native was a fantastic college football player from Notre Dame. Back in the day when they called it Notre Dame. Not just Notre Dame. But back in your day, Cap, Notre Dame. Notre Dame. And then he was drafted in 1957. The first pick in the first round.
Let's go.
It's good to hear from one of your guys.
Let me ask you a question.
Don from Rolling Meadows.
If you could go back in time, and then the time machine would take you back here to your current life, but you could have a night out with 3 athletes of whatever sport, whoever they were, who would be the most fun to go out with? We got to think Mickey Mantle would be on the list. Paul Hornung would be on the list. Who would be the third one? Draymond Green would be a blast to hang out. I hear he's a wild man.
Secretariat, of course.
We would ride Secretariat to the dinner.
Well, then you got your 3. He's already there. Secretariat, of course.
I just wonder who the 3 are that would you be like, okay, that was a wild night.
Well, when it comes to Mickey Mantle.
Peyton, Walter.
Well, Walter, that's fine. But
that would be fun.
I don't think that Mickey Mantle will want me at the table. Just saying. 3-1-2.
Wow.
What did I say wrong?
I think he was a fan of yours.
I don't think that Mickey Mantle. What do you think, Shay? You think Mantle would want me at the table?
Damn.
Don't think so.
No shot.
No comment.
I think Mickey was a fan of yours. He used to listen to
Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse would want it. I already worked for him.
Would you have dinner with Ty Cobb?
Of course. Absolutely. My guy. Spikes up. How about that?
He sharpened him.
That's exactly right. Mickey Mouse, though, absolutely I would have a good – I mean, I worked for Mickey for a long time.
So did I.
Son of a bitch, work he told me to work part-time at night. That's what he told me. Work until midnight, Bulls buzz. That's what Mickey told me.
That's it.
That's what he preferred. All right, Mick. No problem.
Whatever you say.
Kap J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Ball.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept the marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991, and then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Summer's here, and seasonal businesses are hiring everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter to find qualified candidates fast. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find great matches and showing you top picks right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/USL to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Kap J Hood brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets and concert and games. That's Capital One, Jay Moore.
Okay, it's about that time. You're tuned in to the Kap J Hood Show.
Everything ain't hardcore, you know.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Remix. Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We got Shot or No Shot coming up at 8 o'clock. Sidebar may I approach.
Brought to you by Inc. Law, 312-6 million for the single best personal injury, rideshare injury attorney in Illinois. The great Howard Ankin, AnkinLaw.com.
Sound my ball. Cap, I saw the trailer for Happy Gilmore 2. Have you seen it yet?
I have.
Okay. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I told you I bought a Happy Gilmore t-shirt. I bought 4 of them. One for me and one for I bought 5 of them. My 4 boys and I. We all got them at Walmart. And it said, just tap it in. I'm like, I got to have that.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun. So when you go to the theater, you got to wear that shirt.
No question.
That's fun. I'm just hoping, Cap, that this is – look, I know it's a sequel. There's nothing like the original. But what does your gut say about Happy Gilmore 2? I feel like from the trailer we're going to get some of the same gags. I see that Boban will be the ruggedly handsome man that will be part of this. Boban from the Washington Wizards back in the day.
Boban Marjanovic?
Yeah, he's in the movie.
He is?
Yeah.
I didn't see him in what I saw.
Yeah, I think he's going to be part of this movie. I'm just wondering what your gut say about a sequel, because sometimes it's like maybe not as good.
Like Major League 2 was horrible.
Yeah.
Caddyshack 2, horrible.
Just saw Caddyshack over the weekend.
The original.
Yeah, again.
That was a great movie.
What does your gut say, though? Because it was so iconic and so different. No Bob Barker that's punching him out. You're not going to get that.
Right.
He's dead.
They'll do somebody else, though. They'll have something crazy.
Do you think you should do it like color by the numbers of everything we saw, or it will be altered a little bit to be a little bit different than the previous movie? What do you think?
That's a great question. My brother texted me and said he and his wife just went to see the new Karate Kid, like Legends or something.
Yeah.
He said, dude, it's 90 minutes long. It's fast. He said, it is awesome. It checks every box. He said, you like the other ones? You're going to love this one. So I'm hoping that Happy Gilmore also checks the box.
Jay Moore?
That's the one with Jackie Chan, right?
Yeah.
He's in that, right?
Yeah. My wife said, oh, Bruce Lee is in this. I'm like, Bruce Lee's been dead for 60 years.
She meant Bruce Lie.
Oh, no.
Remember the other guy, Bruce Lie, that used to be out there?
She's like arguing with me. That is Bruce Lee. I said, Bruce Lee died in 1973, I believe. And I was right.
Oh.
She's like, who is? I'm like, it's Jackie Chan. I mean, come on. What are you doing?
She's doing my bits now.
Yeah.
It's Bruce Leroy. You can't have that. Oh, my God.
Crazy.
But just kind of like the Rocky movies and then like the offshoot of that of Creed, like some of that stuff is pretty good.
Some of it works.
I'm just hoping, knock on wood, that it's so good that they'll have a third. I just think people really are caught up in that 90s nostalgia that they're going to make it work. I think it'll be a success at the box office. I just want it to be good. That's all.
All right, same here.
Yeah.
What is the best sequel of all time, though? Just give me one.
I mean, the Rambos.
Lethal Weapon.
Rambos,
yeah, Lethal Weapon was good. Yeah.
They were good. The Rambos really
Rambo
good.
was good. Yeah.
First Blood and the Rambo 2. And, yeah, I mean, there were – what's the one? Rambo 3 where he rescues Colonel Troutman. I mean, come on.
The Bourne Supremacy, stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
By the way, real quick, sidebar may I approach?
Tight on time. Denied.
Thank you, Hoodie. I was just about to chime in and say, no.
You can
sit your ass down.
So at 8 o'clock, you can get your sidebar in on the Kap J Hood Morning
guys
Show.
are jerks.
Brought to you by Aiken Law. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Tonight.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Old Forester Bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday, June 12th at 7 p.m. at Slightly Toasted in Chicago.
Please drink responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I say hey man, nice shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say hey man, nice shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. And now time for Shot or No Shot. Don't forget, we'll hear from Albert Breer with the NFL at 8:35. Shot or no shot? Here's Judge Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys. On a Tuesday. How we feeling?
We're doing good, man. A buddy of mine texted, said great night would have been pre-Waddle and Silvy feud starter, Barkley and Jordan.
Oh, sure. Sure, absolutely.
Didn't their feud start because something he said to Waddle and Silvy?
Yes.
Yeah. So he said when they were still getting along, he said go out with Barkley and Jordan. Huh. Couldn't get a better night.
Yes. I would love that. I've keep my wallet at home, though.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. I'm not on that stratosphere.
Oh, God.
No shot.
Hey, you want to go to the casino?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
You going to front me, Mike?
Yeah. My wallet's at home, brother. I can't help you. But you can front me.
I'm one of those people, like if somebody in the group says, you guys want to go to the casino? It's very difficult for me usually to say no. If it were Michael Jordan, I would have to take my ass home. Like, can't do it, Mike.
Sorry.
Enjoy your time.
I can't sit at your table.
Why not? Why don't we just have some fun? I'll spot you $100. Then 100 becomes 100,000.
Correct.
Oh, God. And if you did beat Jordan, he'd want revenge, as we well know.
Yes.
And then I took it personally. God, he's going to be great on NBC, won't he?
Double or nothing, and I don't even have the double.
I don't have the double.
I don't have it.
I got a lot of the nothing. I got no double, though. Absolutely not. You had something that you want to share with the class. Did you have something that you want to share before we go to Shot or No Shot?
I can't remember it. Oh, I know.
Oh, my God.
Classic. Well, you're denied anyway.
No, I know what it is.
Denied?
Real fast. Did you hear what happened to Max Homa in the U.S. Open qualifying? He hasn't won, so he had to play in a qualifier yesterday. Did you hear what happened to him, Shay? J-Moore? Hoodie?
No.
He fired his caddy. There was a 36-hole event. He made it to the playoff. But midway through round one, he fired his caddy. Get out!
What do you mean fired his caddy?
He had to carry his own bag the rest of the day.
Oh, my God.
He didn't even Happy Gilmore it, like find some homeless dude in the crowd. Hey, you want to carry my bag? Yeah. He fired him. They asked him after it, I'd much rather talk about the golf instead of all the questions about the caddy. I'm good. Just hoofed it 36. As for the golf, I'm very tired.
I mean, whatever the issue.
Fired him after the second hole.
Cap, get through the tournament and then fire him.
His caddy, Bill Harkey, are no longer together with Homa, according to a person informed of the split who said only he lost his job.
You know what that is, right?
Yes.
That is, it must have been a bad hole, and the caddy led him astray. All right, that's it. Get out. That's what that sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
That's shameful. Yeah, whatever it is, get through the tournament, then fire him.
A year
after the
ago,
18th
he
hole.
was number 10 in the world, but he has changed equipment, coaches, and split with his caddy of 6 years right before the Masters. And then he had no caddy at all. He picked this guy up, and that was it.
And then accused of murder.
Oh, no.
On Dateline.
I actually, rare golf note from me, but I do have a note on the U.S. Open. It's going to be a bloodbath. I'll get to that in a little bit.
All right.
But there is some scouting going on at Oakmont. Yikes.
All right. Now for the Tuesday edition of Shot or No Shot.
With the sudden retirement of Frank Ragnow from the Detroit Lions, I don't believe the Lions will have the best offensive line in this division again this year. Taylor Decker was kind of sneaky, not good last year at left tackle. He's gotten a little long in the tooth as he's gotten older. They're going to be starting a rookie in the middle. It's a lot of needing Christian Mahogany in the late years, Graham Glasgow, to perform well at guard. Penei Sewell's obviously excellent, but that's about it at this point. It's kind of Niners, Trent Williams, where it was Trent Williams and then four guys who were mid. Mm-hmm. I don't know that this is going to be the best offensive line in the division again, so shot or no shot. The Bears' rebuilt offensive line could be the best unit in the NFC North.
That's a shot because he said could be.
Correct. The could be. If you said would, I would say no shot because they have to prove that. A could? Yes, they absolutely could. You've got the Lions. We've just gone over their losses, and then you've got the Vikings dealing with their best lineman tore his ACL and MCL in October. So will he be ready to go when the season starts? And if he is, will he be up to snuff on a rebuilt knee? I don't know the answer to that. Christian Darrisaw. So yes, shot.
Yeah, that's a shot that they could be the best offensive line in the NFC North. And again, I give Ryan Poles credit because in previous regimes, I'm just telling you, Shay, just adding one offensive lineman was good enough or one wide receiver was good enough. I think that Ryan Poles understood that last year was awful for not just the Bears but for the confidence of Caleb Williams. He may look sure of himself. He may look good outside of football, the way he dresses, the way he carries himself, but you know that guy was hurting. That guy wanted to lay out on the bench. He was hurting so much, as we saw during one game. So I would say that that's a shot. Adding veteran leadership, along with what you already have in Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones, could be the elixir to really help Williams in a big way. Shay?
We have a stadium update in town.
You do?
Yeah, big surprise. We heard a lot about the White Sox and the Bears potentially looking at a stadium in the 78. Yeah. They've been sniped. The Chicago Fire announces plans to build a new privately funded soccer stadium at the 78 in the city's South Loop. The plan is a $650 million 22,000-seat soccer stadium at the 78. It will be open air with a natural grass field and will cover approximately 9 acres on the site. Now, Hoodie, shot or no shot? They should make this multi-purpose and share it with the White Sox.
How many seats did you say?
22,000.
Perfect. Shot. For the Sox? Perfect.
The owner made it clear to WGN this morning because I'm looking at it. he made it clear this is a soccer-only facility. Sorry, you're out.
But you can admit that attendance figure, pretty good.
Perfect. You guys can paper off a few sections. And
oh, my God. We still couldn't fill that either. Christ.
Not when you're losing 13-1. My God.
You said to tarp off the soccer stadium seats. Well, you know what, Shay? The old man at 35th and Vec, if this story is true, asleep at the wheel again. Cap, at some point you take the keys away, don't you?
You do.
Dad, Mom, you can't do this anymore. You missed the house by 3 blocks. That'll be all. Those are my keys. No, they're my keys now. If you need to go someplace, I'll drive you. Take that. Seriously.
Fair.
Because if this is the case, and there was a plot of land that was coveted by Jerry Reinsdorf and the White Sox, and the Fire step in?
Uh-oh.
Fire! No one's going to those games!
Well,
come on! You let the Fire take it over!
It shows you one thing, though. You privately fund something, it gets done.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And if the Chicago Fire can afford to privately fund a $660 million stadium in the 78, I don't want to hear any crying for state money from the Bears or the White Sox. Like, enough. You want to get this done and get shovels in the ground and cranes in the air? Put the word privately funded next to it. It'll get done.
Okay. Well, I'll see the Sox in Nashville in a few years. That'll be all. No, I'm serious. Like, Cap, so outside of the
Arlington Heights.
Well, I brought it up and you waved me off. That's not happening, kid. And I said that'd be a nice complex. Sox over here, Bears over there. Because where else are you going? What Sox fans going to say? What are they going to say? I mean, that where the Fire going to be putting their shovel in the ground? Perfect. But they're not doing that. Asleep at the wheel. We did see Jerry in Nashville, did we not?
We did.
Talking to the city council, talking to the mayor, the handshake.
Yeah.
Where else are you going to put it, Cap? Chinatown?
Bronzeville.
No shot. No shot. We see the Michael Reese building. We was thinking, no. Well, maybe over here in Chinatown. I was thinking next to a couple of restaurants. No, you're not doing that either. Where are you going to go, Jerry? East Side?
Arlington Heights.
Just saying. Where are you going to go? In the city.
They could have started building this thing a year ago if he would have paid for it.
I think the Tigers just hit another home.
Gary Carpenter homered again. You go hat in hand to Springfield, you get nothing. And the Chicago Fire snipe your spot.
Is there possibly another 10-year lease? You just a little tack on. We'll just stay right here in Bridgeport. Okay. Wow. I think the Sox and Sox fans deserve better, but whatever they want to do, Cap. All I know is that a new reimagined stadium could revitalize this team. They're not competing until 2032 anyway, so you might as well just start putting the shovel in the dirt and then start building something new for the Sox fan. And ultimately, you do what you do now. You're depending on walk-up tickets. Is the sun out today? Yeah, I think I'll go to the Sox game. Because that's what it's predicated on. It ain't because the team's any good. It's what it is. I'm just telling you the truth. Hey, Mom, sun's out today. May go to the game. Watch it on TV. Okay. That's the way the Sox operate. So now, if it's not the 78, then where are they going? Might as well just stay right where you are, right?
Crazy. By the way,
and I got no problem. Listen, I got no problem with the rate. The rate's fine. As I told you, I enjoy going to the ballpark.
I'm going there Thursday.
I'll be there tonight. It's a great park.
Yeah,
White Sox and Tigers.
That's fine. I got no problem with the ballpark. But if you were trying to go to someplace new and let the Fire step in front of you, if that story is true, that's tough. That's all I'm saying.
Not good. By the way, you mentioned Kerry Carpenter. Do you know that in his last 5 games against the White Sox, he has 7 hits, all homers? 7!
He likes seeing that uniform, I guess.
Wow.
Good night to go to the ballpark if any fans are thinking of going down there. They got food deals on Tuesdays. Get some $5 hot dogs.
There you go.
Food's so good there. God almighty.
Yeah. Pretty good, kid. All right, Shay.
Here's Shay Norley.
All right, I do want to ask about the Cubs picking up their season today after an off day yesterday, starting what I think is a sneaky, difficult series against Washington, especially with the way the rotations have been set up. But they have a functional tie for the best record in the National League. They're half a game back because the Mets played yesterday, and obviously the Cubs did not. It's not late in the season, but it's not early. And if you look at the records, Cubs are at the top of the league. They have the top offense in baseball, the best bullpen over the last month and a half by ERA, 2 bona fide MVP candidates in PCA and Kyle Tucker. And Kyle Tucker, obviously, free agent at the end of the season. So, shot or no shot, the Cubs' mentality has to be World Series or bust in 2025.
I guess from the outside, yes. I've said to you before, you don't know that next year you wake up, you could have Kyle Tucker and PCA under contracts for the next 50,000 years, and you go, oh, God, we have 4 other guys on this 60-day IL. We're screwed. You don't know. When you wake up and you have this good a team and you have a 4-game lead, you push all your chips in and you take a shot. The Dodgers look beatable. They do. They can't pitch. They're every day. It's another guy going on the injured list. So, yes, Tom, Jed, Carter, the Ricketts family, they better be meeting going, all right, who can we get? What is the cost? How can we juggle prospects to go get that guy and that guy? You push all your chips in and you take a shot.
Yeah, you try.
Because you may wake up in November go, you guys ready for the parade?
Yeah.
You may. You may also wake up and you missed, but you take your shot.
Well, at the beginning of that, I know that Jed believes that they can get there, only because it's a different Jed than what we've seen. Jed's doing a lot of moves, like these DFAing left and right and getting rid of guys and not giving them a long shot. And I think that Craig Counsell's part of that as well. He observed last year, folded his arms, just watched the ball club. He goes, we got to get into the 90-win threshold here. What is this? I left Milwaukee for this? Like, no, we have to be a major market team. We got the most money in the market, and let's just try to find guys that could fit the way we want to play.
Correct.
So I would say that that's a 100% shot.
Also, keep in mind, I thought this was a disadvantage going into the year, and now I think it might kind of be an advantage. Jed is working without a contract. He's lame duck.
That's right.
And if I'm a lame duck GM and I see that my team is one of the best in baseball with the best offense in baseball and with a MVP candidate who's a free agent at the end of the year, yeah, I'm going all in. This could be my last chance to do it. It's push the chips in and go. And I think that's why we're seeing a different Jed, because when you're working without a contract, it kind of takes the reins off to just let you go crazy.
Jay Moore?
Shot or no shot, will Jed get a new contract before the season's out?
I think that's a definite shot. Definite. If he wants to be here, why would Tom not say at the All-Star break, if they're still where we think they're going to be, Jed, let's get this done.
Yes.
Tack on 5 years. Here you go.
After the All-Star break, it's a turning of the tide for the team. Again, non-playoffs are way too long at Clark and Addison. And you see what they're doing right now. They solidified first place. They're one of the best teams in baseball. So you want that general manager to continue to generally manage the team.
I also want him approaching the trade deadline with a clear mind.
And also a ruthless aggression, though, too.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you should wait till after the deadline so that he has to operate as a lame duck through the deadline and make really serious aggressive moves and then extend him.
No, I would extend him before so that he is, I'm not worried about making deals to save my job. I'm going to do what's best for the organization, period. That's what I want.
That pressure is sometimes pretty good, though.
Yeah, you take that pressure off, and all of a sudden he starts hugging prospects. I don't want to trade Kevin Alcantara.
I like the idea that the pressure's still on. You know?
I think Jed has always tried to make the best move for the organization, and I would prefer him sign, seal, deliver, not going, I got to try and save my job here. No. Jed, let's get this done, and now let's go win the World Series. That's how I would approach it.
All I can tell you, Cap, is that before this, Jed was not always quick to try to get rid of players. Notice what's happening here with his last year of his deal. You've never seen him DFA guys like this. You've never seen him move on from players like this. Right. I think Craig's part of that as well, but just the idea that that pressure of knowing that it could be 50-50, that I'll come back, maybe not come back, that pressure matters.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think he worries about it because he'd get hired in like 5 seconds because he's smart, well-connected in the game. I think he's doing that because he knows I got a chance to win. And I only got Tucker for this year. I got a shot. My guys are reasonably healthy. I can go add starting pitching. I don't think it's the pressure of losing his job. He makes a fortune. It's not a financial thing for him. I don't believe that at all.
No, it's about status, though. You don't want to be out on the street.
He won't be. He'll have a job really quickly.
Okay.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think he realizes tomorrow's promised to no one. I could win it. I could, with this team, I got a shot. Let's go.
On this day of Michael Jordan's iconic shrug, we'll give you the Around the NFL. That's next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tomorrow night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tomorrow. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I lost my hair in my 20s. I tried everything. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. I know you have many choices, but go where all the doctors go for hair restoration, where experience and expertise matters, not just the bottom line. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Save up to $4,000 on new air conditioners and comfort systems with Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. New AC units start at just $39 a month, and furnace AC combos from $57 a month. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day. But when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. They refuse to let you go to work hungry and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the NFL right here on Kap and J Hood. We'll hear from Albert Breer with the latest on the NFL and the Bears coming at 8:35. Around the NFL, here's Shay Norland.
All right, Hoodie, we are going to decide today once and for all if the Madden curse is real or fake.
All right.
Yesterday, Saquon Barkley announced as the Madden 26 cover athlete, which makes Eagles fans a little nervous. Just signed a huge extension. Had a great year last year, but the Madden curse may have made a return last season because Christian McCaffrey was on the cover and had the bizarre calf injury, maybe Achilles injury, where he had to go get the Maglio-Ordonez treatment in Germany and missed most of the season.
Isn't that funny how news travels, Cap?
It's unbelievable.
The Maglio surgery as a White Sox Tiger, the whole thing with the leg.
It was like a stem cell injection that is not approved by the FDA here, and so he went to Germany and got it done. A lot of athletes have gone and done that.
Regenikine? Do you remember that word, that term?
I do.
Let me look that up.
I'll have to look that up.
But I remember that, yes. So McCaffrey definitely Madden curse, yes.
All right, so let's start with 2001.
Okay.
Eddie George was on the cover of Madden.
My guy.
George went on to rush for more than 1,500 yards in his cover season, but he also lost a career-high number of fumbles, coughed up the ball in the Titans' season-ending playoff game, and never averaged more than 3.5 yards a carry for the rest of his career. Cursed or not cursed?
Not.
Curse.
Not. Yeah. He was a good player. He wasn't, oh, my God.
Ohio State, man, he was a monster.
He was a monster in college.
Yeah.
He's a good player. You have an Eddie George jersey.
I should have asked him that when I saw him in Nashville.
Stay off my Buckeyes.
No. I'm an Eddie George fan. I've got no love for the Buckeyes.
You always liked him.
Yeah. Eddie George, man. I should have asked him that when I saw him in the Nashville airport. He was just standing there waiting for his luggage. Hey, Eddie, do you think the Madden cover ruined your career?
I would say not a curse.
You know who?
Curse.
Dante Culpepper might think the Madden cover ruined his career.
All right.
He threw 33 touchdowns, went 11-5 as a first-time starter in 2000. He got the Madden cover in 2002, ahead of the 2001 season, where injuries cost him 6 games. He fumbled 16 times, threw 14 touchdowns to 13 picks, and went 4-7 in his 11 starts.
Damn. He became Jameis Winston.
Yeah. Did he just regress to the mean, or was he cursed?
Curse. Absolutely. 100%.
Cap, how about Marshall Faulk? 5 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. 3 straight 1,300-yard seasons. Got the Madden cover. He broke down, missed almost half a dozen starts, and never topped 1,000 yards again.
Curse.
That's a curse.
Damn.
No question. And Hall of Fame?
Marshall Faulk.
Marshall Faulk is a Hall of Famer, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Not a curse. Got the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Granted, all the production came pre-Madden cover.
I understand. It's like,
he just got old. How old was he when he was on the cover?
In his prime, right? Definitely in his prime.
Well, he played that number of years. You're going to eventually fall off.
He was 28.
He's cursed.
Okay. Next.
2004, Michael Vick. He was the best. Now, if you've played Madden 04, Michael Vick was the best player in the history of Madden. He was unstoppable.
I agree. He was.
In real life, he fractured his fibula less than a week after the game was released, missed all but 5 games.
That's a Madden curse. That actually is like that's like the tippy top of the Madden curse right there.
Now, that also may have had something to do with the dogfighting ring he was running.
That was a few years later, but
it was probably going on at the same time.
He was bored.
He was a little distracted.
That's right. Then he went on to become a Fox commentator. And then, now he's a coach.
He is. At an HBCU, right?
Yeah. That's the route. They ain't gonna let you in the D1. So it's like, hey, take over one of these HBCUs or one of these MEAC schools.
Build it up, and then you can go get a gig.
Sure. So is Eddie George doing?
That's it.
Absolutely.
Brother. 05 was Ray Lewis. We can pretty confidently say Madden took the year off. Ray Lewis was on the cover.
That's correct.
But Donovan McNabb in 06 went 6-10, fought with Terrell Owens, missed almost half the season, missed 8 games over the next 2 years as well.
Damn.
That is...
he's cursed.
He's a curse.
He's cursed.
That's too bad.
How about Sean Alexander in 2007? 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons. 2006, rushing total dropped from 1,800 yards to 896, and 2 seasons later, he was out of the NFL.
Cursed.
Had to curse. Boy, remember when he was good?
He was amazing.
Really good running back. Wow, what happened there?
Yeah. How about Vince Young? Offensive Rookie of the Year, got the Madden cover, threw 9 touchdowns to 17 picks, missed a game and got a seat on the bench. Never got trust back.
He got the cover because of the Texas stuff. He wasn't that good.
He won Rookie of the Year.
He wasn't that good.
I was not a Vince Young guy.
I was not either.
However, Cap, a fine steakhouse in Austin.
Really?
I was there.
Still open?
Still open. It's got all his pictures and a statue and everything else in there. It's a good steakhouse. I've been there. Good.
Really?
He still runs Austin.
And at McDonald's.
Look that up
Hey!
right now. Vince Young Steakhouse? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Vince Young Steakhouse in Austin. Very good.
2009 is my favorite appearance of the Madden curse, maybe of all time. Brett Favre got on the cover as a tribute to his Packers career. He then forced his way to the New York Jets and threw a career-high 22 interceptions and hurt his shoulder before leaving for Minnesota.
Curse.
Yeah. But then he went on and became an MVP again.
But in his cover year,
Bad.
he was with the Jets and threw 22 picks and hurt his shoulder.
Yeah, that's the Jets. I'm going to say he was not cursed. That's the Jets, Jets. That is a horrible organization.
The Jets, okay. A terrible organization. By the way, I've got a new diet that I'm on. Did you see the new diet that I'm on?
You saw what I sent you from Francesa. I sent it to Carm. He's like, this is phenomenal.
Yes.
When you're a Jet, you're a Jet.
By the way, I am on the Vince Young Steakhouse menu.
Very good.
This looks like my kind of place.
Yeah. That's very good. Been there a couple times.
Doctor, this looks good.
It's across the street from our hotel that we stayed in.
Like start with the farm-to-table salad?
Yeah.
Or the tomato burrata? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Get the New York strip 16 ounce. Wow.
Thanks, Cap. I'm going to fast forward to 2019, where Madden cursed someone so badly they had to take the next 5 years off.
Yeah.
In 2019, who was on the cover other than Antonio Brown, coming off a career-high 15 touchdowns, but ruined the Steelers' locker room, forced a trade to the Raiders after the season, and played only 16 more games in the NFL?
Who is that?
Antonio Brown.
I didn't even know he was on the cover. Did you?
I did
I did not know he was on the cover in 2019. That's good.
I'm
That's
not
good
a
trivia.
video game guy, but so I don't play, but I did not know he was the cover guy.
It ended his career being on Madden. Since then, it's been 2020 was Mahomes, who won the Super Bowl. Then Lamar Jackson, who won MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Then Tom Brady, who won the Super Bowl. John Madden in 2023. Josh Allen in 2024 was excellent. And then finally, the curse returned last year with Christian McCaffrey in the Achilles thing.
Madden being on the cover of his own video game. What happened to him?
Well, he passed away.
All right, coming up, we go.
All right, Albert Breer time.
We go full circle. You know, it's a curse, man, when you're on the cover of your own video game and then John died. Albert Breer, Monday morning quarterback.
It was an eventuality.
No, but I mean, he was fine before he was on his own cover, though. He was upright.
He was 107.
Yeah.
but
I'll be
he's
fair.
Cursed.
They put him on the cover after. It was a post-mortem tribute.
All right. Then he
Ultimate
died.
curse?
Then he died, yes.
No, before. He died, and then he got the cover.
Huh? Albert
Took
Breer.
him dying to get the cover of his own video game.
What happened there? He died, and then that's the ultimate curse, Cap. Get it? That's what happened. Albert Breer next on Kap and J Hood. Is he there?
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in June. Between the 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat, presented by Wintrust on June 7th, Southside legend Ray Durham bobblehead presented by United on June 8th, and Southside legend Louis Aparicio bobblehead presented by United on June 29th, there's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Hey, the playoffs are in full swing. And catch all the action with ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. It must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore. Okay, Okay.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hello. Football on ESPN 1000.
Hello, Bert.
Albert Breer.
Hey, Bert.
Senior NFL writer for SI.com joins Kap and J Hood.
Bert's it.
What?
You're it, Bert.
On ESPN 1000.
What do you mean I'm it?
We see, that's the game. I just tagged you, and you're it until you tag somebody else.
Albert Breer.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm reading, Ernie, and I'm not it.
Okay.
On Chicago's home for sports.
But Bert is it.
Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback and SI.com and Amazon Prime joins us here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Albert. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, Albert. You know, Albert, we're just not going to get any more because of the way the NFL is. We're just not going to get a dog crap team like the Rockies or 10-50. Remember when we were growing up and saw Tampa Bay be a expansion team and they were always laughed at, the creamsicle uniforms, all that? Are we ever going to get that anymore where someone's just absolutely just the worst of the worst?
The Bengals were awful when I was a kid. I mean, like when I was young, they were good. But then after Boomer, they were really bad there in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
And the Buccaneers were obviously the one. I mean, they were sort of the standard for ineptitude until Tony Dungy got there. What was that, like 96? Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess like the Jets have the longest drought now, right? Like, so, but I mean, like they've been competitive. I just think with as much turnover as there is, and I think actually money plays into this too, guys, right? Like, I mean, everyone's making so much money now that you can afford to turn over coaches every 2 or 3 years and eat contracts and all of that different stuff, you know? It's really, I don't know. I hesitate to say it's easier now, but it's just, and I think there's more pressure on teams too. You know what I mean? Like, because there's so many different things people can do for with their entertainment dollar, and there are, I'd say, more empty seats in stadiums now than there were, 20, 25 years ago in the NFL. Like, I don't know. I hadn't really thought about that, but I think you're probably right. Like, because I'm just trying to rack my brain for teams that have been really bad, and I mean, even like Carolina's been really bad recently, right? Like, but they were pretty competitive when Ron Rivera was there, and that wasn't that long ago. You know, they were in the Super Bowl 10 years ago. So yeah. I mean, I guess it's just hard to stay bad for that long. The same way maybe it's harder to stay good too.
I got to ask you about the impact Frank Ragnow walking into the Lions and going, yeah, I'm done. Because there are some people that believe they were negotiating an extension, and if the money had been right, he would have stayed. He said yesterday, this is not about that. This is about my body's not responding, and I want to be healthy for my wife and kids. I'm done. Do you believe he's done?
Yeah, I don't have any reason not to believe him. I mean, we'll see. Generally with the linemen, you can tell pretty quick, right? Like, a lot of times those guys like will weigh like 230 pounds 30 months later, and he'll be like, okay, like he's probably not coming back again, you know? So I think this is actually, like, to me, like, these sorts of things are great developments for players. I know it sucks, like, when you look at a guy, if you're a fan, and this guy's like a decade-long answer for our team in a position. The reality is, for players now, I think it's three things. They have more information on their health and what continuing to play is going to do to their ability to play golf with their kids, to pick up their kids, to pick up basketball with their kids. So that's a factor. Number two, I think these guys are more aggressive about building plans for what they're going to do post-football. So the idea of walking away from football is a little less scary than it used to be. And then number three, they make more money, so they've got the financial wherewithal to walk away earlier than guys in the past did. So I think for those three reasons, and I think Patrick Willis,
Calvin Johnson were probably the trailblazers when it came to this, but more and more guys are walking away for these reasons. I think big picture for the NFC North, and obviously that's what affects you guys in Chicago, it's a big blow for the Lions. I mean, this is a guy who was one of the best centers in the league really since the time he walked into the NFL, and was such a foundation piece for what they've been in Detroit. And, whether it's Graham Glasgow, someone else, I think they can make it work at center. But that was such an overwhelming strength of their team the last couple of years. I do wonder, is it going to be that way now? And, just throw it in the pile of all the changes you've had in Detroit. It's another challenge for them for sure, on top of all the turnover they've had on their coaching staff.
So if you look at the division now, Christian Darrisaw tore his ACL and MCL in October. I know he says he'll be back, but, the season starts, it'll be less than a year. The Bears have a completely revamped offensive line. The Packers, they don't really have, I wouldn't say, a number one receiver. Christian Watson coming off an ACL. I know they drafted Matthew Golden. And then the Lions issues. So who has the best offensive line in the NFC North?
It's weird because I guess a lot of it hinges on the, there are questions with everybody. I would default to the Lions, just because they're so good at tackle with Decker and Sewell. But I think you look at the Bears, it's like who's playing left tackle, right? Is it? It could be Braxton Jones. It could be the kid from Yale. They drafted last year. Don't ask me to pronounce his name. It could be Ozzie Trapillo. Do they look at Darnell Wright flipping to the left? I think that's something that's at least in their radar. I don't think they'll do it unless they really aren't happy with what they have at left tackle, but it's something they could do. Then you look at the Vikings. The Vikings on paper are really good. But so much that's going to depend on what happens with Darrisaw. They've done what the Bears did in completely revamping their interior, and bringing in Will Fries, Ryan Kelly, and then drafting Donovan Jackson. I would default to Detroit, but I'd say there are questions with every one of those groups. What does Green Bay look like? They got Rasheed Walker, who's in a walk year as their left tackle. And then they got the kid they drafted in the first round last year. He's playing guard and is going to compete at left tackle. They've got moving parts too. So I just think there's a lot of questions, I think, with each of these groups. And I think all four of them should be pretty good. But there are those questions that I think would separate each of them from being like truly elite, and I'd say the Lions going in are probably the closest to truly elite because they've been there the last few years.
Karan Amagaji.
There you go. Thank you.
We'll have more with Albert Breer right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Cap, my old man's favorite beverage. Go to the liquor store and get me some Old Foster. Dad, that's Old Forester. You know what I mean. Sorry, Dad. Old Forester bourbon. Sweet wood, sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note are all on the syllabus for the next Whiskey University. But this time, things are going to get interesting because alongside the bourbon, Waddle is adding a lesson in Scotch. Glen Glassa. Is that it, Cap? Glen Glassa? The Scotch? Glen Glassa, the Scotch. That's something I never heard before. So everyone's going to learn about this new Scotch from Waddle. One side brings the tasting notes, the other brings the bold claims. So you're going to find out who really is in charge. You just need to show up. Whiskey University is going to take place Thursday, June 12th at 7 o'clock at the Slightly Toasted in Chicago. Please drink responsibly. Jay Moore.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
David Kaplan.
For the ones who get it done, John, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by J-Moore.
You're listening to Kap J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's a Kap J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. This portion of which is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, the best place to elevate the future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. Look forward to talking to Albert Breer, about this Bears thing. We talked about earlier, Cap, of whether or not the Chicago Bears, with Ragnow being out, what does that mean for the Bears, if anything?
Just all the change. I would love to know Albert's thoughts, not just Frank Ragnow deciding to suddenly retire from the Lions. It is 2 coordinators, multiple assistants, obviously some scheme change, and then you lose a guy like Ragnow. Like, all of it together, I wonder what the league thinks. So
about the Lions in general?
Yeah, in general, because they've had so much change.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of, I think it's sort of the natural progression of things, where this is first real challenge where they're being hit with a bunch of attrition at once. And it's a weird way for it to happen with Ragnow, but that stuff happens, and whether it's an injury or something else, a guy leaving in free agency, at some point you're going to have to deal with it, and it does challenge them in sort of a new way. They were challenged last year too, with a bunch of the injuries that they had on defense. But for the most part, they were able to keep a lot of their infrastructure together through their first 4 years there. And even with Ben Johnson, I think most people would tell you Ben Johnson stayed an extra year, if not two, which is a big reason why they had to go through the coaching staff attrition all at once. Like in the natural order of things, like that very easily could have happened over the course of a couple of off seasons, but instead, because Ben did want to stay, and because Ben, had unfinished business there and great, a great working environment there, and all the rest of it, like he stays the extra year. Well, the cost of that now is you're losing more guys at once instead of losing them gradually. So I think they're one of the more interesting teams in the league that way. Obviously having two new coordinators is a big deal. Obviously, when you are losing your starting center, and your offensive line's been such a strength. The question is it as much of an overwhelming strength now? And so now we get to see how they're going to figure all this stuff out. They've got questions on defense too. Hutchinson, McNeil are coming back off of injuries. So yeah, I mean, it's another way of testing the foundation of what they built there as a sustained winner, which, these challenges come in some shape or form for everyone.
Albert, after reading your latest column from SI.com, I'm convinced of two things. One is that I think that Joe Flacco is going to win the job with the Browns to be the starting quarterback when the season starts. But two, that Flacco is he's playing with house money. I do believe him that he can play until he's 50. He's just one of these rag-arm righties that can just stabilize a team just for a few games here or there. Good locker room guy. I think he can play as long as he wants to play.
Yeah, Hoodie, I thank you for reading that. 'Cause I love talking to the guy. I mean, just does not sound like every time I talk with him, and I've known him a while, you don't feel like you're talking to a professional athlete. You know what I mean? It's almost like you're talking to, the ace pitcher in the beer league softball down the street. You know what I mean? But that's like a result of A, he's a really normal guy, but B, he's got great perspective on this stuff now. You know what I mean? And I just think that whole thing of don't forget that you're the little kid who dreamed of being here one day, and have an appreciation for all of it. Enjoy everything about it, about being in the locker room, about having to kind of go through the different processes that you're going through in May. That can rub off on everybody, and so that's really good for Dylan Gabriel and for Shadur Sanders and for Kenny Pickett probably too. I just think it's interesting because you look at what I think he's going to bring to the table for the Browns, and I'm with you. He's one of these guys that's just such a natural thrower of the ball that he probably can play for a long time. Going forward, he's probably got at least a few more years left in him. But beyond just that, I look back at why he was let go in the first place, which was he was so popular in the locker room and so well liked and so well respected that the Browns were worried that it would undermine Deshaun coming back from an injury. And here they are 2 years later now saying the hell with it. It's just good for our football team to have him around. It's a pretty cool story.
Hey, we're just about out of time. Before we let you go, now that the Bears, Caleb has spoken, all that stuff is away.
I told you guys, right? Didn't I say it last week that would be what was best, is if he just put his cards on the table? I thought it was great what he did.
There you go. So now that stuff is all in the past, what are the people you're talking to not in Chicago saying about our Bears?
I mean, the potential is there, and I think here's what I would say, Cap. There are a lot of people that thought Caleb was very, very special going into the draft last year. In fact, a lot of them come from that Shanahan tree, right? A lot of them come from that tree where this guy is super duper special and he's going to be able to do whatever he wants when he gets to the pros. And I think because of the year he went through last year, I don't think any of that's changed. Like, I think a lot of those opinions on Caleb are the same. It's not everybody. There were people out there that actually wound up liking Jaden Daniels more going into the draft. This isn't revisionist. But there were a good amount of people that thought, Caleb is a once in every 5-6 years type of quarterback prospect. And, I think that those opinions aren't really shaken by what we saw last year. There was a lot of growth that he had to go through as a rookie, for sure. And there's growth that he's having to go through, this offseason with the coaching change and everything else. But I think if you had a high opinion of Caleb and the Bears' potential a year ago, you probably feel the same way right now, which I know isn't groundbreaking or anything else, but I think it's sort of where it is.
As always, Albert, we appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on the show.
All right, thanks, guys.
Have a good day. There's our guy, Albert Breer, on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Kap J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Chicago, and good morning, Drake, and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you, we've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. Don't forget to watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com, look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe for everything that we do on YouTube, also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Cubs will take on the Washington Nationals coming up today in the first of that series. But yesterday, Cap, in front of many, many Tigers fans at the rate, and some Sox fans that were there as well, the Detroit Tigers destroyed the White Sox 13-1. And again, no surprise as veteran observer of the Sox scene that did happen. The point is, though, is that it just shows you, as I always tell you, Cap, every morning, in sports, there's levels to this. There's different levels. And the Detroit Tigers are the first team to 40 wins in the big leagues. And the White Sox are far, 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 far away from that.
That Detroit team is amazingly good. They've got pitching. They've got an ace who can, you get into a Game 7 situation, and that ace can beat anybody. The Cubs will have to battle with him on Friday in Detroit. Should be a great game. I'm talking about Tarek Skubal. He's the reigning Cy Young winner in the AL. I watched Kerry Carpenter last night hit 3 home runs. Colt Keith had a couple of hits. I watched Javi make a play at shortstop that was simply sensational.
Yep.
And from the ground, threw across the diamond to gun the guy out by a step. That team's really good. Really good. Are they going to add on? I don't know. There's going to be teams out there looking to get, whether it's the Diamondbacks now losing Corbin Burns, it looks like. They may have to trade Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. Well, if I'm Jed, that's where I'm shopping, right there. Are the Rangers going to be willing to move on from Evaldi? Are the Rangers going to be willing to move on from Jacob deGrom? He has a full no trade. $95 million left on his deal. He's amazing. He may go, I signed here, I have a full no trade, not interested. Sorry.
Yeah.
So let's find out.
Here's, I think, is a deeper conversation, Cap, about sports today in 2025. We talked about this last week regarding in the NBA, there's no such thing as super teams anymore. If you're trying to stack a super team, then you know that team's not going to gel right away. More than likely, you won't win a championship. It's the team that is together, the team that has a mission. You might have 1 star or 2 stars, but the other ones can fall in line as far as their role is concerned. So, Shay, this relates to the Tigers as well. You had doubts about the Tigers at the end of the season saying, okay, what are they going to do? Can they replicate what they did the past season? Can they get to the playoffs? And so, to me, it's not the Detroit Tigers, as much as you love for them to spend some more. It's not like they have the Dodgers payroll. But you know what they have? They have a team that's together. It starts with pitching, obviously, with Skubal. But I like Carpenter. I like Green. I like Keith. I like some of those guys there that are just part of a team, Cap. It's not about, 9 guys that's going to be on the first baseline tipping their cap at the All-Star game. You know what it is? It's a team that just plays together. And the Cubs are the same way. Tucker is a top 10 player, there's no question. PCA is emerging as a star, not only Chicago, nationally, Suzuki, all that. But it's not necessarily about, oh, my God, they got 9 hairy-chested sluggers. It's about the way you play the game. Same thing with the Tigers. I got from Sox fans yesterday, of course the Sox are going to lose the game. You know what I got? How come we can't get the Detroit manager when we had an opportunity? How come we don't have A.J. Hinch? That kind of thing. Like, those things are building
Rick's
blocks.
guy.
Yeah, those are building blocks, though, of saying, here's a manager, here's guys that play the way that we play, and we're just going to batter teams, and we're going to get done with pitching. As much as you'd love to have a $1 billion payroll, damn near, for the Dodgers, which it definitely increases your chances to win, there's nothing like a team that just plays together. Hey, man, you have a bad day, I'll pick you up. All right, here's 2 for 4. I may not hit a home run, but I'm going to get on base. You got to love that, though. That's good baseball.
Great baseball. There was a play. Shay, did you watch the whole game last night?
Yes.
There was a play in the game that epitomized what is special about your favorite team. Late in the game, it's clearly over. I think it was the 8th inning. Colt Keith, busting his tail down the first baseline, beat out a play, a bang-bang play at first. It was like 10-0. I'm like, boy, that dude doesn't stop hustling.
That's right.
That is special about the player and what the manager demands. That was super cool to see.
It's a way that they play. Do you get it, Shay? It's like, as much as you would love to have a $1 billion payroll, the way the Tigers play, you're the first to 40. Well, how'd you do that? It's because you've got a number of players that just make a difference for the team. And if someone is not playing well, others will come through.
Well, it's also, they're kind of what the White Sox were in 2021. Because they will have a large payroll when these guys are ready to be paid. It's a collection of young guys who are all hitting at the same time. And it's rare that you see it. But the reason their payroll isn't big is because all these guys are arbitration eligible, if not pre-arbitration. That's who they're getting success out of. The highest paid player on the roster is Javi Baez.
Yeah, unfortunately. But that's what it is, though. But those guys, Cap, it's not a surprise that they beat the White Sox the way they did. They're going to more than likely sweep this series, even with Skubal not pitching in this series.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, can I get a Parker Meadows? Can I get him on the White Sox, a guy like that? Can I get a Parker Meadows?
He's the American League PCA.
He's going to be something, man.
He's good.
Really good.
Speed,
God.
great defense, good bat skills. He's the ALPCA.
Can I get something like that on the White Sox, please?
Really good, man.
I got a Vargas and a Tuchman, but I don't have a Parker Meadows, tell you that. That's what I got right now. But, yeah, it was impressive. And by the way, Cap, I think there might have been White Sox fans, but definitely a number of Tigers fans. It's an easy drive to get here, obviously. But you heard the chants of Carey. They wanted him to hit a fourth home run after hitting 3. And how the game has changed? Did you see one pitch that was brushing Kerry Carpenter and knock him on his ass?
No.
Not one. Not one pitch inside. Not because that is just out of the game now. Not making him uncomfortable in the box at all. 3 home runs, Cap.
Fair.
That's where we are today.
And when he hit the fly ball for the out to center field, as soon as he hit it, you heard a little bit of a murmur in the crowd. Like, did he get it? No.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but this is who they are right now. So the Sox, and again, I can't be mad. I'm just disappointed. I can't be mad. It's who they are.
That's a really good Tiger team.
It's a terrific Tiger team and a White Sox team that has Luis Robert hitting 7th.
I'm looking forward to this weekend series. Tigers, Cubs in Detroit.
It's a World Series preview.
Maybe. 41 years later.
Should have did that in 84.
Exactly.
Or 80 years later if you want to go back to 1945.
Right.
Why you did in 84, Cap?
Maybe we can honor Hank Greenberg this weekend.
I don't know why you just couldn't do that in 84. If you had lights, maybe that would have been the case. Oh, that day baseball might have killed you.
Might have.
Hot in the sun.
They melted.
After the Padres.
They melted.
You get past the Padres, they're right there.
That's it.
And guess what? Cubs win the series.
Maybe.
That pitching? Sutcliffe, Trout. Well, that's your 1-2, right? In
The late Scott Sanderson.
Scott Sanderson. You always look cold. Got it to first base, puts the jacket on. It's 85 degrees, Scott. Your arm's not going to freeze. Remember that? Put the jacket on at first base. Scott, it's 90 degrees. The sun is beaming.
Nice guy.
You're so concerned about his arm being too cold.
Such a nice guy.
Yeah. So you had it in that lineup. Now, keep in mind, Cap, tough spot there. You got Trammell and Whitaker on the other side. I mean, it's a vacuum cleaner in the middle of that lineup.
We had Boa and Sandberg. We had the daily double with Bobby Dernier at the top.
Yeah.
And Rhino.
Yeah. Good chance.
The Sarge.
You'd have to play all those games in the daytime at home, though. But you had Sutcliffe at the top.
The Penguin.
Well, you did have a Ronnie Say. Yeah. He's very good. Yeah. You get a shot.
Let's go.
I think you got a shot there.
Why'd you say let's go like that? Like the 1984 World Series first pitch tonight at Wrigley Field.
Bring it on.
Why'd you say let's go?
We beat some Tiger ass.
Oh, yeah.
He said let's go.
You
got him all hyped up.
Yeah.
Nuts playing tonight, Hoodie.
Let's take a shot.
Sparky would have bent over Jim Fry. No shot. Sparky Anderson?
He was amazing.
No shot. No shot against Jim Fry.
Sparky was the best.
Yes, he was. No shot.
I loved Sparky.
So what's your team going to do now? Again, any news on Tucker? I'd like to know.
They haven't said if he's in the lineup tonight, but X-rays were all negative, and we'll see.
He could take a day off, and just whenever he's ready, get back in the lineup. The Cubs are good enough.
out there.
Yeah, it's fine. It just shows you now you're not going to coast now. I mean, you're 37 and 22. You want to keep the pressure on. I get that, but with Tucker, you don't have to rush him right back. Whenever he's ready, he's ready. You have already enough offense to be able to get through a lot of these games.
To get it done. I want the 45 Tigers. Let's go.
What in the world?
He wants them now.
Give me the 84. Let's
him and Don from Rolling Meadows. He wants the 45 Tigers now.
I'm baffled right now.
Give me the 84
Al Newhouse
Tigers.
are on the mound tonight. We've got him, kid. Let's go.
I'll zoom Mordecai 3-finger Brown. Let's go.
If you're part of the expression, yes. 1945, you say.
What do you have for Skeeter Webb?
Yes.
Yeah.
Skeeter Webb, man.
You got Tarek Skubal. We got Skeeter Webb.
Yes. There's Cap going back to his childhood, thinking about Phil Cavaretta and Stan Hack and Andy Papko. Hey, Andy Papko. You can't know those guys. Peanuts Lowry. You recall those guys, right?
I do.
Your childhood at 45?
Some of these names back then, man. Jimmy Outlaw was a starting outfielder for the Tigers in 1945. Good old Jimmy Outlaw.
That's a good name.
A great name.
Yeah. There's certain names that just make you smile. There's certain names in the game, Cap. Peanuts Lowry. Think about that. That's your name. Peanuts Lowry. Not like Shane Langoliers now. Like
Shea Langoliers from the Sacramento A's, as Shea likes to call him. I call him the Athletics.
That's a great name. There's certain names it's like, wow, you know that's a baseball name. What's that name for the Tigers? What's the name? Spider what?
Skeeter Webb.
Skeeter Webb. See?
Go Skeeter.
See, they don't make him like that anymore, Cal.
How about Stubby Overmeyer? Dizzy Trout.
Dizzy Trout. Steve Stone. Steve Trout's dad, right?
Dad,
yeah.
correct.
How about that? Just certain names. We don't make names like that anymore. Why is that? The nicknames. Put them out there.
Right.
Know me as my nickname, not my given first name. That's baseball's about nicknames and fun. We don't get that anymore. Did you say Stubbs? What'd you say?
Stubby Overmeyer.
Well, the Cardinals used to have Stubby Clapp, remember?
All right.
Well, it's true.
They did.
Look it up.
He was a starter for the Cardinals at second base, I think.
Here's Stubby Clapp.
That's it.
It's a name, not a condition.
That's it.
Hey, I got a case of the Stubby Clapp. Take a couple of these, buddy.
That's it. You got to get the good name. We don't get good names like that anymore.
What about Tiger legend Rusty? You know what?
Rusty Staub.
Oh, no, we can't. No. I'm not. I don't know if I can. I'm just being
His
careful.
name. Say it.
Say his name.
It's all right, Cap. You take care of it.
What's up?
I don't know what it is.
I mean,
I don't want to get in trouble.
how could you get in trouble?
Longtime third base coach.
Rusty Kuntz?
Yes, Rusty Kuntz.
Okay, the old Sox, right?
Yeah, old Sox player.
It's okay to say it. What is wrong with
I'm looking at a list of the best baseball names. How about Cannonball Titcomb?
But not afraid of that, though. Don't mind. No, he's okay saying Pitt.
Oil Can Boyd.
Well, he was a really good
What was
Red
his
Sox.
real first name?
One of my
Dennis.
Yeah.
Oil Can.
One of my favorites, Boof Bonser.
Boof Bonser.
Remember him
That's a
from
good
the
name.
Twins.
Twin, yeah.
Couple of these I really don't know that I can say.
What?
Urban Shocker is unbelievable.
It's okay.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with him?
He's odd.
No, I mean, Cap, come back here in the break and
Why
off
is he
air, and I'll
afraid?
show you a couple of these names that I'm really not sure I should say on the air.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying Rusty Kuntz,
I haven't hit it in 4 months.
right?
Correct.
Exactly,
That was
Shay.
his name. He was a White Sox player.
Yeah.
K-O-N-T-Z.
What is he afraid of? These are actual names, and he's scared to death.
Nope, 2 of them. Nope.
Say it.
Nope.
He's afraid of Danny.
Come on, Shay. Give us one.
I don't think I can.
He doesn't mind giving out the ridiculous take, but boy, when it comes to baseball names, that's where he draws a line.
Correct.
God Almighty!
I mean,
how come he doesn't shy away from those takes, Cap?
No balls.
Rusty Kuntz. That's the man's name.
That's it.
We'd call him all the time. He'd be like a base coach for the Sox. But you know what? Never thought about double entendre there. I just thought, well, there he is. He's a good baseball man. That's what I thought.
Solid.
That's what I thought. I don't understand. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776, our phone number. Cap, we got to settle something right now regarding this all half-century team, right?
Quarter
century team with Chicago baseball. We got to settle it right now. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but we got to settle it right now. Around the diamond.
Let's do it.
We'll do that.
Cubs and Sox.
Cubs and Sox.
Got it.
All right, and then there's controversy nationally as well on the text chain. I see the national baseball, the quarter.
Oh yeah, I saw that. This morning.
There's some names that you want omitted from the team immediately.
I mean, just Shea had a couple. I thought one I could understand. One, no.
All right, we'll get to that next right here on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Temperatures are finally rising in Chicagoland when it comes to making your home or business a comfortable temperature this summer. I recommend you go with Automatic. Their motto is, we make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable. They take it a step further and make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair upfront pricing, no gimmicks, and clean, courteous technicians who are not pushing sales, just real solutions. Trust me, Automatic gets it right. Visit Automatic.com. That is Automatic.com.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. purplewave.com.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it'll be Clinton and Friends at 10 o'clock. Clinton is going to talk about how the Oklahoma City Thunder got here. How did they get to the NBA Finals? And also some thoughts on college football. That's at 10 o'clock, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. It's Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball as the Sox take on the Tigers at 6. Right here on your home for the White Sox, ESPN 1000. All right, Cap. You said that on your YouTube channel, the recap, that you had a long conversation about the all-quarter century team?
Correct. From 2000 to 2025. So I debated with my guy Guff and Gordon Wittenmeyer. And, like, there's some that are a real battle. Like first base. First blush. Who's the first baseman from 2000 to 2025? Cubs, White Sox.
For me, it's Konerko.
Okay, Shay?
For me, it's Paul Konerko. Because the other choice, it would be Rizzo.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. What about Jose Abreu? Go look at his numbers, and he won an MVP.
Yeah, but no. All quarter century? I'd probably lean Konerko or Rizzo. And I know Abreu won the MVP in the 60-game season, right?
He did, but go look at his numbers for a handful of years.
Tremendous.
Didn't he hit 40 home runs his rookie season, right?
I believe so. Tremendous numbers he put up. Okay. I'm not saying that's who I'd vote for, but people dismiss Jose Abreu, not even part of it. And I love Rizzo. He didn't have a bigger fan here than me.
Yep.
But Paul Konerko, pretty hard to not sign him.
36 home runs as a rookie for Abreu.
Okay, who's the shortstop?
Okay, for you would be who on the Cubs?
I leaned Javi.
It's Javi because it's not Aramis Ramirez.
It's Alexi.
Well,
yes.
You meant Alexi, not Aramis.
Alexi Ramirez, yes.
I mean, Alexi's really good, but
it's Baez.
Baez finished second for an MVP. Alexi was not ever going to do that.
Hoodrow, who needs A-Rod?
Yes.
We've got Alexi.
Well, that's what Hawk said. You recall this, Cap.
So
at the second base for the Cubs, for the all-quarter century team,
I mean,
I got Ray Durham. You got who?
Nico Horner.
I wasn't a big Ray Durham guy.
Sugar Ray Durham?
What
about
I wasn't.
Tadahito Iguchi?
No shot.
No. I gave it to Horner. He's hitting second highest in Cubs history with men in scoring position behind only Mark Grace.
Yes. We gave that
He's a
stat on the
Gold
program.
Glover.
Yes.
He plays every day. Dude's a beast. So,
anybody else that we're missing, though, at second base over the years for the Cubs? Like, Durham is it for the Sox, for sure. Even though I was not a fan of Durham. I was too close to that dugout in that clubhouse to see what Durham was doing. I know he's got a bobblehead day coming up pretty soon here, but nobody opened the card game like Ray Durham when he's supposed to be out there practicing.
Yeah. Okay, so
no vote for Cesar Hernandez, Hoodie?
No vote for Cesar Hernandez, no.
Remember him. Third base by default is Aramis Ramirez. I mean, his numbers are excellent.
Oh, it's not KB?
No.
Oh, wow. Can we take a look at Joe Creedy's numbers against
Joe
Aramis?
Creedy was, I told Tyler Rocky this, as a young boy growing up in Detroit, Joe Creedy was maybe the player I hated most growing up because that man was a tiger killer.
Beat your ass.
Yeah, he was, woof.
Can I just see Joe Creedy's numbers against Aramis before I crown Aramis the guy at third base?
I mean, KB won Rookie of the Year. He won an MVP. He had another good year, and then he started to slide. Like, he did it for three really good years. 19, he had a resurgent year, and that was it.
But what about Creedy?
Joe Creedy.
And by the way, Cap, you don't win the World Series without KB.
No, that 100%.
You do
He
win
was
the
MVP.
You do win the World Series without Rizzo.
Creedy's numbers are not particularly close.
What do you mean?
Rizzo had a great year.
Hey,
you can
fine.
write that guy in for 30 and 100 every year.
You're fine. You had KB carrying you.
Creedy's not particularly close to Aramis and had a significantly shorter career.
He was
Man,
with the
did
White.
he beat my team's ass.
Okay. And Jose
He played
Valentin.
9 years for the White Sox now. That's not a short career.
But
No,
just,
but
I'm talking about numbers, right? Production.
Yeah, and I think just career-wise, Aramis played, 21 seasons? Something crazy?
Yeah, not all for the Cubs.
Oh.
Good solid Pirate.
And he was a Brewer.
Yeah. Yep.
He was a good player. So for me, it was either KB or Aramis.
Well, I mean, you got to choose one. You say it's Aramis. But KB, man.
KB right there. He just didn't have longevity.
Yeah, but doesn't the achievement in a short period outweigh the longevity a little bit? Won the MVP, won the World Series. He was the critical piece on that team. The run that you went on for those, 4 or 5 seasons?
Well, let me tell you something. I can win with an infield of KB and Baez on the left side and Durham and Konerko on the right. I get that done. I can win with that. Give me the outfield now. Because, by the way, people debating from CHGO talking about like Jose Valentin at third. No shot. It's Creedy. And for the Sox, the quarter-century team for the Sox, it's Joe Creedy. It's not even close. For me. And versus Jose Valentin, who also could play second and short too, no shot. Left field?
So I decided, we talked about, do we go left, center, right, or do we just go 3 outfielders?
Well, what's your game there? What are you doing there?
Well, who's the center fielder?
I think it's the way the All-Star game is decided, which is 3 outfielders.
Okay, so if you do it as 3 outfielders.
Well,
Maglio Ordonez has to be in there somewhere. His numbers here were really good.
Maglio over Jermaine Dye, Maglio over Hayward for the Cubs.
Well, Sammy's got to be out there somewhere.
Well, yeah.
How long did Sammy play, though, in the 2000 to 2000? He left after 04 or 05?
And then was a Ranger and an Oriole. Is that right?
He was an Oriole and then a Texas Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. So maybe Sammy doesn't have the length. I'm not talking about what he did in the 90s. That is irrelevant. It is 2000 to 2025. Sammy.
He belongs.
Yeah, I mean, Sammy had 200 home runs in those seasons. He had 50 home runs in 2000, 64 in 01, 49 in 02, 40 in 03, 35 in 04, all but the Cubs. He's in there.
You're probably right.
No, he's in there.
Okay.
He had the greatest June that we've ever seen in Chicago.
Okay, so you got
right?
Sammy. Maglio Ordonez, look at his numbers as a White Sox in there. Really good.
Good numbers. Sosa belongs.
Okay, so those two, who's your third outfielder?
Aaron Rowan.
Pete Crow Armstrong.
Oh, my God.
For Kyle Tucker?
No Fowler?
I was kidding.
No Dexter Fowler?
No Dexter Fowler. He was here for 2 years.
Good team. Good teammate.
Did. Hit a home run in Game 7 to lead off.
Boy, have we been just lousy, some of this. Okay, so that third outfielder, Pete Crow now? Come on, Cap.
No, it's not Pete Crow.
Is it Tucker?
No.
Well, okay, because all I got for you is C. Lee.
El Caballo? No shot.
What do you mean? He's a solid player, C. Lee.
I didn't say he wasn't solid. I'm talking about all quarter century. He doesn't make
Carlos.
that team.
Well, he makes a Sox team. Because my other choice is Aloy. So I win. So I freaking win. How about that? It's C. Lee. Can you give me something better than C. Lee in the outfield?
Ben Zobrist.
He doesn't qualify. And he's on one of the
World Series MVP.
Here's what's funny. He's on this like the CHGO like Cubs list. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
I think he made Zobrist. You're better than that, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Well, I need that third outfielder. Give it to me. Because I'm going to throw out C. Lee, and you're not going to like it. Or Aaron Rowan, my guy. Party with that guy. He was awesome.
What was the Cubs outfield when they won 97 games in 2008? 2008 with Sweet Lou as the manager.
Lou? Well, what about Soriano?
Soriano's numbers, you go look at his numbers, really good.
I think we named it.
He was a 40-40 player, wasn't he? Yeah, Soriano's got to be in there.
He was 40-40 with the Nasty Nats.
That's right.
And then signed with the Cubs.
Maybe it's Soriano. How many hours did you and I waste on the air night after night talking about Soriano? Oh, my God, Cap.
And then Dave McKay showed up as a coach and made him into a really good outfielder.
Boy, I'm looking at the stats now. His Cubs numbers are not as good as I would have thought they were.
Soriano?
Yeah, I'm surprised.
What, on-base percentage and slugging?
I'm looking mostly at WAR. Not as good as I would have thought.
Well, those are a lot of sole home runs, Cap. He did a lot of that damage with nobody on. You know that.
Yeah.
He gave you the 1-0. He didn't do anything else, though.
So Chris Bryant, back to third, in 7 years as a Cub, had a 28 WAR. He won a Rookie of the Year. He won an MVP. He won a World Series. And he was a multi-time All-Star. Aramis, in 9 years as a Cub, had less WAR, 24.1. I mean, it's hard to go against KB.
I got KB written down. I do. And behind the plate is AJ.
Aramis, a 3-time All-Star, and KB, I told you, the MVP and the Rookie of the Year. I mean, I know it didn't end well here. He was as an All-Star 4 times.
Behind the plate is AJ Brzezinski. That'll be all.
AJ over Giovanni Soto, over
Contreras.
Wilson Contreras.
No Miggy Montero love?
No. Miggy Montero. Taking off the team.
Where'd we get this guy, Pat? From Arizona, Ronnie. So, yeah, I'd probably have to go AJ.
That's it.
Okay, who's your number one right-handed starter? And we had a left-handed starter. The left-handed starter's got to be Burley, right?
Burley or
Lester.
Burley?
Burley's numbers are eye-poppingly good.
So make a case for, on the right side. Well, okay, so Burley, Lester, or Sale. On the
Chris
left side.
Sale would be the other one.
On the right side, you win because it's Zambrano.
Zambrano wins it.
I got...
you got Arrieta in there.
I got John Garland.
It's got to be Zambrano. You look at his numbers.
What about the Professor?
Professor was also on our list. The Professor's numbers were really, really good. But we went with Zambrano.
I think that's fair. All I got is from the left side. I got Burley, Sale, and Danks.
And it should have been a no-brainer. Mark Pryor or Kerry Wood. Both guys blew out.
You'll love this part of the all-quarter century team, unless I'm missing a lefty. Quintana is there for us.
No shot.
For the Sox?
By the way, who is the closer of that team?
Bobby Jenks.
Could be. I'd have to go back and look at the numbers again. Could be.
The Cubs have anything stronger?
Chapman.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. You didn't want him on the team. You didn't want him on the team, Cap.
I wanted him.
Oh, stop.
I had no issues with him. All right, we got to take a quick timeout.
Or Davis.
Wade Davis, he was here 1 year. Cup of coffee.
Okay, so I got it then.
Dempster.
Demp. Starter, closer. All right, Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood.
I'm proud of you fellas. You all kept your head on a swivel, and that's what you got to do when you find yourself in a vicious cockfight.
Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tomorrow night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tomorrow. And please, enjoy responsibly.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox dropped the opener to Detroit Monday night 13-1 as Kerry Carpenter hit 3 of Detroit's 5 home runs. Carpenter has now gone deep 6 times in 4 games against the White Sox this season. The highlight for the Sox was Chase Mydroth. He reached base 3 times and dazzled on defense. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 6:40 from Rate Field. The Sox are home all week. 3 more against Detroit, then 3 against Kansas City. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to win an exclusive City Connect package. One lucky fan will receive some of the best City Connect gear, including a jersey, sweatshirt, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work. I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. So go ahead.
Sidebar, may I approach?
Oh, yes.
Brought to you by Ankin Law, 312-6 million for the single best personal injury attorney in Illinois, Howard Ankin.
Sign my ball.
Jay Moore, can you hook me up with some Jeopardy music or something? I want to try something with Kaplan because he impressed me so much yesterday out of nowhere. Yesterday, I misquoted that the 1968 St. Louis Cardinals were an all-time low run-scoring team because of StatMuse feeding me false information. Mm-hmm. And Cap immediately said, they went to the World Series, kid. I want to test David Kaplan's memory.
Uh-huh.
Cap, can you tell me who played in the following World Series? We're going to start with an easy one, the most recent, 2024.
2024 World Series was the Dodgers and the Yankees.
That is correct. Well done.
We just saw that over the weekend, that series.
We did. Dodgers have issues, man. They can spend whatever they want to spend.
Mm-hmm.
They may go add on, but
How about 2023?
2023, who won the World Series? Did the Atlanta Braves win the World Series?
They didn't play.
Yeah, it's the manager. The manager I wish the White Sox would have had.
I really thought he would have gotten this. I was.
I don't know. You threw me. I wasn't even thinking about.
But you have this mind like a steel trap sometimes. I thought you could just riff off all these World Series matchups.
Go back to the 60s. He's got that. 70s.
Yeah, you want to try that?
Yeah, exactly.
You're the Rain Man of this show.
1976.
Let's see. 75 was Boston and Cincinnati.
That's correct.
Bernie Carbo hit a big home run.
Yes. Managed by?
The 75. The Reds?
Yeah.
They were managed by Sparky.
That's right.
And Boston was managed by Dick Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Daryl Johnson.
Was it Daryl Johnson back then?
What Williams?
That's
Richard.
Okay, Jay.
76 World Series. Give me a minute. I got to think about this.
How about just riffing off 75, though?
Pretty good.
The famous series. We remember that. Yeah, absolutely.
Who was
They
the
won 7
pitcher when
games.
Bucky Dent hit that famous home run at Fenway in a day game that decided the postseason? I believe it was Mike Torres. Was he on the hill?
Mike Torres, I believe that's correct.
I believe Mike Torres was on the hill when Bucky Dent hit it in the netting over the Green Monster.
But you asked about 75?
76.
76. The spirit of 76. You remember that? 1776, 1976?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who played. 80 would have been the Phillies.
Yeah. Under
Dallas Green.
That's
Yeah,
right.
who'd they play?
It's a Cubs connection.
Who they played?
Yeah, it's a Cubs connection.
Well, they had Steve Stone and the Orioles that year. Stoney won the Cy Young in 80, but they didn't make it to the World Series.
They did not. That was the next year. That was the previous year in 79.
So the Phillies beat it has a Cubs connection. I don't remember. Who was it?
The Royals.
Kansas City.
Oh, with Dan Quisenberry, their closer.
Jim Fry was the manager.
That's correct.
Jim Fry hired by Dallas Green
That's correct.
in 84.
That's correct.
You only know every 5 years. You've given me 75 and 80. Do you know 1970?
1970. Was that the Orioles and the Pirates?
Orioles and the Reds.
Orioles and the Reds.
Sparky Anderson, the manager for the
69 was the Mets. That's easy.
Gil
Mets
Hodges.
beat the Orioles, I believe.
That's correct.
See?
68, you know one of the two.
Oh.
68 was the Tigers with Denny McClain against
right.
the Cardinals.
Yep.
Red Shandies.
67 was Boston and the Cardinals.
Yep.
See?
66?
Minnesota Twins, or they were 65.
Yes.
Twins were 65. 66 might have been Yankees?
Nope.
I don't remember 66.
Orioles and Dodgers.
There you go.
How can we make some money off this?
I know.
We got Cap's brain, man. Come on, man. We got to profit from
Get you on Sports Jeopardy.
it. Something.
I would study a little bit. I'd be ready to roll.
Hoodie, I really thought he'd do better.
Oh, he just
You threw me. I wasn't even expecting
2020. Well, that's the point. You can't know this is coming and
I was
study up.
reading about Vinny Capra throwing up zeros to the Tigers last night. You blindsided me with that.
2023 was the Rangers and the Diamondbacks, by the way.
You did fantastic, Cap.
That's right.
Round
The
of applause.
Rangers won it. That is correct. Thank you, Jay Moore.
Now, in 1948, the Cleveland then Indians and Lou Boudreau. Take that! The Kap and J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Hope for Sports.
This is Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Apt
Select, your number one destination for the home, is helping you make the most of the season with the latest LG tech. Experience the sights and the sounds of summer like never before. From LG's brightest OLED G5 Series TV powered by AI to lightweight Gram AI laptops to the portable, powerful sound of the new X-Boom Bounce speaker. Gamers could dive into action with the world's first 5K 2K OLED gaming monitor for an ultra-immersive experience. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop Apt, A-B-T, apt.com, pleasing people since 1936. Jay Moore.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Now it's time for the Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day.
It's brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Try the burger, gorgeous day. Sit on the patio, get yourself a burger. The fries take 3 days for the process to make the best French fries in the city. And then finish it off with a slice of mint Oreo ice cream pie. J-Moore.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
Kap, this call's for you, and I just wanted to call in and apologize and say I'm sorry. I'm eating crow, and I'm falling on my sword, and I need to stop being all doom and gloom and just enjoy the ride, like my friend said. you were right that my take was ridiculous, and I just need to be all in every day. I'm a diehard Cubs fan my entire life, been my entire life, and I just got to stop being so negative and just enjoy every second of it.
Enjoy it. Fly it proudly.
He's doing it on June 2nd. He's not helicoptering in late September. Oh, we're good. Woo, Cubbies. F off.
Hoodie, I learned you fan how you want to fan. You have to look in the mirror. The man in the glass will never lie to you.
That's right. Cap says you got to look at the man in the mirror, Cub fans. That's exactly right. As Michael Jackson once sang, the man in the mirror.
That's it. Are you in? Are you all in? You fan how you want to fan, man. I just know I'm all in every day. Every day, even when they stink.
Hoodie, fan how you want to fan. But if you fan this way, you shouldn't be able to sleep at night.
I didn't say that.
Who said they can't look themselves in the mirror?
I didn't say that either. I simply said, when you look in the mirror, you'll know.
That's right.
Were you all in, or did you parachute in September? And if you're cool with that, God bless you. You fan how you want to fan. I would not be a guy who's a Patriots fan throughout my life, and then when the Lions get good, I parachute in there. You want to be that person. I don't know who, somebody like that maybe. But when you got Brady, you're a Patriot fan. Whatever.
And that's all, folks.
And that is the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. David Flom and Matt Moore will give you tremendous hospitality as the proprietors of Chicago Cut on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
Shay, 3 minutes left. Pick your adventure. Is it your problem with the men's and women's College World Series? Is it Roman Anthony, that story? Or is it the White Sox broadcast on TV? Which one would you like?
That is 3 heavy hitters.
The other ones are going to drop to tomorrow's show. So
I've spent this season either going to the game or listening on the radio, and last night was my first exposure this season to the CHSM White Sox broadcast.
Yep.
Boy, was that.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to, I don't want to pile on because I think it's gotten a little bit aggressive the way that it's been talked about, but holy mercy. Nobody's even talking to each other.
Stone and Shriffen.
It's like it's read, here's a nugget, no response to said nugget, 0-2 count. That's the whole thing.
Yeah. Look, they're 18-42. I get that, but there's still things to talk about, Cap. I mean, if I'm doing the broadcast, it's about the game, but also I'm accentuating the positives of the minor league system.
You would have been forgiven for thinking you were watching a silent movie, the final 3 innings of that broadcast.
It was 13-1 for crying out loud.
But still.
Look, I watch every single baseball game, start to finish.
Yeah.
Cubs and White Sox. It's just a fact, what I do. And I have no problem with the broadcast. I enjoy myself. But 13-1, oh, doctor.
All I would say is the best way to consume White Sox baseball right now is Lennon DJ and Jeff Meller right here on ESPN 1000.
Sounds good.
It's the best way to do it.
That's where we're at.
That's what I do.
What I watched last night, I thought about just like delaying my broadcast and matching it up with Lennon DJ.
That's what I do.
Yeah,
That's what I do.
I do that
don't
too.
know how to do that.
I know how to hit the pause and then hit it perfectly. Because a lot of times I'm so frustrated with the White Sox, I walk away, go to the patio, take a walk, and I still got Lennon DJ in my ears. They're the soundtrack of my summer. I told you that, Cap. I'm a radio guy because I can walk away and still know what's going on pitch by pitch. That's how I do it.
Hey, close us out with some Len Casper, buddy.
We thank everyone for listening and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network. Our thanks to Shay and Jay Moore on the other side of the glass. Now, tomorrow will be a Waddle Wednesday. You ready for that, partner?
I am. Looking forward to it, Lenny.
For DJ, I'm Len Casper. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 7. So long, everybody.
Take that.
Sox lose from Chicago.
Well, see you later.
Now tape
It
the
is a
White
top
Sox
concern
Minute.
for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create an increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
So you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, and they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very fun.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmit is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
Let's go.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today. Our pal Clinton Yates? People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. And if you're watching on the Watch ESPN app, you can see that I'm wearing a Portland Sea Dogs t-shirt. I bought it at the gift shop, kiddos. Devin's on the con. James is on the board. We're all here. We're moving and grooving on a Tuesday. And yesterday, I got a call shortly after the program in which my buddy Slim, my gambling partner Slim, a.k.a. the GPS report, who I talk to every day, He gives me an actual phone call because he's got a serious question. And I say, okay, hold on. I got to call you back. I'm doing this and that. And he says, so I call him. And he's like, all right, are you in a position to talk? And I'm like, yeah, what's going on? He's like, I need to have a discussion with you about something that's happening in my life. And I'm like, all right. He goes, I'm doing something with my buddy that I'm sure you're familiar with. And I say, all right. He says, the 999 challenge. We need some ground rules. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with the 999 challenge, what it means is very simple. Like I said, this is a baseball-first show. 9 innings, 9 beers, 9 glizzies. That's how that works, also known as hot dogs in other parts of the country. Now, his question was simple, but this ballooned into basically a half-an-hour conversation. His question was, do you think that you need to go consecutively in the arrangement of consumption, or is it okay to consume anything in any amount of time as long as it happens within the 9-inning span? Now, we talked about this at length. We had a whole discussion about strategy, which we'll get to in a little bit. But basically, his question was, does it have to go inning for inning, as in hot dog, beer, first inning, second inning, third inning, or can you say sandbag it and drink a bunch of beers in the first 3 innings, bang a bunch of hot dogs in the middle 3, and then just figure it out for the rest of the go? Now, I brought this question to the table, to Mr. Steele and Mr. Kane, and let's just say opinions were divided. Devin, you first. What do you think should be the proper protocol for the 999 challenge?
I think you need to do a beer and a hot dog per inning.
Okay.
I don't think you can eat 5 hot dogs in the first 2 innings and then have 3 beer. I think when this was created, there was a specific rule in mind, and that was 1 hot dog, 1 beer, 1 inning. See how long you can last.
Yeah. I tend to agree. Well, what would your strategy be, though? Like, if you had to do it, how would you go?
Oh man, I think I would do the hot dogs for. Maybe I'd switch it up every inning, right? I would do a hot dog and then wash it down with a beer, maybe then a beer, just to keep the stomach guessing. It wouldn't work in the end, but I know I wouldn't be able to do this for sure. There's no way.
So you're out on the challenge.
Oh, I would never do this. No.
Very well.
No.
Steele, your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought it was just 9 and 9 within the 9 by any means necessary. Like, I think that if you're going to get it done, you got to get it done however you can get it done. I understand the other philosophy,
right?
But to me, I think if you're going to do it, you just got to do it any way you can get it done.
Now, Slim brought up a couple of other interesting points, which is that the main reason why you do it inning for inning is that you might get banged with a randomly long 25-minute inning. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want it to be unfair where it's all of a sudden it's like, oh, guess what? The Mets batted around. I ate 6 hot dogs in this inning. That sort of kills the purpose of the game overall, and I tend to agree. Now, personally, I don't know that I could last the 999 challenge either. That's a lot of work. 7 I could do. Give me like a high school game or like a run-ruled college game, that could work. 9 innings, 9 glizzies?
Mm-mm.
No chance.
No, I love when I AI'd searched this, what the 999 challenge was. This is what I got. The basic rules must complete both the hot dog and the beer within each inning, although some versions allow cumulative pace, but purists stick to 1 per inning. The idea that there's purists when it comes to the 999 challenge is really funny to me.
So with the pitch clock and stuff now, these innings can go, like you said, a long inning. I was thinking, like, it's going to be tough to get to get both a hot dog and a beer down in this pitch clock era. I don't know when this started, but I think the rules have changed.
Up there dealing, and next thing you know, you're behind on beers and glizzies at once. Tough deal. But they're going to do it. We will have updates. Him and his buddy, they said they're going to try to go on a day in which they have the $5 beer deal at Nats Park against a bad team. And I guess there's a couple Rockies dates down the line in August. So that's the plan. Smart plan, good plan, fun game, good game. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products in the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call or click Grainger.com or just stop by.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later?
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
So the NBA Finals begin on Thursday. Pacers at Thunder. Indiana basketball at Thunder up. Which means we've got a couple days before the actual proceedings begin. And yesterday, a tremendous idea was proposed by Mr. Devin Kane, and he has shared with us some of the knowledge about what the path is for the Thunder to this point of the season. Now, for those of you who don't know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, of course, the MVP of the league, he has been the conductor, if you will, of this train. Taking Mark Daigneault aside, we'll talk about that later. Shai, the 2025 MVP, led the league in scoring with 32.7 points per game. 6.5 assists, 5 boards, 1.7 steals, and a block per game he was averaging. In the playoffs, he's been at 29.9, close to 7 assists to 6.9, and he's had 10 games with 30-plus points and 5 assists. If and when they win the NBA Finals, people will look back on this season and they will shine the light quite brightly. Those are relatively eye-popping numbers. To be averaging 30-plus and be getting close to 2 steals and a block a game, all-around basketball player. Some say two-way. That used to just be how people played basketball. You could obviously operate on both ends of the court. Now, that'll get you an MVP trophy if you can score 30 and basically take the ball off the other team 3 times a game. Shai is the truth. No doubt about it. But he's not the only guy on the team. This is not a LeBron and the non-LeBrons situation. 7:08 a.m., I mentioned LeBron James. Write that down. The Thunder's defense was elite. We were not allowed to use the word elite on Around the Horn. It was a banned word, so now when I say it, I feel like I'm cussing outside of my school. 100.4 points per 100. For those of you NBA dorks, points per 100 possessions is typically looked at as different than points per 48 for matters that we won't get into right now. But the bottom line is these jokers had people locked up routinely. They forced more turnovers than any team in the league. 86 more points off turnovers than Denver in the semis gives you a good indication of how this team operates. Can you imagine? You're playing against a team that's already got one of the best scorers in the league, filling it up. You turn the ball over once, instant points. Frustration, extremely high. Lou Dort and Jalen Williams were all defensive teams, first and second team, respectfully. And Dort has become this, like, cult hero in the NBA. I love Lou Dort. Like, never mind his name being super fun to say. Never mind the fact that he's a Canadian. This is a guy who, Devin, moves up to incredible cult classic when you go full name, Lou Guentz.
Yes. Like, listen, Lou Dort, I love a player in the NBA, and obviously he can score when he needs to.
Yeah.
But I love a player whose just sole purpose is to be a defensive pest.
Yeah.
And to be that hard-nosed player. And what's better is when they know that's their role and they fully embrace it.
Full embrace.
Love that, because every team in the NBA, they don't have a Lou Dort, but they would all love a Lou Dort.
Lou Dort is a good bunk pick. Speaking of camps,
it is.
Just keep that in mind. When you come off the curl and you see Lou Dort, you're like, oh, this guy. That's how good he is. Never mind Jalen Williams, who's blossomed into one of the most fun players in the league and is a great guy on top of that. Depth is a factor with the Thunder. Their bench goes crazy. Caruso, Alex Caruso, an NBA champion in the bubble with the Los Angeles Lakers from right here in SoCal. They dealt him for reasons Lord will never know. He's a factor. Shooting 43% dang near from 3 in the playoffs. Excuse me, in the semifinals, he shot that. Caruso, another defensive stopper, literal definition of a 3-and-D guy. And, of course, there's Sam Presti, the godfather, the man who pulls the strings. who put all this together. Traded for Caruso. Josh Giddey is who they got rid of. Signed Isaiah Hartenstein, who, by the way, might be exactly the thing that the Knicks are missing in terms of what their roster construction is about. And their draft picks have been crucial. Jalen Williams, as we mentioned, Chet Holmgren, who I didn't even talk about, who's a force and a half, and, of course, Aaron Wiggins. These guys are core pieces to the team. If you had to put together a franchise in a way that indicated, I know what I'm doing, Sam Presti would be the one writing the book. Don't get me wrong, they still got to win the title. But everything that's happened to this point has been excellent. Let's hear what Shea has to say, the MVP of the league, about what it's like to be a part of this squad.
Yeah, they're special. I think like the biggest thing is like they make the NBA like not feel like a job. And it can at times with all the travel and all the hard days, the ups and downs. Now, I know I sound spoiled being in the NBA and complaining about hard days, but these guys really make it feel like I'm a kid playing AAU basketball and 15 years old again. Like, they make it seem like it's just fun. And I think that's what makes us really good. Like, we have so much fun being out there together. And I'm sure we all know, like, when you're having fun with things, you give it your all and you excel at it because you enjoy it. Now, whether that's your job or not, but whatever you have fun with, you excel at, and that's why we've excelled for sure.
You remember the old adage, Devin? Pick a career you love and you'll never work a day in your life.
Bingo.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is actually doing that, and he's the best player in the NBA. That's insane.
The power of friendship, as Miles Turner said yesterday.
The power of friendship. I think we just found our mission statement for Camp CNF.
I think so.
The power of friendship is what powers this camp. Let's hear what Mark Daniel, head coach, had to say about what he's seen from this team from a growth standpoint over the course of this campaign.
Just through the experiences, I thought today, we're up 3-1, we're coming home. All the psychological, human nature elements of that game would get you to exhale. I didn't think we've handled, Game 6 in Denver. We did not play our best game in terms of what we could control. Certainly Game 3 in this series, those are both with leads. And I thought our recognition of that and our course correction of that coming into tonight's game is a great example of that. These are rich experiences. We've played a lot of playoff games now. And dealt with a lot of different things. And this team, as they've always done, they internalize the experience, they strip the emotion, they learn the lesson, and then they compete presently in the next moment. And that's why we've improved at the rate that we have, because they've got that way about them.
Mark giving his greatest driver's ed instructor energy, which is what he brings to the table, and we enjoy that. As I've said before, he strikes me as the kind of human being that does not use a lot of curse words in his personal life. He does not put his elbows on the table when he eats. There's a lot of things to like about Mark Daniel. And Indiana basketball, don't get on me. We'll get to you tomorrow. We're talking about the Thunder today, but feel free to call. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Is this the Thunder's series to lose? They're favored. They've been better all season, and they've got the MVP. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. What do you think of this team's campaign this year? If they win the Larry O'Brien Trophy, where will it stack up all time to you? Sidebar, they also lead the league in turnover margin, like total. They're like plus 100 in turnover margin in the history of the NBA. It's crazy. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. That's after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Baseball and hockey are winding down. Basketball and hockey are winding down. Pardon me. And baseball is heating up, as I've been telling you. Football's right around the corner, so don't miss a second with Vivid Seats. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every exciting moment live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today on SC Plus, exclusively on Disney Plus. I'm all by myself. I'll stop that. It's a good one today. Otani going yard again, but the Mets get the dub. The Women's College World Series had a dramatic elimination round, and Saquon Barkley gets the cover of Madden. All that and more today on SC Plus on Disney Plus.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
If you're in construction, it's time to mark your calendars. Purple Wave Auction is selling Valfair Construction's premium fleet on June 12th. Their transparent process lets you bid with confidence on late model Cat, Volvo, and John Deere equipment located near you. From haul trucks to excavators, they've got your needs covered. Use their set max bid and walk away feature for stress-free bidding. This no reserve auction is a game changer for fleet upgrades. Start exploring at purplewave.com today. Purple Wave, where top tier equipment meets unmatched convenience.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Hey guys, 13-year NFL veteran and Super Bowl champion Jason McCourty here, and I'm the Innovation Ambassador at FAIR, Food Allergy and Research Education. I would say the most challenging thing as a parent of a kid who has a food allergy is probably the ignorance that I myself had in the beginning. I didn't know what anaphylactic shock was. I didn't know the dangers, let alone the things that she needed to be able to have a normal life. When you go to drop your kid off, and every single time in the beginning, we'd have to go through everything she was allergic to. Preparation is everything. And me, for playing football for 13 years, it was all throughout the course of the week. It's getting ready for game day. When you're on the field, you're playing for your fans. At home, you're playing for your family. My playbook, read labels, keep it allergy friendly, and have an epinephrine nasal spray as a backup plan. Because when my family's safe from food allergens, that's the real victory. Visit foodallergy.org to learn more.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Waddle and Silvy, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I gotta tell you, boys, I couldn't be more excited about this jump. When people hear me describing it over the radio, they are going to remember that AM radio is a viable and modern source for news and entertainment. Totally. I used to be #1 in this town, but people don't listen to AM like they used to. Seems like it's more about FM and color TV. That's stupid. It sure is, Kevin. In fact, I've got a tattoo here that fully illustrates my point.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Talking basketball here on a Tuesday. The Oklahoma City Thunder have absolutely ran through the NBA this season, and now they're set to face off against the Pacers on Thursday, 8:30 Eastern, in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I am of the opinion that this is the Thunder's title to lose. That does not mean that I do not believe the Pacers can win the title. However, the favorites are Oklahoma City, and I absolutely understand why. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Walrus, what's up today, sir? Walrus, where you at, brother?
I'm over here, CY. Good
there
morning,
you are.
CY.
There you are. Raise your hand
Yes,
in the
sir.
corner and please come to the front. Hello.
Sorry, that was on us. We had some technical difficulties there.
All good. What's up, dude?
All good. Good morning. Good morning, guys. So, yeah, it's absolutely the Thunder's to lose. There's no doubt about it, man. They have the MVP. They have the best team defense. They have the best team chemistry perhaps we've ever seen. And the thing is that they play in the West. So, yeah, all this talk about, there's this dynasty building out here, that's not guaranteed in the West, man. The West is tumultuous. So if you have the opportunity to get a championship coming out of the West where you still have Jokic, people can say what they want about my Lakers, but word's going to be coming. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. And a variety of other teams, the Wolves, we'll see. Yeah, it's absolutely theirs to use. I don't know if there's enough mayonnaise in Indiana to overcome this thunderstorm. You all have a great day, and long live the Horn.
Thank you for the phone call. That was a great line. I don't know if there's enough mayonnaise in Indiana to overcome this thunderstorm. That was extremely well said, as a light just went out in the studio. So if you're watching on the Watch ESPN app, suddenly everything has become a lot darker. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan, what's up, dude?
Hey, good morning, Post Yates. Thanks for doing this little gush on the Thundy. The bunk draft. I hear bread crumbles are like whispers. This camp friendship. Could you expand? As I'm a former poison ivy inflicted bunkle. That's bunk uncle. Camp Vega, Echo Lake, Maine, back in my 20s. So I want to hear a little more on that when you get a chance to expand. It is OKC's to lose. You guys are nailing this. And I think some of the other thing we can gush on a little bit is J-Dub. He is becoming. You don't want to hear this, but he's becoming Pippen statistically. And then Dags. I think Dags. You know, Carlisle, all respect there, but I think Dags, I would lean that way. And the Thundy they just have a team of all-stars in their role. They're role stars, if you'll give me that. So the question I have for you today is, if we're just staying on the Thunder, who do you take in the 2012 Thundy or today's? KD was posed this. He said this. I'm not a big on hypotheticals, so I don't know, but this 25 Thunder team, they are historically great. Great shooting all across the board, efficient go-to score and deuce, size and athleticism all across the board, versatility, shooting big and bruiser big, great coaching, just a flat-out perfectly crafted unit. he used a different term, but I'll say appreciate their approach to basketball. They're putting together a great film to learn from. And it's complete speculation, but I'd take a stab too. I think it's okay now in 7 if they play that 12 team. KD cooks in the last 2 minutes, but unfortunately he has to defer to Russ. That always happened. And then the current team D pounces to transition buckets. And the intangibles of consideration, I've got Dags over Brooks by far. The current roster chemistry, defensive depth, and role stardom. So who do you got, CY? 2012 Sunday or today's? You guys have a great day.
Thanks for the phone call. I got right now. I got today's team. I think they're just a better basketball team. You cannot account for the size and length. By the way, speaking of bunk drafts, Dylan, he's making the announcements at camp every day.
Oh, I like that a lot.
Every day.
He brought up something that I thought maybe
Every day.
I don't know if we want to expand on this, but he compared J-Dub to Scottie Pippen. Do we want to do, like, at some point, maybe tomorrow, we can even do it right now if you want. Do we want to compare this Thunder team to those MJ-led Bulls teams in the 90s? Do you want to do that at any point?
I hate you so much right now.
What?
Moving right along.
88 say ESPN.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
No, do not. Do not call in. Do not call in.
888-729-3776. Kevin in Portland, what's up? You're on the show.
Yeah, well, if the Pacers are going to beat the Thunder, they're not going to need a jar of mayo. They're going to need one of those massive economy-sized buckets of Miracle Whip. Not loaded with fat, none of that crap with olive oil in it. One game for the Pacers. They'll get one game. Thunder's series to lose. Not knocking the Pacers. They've had a hell of a run. There's always a chance. I mean, if Pascal Siakam and the rest of the guys can step up and play lights out like they've never played before, Tyrese Halliburton has a double-double every game. It's possible, but I just don't see how the Thunder lose this, barring an injury to Chet Holmgren or something. But, no, I'd say Thunder in 5. All right, guys.
Thanks for the phone call. Getting started early out there in Portland. So for those of you, including Dylan, who are wondering what I'm talking about when I say bunk draft, we've got an idea that we're sprouting for the summer. We are post-Memorial Day at this point. I've told you all that camp counselor energy is what I bring to the table. We're having something we're calling Camp CNF, where basically all of the members of the show pick their own bunks, as in who you would want in your bunk to participate in camp activities. There will be competitions. There will be rewards. And there will be acknowledgments. I will have a bunk. Devin will have a bunk. Steele will have a bunk. Matlack will have a bunk. We have a couple other tentative bunks in play that we are trying to determine. And we will start with a bunk draft in which we pick various members of the Friends community to join in fellowship at Camp CNF. This is very real. Devin is already going over all of his philosophies. Don't give it away just yet.
People are going to hate my draft.
People are going to hate Devin's draft. Okay? But the outside elements of the program will become part of the programming. You will get points for doing cool things. You will get docked points as a bunk if bad things happen, even that you can't control, that are on your beat or your purview. This is what we're going to spend the summer doing, kiddos. Welcome to Camp CNF. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance, and now a no-frills ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Here it is. You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's it. See? Just a good old-fashioned, straightforward ad. See if you could save at Progressive.com.
College football playoff has already seen big changes in ranking-based seeding next year. A 16-team playoff field likely on the horizon.
We have used a political process to come to decisions. We should be using football information to come to football decisions.
Deion Primetime Sanders is the head coach of Colorado football, and his son Shadur who's been his quarterback for the last 4 years with the 5th-round draft pick by the Cleveland Browns. This did not happen without some level of what we'll just call controversy. It certainly happened with a lot of news headlines. And now Prime is speaking up about how he feels about the treatment of his son in the pre-draft process. Now, if you don't remember, there was a lot of chatter about what this kid Shadur was like. Whether or not his comportment was up to snuff, whether or not his football mentality was going to cut it. A lot of different discussions about whether or not Shadur was going to be considered as too much of a spoiled prima donna, their words, not mine, to play in the NFL. Let's hear what Deion Sanders had to say about that on the Say What Needs to Be Said podcast.
When you sit up there and say something like he went in a meeting unprepared, like, dude, Shadur Sanders, who's had 6 different coordinators, who has still functioned and leveled up every time we brought somebody new in, and you're going to tell me you're going to tell me he had on headphones, Shadur, anybody know my son, understand he's a professional. Like, he's going to go into a meeting with headphones on. Like, y'all, come on, man.
I mean, first of all, the idea of going into a meeting with headphones on being some sort of a deal breaker is ridiculous on its own. That's an aside. But what Prime is saying is, you don't think I trained my son better than that? He said, basically on prime time. You think my kid is going to walk into a professional setting looking like that? Now, granted, Prime has slightly rose-colored glasses on this. Obviously, it's his son. The reason he's had 6 coordinators in 6 years is because, my guy, you are his head coach. Don't get it twisted. But I like to hear Prime defending the young man. Because, Devin, let's not forget, everybody said, oh, I don't know about him because Prime's going to be too much of the problem, too involved. Prime's going to be your head coach in 2 seasons if you pick Shadur Sanders. He's not done that. He stayed in his certain fashion, in his certain place, as in literally Colorado, and commented from afar. Shadur's gone to minicamp, rookie camp rather. It's been fine. The Prime is basically saying, y'all don't know what you're talking about when it comes to my son. And I appreciate that quite a bit. Now, that said, situation's a little awkward for the Browns. Because I don't know how you handle that situation. You got a super famous kid, you got a veteran, and you got another guy you drafted in your quarterback room. Let's hear what Mike Tannenbaum, ESPN NFL front office insider, and a nice guy, had to say about this on Unsportsmanlike.
I think, in my opinion, that the Jacksonville Jaguars will be a top 5 pick next year, which means Cleveland will have a top 5 pick. Best case scenario for them is Dylan Gabriel, Shadur Sanders is their quarterback. Now they're sitting there with the top 5 pick, and they could trade it. They could take the best non-quarterback. And job one this year is to let Shadur and Dylan battle out. I think Shadur wins that. And let's see what we have in Shadur. And then I either keep Flacco or Pickett as the backup and then trade the other guy.
I almost forgot entirely about Kenny Pickett. Guy number 4, who's not even guy number 5, who we're not even going to name, which is a whole other discussion. Are you buying, Devin, the idea that the Browns somehow have a long play in this with 2 first-round potential picks next year? Because I'm not.
No, the strategy comes up a lot with NFL teams. You just keep drafting quarterbacks until you hit on the one you got, and until you finally hit on one, and then you go from there. So maybe that's what they're employing here. Maybe again, it reeks of they didn't have any idea what they were going to do at quarterback this season.
None at all.
But I guess they have competition, and whoever comes out on top would have earned it. So in that regard, I'm just happy for Shadur in terms of, like, now that he's in the NFL and everything else is behind him. Now we can just let the play speak for itself. If he's going to earn the job, he's going to earn the job. If he's not, he's not. So we'll see.
Sneaky bunk pick, Shadur Sanders. Just saying.
See, listen, I don't want to give away my bunk strategy.
Don't give away your bunk strategy yet.
But
if you're picking him for the reasons of your strategy, then we're no longer friends.
No. I'm saying I'm not going to pick him because I think he might shine too bright.
He might shine too bright.
I don't necessarily want that for my bunk.
We're giving away morsels here. Now, Shadur played in the Big 12. as Colorado moved from the Pac-12 to the Big 12. And the Big 12 is also in the news for separate reasons. The Big 12's commissioner is basically saying the Big Ten and the SEC got to cut this nonsense out. Let me read for you the headline. Brett Yormark advocates for a 5+11 format for the playoff, which would include 5 automatic qualifier spots for conference champions and 11 at-large bids in a 16-team format. He emphasizes that the Big Ten and SEC, as the most powerful conferences, have a responsibility to prioritize the broader interests of college football over their own agendas. Yormark argues against a model that guarantees more automatic qualifiers for the Big Ten and SEC, warning that such a structure, could marginalize other conferences such as the Big 12, the ACC, and the Group of 5. Let me be perfectly clear. I agree with him. Let's hear what he had to say about this in the presser.
But I think there's real momentum for 5-11. Certainly the public is voting yes for it, which I think is critically important, and it's a very good sign. And yes, the Big Ten and the SEC are leading the discussions, but with leading those discussions, they have a great responsibility that goes with it to do what's right for college football and not to do anything that just benefits 2 conferences. And I have a lot of faith in the process, and I think we'll land in the right place.
Things are coming around. There are certain people who like this kind of chaos. I am not one of them. I enjoy very small batch, locally sourced chaos. I do not like mass chaos. What he is referring to, Yormark, is the potential mass chaos if 75% of college football teams are literally playing for nothing every season. We discussed this on the program yesterday regarding SC, as in Southern Cal, and Notre Dame. There are certain things framework-wise we have to have for any of this to make sense. Forget about what goes on at the top. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. How do you feel about Brett Yormark's remarks regarding the Big Ten and the SEC? I warned y'all about this yesterday. Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. And in this everlasting quest to name the best champion in college football, we might ruin college football itself. It's sad to see. I'm not trying to watch 14 SEC and Big Ten teams play in a playoff for the national championship. I'm just not. That's just me. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. How do you feel about the potential playoffs? 5-11 makes sense to me. What's he calling it, 5-11? Not to be confused with the 999 challenge? That makes sense to me, Devin.
Yeah, 100%. Real quick, I know we're talking about the CNF draft, bunk draft.
Sure.
Can I draft just like broadly college football playoff? Can I draft that, or is that too broad of a...
Coming up, Devin's draft strategy for Camp CNF. I'm kidding, only halfway. Give us a call. Tell us what you think about the Big 12 Commissioner's thoughts on the college football playoff at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
It would be wise for you to put the weapon down.
Hold up. Is this?
Please refrain from using any further obscenities in the presence of these people.
What?
I've warned you. I'll be forced to thrash you.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell them, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday, June 12th at 7 p.m. at Slightly Toasted in Chicago.
Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
My husband is a veteran, and he was injured in the line of duty.
It happened while I was deployed to Iraq. We were stopped at a checkpoint, and then all of a sudden, there was a loud explosion. An IED detonated 3 feet from my face.
It was bad.
I remember thinking, who's going to take care of my wife and daughter?
We took care of each other, with a lot of help from DAV.
When America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I don't know what we would have done without them.
DAV was the voice that we didn't have.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Jason get the life-changing support and benefits they've earned so they can achieve more victories.
It wasn't easy, but he never gave up.
My victory is knowing my disability doesn't define me.
He's an inspiration.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I don't have many rules for my house, but I do have one, and that is that we never, ever, 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 ever use the big light.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
That's rule 1 in the Yates bunk at Camp CNF. Never, ever use the big light. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Talking a little college football, the Big 12's commissioner says that the Big Ten and the SEC should do what is best for college football and go to a 5+11 playoff format when they expand next year. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Arthur in California, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Clinton.
What's up?
I completely agree. I think that the 5-11 format should be what we go with. Personally, I don't really like where college football is going. They're taking away the concept of school loyalty and just, college pride, and we're going to a self-preservation system. We have kids basically just literally seeking the most playing time, the most money. You have coaches just making sure that they have the highest recruiting class that they can possibly get to then go back to their boosters and their school commissioners to, get the best contract they can get. And then you have these conference commissioners doing the exact same thing, just making sure that their school gets what they need. And there's no sense of this overall stewardship for the game. Even look at USC, where they're deciding that they're going to no longer play Notre Dame, and simply because they want to have a better chance at possibly getting into the playoffs to, increase the money and things like that. So I'm not a fan of where college football is going, but I am a fan of them trying to turn it around with the 5-11. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thanks for the phone call. Good point. I mean, we are in lockstep on this. I could scream about this all day long for 2 hours a day. I don't even like college football that much, but I can tell you what I do like about it is what is going away on a regular basis, and that is very annoying. I don't want to get too fired up about this. We're going to have to switch gears. Besides Devin trying to derail the entire show, sending me bad Orlando Magic jerseys during the break.
Top 11.
Top 11, we'll get to that. We will get to that. The fighting Kevin Clarks are doing themselves a disservice. That said, I went to a baseball game last week, as I told you. I went on Friday. Saw Shohei hit a bomb. Shohei Otani hits homers every night. That's basically what it feels like. Cal Raleigh, sidebar, for the Mariners also apparently does this. And these two are now tied for the league lead in homers. Through 60 games, Shohei is hitting .292 with 23 bombs. He's driven in 39 runs. OBP, 386. 533 slugging. OPS at a .147. 047. Solid slash. Now, just to give you some historical context here. The most home runs through 60 games in Dodgers history. 1951, Gil Hodges had 21. 1955, Duke Snider had 22. Fast forward multiple decades to 2025, and Shohei has 23. He's hit 16 in May, I want to say. Offhand, 2 days ago, 3 games ago, he had 14. He's hit 2 homers since. Shohei Otani is doing things that you people could never imagine in your wildest dreams on a baseball field. This dude gets to the plate, and everybody in the park just assumes he's going to leave the yard. And people still pitch to him. You know why? They have to. We're not in a Bonzian kind of situation. You got to throw to the guy. He's the first batter on the field. And he takes you out every time. Now, this is a complete aside, by the way, to the fact that Cal Raleigh, out of nowhere, cannot keep the ball in the yard. Do you remember what Cal Raleigh's nickname is, gentlemen?
Oof. I don't.
Steele, do you remember what Cal Raleigh's nickname is?
I don't know.
Sparkplug?
No. Strike one. Not Sparkplug. His nickname is Big Dumper. Sneaky bunk pitch.
Not even sneaky. He might be first overall.
On nickname alone, Cal Raleigh might get picked in the Camp CNF draft. Top selection for that aside. Now, Otani's a good pick, too. Otani will be a gift that keeps giving this summer, especially if the Dodgers rush him back to pitch, something I am not advocating for, but I understand a lot of people want to see happen. But him and Big Dumper, tied for the league lead in homers with 23. You might recall Cal Raleigh's work from when he sent the Mariners to the playoffs for the first time in forever with that walk-off yam a couple years back. That my man Dave Sims, who I saw at the Dodgers game, by the way, had the great call for. Hey now, hey now, hey now. We got to find that at some point for Cal Raleigh, if and when he gets picked in the Camp CNF draft. I need a catcher in my bunk. I need a signal caller in my bunk. Cal Raleigh might be the guy.
Signal caller? Oh, man, a good signal caller maybe for my bunk? Aaron Rodgers?
The show behind the show is out of control right now because Devin is soft launching his reveal for his villainous camp bunk, which is a whole side movie in itself that we will get to in a bit. My bunk is going to have a bunch of dorks. A bunch of dorks and Big Dumper. Coming up, we'll head out to Oklahoma City next. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet great people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
My fiance is a veteran. He was a combat medic in the Army.
I did tours in Korea, Germany, and Bosnia before I got injured.
There's been a lot of wear and tear on his body.
My knees are bone on bone from doing all those jumps and lugging my backpack and all that gear around. I was also exposed to toxins.
When Yusuf got out of the military, he needed help getting his disability benefits.
Luckily, DAV came to the rescue. They fought for me the same way that I fought for my country.
Every year, DAV provides life-changing support to more than 1 million veterans like Yusuf, helping them get the benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories, great and small.
Now Yusuf is paying it forward. DAV has been instrumental in helping him start 2 healthcare technology companies that are working to help veterans everywhere.
My victory is never giving up and finding more ways to serve.
He's pretty amazing.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very fun.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80, and on the Watch ESPN app. Devin Kane is on the con. James Steele is on the board. I got a text message during the break from DK that said, bro, check out what Kevin Clark just tweeted. Kevin Clark, we know from his football prowess here at ESPN and a former Around the Horn alum like myself. And it's a picture of the new Orlando Magic uniforms. And I got to tell you flat out, I don't like them. I don't like them one bit. The whole cool thing, not to get all typographical nerd on you, is that the kerning between the letters for the Orlando Magic logo was unique. Dear design geeks out there, kerning is the space between each letter on the display. Why does this matter? Because when you edit things like, I don't know, newspapers or other text documents, how you adjust the kerning to fit the space is important in the presentation. The previous Magic logo had it right. It was a little off. It wasn't quite perfect. It looked like someone's actual potential handwriting. Now, it's gone to just plain old regular spacing. Devin, I'm not a fan.
Listen, they're bringing back the iconic star symbol, Clinton.
The star symbol, fine.
Yeah.
Keep that. Don't change everything.
Listen,
I'm genuinely upset about
I think you might be certified hating on this.
Perhaps. I'm certified hated on a lot of things related to the Orlando Magic.
Listen, if you can give me that 1990s aesthetic again in the modern age, I'm here for it. I really am.
The look where they had the Jordan logo, and it was like, it looked like somebody's reasonably cool handwriting. Orlando, capitalized O. Hello, O-Town. Shout out, one time I was at this place in D.C. that was near a venue that used to play a lot of old school acts. And I was minding my business having a beer, just kicking it. And O-Town actually walked into the bar, the actual band. It was one of the weirdest things that has ever happened to me. Because I was like, wait a second. Is that the guy from O-Town? I think it is. And it was him, James. I don't know if you remember O-Town as a boy band.
Yeah.
But they were performing in some, like, old school thing. And they walked in. I was like, am I going to ask this guy if he's the guy from O-Town? Didn't have to ask him. He was already telling everybody.
Vaguely, I remember them. I would never be able to recognize them, though. So it's kind of impressive. I don't know. I don't know if it's impressive or crazy.
The guy had a sort of a weird haircut. No knock to him. I just remember his look. That aside. The Magic had one of the most original uniforms ever, and they have strayed so far from the light that it is annoying, alas. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive makes bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
The Oklahoma City Thunder going to the finals for the first time in 13 years.
I don't want to stop coaching this team. It's just an unbelievable experience every day to show up and be around them.
These guys really make it seem like it's just fun, and I think that's what makes us really good.
Joining us now, NBA podcast host and producer for The Athletic. You might have heard him on the Down to Dunk podcast. Andrew Schleck joins us. He lives in OKC. He covers the Thunder. What's life like in Bricktown these days, vibes-wise, in terms of the finals coming to town?
It's pretty surreal to see this team go back to the finals. I mean, you can't go a block without seeing a Thunder flag somewhere. I mean, the city is just absolutely on fire for this team, and can't wait for things to get started on Thursday.
From a basketball standpoint, how do you feel about what you've seen over the course of this season? The Thunder have been absolutely ripping people. They've got that ridiculous record against the East. When you look at the largeness of the actual season, how do you feel about just the squad itself and what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, it really all starts on the defensive end with them. I mean, this is historically one of the best defenses, and then I believe, like, if you look at all the stats, this is the most disruptive defense that the NBA has probably ever seen. You know, I think all of it really starts with their point of attack defense. I mean, they have 3 of the best point of attack defenders in the NBA, in Dort and Cason Wallace and Alex Caruso, and then they have great rim defense. And then you have these other 2 guys that are their star offensive players in Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they're both really good defensively too. So it really all starts on the defensive end with them. And then they have the guy who led the league in scoring, and they have a up-and-coming all-star who's 23. I mean, they just kind of check all these boxes. And not only that, like, they have this camaraderie that's just really infectious. I mean, I think anybody who's been in the building with them this year and has seen just the way that they interact together, it just makes you want to root for them even more. You know, I think Oklahoma City's always been a really good crowd, but I think just knowing the way that these guys kind of love playing the game together, it's infectious. And I think it just has kind of spurred on the city and the crowd overall.
Andrew Schleck joins us here on Clinton and Friends. Let's talk a little bit more about that. This whole friends we made along the way thing is the case not just for the Thunder, but also to some degree for the Pacers as well. It's an interesting matchup in that regard. For those who don't know what you're referring to, could you give me some examples of what it's like being around this team and guys who actually like each other?
Yeah, it's pretty cool because they're all kind of in the same stage of life together for the most part. And they've had a chance to kind of grow into their careers together. But it's a group of guys that just really genuinely loves to be around each other. I remember a media day this year, and it like had this like back to school vibe where like everybody's excited to see each other. Everybody's joking around. You know, I mean, I'm there just as like a fly on the wall. Like, I'm not there to be a character in any of this. But the guys are like even coming up to me and like wanting to like ask about my summer and stuff like that. I mean, it's a vibe that just kind of exists within the ethos of the team. And I think it all kind of starts with Shai. I think Shai is a little bit more soft-spoken, especially when he's on a mic. But when you watch him interact with his teammates behind the scenes, like he is bebopping around the locker room. He's a guy that is, you know, looking to set the tone, obviously on the court, but off the court too. Like he wants everybody to be close. He wants this team to be close. And a lot of the guys have really taken to that. And so a lot of it comes off. If you're just popping in for a Thunder game here or there and you see the post-game stuff, I think it's easy to think like, oh, man, that's so cheesy. That's probably not even real. But as somebody who's been around this team for a long time and has really kind of seen them grow up through the organization, I can tell you it's about as real as it gets in the NBA. So it's been really cool to see them kind of drown out the outside noise and really stick together.
One of the guys that I talk about a lot on this program because he strikes me as a very nice human. I've said on air that he seems like a dude who does not curse a lot outside of his regular life is Mark Daniel Dags. Tell me a little bit about that guy and what he's like to be around when he's going to be ready for his close-up in the NBA Finals. I dare to say that there's a lot of NBA fans who have no idea who he is.
Yeah, Mark is a unique individual. I've known Mark for a little while now, and he has such a unique story. I'll give you like the cliff notes of it. Like he didn't play college basketball, was never the head coach of anything, and was on Billy Donovan's staff. And he was basically called the day before he was going to start teaching at the University of Florida. He was ready to go be a professor, and Sam Presti, who had gotten to know him, called him and asked him to be the head coach of the Blue. And then became the head coach of the Blue and kind of grew up through that program. And, you know, when the opportunity came calling, he became the head coach. But Mark is, he's a brilliant X's and O's, but he's also brilliant as a guy that understands people. And that's all the way down to us in the media. He is really funny when you get to know him on a personal level. Like he's just a really funny person. But he's got these unique qualities. Usually if you're a genius, you don't have the people skills, and sometimes if you have the people skills, you're not a genius. But he's one that has both, and I think that's what Presti really saw years ago in him, that like he's got all the traits that you'd want, and you know, they molded him into a head coach, which is an extremely rare story.
Last thing I'll ask you, and this is going to be a slightly difficult question, but everybody seems to believe that this is the Thunder's series to lose. What do you think is the most likely thing that would go wrong in order for the Pacers to have a shot in this bad boy?
Yeah, I think the thing that would keep OKC from winning this is if the Pacers remain hot from three and the Thunder can't shut off the corner threes. You know, we saw that against Dallas a year ago, and P.J. Washington, Jurko Jones Jr. shot it really well from the corners, and it really just opened up a lot for Dallas. And you could see that happening with a guy like Aaron Nesmith, who shot the ball really, really well so far in this postseason. But that, along with them just not turning the ball over, which is another trait that they have. And so I do think there's some possibilities there with the Pacers. But they've got to be able to play fast and not turn the ball over, which is really, really difficult to do with this Oklahoma City Thunder team. You know, Pacers haven't played a defense like this. You know, they've played some good teams. I think New York is a really good team, but they have not played a defense of this caliber because there's only one in the NBA. So I'm just genuinely curious to see what it looks like on Thursday night.
He's Andrew Schlecht. You can find him on the Down to Dunk podcast for The Athletic. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. That was the Progressive NBA Snapshot. Protect your auto, home, and business today at Progressive.com. So, okay, first of all, I want to thank Andrew for joining us. I like the fact that he mentioned that these guys actually do like each other. They're not just faking it for the camera, which is always fun. And you know who else isn't just going to fake it for the camera? The campers at Camp CNF. We got to come up with a camp, what's it called? Manifesto? Mission statement? Slogan, perhaps?
I don't know if we want a manifesto.
We don't want a manifesto. That was the wrong word. I don't know why I said manifesto. That's not the word we're looking for.
Slogan.
You know what? Let me leave that word alone. That said, what is your strategy? Are you ready to reveal what your strategy may or may not be? Because you also took a hard left turn out of the strategy.
I did.
In the break. The show behind the show today is going crazy, for those of you who don't know.
Yeah, I apologize to basically my bosses and or anyone who works with me because I've just been completely wrapped up in my strategy for the Camp CNF draft. So I'm thinking literally, I'm just going to say it out loud. I want to devise and draft the worst bunk you've ever seen. I want the villainous bunk. But as I was thinking about it, I might want at least one person that can lift us up from the shadows every day. And that one person, again, I'm revealing, someone else can draft this person in front of me, would be Christine Lisi, our SportsCenter anchor and baking queen of ESPN Radio. Because think about it. Every day she's bringing in something delicious for us, and that would absolutely raise my points.
Lisa's
every single day.
Bunkmate. Yeah.
So maybe I have just absolutely villainous others and then Christine to kind of balance everything out.
So the question is, do we want to put ourselves in a situation where we have all the people have to opt in? Meaning, if Lisi does not want to be a part of your bunk, you don't get to pick her. I don't think that we want to do that. That might add a little much undue pressure on our real-life friendships for this goofball bit. But it does have a wrinkle. There is a wrinkle there that I kind of like. Maybe you have to have one actual permissive bunkmate and not just somebody random. If you know them, you have to ask them kind of thing.
I like that. I don't want to speak for Christine, but I don't know about James's bunk, but my bunk, she definitely would love to be in my bunk.
She might prefer a bunk that has a little bit more order, a little bit more chain of command, a little bit more of a military bend, such as Mr. Steele is likely to have. You never know. I'm just saying. This is a big moment for the program, whether or not Devin goes full heel with his bunk. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't quite know who I'm going to pick yet, but I do know this: we're winning the whole daggone thing. Will a famous sports curse continue? We'll explain that and more on Quick Hitters coming up next. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
This is the NBA Finals.
Alexander lifts for three and buries it. Bang! Got it. What a shot by Halliburton.
The Finals. Coverage of Game 1 begins Thursday at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend, June 13th through 15th. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game, featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom on Father's Day weekend.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
My husband and I were ready to sell our home of 25 years, so we got it appraised. We thought we knew what to expect, but when our home appraisal came back, we felt robbed. Compared to a similar home right around the corner, our appraisal was $80,000 less. That's a big difference. It was the same type of home in the same neighborhood in the same condition and age.
A recent study found that Latino and Black homeowners are about twice as likely as white homeowners to get low appraisals. For example, one Black homeowner received an appraisal more than double the original after removing family photos, Black art, and books from her home. If you believe your home has been unfairly appraised because of race or national origin, that could violate the Fair Housing Act. Contact HUD at hud.gov/fair housing. That's hud.gov/fair housing. Everyone has a right to fair housing. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends.
Price went up. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Yesterday's price is not today's price. He's certified.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Devin's draft strategy for Camp CNF is literally all over the map in so many different ways. And he mentioned a name as a potential bunk pick of his. And guess who called in? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. NASCAR George, the floor is yours, sir. How are you today?
I'm glad to be living. Hey, I talked to Devin off the air I was talking about Mardi Gras Bob was the first caller yesterday, and I was telling him what happened to Walrus when he delayed calling in. He's a real nice man, this Devin. He talks to you off the air. But, hey, that guy's talking about the mayonnaise on the barbecue ribs, whatever, last week on your show. I didn't get the call in last week. I ain't never heard of nothing so sickening. And he's talking about Hellman's mayonnaise. Everybody knows Duke's mayonnaise is the only good mayonnaise to put on a sandwich when you cook a pound of bacon at home on the frying pan and then put half of it on 2 pieces of white bread and half on the other 2 pieces of white bread with just some Duke's mayonnaise on top. And that's some doggone good eating. And I was going to tell you this right quick. They're talking about the tomatoes down here in 3 states. I saw on the news last night. They all got salmonella poison on them. Don't eat no tomatoes. I don't know if the rest of the country's got these same bad tomatoes. They're on the East Coast. They're no good. They say it's not safe to eat. They could harm you if you eat them. And I got another complaint right quick before I say something about the race. That's Simply Lemonade I've been drinking for years. They done cut the big bottle from 89 ounces now to 76 ounces, trying to fool the consumer. You know, I read all the labels, and you're a poor man, get all the money about the most product I can get for the cash I have, Clinton, and they cut that down to 76 ounces now, the big bottle. You can guzzle one of them 76-ounce bottles like it's drinking water, like it ain't, and like it ain't nothing to drink. And ain't no Ryan Blaney finally in the Penske Ford got his doggone win at the Amazon Prime race here Sunday. I forgot where the race was. And I listened to the whole thing on radio this week. They're at Nashville, Tennessee, and I ain't got no Amazon Prime. You know, I had to find it on radio, and I ain't missed a race in 40 years. So there's still 3 more on Amazon Prime that us poor rednecks like myself.
All right,
don't
that's
get.
thank you, George. That's our new bit for George. Every time he mentions Amazon Prime, he's got to go. He's told us every week for 6 weeks that he doesn't have Amazon Prime. I feel like we could find a way to get him an Amazon Prime subscription. That's what I feel like. So he can actually watch these races the way he wants to watch the races. NASCAR George, by the way, Camp Cook. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Not even close. He's running the kitchen. 100%. That was a great call. Devin, you're a really nice guy. We got to make a promo out of that. He said, that Devin's a really nice guy. He'll talk to you off the air.
You know what? He's right about that. And also, real quick, I just want to bring him up because he was mentioned. Mardi Gras Bob in New Orleans. Welcome to the show. MGB, what you got? I don't know if you heard NASCAR George just now.
Well, yeah, gentlemen, I heard a little bit of him, but I want in. Look, New Orleans, camp, ghost tours, camp seances. I'm bringing the jazz. I'm bringing my gumbo cook-off trophy. I'll take care of the mess hall. And, you know, we'll put the gree-gree on the other campers. We'll have a great time. Voodoo dolls, make them limp around, whatever you want.
Thanks for the phone call, Bob. Notorious MGB is a good listener pick. That's a good listener pick. And you always need kind of a spooky bunk, you know? Where you're like, ooh, I don't know if we want to go over there after dark.
Should we have to each draft a caller?
We might have to each. There might be the stipulation where we have to have at least one.
I think
listener.
that has to be one of the.
Yeah, that's got to happen.
There might be some hurt feelings there.
Well, I mean, listen, you know, this is how it goes. That could be dicey, though. You're right. We'll work all this out in the bylaws. Anyway, it's time for Quick Hitter.
Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, Gus, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
All right, Devin, when you're not going over who you're going to select for your bunk, what else you got?
All right, Mike Trout has made a strong return for the Los Angeles Angels after missing a month with a bruised left knee. In Monday's 7-6 win over the Boston Red Sox, Trout had 3 hits, including a 454-foot home run homer, the longest at Fenway Park this year. This marked his second 3-hit game in 3 starts since coming off the injured list. Clinton, for people who might have forgotten, at his height, just how good was Mike Trout?
So I will state this. The people never forgot how good Mike Trout was. The people never remembered. Mike Trout's career is going to be one of the most unfortunate things in our sporting lives that we were ever happy enough or lucky enough to be a part of. Let me ask you a question, Devin. Do you know the sound of Mike Trout's voice?
Say it again for me, Clinton. I was on the phone.
Do you know the sound of Mike Trout's voice?
No. No, I don't.
You don't. That is a reality of Mike Trout. Guy hits moonshots over the monster. He's been bombing balls in Anaheim for a decade, and nobody knows who he is. Because he's just a dude from Jersey that likes playing baseball. When you look at what MLB has been over the past 15 years, and then you look at the last 3 or 4, and the wasteland that was Mike Trout was the best baseball player in the bigs that nobody ever heard of, you've got your answer right there. If you don't know the sound of a guy's voice, then you never remembered who he was to begin with. What else we got?
Philadelphia Eagles running back Saquon Barkley has been named the cover athlete for EA Sports Madden NFL 26, a recognition that celebrates his remarkable 2024 season and a standout play that captivated fans. The cover features Barkley's iconic reverse hurdle over Jacksonville Jaguars cornerback Jaron Jones during a Week 9 game, a move that went viral and was lauded by Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni as the best play he'd ever seen. Clinton, I don't know if you're tuned into the Madden curse, but are you worried that it might strike Saquon Barkley?
Not going to lie, a little bit. A little bit. Was talking to Paulie from Oklahoma, a caller and listener and my actual friend, another solid potential caller bunk pick, sidebar. About this, he doesn't seem too concerned. I do think, though, the best part about this entire thing is that they took the logo off the Jacksonville Jaguars helmets.
Yeah.
As if we don't know who that happened against. It was only the most iconic play of the season. And they won the daggone Super Bowl as a result of this guy. I don't think we're going to forget that the Jaguars were the team that got popped on that goofball play that went viral around the world for people who don't even like football. It's amazing. Never mind. Moving right along.
Moving along. The Phoenix Suns have narrowed their head coaching search to 2 finalists from the Cleveland Cavaliers, associate coach Johnny Bryant and assistant Jordan Ott. Both are scheduled to meet with Suns Matt Ishbia, CEO Josh Bartelstein, and GM Brian Gregory in Michigan soon. How attractive is this Suns job in the NBA, Clinton?
I would say not attractive at all. The Suns have had some sort of weird bit going on. Everybody thought that when Matt Ishbia bought the team, because he bought it off that guy that was a total creep and a racist, that they were certainly going to turn things around, and that hasn't happened at all. That Brad Beal contract is killing them. And Brad Beal is like a non-player who makes so much money. I'm very familiar with his work from his time in the district. I would say that job is flat out unattractive. It's really too bad that didn't work on any level when they were in the finals like 4 seasons ago. We forget how quickly we forget. Suns have fallen far. The Suns have fallen so far that, like, there are people that are going to grow up and never have known that there was a time when liking the Phoenix Suns was, like, actually kind of cool. Those days are over. Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio, and the ESPN app here on a Tuesday. Oh, joining us now is a guy that's having a very busy month, I presume, as a result of all of the things going on the diamond. Peter Burns joins us. Pete, how are you, man? How's your summer going?
I
I would tell you what, I'm stressed, and it's not because of college baseball, and especially as an LSU fan, they're sweating versus Little Rock yesterday.
Yeah.
But basically, I had to make sure everybody looked good. We just got out of preschool graduation, and my man Thomas Burns crushed it. My man just absolutely, they call him the mayor. I was impressed. So we had no accidents. He sang on tune. Like, my man crushed it this morning.
Okay, so question about that, Peter. First of all, congratulations to the young man. That's excellent. Where does the dress code lie at a kindergarten graduation? Is it church level? Is it press level? Is it on air in studio level? What did you wear to this function?
Now, I saw people dressed up fully to the nines. I mean, this was like college graduation. This was wearing suits and stuff like that. I was hosting SEC baseball and College World Series stuff till like 2 a.m. last night. So I threw on the ball cap. I was there. I had a collared shirt at least, so I didn't like just completely crush it in like a tank top or something like that. So I was too busy fretting what the SEC was going to do. We saw some unbelievable games last night, and I got about 2 hours of sleep on it.
Peter Burns, SEC Network and Best Week Ever host, joins us. We are in the throes of the NCAA baseball tournament, and it has gone awry for a couple SEC teams. Tell me about what it looks like around this conference right now for some of these top seeds who have fallen.
Yeah, I mean, listen, normally I book my trip to go see you and hang out over there in Omaha early because I'm thinking, all right, there's going to be at least 4 or 5 teams, and sure enough, after we saw Texas go down to UTSA, the Fighting Roadrunners, after we saw Vandy inexplicably, fall in the right state, you're like, what in the world is going on? And honestly, it could have happened late last night. I mean, Wake Forest got an early start against Tennessee. Little Rock, who basically, they were 5-6 games under 500, started playing like the 1927 Yankees. Clinton. I mean, it was incredible. That place was nervous, but I mean, when it comes down to it, it's I don't know if it's it's a transfer portal NIL thing. I think it's just the beauty of baseball that you could show up to the ballpark and one of these days just isn't your day. And I think that's why you and I have loved this college sports so much, because there's so many Cinderella stories that you see.
That said, tell me about your Tigers. I mean, what's going on? You said they got pushed to the brink, and they're a team that knows Omaha better than literally any other. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they've got 2 guys that can absolutely shove. I mean, in Cade Anderson and Anthony Ianson, but it was a kid named Tayson Evans last night who's going to be a future big leaguer, who's a freshman for LSU, struck out 9 when they needed to happen. So, listen, the magic of the box was still pretty solid. Alec Box was great, but I think that they're good. The problem is the bats go quiet. I mean, if I'm looking at teams right now that are playing great baseball, I look at Arkansas and Dave Van Horn. I mean, Clinton, you were there a couple of years ago. When people talking about droughts and like guys that you pull for, even if you don't have a dog in the fight, Arkansas baseball was a pop-up away from winning it all in 2018. They dropped the pop-up of a foul ball. All of a sudden, they lose that game, they lose the next game, and they've been chasing it afterwards. So, I mean, the Aloy brothers are incredible. 2 Hawaiian kids that transferred in to Arkansas that have been ripping the cover off the ball. They've got frontline pitching. Like, I don't gamble on games, but if I did, Arkansas is probably playing as complete as anybody right now.
We had Van Horn on the show a little bit ago, and he talked about that when he got to the big wins record. And I told him, I said, that, as I call it, the Arkansas Triangle, was like the worst moment I have ever seen for a kid or a group of kids in person in my life. I still think about that, and I get a pit in my stomach. Oh, brutal. All right.
It's Buckner in the Red Sox. It's the curse of the Billy Goat. I mean, it's all of it. I mean, and what it would mean, it was just such a curse. And you're like, God, they got to get it done. And this is honestly the team. They got a couple of great starters, and I mean, they're as complete as anybody right now. But they're going to have to go through Tony Vitello, who has turned around the Tennessee Volunteer Program. You talk about a team that has a little swagger to them. That's the Vol.
Tony V, one of the best coaches in America, single man too, which a lot of people like to talk about. Peter Burns joins us here on on Clinton and Friends from the SEC Network. Now, I don't want to do this in an untoward way, but I do want to discuss this because I think it's important to what we talk about when we talk about what baseball is. The Kevin O'Sullivan situation at Florida was one of the ugliest I've seen in a long time, and I'm not going to ask you to rip anybody, but I would like to know what you heard in terms of chatter around the league. And for those who don't know, they had to change a game time. And Florida's head coach, Kevin O'Sullivan, absolutely publicly dressed down various members of the tournament committee in the dugout, outside the dugout, and on the concourse about it, and didn't apologize on presser about it. And Coastal Carolina's coach ripped him for it. We talk about the camaraderie and the collegiality of the game. This was out of pocket, Peter. I really thought so.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he came out and issued a statement afterwards along with Scott Strickland, the athletic director at Florida. And listen, I mean, if you're going to tell me there was a coach in the SEC that this might have happened, I probably would have gone Sully. And what Sully gets fired up and might, kind of cross over that line a little bit is also one of the reasons why the guys go to war for him as well. I mean, this guy is a competitor. And it's interesting because I talked to some Major League Baseball players about it that we have in studio, and I go, what's this all about? And they said, listen, you don't understand. Like, when the game is on the line, everybody loves routine. You get to the ballpark at the same time, you eat your food at the same time, you stretch, and you've worked out all of these things for 60 games, and then all of a sudden, because the game the night before goes late, you're going to push back the start time. So I see both sides of it. And the fact of, yes, he does have an argument, but at some point, man, everybody's trying to win a game, and everybody's trying to do their best for the student athletes. So, yeah, did he cross the line? Absolutely. He went a little bit too far. But, again, I also see the other side of it is like, man, creatures of habit. The season was on the line. You want to get it done on your schedule, and it just didn't work out. And ultimately, they're not going to even make it into Super Regionals right now.
Not the best leadership moment from Sully whatsoever. Last thing I'll ask you, though, Peter, is to the other side of the diamond regarding the softball. What are you looking forward to most? I love the Texas Tech story like a mug, but I know the Longhorns in your conference. Obviously, I have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, Tegan Kavan, who was incredible. If you saw that game that she pitched, in the last game against Tennessee, I believe, or even the game prior, her grandmother had died that morning, and all of a sudden she's like, hey, I got to go out there and pitch. It pitches an absolute gem. And so that was impressive for her to do that. And I mean, $1 million arm in softball.
Literally.
I mean, that's going to be fascinating to watch the Texas Tech story of, hey, this is not a huge revenue sport, but there was a golden arm and golden player for Texas Tech, and is that going to be a difference maker going forward? I can't wait, man. And I'll tell you what, I was not a big softball fan growing up. I always played baseball, basketball, football, all of this, until I saw it firsthand and in person. 2-hour games, the crowds are incredible, the action is fast. I mean, just the infielders and how quickly that their reaction time is. Do yourself a favor. You go see a good high-level college game, and it'll change your life. I'm telling you.
Peter Burns, speaking of the choir, I said it, I'll say it again. My literal favorite college sport to watch is softball. Thank you for joining the program, and thank you for raising the future leaders of America, Mr. Burns.
We got it. We're gonna go celebrate with some video games and can corrupt the youth of America right now. See you, buddy.
Perfect. Later. Peter Burns, you can hear him on the SEC Network and on Best Week Ever on the weekends here on ESPN Radio with Courtney Cronin, another potential camp pick, Devin. I'm just saying, identifying a lot of people that could make it to Camp CNF.
I like where your head's at. I think I'm done revealing any sort of. I'm going to keep everything close to the vest now.
All right. On the other side, we're going to talk a little bit more at the watering hole, or shall we say, the campfire, about this summer. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday on ESPN Radio. Matt and Myron will be live at CMA Fest in Nashville.
Are you getting excited about it? Yeah, it'll be different,
It all starts Sunday morning at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
It's a huge thing. This is Nashville at its best.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Our goal is to provide patients with the strongest, most effective, and safest options in this exciting field of regenerative medicine.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
The idea that you can avoid a joint replacement is very exciting.
And that's from a surgeon who's done thousands of joint replacements, but who now believes there's a better way.
Regenerative medicine, as we understand it today, gives lasting pain relief, improved function, without surgery, without drugs.
Under Dr. Scheinkup's leadership, QC Kinetics medical professionals treat patients every day with the most advanced protocols in natural biologics. Literally tens of thousands of people all over America.
I've been doing research on regenerative medicine for 2 decades. This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over at Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday, June 12th at 7 p.m. at Slightly Toasted in Chicago.
Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
You know what hope is? Hope is action. Carving a path forward, even when it's hard.
And kids who still know how to dream. They're the best pathfinders of all.
So at Child Fund, hope means helping millions of children living in poverty worldwide to grow up healthy, educated, skilled, and so all those good things can come true for them. Safe.
And that means safe at home, safe at school, and safe online.
Hope means walking this path together, all of us. Because when we work together, we can do so much more.
That's right. Hope includes you.
Child Fund, because we need each other.
To learn how Child Fund works with children in 23 countries to help them achieve their full potential, visit childfund.org. That's childfund.org.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Coming to a close here on a Tuesday, Clinton and friends. Want to thank Andrew Schlecht, NBA podcast host and producer for The Athletic. You can find him on the internet at Andrew K. Schlecht. And, of course, Peter Burns, fresh off of a kindergarten graduation ceremony. You know him from the SEC Network and hosting Best Week Ever on ESPN Radio. You can find him at Peter Burns, ESPN, for joining the program to talk a lot of college baseball and softball. Let's get to a couple phone calls real quick. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Joe in Arkansas, what's up?
What's going on, man? Y'all doing okay this morning?
Pretty good, brother.
I know. I'm good. Hey, I know I'm going to be quick, man. I know y'all trying to end the show. I just want to call, man, give y'all flowers now. Bro, y'all made me a promo. It's one of the best things that, as a fan from, listening to ESPN Radio for only over 20 years can happen. Quick story about it, man. I told my wife the morning I heard it, and if you've ever seen or had, like, your son say, Dad, watch this, and they, like, jumped in the air, that's how she reacted. Like, oh, yeah, wow, good for you. But that's for me, highlight, bro. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all already goated. Thank you so much. Y'all
no
have
problem.
a good day.
Thank you, Joe. That's the kind of feeling we are looking for, the kind of energy we are bringing to Camp CNF. Enthusiasm, camp spirit, anytime. If you would contribute to this show, we will give back to you. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sam in Chicago, what's up?
What's up, fellas? I heard on the radio on ESPN, I think, last night, that someone was a pundit was talking about the upcoming finals and saying that, it's going to be an interesting series. It'll be close, but there's really not much star power. And immediately, and another host corrected them. But they're like, wait a second, the MVP is playing. But it did get me thinking about just the state of the star in the NBA, and that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander right now, even as the MVP, he's not being treated with the same sort of star power that we've seen past even up-and-coming 25-year-old MVPs have. And what do you guys think would have to change in this media machine for fans to begin to perceive series like this, which I hope as a fan of the NBA happen more often? It's not the big market teams, but where we see, hey, this guy's a star because he's the MVP, not because he has a Twitter handle that everyone's following, but he is the MVP, and that how can we make that matter more? And my follow-up question is Camp CNF. Is it CNF or is it C&F? And why is it not CAF like CAF? And what went into that decision?
Thanks for the phone call. It is C&F, since we're getting into the typography of the program today. And the answer is simple. Being a star does not only have to do with your performance. That's how it works. The star power is not something directly related to achievements alone. You either got it or you don't. Let's go to the watering hole.
time to check my social media, yeah. To see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of Dustin Akui, where we take stock of the day. And I think today's theme was pretty clear. Camp CNF. Sign-ups begin today. At LosMan661, my man Los, the VP of the local chapter of the Handsome Man community, says, I'm bringing tequila to Camp CNF. Hashtag. Okay. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm in.
Nothing wrong with that. At Phil Sanchez TV says, why would they lie about him having headphones on? And if it is true, I can't blame them for not drafting him. Come on, dog. A guy's wearing headphones, therefore you're not going to pick him? How much sense does that make? How would that make any sense at all? Ben Taylor at, I don't even know how to spell it, A-U-S, whatever. He says, as much as I love Prime, number one, he's a dad and better back his kid. Number two, he wasn't in the meetings. Number three, he was a big part of the problem during the draft process as his other son fired him. That is fair. Prime serving as an actual agent for his kids was an actual bad business move, in my personal opinion. Don Jenver says, Big Dumper has 56 hits and 23 of them are home runs. That is quite nuts. What he's doing is insane, but Otani and Judge are treating MLB pitchers like the show on Easy right now. Good call. I have to sneeze. It might not come before the break. Don Jenver also says, I love that this is you, Camp CNF, your Camp CNF plan, Devin. Shame you can't watch this on Disney Plus. A great act.
I wouldn't rule that out. I mean, I can pitch this to the higher ups. They might want to have a show.
Can you imagine if we made some goofy side bit out of this? At RVZ says, the 5 and 11 playoff structure will only be around for a couple years. I believe the Big Ten and SEC will eventually form a super league for football not affiliated with the NCAA. But they will leave the other sports in the NCAA. I don't hate that idea, to be honest. If you want to get gone, get gone. But dragging everybody with you through all this other nonsense is the problem. But be careful what you wish for, kiddos, because you just might get it. And I don't think that overall makes college football better. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Lewis Fairchild says, Dukes is not the best Mayo, and that caller needs to be muted right away. Can't mute NASCAR George. Part of the issue with him.
Literally impossible.
Literally not possible. He gets that thing going around the track. You're going to have a hard time getting him to the checkered flag. And with that, the circle of life is now closed. I think Camp CNF's going to be fun. We got to figure out some more of the logistics. Devin's got to figure out who he wants it all. Because you're all over the place right now. Over the place.
Keep your opponents guessing. I have my plan. Don't worry about it. You guys need to start worrying about who you're drafting. I feel like everyone's focused on me. You got to worry about you.
Right. So it's myself, Devin, Steele, and Matt Lack are the 4 charter members of Camp CNF. We have 2 other members on the periphery that we've got to determine what their roles are going to be. We're probably going to have bunks. I think we're going to keep this at 6 total. Joe and Q is coming up next. And guess who the new bunks are going to be? Sam and Emily. See you on the internet, kiddos. Thanks for listening to Clinton and Friends.
All right, coming up, it's Carmen and Jurko. A new stadium is coming to Chicago. It's not Bears related. It's not Sox related, but it's big news. And the owner's actually paying for it himself. We'll talk a lot of baseball today. Jesse Rogers will join us at 12:30. Will Jed Hoyer get a contract extension at some point during the season? Plus, the Tigers certainly look like the best team in baseball. Not that that's great shakes against the White Sox, but they continue to thump their division rival. We'll talk to A.J. Hinch, the skipper, at 2. Plus, the Bears are starting their mandatory minicamp. Join us for all the fun coming up at noon.
Automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yeah, just send them a text.
Text GRIT to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Catalyst to maximize your muscle gains absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Join us at the ballpark Saturday, June 7th, as the Chicago White Sox take on the Kansas City Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with food and drink specials, a sneak peek of new unique offerings, former pitcher Jack McDowell autograph signings, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a 1993 Division Champs rope hat presented by Wintrust. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year. But with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Hi, I'm Kim Holderness.
And I am Penn Holderness.
And we're here to remind you to get your cancer screenings.
Now, we don't have cancer, but we do want to keep it that way.
And while you don't have to race to the doctor.
Oh, but I like races, honey, especially when they're amazing races.
I see what you did there. But you do need to make time for routine screenings. I schedule my annual mammogram and gyno appointments every year around my birthday and then treat myself to lunch.
Well, that sounds like fun. Can I get in on that? I mean, I like lunch.
Well, you have a colon and you're over 45 and you have lungs.
Yeah.
And didn't you smoke in college?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so seriously, Penn, if there is something, early detection can make all the difference.
Okay, I'll get screened.
The C word can be scary, but routine screenings for breast, cervical, colorectal, lung, and prostate cancers can detect cancer early, even before symptoms appear.
Please visit preventcancer.org to find out which cancer screenings you need.
Because early detection equals better outcomes.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It is a beautiful day, and welcome into the fun. Carmen and Jurko with you. OTAs, mandatory mini camp for the Bears today, tomorrow, and Thursday. At some point today, Ben Johnson will meet the media. It might be after our show, maybe during crosstalk. When it happens, you'll hear it here on your home for Bears football. 2 hours from now, you're going to hear the latest in the ongoing installment of Carmen and Jurko Talk to the Opposing Manager. A.J. Hinch will be our guest at 2 o'clock.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful.
I thought he was going to be the White Sox manager in 2021, Jurko.
You did.
It didn't turn out to happen that way. Paul Sullivan or someone, if it wasn't Sully, someone in the Trib this morning was writing about his record versus the White Sox. He's like 19-4 or something against the White Sox. Actually, maybe that's only over the last 2 years because I bet he's managed more games than that at this point. I mean, the White Sox can't beat the Sox. The Sox can't beat the Tigers to save their lives.
The Sox can't beat anybody in their division.
They can't beat anybody in their division.
They were all pounding them last year. That's why 3 of them made the playoffs.
They're doing it again this year.
I'm not surprised.
They're 3-14 versus the Tigers since the start of last year. The Tigers have baseball's best record since August 1st of last year when they were like 8-9 games below 500 in August, looking like they were going to miss the playoffs again, and they went on that crazy run and made the postseason. And now they do look like the best team in baseball, although it's hard to judge against that White Sox offense. But Sox get hammered last night, but Javi playing better and now back at his natural shortstop position because Parker Meadows is back. He made a highlight play last night. We'll talk to A.J. Hinch in a couple hours. Jesse Rogers will join us in 30 minutes. 1 hour from now, we have the list. They've all been great. They've all been fun, and the caller interaction has been fantastic. And then we'll also do the lunch rush a little bit later on. So a lot of the usual fun. There is breaking news this morning in Chicago.
Do we have the sounder?
Well, we don't need the sounder because it's been out there for a little while.
It broke at like 7 a.m.
Yeah, it broke at about 7 o'clock this morning.
I mean, listen.
Adam, I think, sent me the first text about 7:05.
Advantage Dealer Group spends good money. All I'm asking, does it need the sounder? That's a fair question.
No, the timeliness dictates no.
It is. It's like 5 hours old at this point.
What do you have?
But there is a new stadium coming to Chicago, and it's got nothing to do with the Bears. It's got nothing to do with the White Sox. I'm sure to the dismay of Jerry Reinsdorf, who wanted us to pay for his stadium at the site of the 78.
Of course.
Joe Mansueto, Northwest Indiana's very own.
Munster
Indiana.
product, just in case you didn't know it.
Started his company from a Lincoln Park, his Lincoln Park apartment in 1984, Jurko. And 40 years later, Joe Mansueto is
he's wealthy.
A billionaire.
Yeah.
Many times over.
He is wealthy.
And a few years ago, he bought the Chicago Fire.
Mm-hmm.
And now he is building his own new stadium, soccer only, for the Fire in the South Loop at the site of the 78. That's what they call it. That's think of like Canal and Roosevelt, basically, but by the tracks and the river there. And he's paying for it himself. How refreshing. Jerry Reinsdorf was asking the state and the people to pay for his new stadium, which is still the height of lunacy and just hilarious for how little he's actually given back in terms of what the White Sox have accomplished over the 50 years or whatever it is, 40-plus years that he's owned the club, that he wanted us to build him a new stadium. Joe Mansueto's doing this himself after nearly a decade of big swings and misses, including a recent failed bid to build a new White Sox ballpark. The 78 and developer Related Midwest have finally found an anchor tenant to kickstart the proposed mixed-use mega development in the South Loop. The Fire announced plans for a privately financed $650 million stadium at the mostly vacant 62-acre site along the river at Roosevelt Road, giving the team a world-class home and potentially turning the former rail yard into a bustling Southside Wrigleyville.
Wasn't their original home in Bridgeview, where there's a soccer-only stadium right there?
Yes. It's about the same capacity, I'm guessing. I don't know that for sure.
Yeah,
the Toyota Park seemed about that, maybe a little less.
It held about 25,000 people.
Did it? Oh, so maybe even held a little bit more.
Yeah, 25.
Yeah, Mansueto moved them immediately when he bought the team. Yeah, he wanted to be downtown.
Soldier Field.
Yes.
Right away.
Now, they can't sell out Soldier Field. They do well. They draw about 22,000 a game. So that's why they've proposed a 22,000-seat stadium. He is going to pay for it. He said, it is my belief that these stadiums should be privately financed. He said that teams should foot the bill for their own stadiums. The devil's always in the details, as Jurko says. Who knows what other little, when we really read the fine print, if we find out the state's contributing something in terms of infrastructure around.
I
don't
imagine
know.
roads. I mean, somebody's going to build the roads.
I mean, roads are there. I don't know how much road you can build.
Well,
You've got a rail yard on one side and a river on the other.
Don't you have to have some sort of in access and out access?
Yeah, egress, regress, right? But they already, I don't know. That's a good point. Like how that all looks in terms of getting people in and out of there outside of the existing infrastructure.
Remember the water taxis, the great water taxi idea?
Well, they still, the people use those, I think, for work, but I don't know that they'll ever. I don't know. I'm much more likely to go see a soccer game there than at Soldier Field. I'll tell you that.
That's true.
The rendering is cool. I don't know if you saw it. It looks like one of those European.
Tough part is getting in or getting out.
Yeah, it still will be.
Of Soldier Field. No, I'm saying Soldier Field.
Yeah, and that'll still be tough.
Because you're in for a mile walk.
Yes.
Unless you're parking, right there.
Yeah.
You're in for a mile walk.
Unless you're like on the Waldron deck. Right.
Exactly.
You're in for about a mile walk.
Yeah, this has got very European feel to it. Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, button up right against some apartment building right there. My heavens, they might be able to see some of the action from up there. Do you think they're going to charge them?
That's why he's calling it a Southside Wrigleyville.
Yeah.
Maybe. Sylvie and I, years ago, we used to always say, boy, if the White Sox had the vision back in the late 80s, early 90s when they were building the new stadium, they should have thought about this parcel of property. This is before they had... Remember, the Home Depot and the Dominick's and the mall and everything else. We said if
there by Roosevelt.
They would have had some vision. You could have been real close to downtown. You're still on the south side.
You would have opened up the stadium to see the downtown
yes,
area.
Exactly. Yes. You could have been right there downtown on the water. You're south of Madison. That's technically the south side, right?
Yeah, theoretically.
Everything is a south address once you get south of Madison. You would have been south of it. You're at 1200 South for crying out loud at Roosevelt Road.
What's that, 23 blocks? I mean, really? It's not that far.
1,200.
That's from 35th.
Oh, yeah, from 35th, exactly.
It's 23 blocks.
Yeah, right.
Barely 3 miles.
You're not that far.
Yeah, you're right there.
But they never did that, and that's funny. All these years later, Reinsdorf pivoted to that idea, but he will not be getting a new stadium.
Remember who used to own that piece of property, right? Wasn't that a group led by Tony Resco?
Resco. I believe Resco did.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
Yep.
Uncle Tony?
Yeah.
I didn't think you wanted me to say that, Adam.
Oh,
I don't
is
care.
that what you were thinking? Is that right?
I didn't think you wanted me to say that.
Is that Uncle Tony?
Uncle Tony Resco.
Have you visited him?
Oh, we've been together for a while. He's been free man.
He's been a free man for a little while.
He's a minute.
He's no longer in the pokey?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Uncle Tony.
Uncle Tony's out. Good.
Last season, the Fire averaged 21,327 fans. They do feel like most of their games now will be a sellout.
That'd be a great interview, by the way, Uncle Tony.
Uncle Tony Resco, you think?
Get Uncle Tony in here to see where all the bodies are buried.
Mansueto's a good interview. I interviewed Mansueto for a podcast we did once.
I did not know that.
Back in the day.
Did you?
Yes. I said, I think you're the second billionaire I've ever shook hands with.
Right.
The other being Mark Cuban. I don't think I've pressed the flesh with a lot of billionaires in my life, Jurk. Tom Ricketts. Is Tom Ricketts a billionaire, though? Like liquid billionaire?
He is now.
Is he?
Well, I mean, liquid billionaire is different.
Right.
Than,
I mean, like full on, like if he needed to give you $1 billion, he could. Like Mansueto could give you $1 billion. Like he's got it.
Pull it out of the bank? Is that what you're telling me?
You could go get it out of the bank.
I think Ricketts would need a couple days, but he probably could.
Carm, rich people, their money's in play all the time.
I know.
They hardly ever have liquid capital
but I think
of $1 billion.
Get access.
I got you.
You know
but
what
it's
I mean?
in play. But even if you had to wait 6 months, they can get access to it. My point is, billionaires don't hold a ton of liquidity.
It wouldn't make sense.
Their money is in play. Whatever, it's making money.
But I did say that to Joe. He just kind of laughed.
Yeah.
I said, "You're the second billionaire I've ever shook hands with." It's shook hands, right? Yeah,
I believe so.
Shook hands. Yeah.
It's not shaked hands.
You shake hands.
Shaken?
Have you shake hands with a lot of billionaires?
Saad Khan.
Saad Khan. There you go. Nice.
Saad Khan would
Saad's
be
a billionaire.
The one guy off the top of my head that I would know that, yes, that
Not
guy
often.
has billions.
You don't meet a billionaire every day,
No, you don't.
You know?
And we're on the back of his yacht, 300-foot yacht, the Kismet, in the St. John River.
300-foot.
300-foot. It's a beauty. You can look it up, man. He's got a helicopter
What
pad.
kind of
It's got all
party
types
you
of
have on a
stuff.
300-foot
He's got
yacht?
2 boats on the inside. I showed you those
You
pictures.
showed me the pictures.
2 boats on the
It's-
inside.
it's awesome.
That the doors open up and the boats just get cantilevered out. You know, they got them little doohickeys on.
It is
And
awesome.
they just lay them in the water.
You did show me a picture when you got back from that
Yeah,
trip.
it was beauteous.
Last year, the White Sox proposed a new publicly funded ballpark at the 78, but Springfield lawmakers, I can't even get through it without laughing. Springfield lawmakers balked at the idea of contributing a reported $1 billion to a team that never wins. No, that I dropped that commentary in myself. Adam texted me this morning. He said, "What does this mean for the Sox?" I said, "What does it mean?" Nothing. They've got a ballpark that's perfectly suitable and fine.
They got a ballpark.
And when they do well, guess what?
It fills up.
People go to that ballpark.
Yep.
White Sox fans go when they do well.
Yeah, they've got no problem with the facilities.
I don't think so.
I don't think there's any problems with the facilities. I think they're fine.
You know, it's relatively easy to get in and out of. Relatively.
It is.
I mean, it's still in a neighborhood, but it's relatively easy.
Carmen, it's a lot easier to get in and out of the rate than it is in any other stadium.
Yeah, other than maybe the UC. The UC is pretty easy. You got to.
Well, it used to be fan friendly. I don't know how you can get close. How close you can get anymore. I mean, they still got the usual
Especially 'cause
parking.
they're ripping up the
but
parking.
they ate up a bunch of that parking with those new buildings they got.
Yeah, I don't think Sox fans have a problem with the stadium. They've done the one thing I'll give Jerry credit for. He at least he finally listened to the fans and he responded and he changed what was a real eyesore when he first opened it. I mean, it was terrible.
Yeah.
And they've made it a better looking park and a great fan experience. You never hear White Sox fans complain about the park.
No, they've got no issues with the park.
Zero.
They got issues with the owner.
Yes.
Yeah. And
the fact that the team doesn't win.
With the team sucking. That's a problem also.
So does this
Is
mean
the Michael Reese site too small for them?
For who?
For the White Sox. If we all
if
assume
the Bears
we're
could
all
build
assuming
there, why?
Well, we're all assuming the Bears are going to leave. Okay, so here's I might be wrong. White Sox fans can tell me if I'm wrong. If there wasn't parking, would White Sox fans still go to games the way Bears fans would go to games?
Why,
like
you
one
saying
of the appeals of going to the White Sox game is that you can tailgate.
A lot of people
you
tailgate.
can park, and a lot of them come from the southern suburbs, the western suburbs, and they go to games. If you had a Wrigley-like experience where you had to take the train in, or you had to walk, or you had to do what Bears fans have to do and walk a mile and a half or however long it is to get to your stadium, and the team was this
I
bad,
think it's a harder sell.
would you get Sox fans to do that?
I think that's a much harder sell. Look, they don't really pack it in anyway because they've been bad and they've aggravated their fan base. But there is a convenience to it, to Adam's point. I don't know that it means anything for the White Sox. I don't know why they need a new stadium. I don't know all the parameters of the deal, what he signed, the years, what it is. I mean, the state technically owns, right? The state, that sports authority that you always talk about, that the state created, owns the facility.
The Illinois Sports Authority.
The Illinois
Isn't that
Sports
what it
Authority.
is?
I think that's exactly what it is, yeah. I don't know what all the parameters are. I don't know why they feel like they would need a new stadium. There's nothing wrong with Rate Field. Nothing. The only thing that's wrong is the product. And that's got nothing to do with the ballpark. Sure, would it be ideal if it was turned and it faced downtown? Yeah. That'd be nice, but okay. I mean, you get over that. There's nothing wrong with it. Why do they need a new stadium?
They don't.
They don't. And where they would move, do they, how badly do those developers want something at the Michael Reese site that they might move to? I mean, that would be fine. You're still on the south side, maybe a little bit trickier to get to. Not maybe a little. I think it is trickier to get to, but okay. You deal with it. But the idea that they get public money for building a stadium is beyond laughable. And I don't think he can do it any other way. I don't think he wants to. Maybe a new owner at some point. Maybe a new billionaire owner will come in and he'll do what Joe Mansueto just did. He'll say, no, we'll build it. I got 1.5 bill carved out. I don't know what these baseball stadiums cost. The football stadium's going to be more. They're putting a dome on it. It's going to be more expensive. You're not going to dome the baseball stadium. Nope. I don't know. What would it cost? $1.5, $2 billion, whatever it would cost. It's going to be more than a 22,000-seat soccer-only stadium that's not even pushing. Maybe when it's all said and done, it pushes $750 million. But maybe a billionaire owner comes in, takes control. Like the Ishbia brothers come in, and they're like, no, we got it. That'd be a welcome relief. And if they really want to build a new one and move it somewhere else on the south side, so be it.
Yeah, that's
maybe
fine.
it is the Michael Reese site. I don't know. But do it yourself is what
Not
I would
a problem.
say.
Yeah,
and maybe they
want to do.
Maybe they would say that. But the White Sox will not be getting anything at the 78, which first, it was about a year and a half ago, maybe 18 months ago that those reports first came to light. They will be not. They will not be moving there.
Were
There will
there
be no
drawings?
no-
What were
yeah,
there?
there were.
Weren't
They
there?
were- yes, and
There were
Jerry
plans.
went to Springfield. Remember, Mr. Smith goes to Washington.
He tried to beat everybody to the punch. He
did.
to get the financing.
But the Fire win at the end of the day, and at least as far as we can tell, Mansueto says he is paying for it, and they will be building a soccer only. It will not be a mixed-use stadium. Does this mean anything for the Bears? Probably not. The Bears are still going to try to get what they want in terms of tax certainty and maybe some public money for the infrastructure in the surrounding complex that is going to be built, the entertainment district. We would assume Arlington Heights. I don't think it really means much. It's nice that Mansueto's doing this on his own, but I still think at the end of the day, the Bears might get what they want from the state. It just won't be this year, but at some point down the line, it might happen. I don't think it really means anything in the grand scheme of things of how they're going to build their stadium. Do you?
No. You're talking about the Bears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Bears are going to do what they want to do up there.
Yeah.
And they've got to remember the things that they can get in there if they do the stadium correctly.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? And then as far as being able to generate revenue 365 days a year, that's what that whole Arlington project is about.
Yeah, it is.
You see what they're doing? They've been buying out everything in Wrigleyville.
Yeah.
And they've changed the landscape of what that used to look like.
The idea would be the same where Mansueto's building this new stadium. It won't be at the same scale, of course.
Right. If
but
you left
the idea is the same.
15 years ago and came back to Wrigley, you wouldn't recognize the place.
not at
You wouldn't
all.
know what the hell's going on.
Not at all.
A few pieces you would recognize, but there's been a metamorphosis over there of what's changed.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping whatever the Bears do up there will be something to the likings of where every day they're generating cash and they're bringing it in so they can compete for free agents a little bit better than they have.
Yeah, if you hadn't been to Wrigley Field since like 2013, and you went back today,
You'd be like,
12
what
years
the
later,
hell?
you'd be stunned.
Yeah.
You'd be absolutely floored.
Yeah.
312-332-3776 if you want to jump in, if you've got a thought. Stadium issue stuff. I don't know. George, actually, M&M George? He thinks the Sox need a new stadium? I'm surprised at that.
Oh.
Georgie, what's up, George?
Hey, the problem with the stadium is twofold. One is that, when they do have a product, the traffic is unbearable. You cannot, it could take you 45 minutes to an hour to exit the Dan Ryan and get to where you're going. I have great parking, and sometimes it takes me 45 minutes. So it's really, really difficult when they're busy. Now, right now, when there's no product, there's no fans, and it's easy getting in and out. It's a piece of cake. But when it's busy, you want them to have a better team, and when they do, it's unbearable getting in and out.
Isn't that like that at every big stadium though, George? If there's 40,000 plus people going, I mean, isn't that kind of par for the course in a lot of ways?
Yes, but the White Sox, it's particularly bad there because they don't have a system in place. They don't have, in Kansas City, when you go to the Kansas City game, it could be completely full, and they have circular parking. You circle the park, and your parking pass gets you in a certain place, and because they share the stadium with the Chiefs, they share the parking with the Chiefs, their parking is superb.
Yeah, I
It's
can see
excellent.
that.
No matter how busy they are, you could get in there. It's just so difficult here when it's moderately busy.
Yeah.
And the other thing, being landlocked, there's nothing to do. Part of what makes Wrigley the most interesting and attractive ballpark in the world, it's old and tired and falling down, but what makes it so vibrant and exciting is that it's in the middle of a community. And while there's no parking at Wrigley, a lot of people would rather go to Wrigley for the experience because they could do things before the game, after the game. They could walk. They could do a million different things.
Well,
the White Sox Park is just landlocked. There's nothing to do.
Wrigley is definitely.
Those are the two things why you'd want to move it to get a better experience for the fans.
All right, and George is there all the time. That's the M&M guy. That's our guy George. George's there all the time.
Yeah.
Now, Wrigley's a pretty unique ballpark/stadium experience, let's face it. Kansas City, like, I've been there. I've been in that footprint. It's enormous.
Yes.
Enormous. It's these two huge stadiums on a huge plot of land.
It's a stadium campus.
It's just, yeah, right. It's
like Philadelphia. Philadelphia has a stadium campus.
They do, but this is even more sprawling, Yerk, because it's not in, like, Philly's still in a downtownish area.
Right.
This is away from the city center in Kansas City. They've got so much land and so much acreage. It's kind of crazy. I don't know that any Chicago team can match that. I mean, I think that's why the Bears are going to Arlington, to be big and bold, and they've got all that land. In the city, that's really hard in Chicago to be able to replicate. I have it easy, I guess, in a sense. I mean, I come down 55th, Yerk. I get off at that Damon Ashland exit. I get on Archer. Yeah. I get myself over to 31st Street. And George is right. Trying to navigate the Ryan when it's busy, that's kind of a pain in the ass. I don't have to do that, so I guess I have it lucky. Or I'm always one to be like, oh, no, if I get stuck in a miserable traffic experience once, I'm always thinking, how can I circumvent this? What surface streets can I take? What back road can I go? Which different way I'm always thinking that way because I hate sitting in traffic.
They've gone about the business of cutting 35th off, right? So 35th Street's not available for you anymore the way it used to be. So if you're getting to the parking lots, you've got to go on 31st Street, and you've got to go on 39th Street to be able to get into those parking lots.
You might be right about that.
Yeah, and
you can access 35th because they stop the traffic, but I don't think you can get in the lots.
Yeah.
Off of 35th.
No more lots,
I think you're right.
When you could get in, right there where the players parked early on, where our guy Joe Stangaroni was there.
Yeah.
Boom, right there, easy peasy Japanesey, right?
Yeah.
Or you can go into that C lot right there off of 35th, but you can't enter those lots off of 35th
I don't think you can. That's true. I always come from a different way for where I live, so it's a little bit easier. I don't have to mess with the Ryan. I mean, my route to the rate is pretty easy. 312-332-3776. Carmen and Yerk, we'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tomorrow night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tomorrow. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
If you're in construction, it's time to mark your calendars. Purple Wave Auction is selling Valfair Construction's premium fleet on June 12th. Their transparent process lets you bid with confidence on late model Cat, Volvo, and John Deere equipment located near you. From haul trucks to excavators, they've got your needs covered. Use their set max bid and walk away feature for stress-free bidding. This no reserve auction is a game changer for fleet upgrades. Start exploring at purplewave.com today. Purple Wave, where top tier equipment meets unmatched convenience.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion been covered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Jesse Rogers coming up in about 10 minutes with us. Talk some baseball with Jesse, some on the Cubs in the start of this road trip, and the Jed Hoyer conversation that's been happening a lot the last couple of days. Has he done enough to get an extension right now? Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy at 2:35, and then White Sox pregame with Jeff Meller up at 6 as the White Sox play Game 2 against the Tigers. I got some inside the numbers stuff for you on Sox Tigers coming up in a little bit here, right before we talk to Jesse. Let's say hi to Brian in Naperville. What's going on, Brian?
Hey, guys. No, I was calling in about the White Sox stadium. Yeah, you guys are absolutely right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that stadium. It compares to just about any other MLB stadium out there. I think there was an article out there at ranked 12th. But the real big deal about Reinsdorf wanting a new ballpark is because of the agreement that he struck when they built that new stadium with the Illinois Sports Authority. He doesn't pay a lease.
Right.
If there's X amount of tickets that aren't, sold by.
Yeah,
and
if he doesn't hit a threshold, he doesn't pay, right?
Exactly, and that deal's going to run out in 2029. So, the clock is ticking for him to get a new deal going. Otherwise, he's going to be forced to actually put together a baseball team so that they can actually fill the stands.
And I guess, Brian, the other part of it, and I think we may have had this conversation when we first started talking about it because we thought it was laughable that he's asking for public money to build him a new stadium, 30 years later. And thanks for the phone call, Brian. Part of it is probably, and Jerry might have hinted at this even, or at least it was reported that he was hinting at this to those close to him, that he knows the value goes up and that the family will sell it upon his death. Jerry's late 80s at this point. You're not going to live forever.
He's up there.
And he knows the family is not going to hold on to it the way they're going to hold on to the Bulls. They will sell the controlling interest, and it becomes more valuable with a stadium, right? And there's also the aspect of, is there some inheritance tax that's going to kick in when Jerry passes?
As you and I have both said, I'm sure there's ways to get around everything.
Right, I'm sure there is.
And they've already prepared.
But you can also deduct monies that you've committed to a stadium project off of what the government will tax. So maybe Jerry's thinking, hey, if this happens in the next couple of years and I've committed X amount of dollars, if I've committed $600 million and, I'm asking for another, let's say, billion that I want the taxpayers to pay for, but I've committed $500 or $600 million, they deduct that off of, I believe that's how it works.
89.
He's 89 years old.
89 years old. He'll be 90 next year.
So, Brian, that's probably part of it. Yeah, he's worried about the lease, and he's worried about the family selling it and having the asset go up in value with control of its own stadium, unlike the deal that they have right now.
And it's the Illinois Sports Facilities.
That's it, the Illinois Sports Facility. That's it. Darren's in Des Plaines. What's up, Darren?
Guys, what's happening? So my thinking was what's going to happen at Soldier Field
after the Bears leave, and they're going to open up their entire new, Bears venue, which is going to be 365. The Fire's going to leave. They're going to open up their new venue, which is going to be on the lake. So we've got two fixed incomes that we're no longer going to have at Soldier Field. So at best, they're going to be an NC2A kind of tournament place and then taking on concerts. But the Bears are going to end up taking on some of those concerts. Sure. Wrigley's already taken on those concerts. What happens to Soldier Field after all this happens in 10 years? And as I'm sitting on the phone and I'm listening, and the White Sox are looking for a place, maybe Chicago decides that, hey, we do need another venue on the lake, and this could be a good venue for the White Sox.
Maybe, Darren, I don't know. I mean, it no longer has its landmark status. Like, does the stadium just go away at some point?
Didn't the renderings of the new Bears Stadium have them knocking down everything except for the columns?
Yeah, and then
making it like a park space?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that happens. Maybe they still do a concert/college football, high school football, NCAA hockey, which they've done before. Maybe they use it as a mixed-purpose facility like that. Now, is that worth the operating cost? I'm not exactly sure.
I don't know. It's already built, so it's not like you got to do much to it anyway. It would be standing there, right?
I mean, staffing
the upkeep of the facilities.
Right.
That's what you're asking about.
Yeah, and the operating cost of like a game day
But,
staff.
I mean, if you can have, like you did the one year with Taylor Swift, you can have her do 8 concerts here or somebody do concerts. I think if over the course of a summer you can do from May 1st until October 1st, that's a lot of time you've got in there, 150 days in there, where you can go ahead and have yourself 40 concerts.
Right, yeah.
You don't really care about the field, do you? Not really.
No, not anymore.
So if you're doing this just as in a concert venue, a major stadium tours, like if there's ever a new Metallica. Yeah, and they come and do a stadium tour.
Yeah, but if I'm a big band, I'm going to Arlington because it's closer to the airport and it's a bigger stadium and I can sell more tickets.
And it's indoors.
And it can be indoors.
Well, the new one's going to be domed. I mean,
that's my point. Is that it can be like if
but
it
it's
rains,
not going to be retractable.
Right. Yes. No, yeah. It will be indoors. I think that's
it will
the
be.
thing.
Yeah, it will be indoors. Yeah.
Right.
So like you don't have to worry about what Beyonce had to worry about a couple weeks ago, where she couldn't start till 10 o'clock.
Not sure what it looks
Lightning
like.
crashes and an old mother
and
dies.
we know that Wrigley has upped the price to play there.
Yes,
so
they have.
We'll see what Arlington.
But there's no
charges.
money. Tom Ricketts does not make money.
Doesn't
We're
make a dime.
we're getting an extra $1 million per concert, but there's no
I'm surprised
money.
he doesn't live the life of a pauper out on the corner begging for change.
I don't know how he lives.
Yeah.
Jesse Rogers joins us next.
This is Carmen and Jurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Let me assist you in doing something about your hair loss. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com. Our team has the experience and expertise to help you look younger. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics and their low prices or gimmicks. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. DrYatesHairScience.com.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
This is the next phase in my therapeutic work.
Nicole Kidman returns for the Hulu original 9 Perfect Strangers Season 2.
Breathe in, breathe out.
This is safe?
We take you back to a core trauma. Breathe in, breathe out.
She is manipulating us.
Breathe in, breathe out. While you're resisting.
Is it too late to get a refund? The all-new season of 9 Perfect Strangers is now streaming on Hulu and Disney+. New episodes Wednesdays.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
The kick and the 1-1 and a swing and a towering fly ball to right. It's way back there, and it's a home run for Carpenter. Carpenter launches again deep to right. Way back there, and he's got another 2-run homer, and it's 8-0. Swinging a high, deep drive, right center. Robert at the fence, a leap, and another home run for Carpenter. He's got 3 tonight.
Oh, yeah. I was cutting the grass last night, Jurko, listening to Len and DJ. Home run after home run. Off the bat of Kerry Carpenter. He's got 13 home runs this season, Jurko. 6 are against the White Sox. By the numbers, Jurk. 6.
Yeah.
His 3 home runs last night were as many as he hit in the month of May. The Tigers have now won 11 straight on the South Side, if that's possible. It is. 11 straight. You've lost 11 in a row in your building to a division opponent.
They're stringing them, Carm.
And one more by the numbers here. A.J. Hinch is now 19-4 against the last 3 Sox managers. Griffles, Grady Sizemore, and Will Venable. 19-4. We'll talk to A.J. Hinch at 2 o'clock. Jesse booked him. And Jesse joins us now on the Yingling guest hotline. What a mensch. What's up, Jess?
What's up, boys? How are we doing today?
We're doing great.
What's happening, Jesse? Happy that you consider our show worthy of having a Detroit Tiger on it. Thank you.
I mean,
thank you very much. I certainly do appreciate it.
Best team in the game right now. I mean, come on, Yerk. You should be honored to have an A.J. Hinch on.
I'm loving it. I'm glad we're worthy. Didn't you hear what I said?
Yes, I did.
Since August 11th of last year, they're playing .676 baseball. That's about a 109-win season. And it's not that small of a sample. It's 105 games. They're 71-34.
Weren't the White Sox
in their last 105
and them
games.
rebuilding at the same time?
The Sox were better a little bit, actually. Yeah. And then they fell apart.
Then they fell apart.
It's incredible. That .676 baseball over 100-plus games is insane, Jess.
And I think the storyline is what they're doing at the plate. Like, you got to remember, Comerica Park is one of the worst places to hit. Hard to hit home runs. They're pretty good in that department, even at home. They're mid-pack in a lot of offensive categories where usually in Detroit, that's where you're struggling because it's such a big ballpark. But they've put together a really good offense. Kerry Carpenter isn't a household name, doesn't hit a ton of home runs unless it's the White Sox.
Against Sox, yeah.
But he is a guy that can hit against anyone.
Yes.
He can go deep against anyone. And then Torkelson's found his game. Javi has found his game. And obviously Riley Green. It's not a team of household names on offense, but collectively it's really good. And I got to tell you, last night, and I've seen almost every Cub game, a lot of them in person, obviously. Last night may have been the best game I've seen from a team all year. Granted, the opponent, but they flashed glove, they hit. Flaherty looked okay, even though he didn't have his best stuff. I mean, this Detroit team definitely looks like it's for real. Obviously, first team to 40 wins.
What do you make of the stadium news, by the way, today? I mean, Reinsdorf tried to get the beat on the 78 thing. Did they ever feel like they had any real amount of traction, or did they get the idea that they were being shut down? They were kind of getting laughed out of the room pretty quickly, it seemed like, when you wanted public money.
Well, let me cut you off on this. And I haven't done a ton of reporting on the stadium. It's not really my wheelhouse. I have enough to worry about on the field. But one thing in researching this a little bit, it's not impossible for both stadiums to go there. It's not a fait accompli.
It's got enough land, you're saying, Jess? There's enough space?
Yes.
So there'd be no parking?
No, there would be. There'd be shared parking. Okay, let me just go through this. 62 acres. The soccer stadium is going to take up 9. So there's plenty left. The baseball stadium would take up probably about 15. And just to give you, you mentioned Kansas City. I think they're about 72 acres, so it's a little bigger. But here's the key thing: there was a Discovery Center. You remember this Discovery Institute that was going to go up? It was a big globe-looking thing. Discovery Partners Institute that was going to take up about 9 acres, and that was canceled. So there's an extra 9 acres that weren't there a year ago, so to speak, and that's where, that could fit the soccer stadium. My point is, it's not dead in the water that both stadiums can't go there. Okay. And so they would share some parking. They'd share a lot of, obviously, the concessions, a lot of stuff, outside the place, obviously. And it's not impossible. So we'll see.
So the Sox are still going to push for that, as you understand it?
I think so, yes. I think so. I think the Fire just getting the headlines today, but I think as that quiets down a little bit, I think this will start up again. And it's my understanding it's not impossible to have both stadiums there.
If the Bears get some public money, do you think they follow suit and do it for the White Sox at some point too?
Oh, boy. That's a tough call. Some, possibly. Not as much as Reinsdorf wants, but maybe some. But I don't, this guy is really making the other owners look bad. He really is. Now, granted, it's a soccer stadium. It's smaller than a football stadium, baseball, but still, anybody that funds his own project is going to make everyone else that doesn't want to look bad. So I can't tell you about the public funding when it comes to the Sox and Bears.
All right, Jesse Rogers is with us on ESPN Chicago. It's Carmen and Jurko. So what's happening on the north side here? And let's start kind of off the field. This has been a topic of conversation going back to late last week, and you talked about it with Waddle and Silvy yesterday. People are starting to wonder, all right, has Jed done enough? I mean, look at what this team is accomplishing. You look at how Tucker's had an impact. You look at PCA is an incredible move, obviously, that he made. Has he done enough, and will a contract extension be coming before the offseason?
I think so, to both questions. Certainly to the first one, I think he's done enough. Now, 2 months is not a season, so maybe he's not getting it next week. But it certainly looks like they're headed in the right direction this year. I definitely think he's getting one. When it happens, a little unclear, but I do think it could happen before the end of the season, maybe before the trade deadline, just to give everybody some certainty. Because remember, it's not just Jed, it's the people that work under him. So, if Ricketts wants to be fair, and if he's going to give it to him in November, maybe giving it to him a little bit earlier so everybody knows, like Carter Hawkins needs the extension, people under him, the scouting guy, all that stuff. So it's not just one person, it's the whole staff. So I do think it probably comes before the end of the season, but I can't say for sure. But I think he's done enough. I think he's delivered on the farm system, providing some guys, getting into first place here, first 2 months of the season, telling Tom a few years ago we've got to start over and actually, sort of building this thing. Now, at the end of last year, we didn't know. Like, it can come quickly, and it did. And that means he gets rewarded with a contract extension. I do think so.
What's up with Tucker and the finger, and will he be in the lineup tonight?
So I don't know. I checked in about an hour ago, and I guess it's good news in some ways because if he was out automatically for 3-4 days, whatever, I think I would have heard that. But I do think he's going to test it, and obviously they're not at the park just yet. how he squeezes the bat, holds the glove, the whole 9 yards. We'll know in an hour or two, I think. So I think it's actually good news because I think I would have heard if he was going to be out for a while.
Okay, you want me to play Javi Baez talking about PCA?
Yeah, I mean they were traded for each other, right? And they both kind of play similar styles. Javi still has that it factor, he still has it. I mean, you should hear his teammates talk about Javi. They just love the guy.
The play he made last night on that Vinny Capra ball is like he's still, even though he's a little bit older, boy, can he still do it defensively. That was something.
I was talking to our buddy David Schuster, and he was like, he's going to play like 5 positions before the end of the week because Parker Meadows returns. So he's not the everyday center fielder the other day, and I think David is right. Like center, he moved over from short to second yesterday. Double play balls. I mean, they played a great defensive game in part because of Javi. So, yeah, of course, he was asked about PCA. Last year, he said he hadn't really watched him. Well, he's seen a little bit of him. Here's Javi.
Here's Javi.
If they say it, it's for a reason, and he's been putting the numbers. I have been seeing the type of athlete he is, and he's a really good athlete. Obviously, I feel great for the Cubs that they're playing really good baseball, too. But honestly, just trying to stay healthy myself and trying to play the whole season. Hopefully we play against them in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting this weekend. I'm getting to go to Detroit. I'm very excited about that. So they're standing room only Saturday and Sunday, and now that Scubal's been moved to Friday, they expect the same. So 3 sellouts, potentially 3 standing room only games against the Cubs, 2 first-place teams, Javi at short, PCA in center. I mean, that's going to be a lot of fun. And then you hear Javi mention, the playoffs would have to be the World Series. That'd be quite something.
What a story that would be, Jess.
And don't forget, one of Jed's, proteges, Scott Harris, is in charge of the Detroit Tigers. There's a lot of there's coaches over there that were with the Cubs. So a lot of connections between Detroit and Chicago. First and foremost, of course, Javi Baez.
Unbelievable. All right, Passan wrote a little bit about like the looming market and what it's going to look like as we'll get closer and closer to the deadline here. You think somebody jumps it before everybody else, like in the next, 3 weeks or like before the 4th of July, or is everything going to wait because so many teams feel like they're in it now? Is everything wait until after the 4th of July?
I think somebody will. I do, because there are some sellers that are absolutely selling. The Marlins with Sandy Alcantara at the top of that list. White Sox don't have as many pieces, if Luis Robert was playing better. But, maybe there's a pitcher on the Rockies. I think Alcantara could be the first guy to go because the Marlins clearly will sell. And Passan mentions the Cubs and Sandy Alcantara. I brought up Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen yesterday because the Diamondbacks are falling apart. I'm not sure if the Cubs would be the team to jump the market, but maybe. Jed has kind of been sort of outside his comfort zone since the beginning of the offseason. I think waiting a little bit longer is probably the right thing to do to know what you absolutely need. If make sure Imanaga's back healthy, for example. That's a data point for you. Understanding if Daniel Palencia is the guy, that's a data point for you. So more than likely the Cubs will wait, but you never know. It could heat up about surrounding Alcantara especially. And it's going to get real interesting with those Diamondback pitchers. And then, of course, the closers like Felix Bautista on Baltimore, Kyle Finnegan on Washington, who the Cubs will see this week. It's going to be real interesting. Here, to me, if the Cubs go after the top closer on the market, even if Palencia is going well, that tells me they're really going for it. That's the Hector Rondon for Aroldis Chapman situation, right? Rondon was a decent closer in 16. They went out and traded for Chapman. If the Cubs have a decent closer in Palencia and they trade for a top closer, that tells me they're really going for it.
What if they go out and get Chapman again?
Not impossible. I still think Boston is going to hang around a little bit. Remember, I mentioned this is going to be more of a seller's market. The Diamondbacks will be very interesting. Look, it's possible. It's absolutely possible. It would be unbelievable to do it a decade later.
Right? It would be. What if Boston falls out of it in a month and Walker Buehler's available? Like if Silvy said, no, he don't want Adrian Houser. He wants a frontline guy. Buehler, coming off the World Series from a year ago and that experience and the way he pitched, any chance he'd be available?
I think so. Yeah, I do. If Boston falls out, now we're talking. Now Boston, Arizona, now you've got some decent arms. Maybe the Cubs will trade for Crochet. No. But
That's
yeah. I watch Walker Buehler pitch in the playoffs. That's exactly the kind of guy you want because it really doesn't matter what he does in like June, July. He's an October kind of guy.
Yep.
He knows how to navigate it, and that's what they need. Like as good as Kate Horton is, do you trust him in October? Not quite yet. So I think they need that top of the rotation.
Anything else, Jess?
Kyle Teal taking ground balls at first base, Carmen. So maybe. Because Lenine Sosa still doesn't know where first base is.
Hey, I mean, come on. They've got to knock it off. And, Vargas, Vargas has been pretty good at third. You don't want Miguel Vargas playing first, do you? I mean.
No.
Okay, so Kyle Teal taking ground balls at first. This is good to know.
And that's the natural thing you do if you have a extra guy at a position and you don't have anybody at another position.
Yes.
Easy enough for a catcher to go over to first base. So, to me, that could be a sign that he's very close to getting called up. This happens a lot. You move a guy around the diamond, he gets called up. Well, at least see if he can hit and stand at first base and catch the ball and find the bag.
Find the bag. That shouldn't be too hard. Now we're talking. Okay, Kyle Teal taking ground to the first. I love it. Good nugget. All right, Jess, we'll talk to you later. Thanks.
You got it. See you, Yerk.
Great stuff, Jess.
Jesse Rogers. That's a good nugget.
Yeah, real
Kyle
good
Teal
work.
taking grounders at first.
Yeah. Real good work, babe.
Perfect.
Thank you.
It's Carmen in New York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
If you're taking my advice, you know that the food scene in Elmwood Park is second to none. Chef's kiss. Don't just take it from me. Mayor Skip Saviano is going to tell you himself that Elmwood Park is something special. It's more than just all the great restaurants and all the diversity. It's the people. Neighbors who care, families that thrive, and businesses that succeed. And every time I visit, I feel it, and you will too. Mayor Skip always says, we hook you in with a meal. The next thing you know, you're moving in. And he's not wrong. So take it from me and Mayor Skip. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Working from home?
We're back in the office.
Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
List coming up here just after 1. We will have the lunch rush at 1:30.
Yeah.
Jeff Passan wrote about the 2025 trade deadline, a little preview, and he broke the 30 teams into 4 groups. So the White Sox are obviously in the group of teams saying, if you'd like any of our players, come ask. I mean, not the good ones, not the prospects that are in the minors.
No minor leaguers, just the guys that are on the big league roster.
Robert's really been terrible, let's face it, unfortunately. So I don't know. The White Sox objective, according to Passan, just be bad, not historically bad. Well, they're sort of there right now. Still teetering close to being historically bad.
Well, when you've got...
They're only 3 games better, Yerk.
When you've got Colorado getting their 10th win yesterday...
That's true.
They are plenty more bad than the Chicago White Sox are, so let's everybody focus on them.
Best player available, center fielder Luis Robert Jr., even though he struggled. What to know? The talent pool in Chicago remains shallow, and the White Sox aren't particularly motivated to move young, under-control players like third baseman Miguel Vargas, rookie shortstop Chase Mydroth, and rookie right-hander Shane Smith, a brilliant Rule 5 draft pick. Upgrading this team from objectionable to simply bad, excuse me. They should be able to get a lottery ticket for right-hander Adrian Hauser, and if another team is interested in right-handed reliever Mike Vasil, another Rule 5 pick, the White Sox should at least entertain the notion, and I would think that they do. Robert's probably going to be the guy that it will be most attractive even with his struggles, because 2 years ago he was still a 5-win player. I think a little north of 5 wins. This is what the White Sox have done well, finding the Shane Smiths of the world. I hope they can continue to do that, finding pitching and developing pitching. They've really struggled on the position side.
I'm hoping for that too, Carm.
I'm hoping. For the Cubs, obviously this is a team going for it. And he writes, the objective is get some pitching to complement arguably the best offense in baseball. And the best fit, Jurko, Sandy Alcantara, who has struggled with the Marlins this year.
Miami?
Yep. But is going to go and is probably going to be the biggest name pitcher to go.
And are the Cubs in a position to compete for him? Are they the best in that position, or are there others that might have more to offer the Miami Marlins?
Good question.
I mean, when you look at, like, the Yankees.
Well, or
when you look at
a team like the Dodgers, who always seems to have an influx of talent in their minor league system.
The New York Mets.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just throwing out names of teams that are going to be competitive and going to be up there.
Alcantara's ERA is 8.5. Oof.
It's a big number, Carm.
But I think the theory is former Cy Young Award winner, get him out of Miami, get him out of a bad spot, and maybe somebody can straighten him out and fix him. 312-332-3776 if you want to ring up Carmen and Yerk. We got a list coming up back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
93 days and counting, and the Bears have mandatory minicamp. They expect full participation. That's getting underway here. I think they just started practice about 30 minutes ago. Ben Johnson will meet the media later today. You'll hear that live here in your home for Bears football. We'll see if Waddle and Silvy are doing a show up there one day this week, maybe tomorrow, because we'll cross-talk with them coming up at 2:35. White Sox baseball is back on the air at 6 as they try to snap the losing streak and try to beat a team in the division. They just have had their brains beaten in by the Royals, the Tigers, the Guardians, and the Twins since the start of last year. I was listening to Len and DJ last night. They're the best, even when the team stinks. They had mentioned something that happened in the Red Sox-Angels game. They couldn't believe it. It can't be true.
Red Sox-Angels. Something crazy happened.
First time ever.
First time in forever.
At Fenway Park. First time ever at Fenway Park. Fenway Park has been open since the Titanic sank.
Yeah.
First time ever that an opponent hit 3 first-inning home runs at Fenway Park.
All around Pesky's pole.
Impossible.
I mean, it's got to be something more special than that.
I couldn't believe it. I said,
3 visiting home runs in the first inning, that's it?
That never happened until last night.
I mean, I'm shocked. That hasn't happened before.
Come on, York, they've been playing baseball there 112 years.
Now, if you would have said 3 home runs in the first inning that went off Pesky's pole.
No.
I'd have believed something like that.
Over the Green Monster.
Over the Green Monster, under the Citgo sign.
Never in the history of you're talking about 112 years of baseball.
It's a lot of baseball.
Never given up 3 home runs in the first inning. They did last night. Dell hit one, Trout hit a bomb, and I don't know who hit the third one. And they hung on to beat the Red Sox 7-6.
Guessing an Angel.
Yeah, it was an Angel.
Yeah, I'm guessing an Angel.
Reggie Jackson.
Yeah. Brian Downing.
Was it right?
Brian Downing, always one of my favorite Angels.
Tim Salmon.
Rod Carew.
Darren Erstad.
Yeah, all the greats.
That was wild. So, White Sox are back on. You get the best in the business, Jeff Meller. You get Len and DJ at 6. And we'll crosstalk at 2:35. We will also have the lunch rush in about 30 minutes. But it is now time to continue the countdown, Jurko.
I'm ready.
93 days and counting. It is time for a list. All right, Adam.
All right, gentlemen, like you said, 93 days to the start of the NFL season, that great Thursday when we can finally... We also have to start thinking of, as we get this, we're 93 days. We have 93 days to come up with our next Carmen and Jurko bet. So every day that we get closer, it's also added pressure to think of a Carmen and Jurko bet.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Okay, we've got it.
I don't know how we top it, but...
I don't know either.
Well, we'll think about it.
Anyway,
Could
it's
be
time
Schuyadels
to play the list of lists as we spin. Ready? Get that great sound effect ready. Spin, 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 spin. Number 56. Number 56.
Onions and cheese.
Oh, okay. This is a good one. I like this. I think we will definitely have some generational gaps in this.
Again.
Okay. And this is very loose definition. Your favorite pop stars.
Oh, boy.
So popular music can be defined many ways, gentlemen. Metallica's a popular band. They're not pop. They're not pop.
They're not pop stars.
Pop music just translates to popular music.
So wait. So I can use Metallica? Or
No,
I can't?
I would say that we narrow this down to what we consider pop. The Beyoncés, the Taylor Swifts, the NSYNCs, you guys can go even farther back. You can
Adele.
go Madonna's, Lady Gaga's, Usher.
Madonna Young was fantastic.
Fantastic.
I would consider those pop music.
Pop stars. Our
Yes.
favorite pop stars. Can it be a fictional pop star?
No.
That is up to you, my friend.
I don't even know that I can think of one, but maybe there's a movie
that is up to you.
That comes to my mind that you go.
I just thought of one, actually.
So Andy Samberg played one that was.
That's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking the one from the Goofy movie, but that's just me.
What the other one wasn't Goofy?
Well, okay, it's called the Goofy movie, though. It's about Goofy, the character. I get it with your old man jokes. Come up with your list already.
All right, boy, our favorite pop star.
This is tough. There's many a decade to go through.
Man. How do we? Can you put canceled people on there?
I already have.
If you're going to say that one of them is your favorite, by all means, Carm.
He's number one on my list.
On that hill.
Before we knew.
There's different levels of canceled. I feel like I know who you're talking about, and his music is still played on the radio.
Okay, so
to
it's
this
okay?
day.
Yeah, because you know who I'm talking about.
I know exactly who you're talking about. He's the king of pop. I get it.
Well, yeah,
he's the king.
He's easily number one. You're me and Jurko our age. Are you kidding? That's
He's the king of pop.
That's an easy one.
Higher. No.
Stop giving away picks. Here you go.
Oh my God,
they were for me.
Our 5 favorite pop stars.
Yeah.
Holy cow. I mean, do I even know 5 pop stars?
You do.
You know Sabrina Carpenter?
Yeah, there you go.
She's not my favorite.
New single coming out on Thursday.
Don't
she just
even.
announced.
I can't wait. When my daughter, she's 11, things kind of come and go quickly. Their appetites change pretty quickly. I'm hoping that the Sabrina thing passes here quickly, because the Taylor thing passed kind of quickly for them. 1 minute they were in love with Taylor Swift, and then the next,
Stop naming picks.
Well, I'm sorry.
Stop.
6 months later, they're like, "No, we're done with her." And I'm hoping the Sabrina Carpenter thing passes, because she is just got a filthy mouth. Just absolutely filthy.
It's so.
If I have an 11-year-old daughter,
this is my
I'd love
wheelhouse too, guys. This is my wheelhouse.
I know it is.
So you're going to remember that this is from when I was listening to a lot of music.
Yeah, of course.
When I was younger. Number 1.
Whoa, you already got a
Number
list.
5.
Genie in a Bottle.
Number
Christine. 5. Yeah, number 5. Christina Aguilera.
That's a good one, Jurko.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Christina Aguilera. When
What a
she came
voice.
out, man, what a voice. Number 4 on my list. And it's Janet, if you're nasty. Janet Jackson.
Janet Jackson, baby.
She was phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
The movie, the wrestling movie with Loudon Swain. You remember that one?
No.
Well, she did it. She did the soundtrack of it. Madonna's on
my
and I'll
list.
think of the movie. I'll think
That's
of the
how
movie.
you
Don't worry
reference
about it.
Evita? You don't reference Evita?
No, I don't know. Evita. No, Papa don't preach. I'm in trouble.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
I'm telling you.
Cry for me.
Number 2 on this list. Hit Me Baby One More Time. Oh, boy, I'm telling you.
That's Britney?
Give me the chance.
Yeah.
Britney Spears.
Is it amazing that I knew that one?
Britney Spears.
I was considering,
And the number 1 all time, and I just heard Man in the Mirror yesterday.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson.
He's got to be.
Michael
For
Jackson.
us, it's
Yeah,
easy.
give
He's
me
got
a
to be on
hee-hee.
that.
Give me a hee-hee.
Hee-hee.
There you go.
And by the way, my on the almost eligible list, or
Almost
would
eligible?
have been there, Cyndi Lauper.
Oh, that's a good
Oh,
one.
that's a good
That's
one.
a very
Cyndi
good one.
Lauper.
Girls just want to have fun.
Time after
That's
time.
that's
Oh, man.
That's very good.
I just got goosebumps singing it.
You got to
And the video with the Captain Lou Albano. Oh, boy,
Yeah.
good stuff back then.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Who's ready over there?
I can be ready.
All right.
Well, good for you.
I just changed one.
Oh,
Okay.
Vision Quest.
I
Vision
changed one
Quest.
too.
I just changed one. Okay.
Guys, Vision Quest is the movie that I remembered. The
Vision
wrestling
Quest.
movie. Vision
Oh,
Quest.
okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought you were talking about like professional wrestling, like WWE.
No. Amateur wrestling.
Yeah.
Okay,
Folk
I think
style. Folk style.
all 5 of mine can be one name, I think.
What do you mean?
Like you can identify them by me
by
just
just
saying
their
one
name.
name.
Oh.
Yeah, by their first name. Their one name.
You can do that with mine,
Yeah.
too.
Stevie, number
Stevie,
5.
That's a great one.
Stevie Nicks or Stevie Wonder?
Wonder.
Are we sure, though, Stevie
Absolutely, he's
Wonder's-
pop.
He's Motown, isn't he?
He's pop, dude. He's absolutely pop.
Okay, all right.
Okay, think about it this way. If they were in We Are the World,
All right,
they're
that's
a pop
true.
star.
They're a pop
That's
star.
right, pop
Hey,
stars.
Okay.
That's a great call.
Number 4.
I'm a little mad at myself that I don't have Stevie Wonder on my list.
No, don't be. You'll be fine.
That's really good.
Go
Number
ahead.
4, Michael.
Yes,
Number 3, Britney.
yes,
Number 2, Taylor.
yes.
And number 1, Prince.
That's another good one, dude.
Prince I wrote down first.
Oh,
That's his number one.
shame on me.
Why? It's your list.
I
crossed
know,
out-
but
Can't
my
have
Prince.
his list.
Shout out to Mariah. I crossed out Mariah.
She was up there. She was up there for me, too.
Part of me feels like I don't know. I don't think of Prince as a pop star, but of course he is. But
Yeah.
I just didn't think of it. Like
Little Red Corvette.
I love Prince.
I remember when it
That's-
came out.
Adam's list was exceptional.
I was like, who's this little funky dude? Oh, I know who it is. You know who almost made my list? Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars is a good one.
Hitmaker.
Yeah.
Hitmaker.
Hitmaker.
Cocaine enthusiast and
Oh, yeah.
hitmaker.
Well, I'm really mad that I don't have Prince on my list. All right, go ahead, Potsy.
All
I'm
right.
really mad.
For me, I didn't have him before, but Jurko reminded me. Michael Jackson, number 5. I think that's a
course.
given there. Number 4, I have Rihanna, the Queen.
That's a good one.
That's a great one,
Number
yeah.
3, Taylor Swift. Number 2, The Weeknd.
The
Good
Weeknd's
one.
pretty good.
The good one I just saw he was on Jimmy Fallon and he said he's got the most. He's got like over so many billion streams on Spotify. It's like the most ever or something.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
I saw The Weeknd on Tuesday. Yeah. Good stuff.
And number 1 for me, the Jonas Brothers.
The Jonas
Jonas
Brothers.
Brothers.
Okay.
All right.
All
Jonas
right.
Brothers.
Come
All
on,
right.
you're the year
And anybody got
3000.
Bieber? No Beavers?
Must have
no
been
believers?
lonely times in your
No
bedroom.
believers. No. No
I
believers.
think, like Adam, I could probably just
Jonas
use one name, right? Number 5.
Oh,
Gwen.
Josh. Oh, Joe.
Number 5 would be Gwen. Gwen Stefani is number 5
Really?
on my list. Yeah, I like
Okay.
Gwen Stefani.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 4, Rihanna. Number 3, Taylor Swift. Number 2, Madonna. And number 1, Michael Jackson. Easily. That was the first one I wrote down without question. The one I'm mad I don't have is Prince. Prince is a really good one.
Yeah.
I just didn't you know, if Adam said your 5 favorite guys who sing badass music and shred on the guitar, I'd be like Prince, number 1.
But he's not like I would
but I
also
don't-
say
but he
he's
is
a
a pop
rock
star.
But he's
Like-
also a rock star too. But he fits
Yeah.
both because like
I don't think this pop star list has got the audience really jumping for.
What's
the
Twitch
Twitch chat
said,
is
for
popping. I'll tell you that.
Okay, the Twitch
All right, who we
chat
forgetting?
is-
Who do they
People
like?
have said Pink. People
Pink's
have
a good one. I
said,
thought about Pink.
The Weeknd was mentioned.
Any part of Lady Marmalade was eligible, I believe.
Okay.
What? None of us.
No
none of,
J-Lo?
Did any of it? No J-Lo or any of the Spice Girls?
Well,
Right?
they'd be
You could
together.
just say the Spice Girls.
I could. You just said.
If
the
you
Spice
said the
Girls.
Spice Girls, you'd have been fine.
Yeah.
We've
Cher.
got Dua Lipa.
Dua Lipa's a good one.
No one said Beyonce. I think I mentioned Beyonce in the examples, but no one said Beyonce.
I tried to stick with my genre back in my day. That's what I
Rihanna
would-
over Beyonce for me. So
Katy
that's why I
Perry.
went with Rihanna.
I
Katy
love
Perry's a good
Seen her
one.
in concert.
Katy Perry, yep.
Timberlake.
TLC.
Sure. Yeah.
How about TLC? Don't go chasing waterfalls, guys.
Kylie
don't go
Minogue
chasing
for the old for
waterfalls.
it was a little bit old school, I guess.
Who
Kylie
is?
Minogue. Kylie Minogue.
Yeah, a little bit.
No scrubs.
No scrubs.
Are you quoting
Are you
TLC?
quoting TLC? I don't know what that means. Continue, Adam.
The other guys. Great movie. He's on the phone. He's
Don't
not
go
going to
chasing-
about Whitney?
continue.
Don't go chasing
Whitney?
water. Oh, Whitney. Ooh.
Yeah. Whitney Houston.
I feel like that's an egregious error by us.
On you. If you felt she belonged, why didn't you put her down?
Yeah, Whitney's.
I mean, you're looking at me. Don't look at me. I don't give a rat's patootie.
That's pretty good, man.
Celine Dion. Elton John.
Yeah, I would consider Celine
I wouldn't
Dion pop.
consider Elton John.
Elton, I would absolutely.
would?
Yeah. Because think about it, like
I guess
it's not rock. It is rock, but it's not like what we consider classic rock music.
I guess. Yeah, I guess you're
How
right.
about Phil Collins?
Yeah, Phil Collins for sure.
Yeah, I was never the biggest Phil Collins Genesis fan, but that's fair. Like the music was good.
What if I was your father figure? George Michael. What do you
We're
think?
getting Olivia Rodrigo.
Oh, yeah. She's
Olivia
new.
Rodrigo's
She's
very
new.
good.
I'll give you that.
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny's good.
Apparently just made a donation to the Brookfield Zoo or something like that.
Is that right?
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know.
Big fan of Olivia Rodrigo, actually.
How about Lauryn Hill?
Yeah, that's a good one.
One Direction.
Don't know One Direction.
Yes, you know the offshoots
you've
of
heard
One
it.
Direction.
You've heard it.
Ed Sheeran. No one said Ed Sheeran.
Sheeran is good.
Yeah,
Ed
not for
Sheeran's
me.
good.
Opened up for Britney when I saw. No, I mean opened up for Taylor Swift when I saw Taylor.
Is that right?
Okay.
2012. 13 years ago when she had. When she was in concert for the first time in the Red Tour.
Dude.
In the Red
still
Tour.
Pretty good.
Well, I didn't say it. I misspoke. I mean, what are you doing?
No, she's good.
Give me a break here, will you? You're harassing me.
I gotta give her credit. Like
Sheryl Crow.
Sheryl Crow's a good one. Excellent.
Dang.
That's a great call.
No, I'm getting helped here now.
No,
so
but that's
don't worry
okay.
about
That's
it.
terrific.
At some point, I can't think of all these artists. Can't go back. She's gone. Can't say her anymore.
We got George Michael. Lionel Richie.
Sinead O'Connor.
Sinead O'Connor.
I said she was dead. You said that didn't matter.
No, but I
I
was never that big.
All right, here's a question for you. U2, rock band or pop band?
U2 to me is more of a pop band.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
Pop band.
There you
They ain't
go.
a rock
They're
band.
more pop.
They're a pop band.
Yeah. I was just thinking of someone now. It escaped me. That maybe we left off the list. I can't think of who it was.
Was it Bjork?
Is Billy Joel a pop star? Or is he more in the rock? Or is he kind of one of those both?
Yeah. I think he's
a pop
both.
star too.
Oh, this is a good one in the Twitch chat that's up for debate.
Like Billy Joel. I mean, that's a. Go ahead.
The Beatles.
Oh, that was pop.
I don't know, man.
I think that was pop.
I'll tell you this: "Love Me Do" sure as hell ain't rock.
Yeah, that's
definitely
true.
not.
It's not. I
Let
want to
It
hold
Be.
your hand isn't rock.
That's not rock.
Yeah. Paul Abdul, was she mentioned?
No.
See, now
Paul
I feel
Abdul,
like
Hall and Oates.
Now I feel like I need to redo this whole
Billie
list.
Eilish.
Because I wasn't. Billie Eilish is excellent. I wasn't thinking of bands like the Beatles or Billy Joel. But
You thought of the bands you thought of, and you don't apologize for what
I
you
know,
were thinking.
but like
all right?
when you say the Beatles, like I love the Beatles.
It's
and
the Beatles.
but Hold My Hand is not a rock and roll song.
No, it's not.
It's not. It's not. Love me do.
Like if you want to say,
I know I love you. That's
if you
not
want to
rock
say
and roll. That's
pre
pop.
LSD and marijuana and like weed Beatles,
like
that's pop. After LSD and weed might be rock.
And I guess it's maybe because I like most of the stuff they did in the late 60s that was more than just guys with the funny hair on Ed Sullivan on black and white TV going, love me do. Like, I don't need that ever. But the back half of the Beatles catalog to me is incredible. When they got into the experimental stuff and it was like, when it wasn't poppy, Yerk, when they were like revolutionizing music, like that stuff's amazing. So I didn't think of the Beatles because the early stuff is definitely pop and it's not nearly as good.
Mark our pilot.
Yeah.
Aha.
Someone just said Coldplay.
Take on Me.
Coldplay. I like Coldplay.
They're not rock.
They're definitely not rock, but I like Coldplay. Aha's a good one.
Yeah.
Ooh, Cher.
We said I mentioned Cher a
you
little
did?
bit earlier. Yeah, not in my list, but we had talked about Cher.
All right, that's another fun list. That one I like that one because it's very much open to interpretation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have to allow it to breathe a little bit.
Amazing.
Take a look at it.
The art. Now that I'm stuck on the Beatles, I mean, the arc of the Beatles is something. I mean,
Are you miserable because you listen to pop music, or did pop music make you miserable?
That's
from High Fidelity.
That's from High Fidelity. That's right. That's a good movie, by the way. Filmed right here.
Jack Black.
Right here in Chicago.
Don't
yes.
give away lists.
The problem.
I won't. That's true.
Yeah, the problem is Jack Black sometimes steals that movie.
Yeah,
he does.
He steals a lot of movies. Yerk.
As a young artisan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's definitely a great part of that.
But he's the lead in School of Rock, and there's no gray area there.
He's not stealing that. He's the lead. That's
Shallow
true.
Hal, I never quite understood.
I love Shallow.
Yeah, I never quite understood.
I love that. I love that movie.
The whole
TV
concept.
the other day.
The whole concept.
I love
stunned
Shallow
me.
Hal.
Yeah.
Shallow Hal needs a gal. I love Shallow Hal. It's so crazy.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
All right, another fun list, you guys. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's the good kid.
And this is Carmen.
We're your captains for Team Blue Chew at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
No guarantees our team will be the champs.
But with Blue Chew behind us, we'll make it to the finish with power to spare.
See you all June 11th at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Old Forester bourbon. You've heard me talk about it. I love it. Sweet wood sugar. It's delicious. Sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, that signature banana note that I always talk about with Old Forester.
How about cantaloupe, Carm?
Not as much. They're all on the syllabus at the next Whiskey U, which is happening next Thursday night with me and Tom Waddle. That's right. Things are getting interesting.
Nice.
Because along with the bourbon, Waddle is going to be giving a lesson in some scotch because he loves it. Glenglassaugh. I hope I'm saying that right. I think I am. I mean, Waddle's the scotch expert. One side brings the tasting notes. The other brings the bold claims. We'll sort out who's really in charge. You just need to show up at Whiskey U next Thursday, June 12th, 7 p.m., right here in the city in the West Loop on Clinton at Slightly Toasted. Love Slightly Toasted right here by the train station downtown in the West Loop. So come hang with Waddle and me next Thursday night, June 12th at 7. Please drink responsibly.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Oh my God, is this your house?
This is the humble abode.
Oh my God, it's so humble.
FX presents Adults.
You don't know your social security number?
No, I do. It's just my mom knows the whole thing.
A new comedy about 20-somethings achieving zero anythings.
What is the worst that happens?
I go broke. I can't pay my loans. I start an OnlyFans, but only you guys subscribe.
I can't do OnlyFans.
Yeah, you wouldn't make it on there, so sorry.
FX's Adults, Wednesdays on FX. All episodes streaming on Hulu.
This Father's Day, help Dad be all he can be with a gift from the Home Depot. Because he's not just Dad, he's the handyman of the house, the plumber in a pinch, and the emergency mechanic. Upgrade his gear this Father's Day with the Husky Mechanics 270-piece tool set from the Home Depot. Now on special buy for $119, a $695 value. For every kind of dad, find the perfect gift this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Adam doesn't even want us talking about potential lists. I don't think this is one of them, but
what do you got?
Just when you said how Jack Black almost kind of steals High Fidelity.
Look at him, he's upset already.
He
just threw his.
All right, I won't say it then. Is there a list? The best scene stealing moments or movie, you know what I mean? Like the actors that
No, there isn't.
Okay, because that would be a fun one.
Next year.
Maybe next year. It'd be hard to come up with that, but
yeah, I mean that'd be a tough.
But that'd be a fun one.
Tough test for the good kid.
Somebody just comes in and completely that you weren't expecting it and owns the movie.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I like a few kind of always come to the top of my mind. Jennifer Lawrence and Silver Linings Playbook. Remember, she wasn't Jennifer Lawrence yet.
Right. She's like a youngster.
Yeah. And she owned that movie. That's a movie with Bradley Cooper and Robert De Niro. Yeah. And she's so easily the best part
Excelsior.
of it.
You know what Excelsior means, don't you? When she straightens them out.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's the most idiotic thing you've ever done.
Yeah, right. Like, Tom Cruise was already becoming a megastar when Color of Money came out because Top Gun had come out. But, like, Tom Cruise in The Color of Money up against Paul frickin' Newman. Like, that's as captivating and as energetic and as, like, incredible as Tom Cruise has ever been. And he was still a pretty young actor. I mean, he wasn't, like, it wasn't Tom Cruise that we know today yet. And so I always think of a few of those. Tommy Lee Jones in Under Siege.
Yeah.
That's not really a Seagal movie. It's a Tommy Lee Jones movie.
It feels like that, 100%.
Nobody really knew who Tommy Lee Jones was. I think he was more of a stage actor back then. He didn't have a huge movie career. His movie career went nuts because he completely stole Under Siege. By the way, for all of you Steven Seagal fans, not the person, the silliness of his movies, because he's a complete wacko, but the movies are epic for a lot of us that grew up in that era. Our buddy Kyle Brandt and Bill Simmons did their latest rewatchables on Out for Justice, which Kyle has been trying to get Bill to do it for years. And I texted Kyle Brandt, our friend, and said, thank God you finally convinced him, and thank you for an entertaining listen, because I don't know if you share the love that some of us have for Out for Justice, but it's one of the most completely ridiculous movies, Steven Seagal or otherwise, you'll ever see. But I loved it as a kid, and I probably, throughout the 90s, watched it, 50 times, and can quote most of the movie. And it's so dumb and so silly, and Seagal is so... he's so self-serving and self-righteous in this movie. Have you seen Out for Justice?
No.
Have you ever seen that one?
I have. I don't believe I have. I've seen Above the Law.
You've seen Above the Law? That's
so
the
was
first
the next one?
It was like the third one.
Yeah, the second one I may have seen.
Hard to Kill. That's the one with Kelly LeBrock.
Yeah, and then the third one
that you were tapping out.
I thought it was Under Siege. I thought they were on the boat.
No, that was after. You were in the lead. It was like 91. You might have been too focused on starting your NFL career.
Well, the first one I knew because one of my guys was in it. He gets his ass kicked in the bar.
Oh, is that right?
In one of the early scenes, Tommy Milanovic.
Because they filmed that here, right? Above the Law.
Yeah,
that was like Seagal's first movie. Mm-hmm. Then we needed Hard to Kill because Kelly LeBrock is. Just 102 on the block. Yeah. And I don't know that she made many more movies after that, but she was just unbelievable. And then Seagal, it almost feels like it's in a different universe. Like for this 10-year period, Seagal becomes this megastar. But then in Under Siege, you're right. Like Tommy Lee Jones completely steals that movie, and it's really a Tommy Lee Jones movie. Right. So that'd be a fun list to concoct someday. Like the scene-stealing performances that we always remember.
Did Heath Ledger in the Joker steal a Batman movie?
Great call.
I mean, is that would that be considered? That's like the movie stealer, though, not the scene stealer.
That's okay. That still fits the bill. That's what I'm talking about. And I think you're right. That's Heath Ledger, right? As much as we can associate Christian Bale with those three movies, and he was terrific in all three of them, in those Christopher Nolan Batmans, you easily think about Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight more than anything else.
Yes, you do.
And his performance was wicked good. So that's why the lists are always fun. I have a good time doing it.
I mean, we can sit and talk about the list. Maybe we'll bring it up to A.J. Hinch.
No, we won't.
See what his pop stars are. Maybe he's got a list of 5.
I got a bunch of questions.
Send him a salvo. See if he's got one.
For A.J. Hinch when he joins us. So, the White Sox will try to bounce back against the Tigers tonight. You'll catch it right here on your home for White Sox baseball. They have an extended losing streak going at home against the Tigers. It stretches back a couple of years, if you can believe it, like September of 2003. They just can't beat this team. Maybe it happens tonight. But A.J. Hinch will join us in like 35 minutes. In the ongoing series, Carmen and Jurko talk to the opposing manager. An hour from now, we'll crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy. They'll get you home until 6, and then we do have Jeff Meller's pregame show starting at 6 o'clock tonight for Game 2 of that series. Tarek Skubal, I always want to say Tariq. It's Tarek Skubal. I don't know why I do that. It's a bad habit. I think when he first came in the league, when he was young, I thought his name was
right
Tariq, and so I call him Tariq Skubal, but it's Tarek Skubal.
Tarek.
And he's so good. I shouldn't be getting it wrong at this point. He is being held back till Friday against the Cubs, so he will not. I mean, you look at the schedule and you're like, game, getaway day in Chicago, or at home against the Cubs.
Scooble pretty good.
He's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's probably why. They realize that they've got 3 more buys against the White Sox coming up here, that they're going to keep their quality guy going against the Cubs.
And they'll have a full house in Detroit. You heard Jesse said it's going to be standing room only Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
SRO.
Short drive. A lot of Cub fans will probably go.
I'm sure.
2 of the best teams in baseball dueling this weekend.
When you're there, go to Greektown.
Never been.
I've been there. It's right. It's not that far away from downtown. So if you're staying at the Rensen, you're right there, basically. They got a nice casino downtown.
Yeah, that's right.
Have yourself a little bit of fun. Enjoy yourself.
There you go. Tips from Jurko about what to do in Detroit. I bet you there are a lot of Cub fans making the short trip to Detroit for the weekend. Cross that ballpark off the list. You know, they don't go there a whole heck of a lot. I still haven't seen that park, believe it or not. Haven't been in Detroit's ballpark.
I've been
a whole
there.
bunch I want to be.
The only park I was in was the Silverdome.
Silverdome.
And the other one, I lie because of the Chicago Rush connection I had.
Play a Ford
I
Field?
was up there when they were in Detroit. No, they played arena football.
Oh.
So I was at the Silverdome, and then I was up at where did Detroit Pistons play? At the
Palace of Auburn Hills?
Yeah, the Palace Auburn Hills. I've been in that one, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Old school.
Yeah.
That one's not even
But
around
as
anymore.
far as being downtown to watch any baseball at all, I'm not traveling anywhere to watch baseball. I barely can travel at a guaranteed rate to watch baseball. Are you kidding me?
AJ Hinch at 30 minutes.
Watch that crap.
Lunch rush.
Come on.
Lunch rush is next.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, Chicago. It's summer. It's time to make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is finally here after 196 years. The oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois. And we're not just talking about one beer. We're talking about the whole dang lineup. Start with the legend Yuengling Traditional Lager, smooth, rich, and a beer that's been around longer than the North Side-South Side rivalry. Then there's the Light Lager, that famous Yuengling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You've got Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. If you want a little extra flavor, the Black and Tan is a perfect mix of dark and light beer. And like I said, it's summer, Speedo season, so you want to, relax a little bit on the carbs, get the Flight. It's delicious and low carb. So next time you're at the bar, grab any 6-packs or don't go with the usual. Try a Yuengling. You've waited long enough. The wait is finally over. This is officially Yuengling country. DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with the purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Crosstalk in an hour. Time for the lunch rush. It's Carmen and Jurk. AJ Hinch, the manager of the Tigers, at 2. All right, Abdallah, where are we starting the lunch rush today?
How's your lunch today, Carmen?
My lunch is good. Turkey sandwich.
Yeah, man.
Bacon,
he's chowing down over there.
Dijon.
Okay.
Beautiful.
That sounds good.
That's flavorful.
Got
Turkey
some
and bacon sandwich.
Chips over there, maybe?
I got some sweet potato chips.
You got any tomatoes on that?
No tomatoes. I usually don't put tomatoes on my sandwiches.
Doesn't travel well because it sogs up the bread. Is that what you believe?
Jurko knows.
Yeah.
So this is lettuce, cheddar, turkey, the Whole Foods oven roasted turkey, the one they make in-house.
Sure, yeah,
So that way
in-house
there's
turkey.
no junk in it.
Yeah, in-house turkey.
Some bacon and some Dijon. On some nice fresh sourdough.
You know, Maddie shot a turkey this spring. Would you? I mean, that's really fresh.
Yeah, come on. I mean,
you want a little bit of when he smokes it up. You want some of that?
Sure.
You want me to bring it in? There's really nothing in that but lead.
That's
because that's how you killed it with lead.
Thank you.
Gobble goggle, boom, dead.
Thank you. Yeah, that sounds good. Smoked turkey.
Bye turkey.
I'll take some. All right, Abdallah. Where are we starting?
All right, we'll start with the Bears. The mandatory mini camps are going on right now.
Yep,
right now.
Right now.
Right now as we speak.
So there's a little bit of, jockeying for position. There's not a lot of positions that are open, left tackle, maybe running back. And Jeremy Fowler yesterday was on the really big show with Tony Rizzo and Aaron Goldhammer and talked about the possibility of the Bears joining, or the Bears getting Nick Chubb. That'd be you, Potsy.
To play, wants to play. The running back market is tough. A lot of these guys are waiting. I think they're going to wait probably until training camp at this point. It doesn't help them to sign in late May, early June. I do not expect Chubb back at the Browns, barring some sort of surprise or injury. There's some teams out there that could be in the market for one. The Commanders or the Bears come to mind. It's just in general terms, it could be looking for an extra back at some point that could need some help. But, right now I think he's just in that mode where you're going to survey the landscape and see what develops and keep working out and hoping to play next year.
What do you guys think? I know we've talked about it a little bit, but as we get closer and closer to training camp, it seems like they cleared some money with the Joe Thuney restructuring and extension. So they do have some cash to spend if they wanted to.
They want to waste money on another running back, feel free.
I mean, at this point, man, he's going on 30, coming off a devastating injury 2 years ago. 10 games the last 2 seasons combined for Nick Chubb. He's been a brilliant player, over 5 yards a carry in his career, but he was down to 3.3 last year. And you wonder about all the mileage and the wear and tear.
Just a running back, that's all.
I mean, I suppose if you don't love your room and they're dead set on trying to upgrade, and what would you be paying Nick Chubb at this point? $3 million?
Probably get less than 5, I would imagine.
Yeah, it'd be less. I would think it was less than 5.
It'd be 5 or less. It'd be 5 or less.
Yeah, like $3 million. I mean, is that the worst thing? Like you said, Abdallah, you've got some money to still spend and like in case of situations like this, all right, you could talk me into it, but just go run the football well. I don't care who you do it with. Like,
I mean, because you've got
go be a productive running team, which you weren't last year.
Wheeler.
They might not love any of them.
You need bodies.
I mean, does Wheeler make this team? Does Roshan make this team?
No, I don't. If you don't sign Chubb, yes.
Okay.
I mean, what's Roshan's health issue?
He's had some trouble with the concussions too.
Yeah, how do you have a running back with concussions?
Well, remember they tried to teach him how to take hits better last season to keep his head up a little bit more.
Yeah. And it was better last season, wasn't it? I mean, so just be a better running team. However you accomplish that, and if you spend, like I said, if you spend $3.5 million on Nick Chubb hoping to recapture some magic, okay, maybe he does that. He's been a terrific player in his career. So, but he's also going to be 30 at the end of the year, and he's got a lot of wear and tear. He's had a couple of 300-yard, 300-touch seasons, and a really devastating injury 2 years ago. All right, what else, Adam?
Pro Football Focus has their positional rankings coming out one by one here slowly as we head towards the season. Today, the top 32 cornerbacks in the NFL. We know the Bears have a very good cornerback. How good do you think Jalen Johnson is, according to Pro Football Focus?
They have him in the top 7.
I was going to say 7th, actually. I'll say 9th.
He is higher than 7th and 9th.
All right, 5th.
He is higher than 5th.
3rd.
He is 4th.
4th.
He is behind Gardner's 1, Surtain's 2, Trent McDuffie is 3, and Jalen Johnson is 4.
Hey,
he is ahead of Derek Stingley.
That's great. Wow, that's kind of crazy if you ask me.
He's ahead of Stingley, and DJ Reed is 6.
Okay. I think that's crazy to have him ahead of Derek Stingley.
Whoa, hit that sounder.
Breaking news?
Breaking news.
Oh, all right, here we
hit
go.
It. Hit it.
What's going on?
Hit it.
I got to find it.
Breaking news is brought to you by the Advantage Auto. There.
This is Breaking
Wasn't
News
on the page.
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
Sorry to spring that on you, Potsy. Breaking news brought to you by the Advantage Dealer
This
Group.
must be big if the way
over
a
the
dollar
60-minute
reacted.
guaranteed. The New York Knicks are relieving Tom Thibodeau of his duties, according to
boy.
Shams Charania.
He wears
I'm not
on
shocked.
you. He wears on you, doesn't he?
I'm not shocked. I think it's maybe an overreaction by the Knicks, but I'm not shocked by it. I'm not.
He just wears on you eventually, doesn't he? Remember here at the end how it ended?
Well,
yeah,
that
it wears
was a
on
really unfortunate situation the way it ended here. Look, they were still.
But you can imagine the post series meetings with management and upper management and what that's like.
Like he got that maybe, and some things broke their way. Fine, he got them to Game 6 of the conference finals. Like they were one of the Final Four teams. Look, I've been a sometime critic of Tom Thibodeau and the way he coaches because of like what Jurko said. I think there is an element of Tom that just kind of wears on guys, and I don't know that I'd ever like. Do I want my coach? Do I want to hire a coach when I know the clock is ticking? It's kind of like the Harbaugh philosophy that I've always had. Of course Jim Harbaugh can coach. Do I really want to like push all in on a coach where I know the clock is ticking, where like within 5 years his players are going to hate his guts and like nobody can stand him and he rubs everybody the wrong way? Kind of a risky way to do business. That said, I think it might be a little bit of an overreaction by the Knicks. I can't say I'm surprised, though. I'm just not.
I mean, of all the things that could have been there for breaking news, when that came across the pipeline, I go, okay, that makes sense.
That's big news.
That makes sense.
And now if you're the Knicks, who you're replacing him with? The Bulls got cute and said, we can do better than Tom Thibodeau, and how'd that work out? How'd that work out, you guys? Didn't work out so good.
No, not well.
So I think maybe a little bit. My initial reaction to this news is, again, not surprised, but I think it's an overreaction by the Knicks. And I'm not saying they had to totally run it back next year, but I would have brought Tibbs back for another season and it's seen. I still think there's a little bit of a limit on that team, mostly because of the roster, and maybe a little bit on Tibbs too. As I think there's a little bit of a limit on that team, but
what if they would have convinced and traded for Giannis?
See, that's a good question, Adam. I mean,
you had Giannis to that team with it.
Tibbs might have pissed off Giannis too in no time. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe,
it's not like Giannis is a coach.
Yeah. Oh, really? Ask Adrian Griffin.
Okay. He might be.
Ask the Hawk.
He might be.
Okay. Ask Budenholzer.
What's next?
Well, hold on. I like this. This is big news.
Oh man.
This is big news.
Okay, what's more likely? What's more likely? Thibodeau takes another job this season or is on the desk?
Who's available right now? I mean, I'm trying to think. This late in the season,
I don't think
the coaches that got purged have been replaced, right?
I think mostly everybody. Yeah, I think everybody.
Is there a vacancy I'm not thinking of right now?
Well, but now that there is,
does somebody fire their coach for Tibbs?
Thibodeau is available. Can you go? Do you fire your coach and maybe he takes another job?
My guess is he does a year on the desk and then he'll get next cycle.
Better get his ass to Turkey then.
Why?
Got to get those plugs in, man. You can't go on TV looking like Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
You can't go on TV looking.
That's good. I thought you meant to do commentary. I'm like, why does Tibbs have to go to Turkey? Somebody will hire him.
You can't get on the desk looking like a Charlie Brown.
He's a poor man's Lou Henson right now.
Drawing a jack-o'-lantern on your head? What are we doing here?
That was good. All right, so big breaking news. Shams Charania reporting that Tom Thibodeau has been relieved of his duties by the Knicks. And if anybody wants to talk, look, Tibbs, I think, is still what's the word? How would you phrase him? Tibbs' name still carries weight in this town, I think. I think people are interested in what Tibbs does.
Oh, just wait until 2:30.
Well, sure.
Just wait until 2:30. I'm looking at Silvy's tweets. Just wait until 2:30.
Don't you guys think that that's true? Whether he fails or succeeds, don't you think? I think Tibbs still carries some weight around.
Does Silvy want Tibbs back?
He wants. I'll just read you his tweet. Hold on. Let me find his tweet. Talk amongst yourselves.
Would you fire Billy Donovan for Tibbs again? No,
I don't think he's firing Billy. I think he's just hold on. Let me get it.
Silvy's already tweeting about it. Huh? Boy, he can't help himself. Got to run to Twitter. Got
to get the takeout.
Save it for his show. He's got a talk show coming up in 45 minutes.
if you saw this, if you said, "Hey Bulls,
what did he say?
Call Tibbs, give him the keys, and have him hire a personnel guy. Blow up what you have now." Yeah, I said it.
Ooh, hot take.
So Tibbs to run the front office?
That's sizzling. Ooh.
Tibbs to run the front office? What do we know about Tibbs' ability to run a front office, though?
Nothing. I don't think he's ever.
He hasn't ever done that.
No,
of course not. He's a career coach.
I finally get it.
Who's that?
Finally. Breaking news. Oh, just some young lady.
Oh, I thought you were showing me the picture of the girl.
No,
on
I
your
was
phone.
showing the breaking news.
Oh, I was like, damn. Who's that, Yerk? So, I mean, I don't know that Tibbs is. We'll talk about it during crosstalk with them. I don't know that that's even something Tibbs wants to do. He seems like a lifelong coach to me. I don't think Tibbs is going to run a front office.
He can go to the desk. Does he have years left on his contract?
Tibbs just re-signed, I think, didn't he sign an extension a year or two ago?
So
I thought he did.
You go do something where you sign a 3-year deal or something with ESPN and backload the contract so you don't get, that reciprocal thing that they sign when they have the contract. If you make money, then the team doesn't have to pay you.
You never know what really goes on behind closed doors, but Jalen Brunson did not like the line of questioning after they got eliminated about the team firing Tibbs. Did you guys hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can find that, Potsy, and play it, too.
I don't think there are players that don't like Tibbs. That's the thing. Even when he got fired here, I don't think that there were players that didn't like him.
I think certain guys get worn out by him, but you're right. I think they all like and respect him.
But they understand why they wear him, why he wears them out.
But I do think, Adam, some of that carries over into performance and attitude, though, sometimes. I do think they get beat down by Tibbs to a certain extent. But I don't think they dislike him. That's true. And Jalen didn't want to have any of it. If that's the way he really feels, he didn't want to have any of the conversation.
He's a coach's son, too. So.
That's true. He's a coach. And his dad's on the staff.
Yeah.
His dad's
What is he going to say? Yeah, let's blow it up.
I mean, that's true. He's a coach's son and his dad's on the staff. But he wasn't He wasn't going after Tibbs for sure. All right, anything else real quick?
MLB.com did a vote of their insiders, and PCA came in second in MVP voting behind Shohei.
How about that, man? I mean, Shohei and Judge, like, this is getting ridiculous. It's
He's
ridiculous.
minus 280.
It's
win the MVP.
He's got 20
June 2nd. It's June 3rd.
He tied Cal Raleigh. He's got the league leading home runs again. Like, this is getting ridiculous.
And I'm not wishing for this, obviously, but the only way PCA has a chance is if Otani gets hurt.
Shohei or Judge have to get hurt for anybody in either league to win. It does feel like that.
Yes.
Like, it's insane what these guys are doing. They're so much for voter fatigue. They're so good it doesn't matter. It's crazy. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox dropped the opener to Detroit Monday night 13-1 as Kerry Carpenter hit 3 of Detroit's 5 home runs. Carpenter has now gone deep 6 times in 4 games against the White Sox this season. The highlight for the Sox was Chase Mydrod. He reached base 3 times and dazzled on defense. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 6:40 from Wright Field. The Sox are home all week. 3 more against Detroit, then 3 against Kansas City. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to win an exclusive City Connect package. One lucky fan will receive some of the best City Connect gear, including a jersey, sweatshirt, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion been covered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Thibodeau wouldn't play 9 guys in a baseball game. So, like, they...
Oh, that's a line. That's a line right
They have him... I'm surprised that
Bars. That is a line.
Surprised that he has done that.
That was a great line by Kenny just a couple of weeks ago. Tom Thibodeau, after 5 years coaching in the Knicks, is out in New York. Apparently, they owe him about $30 million still. I think he just re-upped like either an offseason or two ago, if I'm not mistaken. But getting to the Final Four, not good enough for the Knicks. This was Barkley on Thibodeau during this playoff run. This is just about 3 weeks ago during one of the TNT games. Here's Charles Barkley.
No matter how tough the Knicks are, everybody gets tired, especially when you're playing against guys who are fresh.
I understand that, but we all know Thibodeau. He ain't going to change now.
Yeah, but listen, man.
He ain't going to change now.
Yeah, but and the Knicks going to pay for it in the long run. That's not right. This is the same stuff we just talk about in Chicago. As a coach, you have to learn from your mistakes. You just can't run guys in the ground. You're going to get hurt. That's why guys get hurt or tired. You can't play like that in the playoffs.
I mean, it's a common thing we've talked about here over the years. And he played, in fairness, I mean, he did play more guys in the postseason at times. Maybe not as much early, but as the postseason went on, I thought he actually did some good. Like, Tibbs hasn't always been the best series adjuster. It's kind of always been like, this is the way we play, this is my system, this is what we're going to do. I thought he did some good personnel things in a handful of those games. I thought, what was it, game 3 that they won in Indy? I like splitting up Brunson and Towns. Like, I thought there were some good adjustments that he actually did make within the series. His sideline, baseline, out of bounds stuff will always be some of the best. I do love and appreciate that about Tibbs' ability to coach. So, like, he's got a lot of positive things about him. He's obviously a very good coach. It's like, is he the quintessential, he's only going to get you so far coach? He might be. I think it was a common refrain from Bulls fans at the time when we saw it coming. And there were some other extenuating circumstances that led to the dismissal here. I mean, the rift that was allowed to the rift that had happened between he and the front office, it was unfortunate, and it was kind of ugly and nasty. And it should have never got that way. I mean, the Bulls identified him as a potential head coach long before a lot of teams were.
Who was responsible for that? The rift.
Well, listen, I mean, I think Pax and Tibbs, obviously.
You've got a chance to sit back and look at it over the course of time, and you've probably gotten more information over the course of the years. Who was the driving force of separation?
I don't really know. I think
you are a basketball man.
Yeah, but I didn't cover those teams back then. They both have to share some responsibility. I mean, they do. And listen, you can't. No matter how frustrated you are, you can't slam the door shut in the owner's face. Like,
that's a problem then.
I mean, that stuff like that can't happen. And if you're John Paxson, you can't be threatening to fight your coach either. There was a lot of dysfunction that happened. But the straw that broke the camel's back, when the owner says he needs to talk to you and you close the door in his face, you're going to get fired.
Yeah.
And any one of us would get fired.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That's the way the world works, And so, like, that's Tibbs in a way. And now he is out in New York. We got AJ Hinch joining us when we come back. It's Carmen and Jurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Capper with a hard ground ball, diving stop by Baez, and from his knees, he'll throw to first to get Capra. A run-scoring ground out, but another great defensive play in this game.
Tigers showing why they're one of the best teams in baseball, maybe the best. I mean, they did a little bit of everything. They pitched. Flaherty was good.
Flashed
the White Sox defense, the White Sox offense, stinks. But Flaherty was good.
You know how many home runs the White Sox have this year so far?
Off the top of my head,
47, nobody above 10.
Yeah, and it's not
47,
good.
Nobody above 10.
But, boy, I mean, the Tigers, man, they're pitching and the defense, and they hit the ball out of the park last night. Javi can still play defense wherever you put him.
Yeah.
Kerry Carpenter goes yard not once, not twice, but 3 times. The Tigers flexing, man, they are awfully good. And since August 11th of last year, they're playing .676 baseball. That's insane. That's their last 105 games. They've won 71 of them. I mean, that's a 109-win season over a full season. That's just crazy good. And that's not a totally small sample, so very impressive. And we're pleased to be joined right now by the manager of the first-place Detroit Tigers and maybe the best team in baseball, A.J. Hinch, who joins us from the ballpark on the Yingling guest hotline. A.J., thanks for taking some time. How are you?
I'm doing well. I love that you played a Javi Baez highlight at shortstop, which is the position he's played almost the least this year, which that's unimaginable. But he's doing it all, and our team is in a really good place, getting into June.
When did that start for you guys move? I mean, I know Parker Meadows just got back, and with Parker not playing, at what point, during the offseason, spring training, did you guys know that, okay, we got an opportunity here to play just a natural athlete at maybe not his most natural position, but let's see how it goes?
Yeah, so he was hurt at the end of last year, right after, his return to Wrigley, and we went on a tear, and he watched it, and he saw Trey Sweeney come up, he saw Parker Meadows emerge as a top of the order bat with a ton of excellent defense in center, and so as he got healthy, I wouldn't talk about Javi in the offseason until he got healthy. I wasn't going to answer the question. I didn't really want to entertain the what ifs. And then once he got healthy in the spring, he asked me, what he could do to help this team be better. And I just flat out told him, you got to move around. There's a natural baseball player in you. We might need you at second, short, third, center field. And as soon as I said center, it was like Christmas morning for him. He was so excited to learn a new position. And then we just gently kind of introduced these positions to him, and he started filling in. And then we lost 3 center fielders in the spring, and he started getting more and more work out there. And then we looked up, and he was playing an incredible defense.
I mean, it wasn't all injury last year. I mean, he struggled off the charts struggling. How do you get a guy like that to turn it around?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys know Javi and how much the environment matters, winning matters to him. There is an aura about him. I don't think he was completely healthy. That doesn't excuse all the tough days that he had. But, he went kind of back to square one with his rehab. And I think Gleyber Torres has been really good for him and helping him set up some game plans for the game. And you'll see a little bit of a different setup. He still will get big with his load and big with his swing. Yeah. But, we try to keep him focused on little things. He's hitting at the bottom of the order. There's not a ton of pressure on him. And he does thrive in big moments, big environments, big crowds. There's something magical about him. I know you guys have known that for years. And he's putting it together on a good team. And he's not been perfect, but we're not asking him to be perfect. He doesn't have to carry this team. And maybe that's what he needed at this stage of his career.
A.J. Hinch, the manager of the Tigers, joining Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. It was August 10th of last year. You guys lost a Saturday game. You fell to 8 games below 500. Since then, you've been the best team in baseball record-wise by a pretty comfortable margin. Did you know, that this team was in there somewhere, A.J., just kind of ready to break out?
Yeah, I thought we'd be pretty good. That's kind of like a crazy number, just given how many games we've won in that period of time. Now, I think our depth was always good. We always felt like we could, match up our 26 against the way most teams play. They roll their 9 guys out there, and we try to play matchups and play aggressively. And then when we got to October, I think that's where this team really took off. I've been preaching October since the day I got here. And I didn't have a ton of guys in the room when I first got here that had ever played at October. And now you look up, our whole team has. You bring in Gleyber, you bring in Tommy Canley, some veteran guys, and, Javi emerges, and everybody knows what we're playing for. So maybe it's a mixture of both. Like, we had talent, we were trying to nurture it, we started to take off a little bit, and then the winning, they say winning gets contagious. I just think that the hunger for winning gets contagious, and then we started realizing, how to maximize our strengths and be pretty good. Now, our players are doing an incredible job of resetting every day. We lose a game and you don't feel it the next day. We win 3 games in a row. We're not cocky. So there's a lot to like on how we do it. And obviously we got a long way to go, but I would rather be in our position than other teams' position right now. I feel really good about how we approach the game.
How much of that is your job, what you were just talking about, sort of keeping the even-keeledness of, if that's even a word, of a team, of trying to make sure that, it's such a hard game, and people talk about that. That's what makes baseball special. Like, how much is that your responsibility to try to keep that mindset?
Yeah, that's my style. I mean, if the Detroit media would tell you that I usually bat down sort of bigger expectations or big, broad questions, because I do think that baseball boils down to winning the game and then winning a series and then having a winning road trip and things like that will sound like coach speak, but it's the only way to get a team focused for 162 games. Like, it's a crazy schedule. Number of games we have, the roller coaster ride. Like, we talk about 100-win seasons, and I have no idea if any team's going to get there this year, but our 117 win team in Houston that I had still had multiple 6-game losing streaks. Like, it happens, even when you win the most of games. And so if you can press the reset button, especially for a young team learning how to win, then even today, we won 13-1 yesterday. We come back to the ballpark. We have a bullpen day. We're going to have a lot of people used. I just don't let guys sort of dwell on the good or bad and just play today's game.
So you mentioned what you've been preaching since you got to Detroit, and I want to take you back just a little bit if I could. I am a White Sox fan, and in the offseason after COVID going into 2021, I think I know I felt this way, and I think a lot of Sox fans did. People were connecting the dots, and it kind of felt like you were going to be the manager on the South Side. Of course, things take a little bit of a weird turn. Do you remember what that courtship was like, if it was brief, if it was extended, and did you ever feel like you were maybe going to be Rick Hahn's choice to be manager on the South Side?
You know what I remember the most is my phone blowing up when my signature was all over a picture from when La Russa was named manager. Like, my phone went bananas. And, they were a team that had contacted me through the league. I was out of baseball for the year. And I didn't know what was next for me, but the teams could contact me and let me know they would have interest in talking to me. And so the White Sox called. And so I knew I was going to have a few conversations. I never got to Chicago, or I never met with anybody other than on the phone with Rick and Kenny. And I didn't know what was happening. I was hungry to get back into managing. I've always I actually got drafted by the White Sox when out of high school. But I didn't know. I interviewed for a Cubs job, so I've always wondered about Chicago, but I never felt like that I was necessarily the guy. But it's been, I've been paired with that ever since that funny thing went viral about my signature being out there.
That was funny. I actually forgot about that. That was funny. So it was only the one conversation. It was just a phone conversation with Kenny and Rick, and that was it?
Yeah, it was a couple of them. I talked to them a few times.
Okay.
There wasn't a ton of time that, Al Avila, who was the GM of the Tigers at the time, called me the night of the World Series once it ended, because then I was reinstated back into being able to be employed, and I was on a plane a couple days later and interviewing for the jobs. When I left my house, I did think that I was going to interview at both places, but I never ended up getting to Chicago.
Okay. Did it feel like in the moment the Tigers were putting on more like the full court press to get you too?
Yeah, I mean, I had played for the Tigers in 2003, which is, most of us don't admit that because we lost 119 games. But I had played for the Tigers. I knew a lot of people in the organization, and a lot of people had reached out to me, and their opening, I think, might even have been sooner than the White Sox opening. So I knew going in that was a strong consideration, and I went in and got to meet with Chris Ilitch, the owner, and Al, and in the front office in Detroit, and they offered me the job on that trip.
I was in the building on opening day a year ago when you guys opened 2024, and it was Skubal versus Crochet, and it was the first time I got to see. Yeah, it was great, and it was the first time I got to see Tarek pitch live. And he has an incredible season in Cy Young, and he's been just as brilliant. And I just wanted to ask you, when you get a guy like that who throws, he's got the average, I don't know what he is, probably about 98, but can touch 101. He's got this overpowering stuff and this great fastball, and he never throws balls. He never walks anybody. Like, he is, he just seems special, and he's building on an impressive resume here right now.
Yeah. Special person, too. I mean, if you watch him behind the scenes, he works his tail off. He's accountable. He's easy to coach. He wants to be coached. Like, he will demand that out of it. And we were sitting at the Cy Young dinner in New York. Chris Federer, our pitching coach, and I were there, and our wives were there. And just watching him, kind of enter the national stage. He'd already pitched on the national stage, a couple playoff starts, huge start in the wild card series against Houston, 2 starts against Cleveland. One went well. One was the game we were eliminated on. And here I'm watching him, like, on the big stage in New York, getting his Cy Young, and like he had arrived. Like, and he just talked about his humble beginnings. He's a 9th round pick. He's had some injury history in his past. He's worked his way back. He wasn't a perfect strike thrower when we got here to Detroit. He would spray the ball a ton, and now, like, people are throwing out best pitcher in baseball. I mean, it's awesome, and he's worthy, and he's worth it, and obviously it's easy to hand him the ball. It's hard to take it away from him during the games, but because he runs so hot and he throws so many strikes, he just goes into attack mode, and that's what I like about him the most. Is like he knows the competition's over the plate. He doesn't try to nibble. He doesn't back down. It doesn't matter if it's Otani or if it's a first-time call-up guy. Like, here's my best stuff, and let's play baseball.
When you're on the road, do fans sometimes still bust your chops about what happened in Houston and the scandal?
All the time. Yeah, all the time. Yeah, I think I've tried to be very accountable about it. It's something that I will forever apologize for, because I was the manager, and it doesn't go away, and I get it. I mean, that's very very emotional and very much tied to my name and my career. My goal is to do a ton of good, to show that obviously mistakes happen, but you can come back from it, and bad decisions can happen. You can come back from it. But I hear it. I mean, it's the later the game, and sometimes even when the games aren't filled, the more drunk they get, the louder they get.
Do you guys, when you're together with like any of your old players from there, or you see any of those guys, you ever think about all that you guys accomplished there Is it because you have been accountable about it? Does it ever feel like anything was tarnished, or have you been able to somehow kind of rectify that aspect of what went on during all the success you guys had?
Yeah, we don't talk about it a ton. I mean, I see guys around the league, and the majority of that team is now no longer in Houston. They're spread out either in or out of baseball, and coaches, players, everybody. And I know there's a lot of good in everybody that was there, and people have to make their determination on what they believe of all of us, whether it's me as a manager or the players or anybody else that was involved. And, I know, people have gone on to have success all over the map. We had a lot of good players. We had a lot of good things going. Obviously, it wasn't right what transpired, but I think it's for other people to judge more than it is for me to worry. I get asked, A, was it tarnished, or B, is this, the reclamation project, or trying to prove things, down the road. Just be good at your job and be better than you were yesterday, and then everybody's going to kind of render their judgment accordingly, at the end of your career.
Yeah. All right, do me a favor as a Sox fan. Put Kerry Carpenter on the bench tonight. My God. What in the world? I mean, it's crazy.
I thought he was going to get a pinch hit. I thought he was going to get in at bat against a position player
against
at the
Capra?
very end. And then I was like, oh boy, this is going to be the biggest swings imaginable. But he's, he had a big homer last year in the playoffs against Class A, and he has as much power as anyone, but he's in there tonight.
Sneaky power, damn. And man, the Capra thing with Capra got 1, 2, 3. I joked. I was like, well, I should have used him as an opener for crying out loud. You could see guys' eyes light up, it feels like, AJ, when they go to the plate and a position player is pitching.
You know what? I almost went position player in the bottom of the ninth inning. Jake Rogers, one of our catchers, wanted to throw, and I was like, man, it's 13-1. I don't want to have to get somebody hot if they drop a 5 spot. But sometimes the slower you throw, the better. I watch it all across the league. You don't see 5- and 6-run innings off position players.
Yeah, you don't.
I know the league doesn't love it. I don't think fans love it. It's kind of comical, but it's a decent strategy. You're right.
Yeah. AJ, thanks for the time. We really appreciate it. Keep up the good work, all right?
You got it. Be well.
All right, thanks, AJ. That's AJ Hinch.
Solid. Carm wanted him as the manager here.
I mean, come on.
You wanted him as the manager. What do we get instead?
Old man LaRusso.
Sleepy Floyd? Isn't that who we got?
I mean, come on. Do you hear the way he just conducted that interview?
Like a gentleman.
I mean, come on.
You even pressed him on the Houston stuff,
They never even brought him to town.
No.
Tony LaRusso.
No, LaRusso.
Jesus Christ.
It was a fait accompli.
What can you say?
The 85-year-old Jerry Reinsdorf wanted to have another
octogenarian,
another guy long in the tooth next to him.
You want? How come our teams are always so bad?
They can talk about the old times together.
This is why.
Hey, you remember in '83? What fun we had! Remember that guy Lamar Hoyt?
This is why our teams are always so bad. They didn't even bring him to town for an interview. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tomorrow night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tomorrow. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Get tickets now.
Look, I got a dog.
Oh. To the movie event of the summer.
You sure that's a dog? Yeah.
Rough. This Memorial Day, the summer starts with Stitch.
Adorable little psychopath.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch, rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Now playing only in theaters.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, Ben Johnson just met the media. We're going to play that for you right here on your home for the Bears as the Bears wrapped up day 1, first practice of mandatory minicamp this week up at Hallis. Pro Football Hall of Famer Terry Bradshaw's live show, the Terry Bradshaw Show, is happening Saturday, June 28th over with our friends at the Hard Rock Live Northern Indiana, Hard Rock Casino in Northern Indiana at the theater there. So the Bradshaw Show brings his dynamic singing ability, endearing personality, and charisma to a production that chronicles his life's journey through comedy, music, and storytelling. You can get tickets now at hrcni.com. That's hrcni.com. You must be 21 or older to attend, or you can win them right now by being caller number, let's go caller 20. Let's just make it easy. Caller 20, you win. 312-332-3776. Here's Ben Johnson meeting the media up at Hallis Hall. Post-practice, day 1, mandatory minicamp.
We're seeing gradual improvement. It's been great. 6 practices
the previous 2 weeks and then one here today, and you can see growth from each guy. You can see growth from each unit, and it's pretty cool to see it all come together. So, like expected, we had everyone in the building here today. Whether they're out there on the field or not, it's another story. But it was good to get everyone together.
How did you feel the growth has gone from the first couple OTAs now into minicamp at that left tackle position between Karan and Oz?
Yeah, it's an ongoing process. Hard to jump to any conclusions just yet, especially at that position where you really can't be judged until you got pads on. And so both guys are taking turns and they're making the most of their opportunities. I think the head's still spinning for almost everybody on offense, but certainly in the O-line room, we got a lot of new things we're throwing at them. Coach Roshar and Coach Devan and Coach Cable, they're doing fantastic jobs, coached them up, and they're on them constantly throughout practice. So the cool thing to see is Ozzie for a guy that's a young player. He's really polished in terms of the mental aspect of the game. We're looking to key up some things, quicken up his steps, his identification process, and Karan's done a nice job just for the little bit that we had him as well, just the growth prospects. So far, so good.
Is there something specific that you're looking for to say for a guy that he's taking a hold of this job? This is now his job, and it's somebody else's to train.
I always go back. To me, the number one job of an offensive tackle, doesn't matter right or left, is to pass protect. And so you need to be able to block their best pass rusher one-on-one. And that's the number one job. And everything we can get out of them in the run game will be gravy on top of it. But we got to find out who the best pass protector is, the most consistent pass protector is. And really that's for all five guys up front.
I know things can change over the course of the next couple of months with the offensive line, but what does it feel like for you having, seems like 4 other spots effectively solidified and just being able to zero in on that left tackle spot?
Yeah, we feel good about the rest of them gelling together, and that's really what it comes down to is they have to spend time as a unit over and over and over again. And game one, we're going to be far from a finished product, and hopefully by the time we get through the bye week, we'll start seeing some of these guys come together and really gel as a unit. I think as a whole, because it's a new offense and it's a lot of new, it doesn't matter if you're Joe Tooney and you've been playing for 10 plus years or you're one of these young people that we're talking about. We have to coach them all the same right now. So it's not like we can just concentrate on one spot and that battle. It's really the whole unit and the depth behind it as well. We've talked about, I think consistently through the springtime, 8, 9, even 10 linemen are going to be called upon at some point this year.
And since you've gotten in the building, what have you come to appreciate about Cole Kmet, both from your film study of seeing him in the past and then getting to know him as a person?
It's a high intelligence factor. Is clear from the get-go. He's a pro, takes his work seriously, positive energy, great teammate. You could tell instantly when he was around the other offensive players, the rest of the team, there's an instant respect level. I believe he's been here the longest out of anybody on the roster right now, and you can tell that they respect him for that. There's a lot to be said there. He's done things the right way for a long time, and so it's been great, not just him learning the offense, but helping others in the process as well.
And then last week, you were telling us about shutting things down, making them go back in the huddle because things didn't even sound right as they're calling the plays. How did you feel things were from an operational standpoint, just from that huddle standpoint?
We're getting better. Yeah, we're getting better. Is it where it needs to be? No. The longer practice goes, the more the fatigue sets in, and you can see it starting to trickle away. And so that's where, as a coaching staff, we got to stay on our P's and Q's to make sure it is getting done right. And I think the guys are responding to it. They're taking pride in it. They want it to be done the right way, and we're seeing growth there as well.
As you've reconnected with DeAndre Swift, what are some of the things you've emphasized with him that you want to get out of him this year as you guys get reacquainted?
Well, I think I've got a history with him. I was with him when he was a rookie, and then certainly my first year calling it there in Detroit, he was with me as well. So here's what I know about him is he is a fierce competitor. And that's what I love about him is when the lights are bright, you're going to know exactly what you're going to get. If you tell him that you're going to need 1 yard, 4 yard, whatever that is, he's going to find a way to put his shoulder down and move the pile and get that done for you. it goes back to what we're trying to instill for the entire offense, not just that particular player. Year 10, year 1, it's all about the basics here this springtime, the fundamentals. What does a proper pass block from the backfield look like? What's ball security look like? What's the proper catching the football look like? We're breaking it down to the studs and growing it up from there. So for him right now, it's the tracks on all of our run game, being consistent and true to that. And the pass pro is a little bit new for him as well.
Do you have a guess or an assumption as to why DJ Moore statistically took a step back last year?
Your guess is as good as mine on that one. Yeah, I think what we've seen the last, call it 6-7 weeks, has been a guy that's highly motivated. He wants to be as complete of a receiver as he can possibly be, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to get there.
And with DJ Moore, we've seen him in the slot a little bit in the early goings here. It's a place he hasn't played much historically. Is there something there that you think is interesting and want to check out with DJ Moore in the slot?
Yeah, we're not necessarily putting guys and plugging them into certain spots and saying stick and stay. We're moving guys around. We're getting a great feel this springtime of what guys can and they can't do. And then once we get into training camp and certainly further along in training camp, we'll start honing in and having them master certain routes and their route tree that way. So right now it's really a free-for-all. Coach L is kind of moving everybody around. Who can be our choice route runners? Who can do some of the option things? And we're taking it from there.
I wanted to get your reaction on Frank Ragnow's announcement yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know if I've been around a tougher player in my life than him. He was a pleasure to coach, a pleasure to be around. He makes everyone around him better. The number of injuries that he had and he was still able to play through, it's pretty remarkable. And I think whether you were in that locker room with them or you competed against him, I think everybody in this league had a high level of respect for him. Thank you.
That was incredible, listening to him talk about Frank Ragnow right there. I'm sorry for those last 30 seconds. I thought he was almost going to cry. I was asking the guys, I said, did somebody pass away that he knew? Because I missed who they asked about. I couldn't hear who they asked about.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what Frank Ragnow meant to the Lions.
I'm sure.
It sounded like you almost started crying.
I bet you they're crying a little bit up there, too.
I bet you they are crying up there. That's what a great player can mean. I mean, in a center like that. But holy cow.
But they must have known something was amiss.
I was like, wait, who did they ask about? Did somebody he know die?
In the second round, they drafted that kid Ratledge.
Yeah. Good guard mostly, but yeah, he's been playing center in the spring for them. You're
Flexible.
Wow. Okay, that was Ben Johnson and the first post-practice here of mandatory minicamp this week. A lot of stuff on the left tackle, some stuff about DJ Moore and different things like that. The left tackle is going to be one of the most intriguing things to follow, obviously, the rest of this offseason. So, and he had some complimentary things to say about Trapillo and Karan Amagaji. We'll cross-talk with Waddle and Silvy coming up next, and we both have the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, did you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have the last word.
on Carmen and Jurko.
Yeah, give me a hee-hee. Give me a hee-hee. There you go.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago.
When it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make application for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glasgow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, June 12th at 7 p.m. at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I lost my hair in my 20s. I tried everything. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. I know you have many choices, but go where all the doctors go for hair restoration, where experience and expertise matters, not just the bottom line. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, thank you so much to Jesse Rogers, not only for joining us, but for continuing the tradition of Carmen and Jurko interview the opposing manager.
The manager show.
Quite frankly, we've had some big names. We've had Pat Murphy. We've had Dave Roberts. AJ Hinch was outstanding. If you missed it, check out the podcast page at ESPNChicago.com. Thanks to Jesse. Thanks to AJ Hinch.
We should get a partner, yeah.
Yes,
it's an award winner.
Yes, and especially when they're a willing participant. And AJ was great. Yeah. Great.
That's the key to any great interview, Carl.
Well,
It's to have a willing participant.
You're right, Tommy.
He's a kid out of Iowa.
Thanks to Justin Podger and Adam Abdallah, and it is time for Crosstalk.
Were you guys banging trash cans?
We weren't banging.
I want to hear that.
I did ask him about the cheating scandal.
Were you banging trash cans?
That would have been funny.
That would have been really good if the guys in back.
Sorry, we've got a little bit of a technical glitch here.
I asked him, but that would have been really.
He opened up, though.
When you got the best team in baseball, you can be confident and feel good about
That's going all the way back to last year.
I told these guys since August 11th of last year, guys, it's 105 games, 679 winning percentage. That equates to a 110 win season.
It's pretty good.
They got by far the best record in baseball since mid-August of last year.
Good.
They're awfully good. They put it on display last night, although it's, maybe take a few points off when you're playing the White Sox. They should have
Who's
used
the
Vinny
cat
Capra
who kept hitting bombs all night long?
Gary Carpenter. I told AJ, I said, keep him out of the lineup tonight. He chuckled. He goes, sorry, he's in there. I'm like, how about doing me a favor?
Aren't half of his home runs against the Sox?
Time for Crosstalk. Waddle and Silvy are here to get you home on a loaded Tuesday. Crosstalk is brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group. Fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. I mean, you've got the Tibbs news. You've got Ben Johnson meeting the media as the Bears have a mandatory minicamp. And the Jesse Rogers nugget with us earlier today that Kyle Teal is taking grounders at first. So he could be on his way up soon.
Before we get to all of that.
They have a first baseman that knows how to find the bag right now.
Before we get to all that, we had a straw poll in the pre-show fist fight.
All right.
My favorite
We
kind of
all
poll.
believe that you actually do mow the lawn with your shirt off.
I swear on my children, I have never once cut the grass with my shirt off.
No.
Are you out of your mind?
Aren't you doing it wrong? He's got the white T-shirt, sleeveless.
No, I don't do it in a tank
he's
top
out
either.
there.
I never do anything in
with
public
a glass of wine.
Unless I'm at the pool or the beach with my shirt off. I don't run with my shirt off.
Danny to tell us that he's known as, the shirtless man in the community he lives in.
You'll never see me running with my shirt off. I had a bird 2 weeks ago on a run, and I mean early. I wasn't a half mile from my house, maybe 3/4 of a mile from my house. So I just started my run. Bird pooped on me. Didn't take my shirt off.
That's good luck, right?
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Didn't take my shirt off.
I think it's, again, another person spinning something that bad happens.
Play lottery.
And said it's like raining on your wedding day, getting pooped on by a bird.
You're probably right.
Yeah, I think someone just one day said, hey, it's good luck.
Getting farted on by a hippo.
But I finished the run with the
I saw
poop.
that recently. At the zoo, right? At the Japanese zoo?
Did you see it?
Yeah.
I saw it. It was hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
I finished the run with the poop drying on my shirt. And when I got home, I took it off. I threw it right in the garbage. And that was the end of that.
In the garbage?
Yeah, after a bird pooped on it, and it was
Wow.
caking
Just
on
wash
there.
it.
I don't know. It seemed gross to put in the
I got
washer.
pooped on once by a bird.
Yeah, it's happened.
Did you
a
throw
time
your
or
shirt
two.
out?
It was my vest. It was my Patagonia vest. I washed it.
yeah,
What do you
of course.
mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I can get a new workout shirt.
Yeah.
I think I took a paper towel to it and just wiped it down. I was fine.
Old Mark Cuban over here with all the money. He just doesn't
It was
care.
It was a
he just
shirt.
throws it away.
It wasn't a Patagonia. I wouldn't throw away a Patagonia jacket. Sylvie's right.
Cart throws away after every run. He throws his T-shirt
but I mean,
away.
a T-shirt.
Right in the garbage.
You could throw away an old crummy workout T-shirt.
Right in the garbage.
No cutting the grass.
One
no
of
letting,
those tearaway uniforms.
Shirts off.
So,
Never.
I was listening to you, and this is not anything against Len and DJ. So, Len and DJ, this has nothing to do with you. I couldn't find a less exciting Monday night than mowing the lawn and listening to the Sox game.
Well, that's what I do when I cut the grass.
I was walking from Union Station listening to you guys, and you're like, last night I was mowing the lawn and listening to the Sox game.
With a full T-shirt on.
Exciting life.
I mean,
Well, what do you listen to when you cut the grass? I like to listen into
Nothing.
baseball.
I don't cut the grass. I pay my guys to cut it.
I'm shocked that you still cut the grass.
Cutting the grass. I don't
Push mower, right?
No.
A little electric, but it's not a riding mower.
No, not a
Woogie,
riding
woogie. You
No,
can't
it's not a
see
plug-in.
propel.
It's
Yeah.
gas, right?
It's
no,
electric.
it's an electric mower.
Oh, it's
I have an
electric.
Ego. Yeah.
He's green. Come on, you know this guy.
So the thing
This guy's
basically
greener
is
than green.
the thing
No,
is
I-
basically doing the job all by itself.
You have to. It's self-propelled.
Yeah?
Of course, it's like a regular gas mower. Except I don't do it. 'Cause
They
it's
got to
green.
have one of those
Do you
now,
wanna-
like the
You do
vacuum
it
cleaner.
because
they
you
do.
are
They
green.
do.
No, I don't do it because I'm green. You do it because you don't have to go back and forth and get gas. It's just easier.
Oh, I used to do that all. And that's what I told Waddle,
Petrol.
that I made a deal with myself at 13. My dad would make me push that thing not only around the house.
Push it real good.
Push it real good, and it didn't. It took forever to start. I had to fill the gas tank. I had to bag the grass. I didn't.
Okay,
it
they
just
didn't have
go,
mulchers back
No
then.
mulcher. And then I had to go door to door. You want to get your grass cut? $5.
Can I mow your lawn?
Can I mow your lawn?
What did it teach you?
It taught me work ethic.
Thank you.
Sure,
That's right.
but I made a
Thank
deal
you.
with myself.
How'd you like to mow my lawn?
As soon as I made some money, I would never shovel
Never?
nor mow my lawn again.
But cutting the grass is nice because it's summer. You're outside.
You don't have to go to the gas station for
I'll
the
be
gas.
honest.
You just siphon it from the cars in your neighborhood.
I don't shovel the
Real
snow
nice.
anymore.
I'm the troublemaker, Tommy.
Because I'm in grabber territory.
Yeah, you for sure.
I don't shovel the snow. If I do go out and
I
shovel,
gotta buy him a shovel for his for Christmas.
Yeah, this guy's gonna buy me 2 shovels
and some snow boots just in case.
If
Keep
I
his
do
feet warm.
shovel, I mean, I do the old man shovel. Shovel, little piece, throw, little piece, throw.
Or you just push.
If it's wet, throw. No, my son handles them. He handles the snowblower.
The snow thrower?
No, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
take
he
a
does
shovel
that.
and just push it.
Yeah, but even that, though,
But
when
the
it's
light
heart attack snow, that
guys,
can be
light
dangerous.
snow doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's the heavy snow we're talking about.
He's right.
We go out there, I do it in small chunks, like levels. If it's like 6 inches, I'd say 2 inches, la-la, 2 la-la, 2 la-la.
Next thing you know, you got 6 inches.
Yeah.
That's right, exactly.
That snow's
In
a
2
grower,
inches
not
at
a
a time.
shower. Yeah.
Same thing at night.
That
the exact same
that
thing.
snow's a grower, not a shower.
You got to be careful with that snow.
I take
That's
2
no
inches
joke.
and then I add 2 inches and then I add 2 more.
No, but I'm
2
just
and
saying,
2.
when it's wet, I just work slow. I don't care anymore.
When it's wet, I work slow. Save that for a final word.
You do whatever
I
you
don't
want.
care
When it's
anymore.
wet, I work slow.
I work slow.
I work
When
slow.
I
I
work
don't
slow,
care.
yeah.
anymore.
We're already there. We're already there.
Yeah,
We
well,
got
that was my
children.
exciting Monday, Sylvia. You're right. I was listening to the game. They're getting their
How fun was that?
How
fun was that?
Well,
Listening
they make
to
me laugh.
that.
Len and DJ make me laugh.
Did you drive here today?
I did drive today.
I got something in the car for you.
Okay.
All right? Got to remind you.
Come check out what's in the trunk.
I had
really
something.
want some candy,
I
kid?
had it. Listen, I had it on Monday yesterday, and you darted out of here.
I didn't see you yesterday.
I know, that's my point. So my point is,
It's
we're
a
going
honey
today.
baked ham, Carmen.
I got something for you. You got to tell me what you think.
Can you imagine if he walks up and
It's
he's
not
got
a
a
honey baked ham.
Well, listen, you said
It's
goodnight
not
to him the other
Schwedel.
night. Now he
It's-
brought you a honey baked ham.
It's not Zeppeli. It's nothing like that.
honey-baked
It's something that you had talked about over the
Footy
course
pajamas.
of time. It's got to do with television.
Okay.
It's got to do with maybe getting the marquee
A satellite
network
dish.
and getting chisened.
Oh, he's got chin
Oh, you got one of those
Oh,
boxes.
you got a box?
You got one of those special boxes, super box. Super
careful.
Bears, super box.
What's her name?
Isn't it? That's illegal, isn't it? So,
And the fact that it's been in your car for 2 days now, too.
You think they're coming to get you
Carmen, I
because
don't
you
know what the
plugged in
hell
a
you're
super
talking
box?
about.
What
I
do you
don't know
mean
what
it's
you're talking
illegal?
about. All I'm telling you is you'd asked about it. I found a guy that listens to the show, Calumet City Original.
He stole one.
I mean, let's not get. He didn't steal anything.
I meant Carmen stole.
He could be a purveyor of stuff.
Stolen goods?
You know?
I do have a workaround to get said channel
is
that
a
I don't
workaround
have.
that somebody was
I mean,
gonna-
I do have Marquee Network. I have
You'll
a
see. You'll be all right. You'll get everything. And when I mean everything, you will get everything.
Jurko's like even smut.
And at that
It's,
point,
you're gonna love it.
you're not worried about
You're
that.
getting horse racing from Japan in the middle of the
That
night.
was a good
you
gift,
could.
just because.
Just because you
Because
wanted
he
you
said
have
goodnight
it
to
too?
him.
Don't worry about me.
It's just a response to his good night.
Yeah, sweet
Johnny
dreams,
call.
Jurko.
Don't worry about that. Yeah, how about that? That guy.
Well, outstanding. It was outstanding.
I'm worried about the guy.
Did you know what was going on?
I had no idea.
He's never seen. I knew he wouldn't have seen.
I
the
looked
trend.
at the phone at the time he called. I mean, okay,
You got something wrong, yeah.
Is there a
I thought
shake
something
at the
happened with-
stick?
yeah. Is something happened with the kids is what I'm thinking in my mind. Oh, no.
that's terrible. I
Something's
wouldn't
wrong.
think
But
of
that's
that.
my point.
Oh, usually if somebody calls you at that hour, you know.
Dollar was funny too.
Something bad's going on.
He picked it up and you could tell he's like, "Hello," because when the phone rings at 10, and I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm at home."
Are you trying to get him dollar too?
Yeah, but he knew. Then
Yeah,
when I
he
said
knows that.
goodnight,
He goes, oh, you're doing
he's
that.
seen it.
He goes, you're doing that TikTok thing.
Yeah, Jurko hadn't seen it.
I didn't see it. So I had no idea. And then he stopped me after I gave him the last MFer. He goes, all right, you're stop. Go stop. He goes, this thing was on TikTok. Everybody's doing it. But I go, not everybody's doing it. I never did that to nobody. What do you mean everybody's doing it? Nobody else did it to me.
It was great.
Nobody else called
Really,
me
no,
and said
nobody
good
you
night.
know's doing it,
Right.
much less everybody.
Nobody I know, much less everybody. I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about?
You called me on a random
Yeah.
Thursday so I can tuck myself in.
Carm, you should call AJ Hinch tonight.
Yeah, wish him a good
Get
night.
the number from
He'll have the
Jesse.
same
Give me
reaction.
Call AJ Hinch tonight.
What the hell's wrong
Just
with
wanted
you?
to say thanks for joining us.
Just wanted to say
Did you
thanks.
call
Good
Jesse
night.
to wish him a good night?
I did
You know
not.
Jesse's not on the TikTok.
I did not. No, Jesse
You
knows. I'm
could've
sure
got
Jesse
Jesse.
knows because these ball players probably all know, so he hears from them.
Tonight, Carm's going to clean the gutters and listen to the
No,
Sox game.
that's- see,
Listen to the Sox.
Hey, I'm up on a ladder cleaning out the gutters, listening to the Sox. They're down 9
if
after
I'm
2.
watering the
After
plants,
3.
I put the White Sox on.
He's got it on while he's doing the ejector pit. You know,
Yeah.
just replacing the ejector pit tonight, guys.
If I go outside my son's got a baseball game, so when I get home, if I water the plants, I'll put Len and DJ on. Yeah, I listen.
Oh, watering the plants. What do you got
I like
planted?
listening to baseball.
Do you have one of those
you have
gardening hats that you?
I don't.
You know, no.
Perennials? You got one that covers the back of your
I've
neck?
got no. I don't.
Do you wear
have-
gloves when you're mowing?
No, I don't wear gloves when I'm mowing. I wear gloves if I'm planting stuff. I
Yeah.
wear gloves, but no, not
And when you cook.
and when I cook,
I
sometimes.
planted, you know what I did? So I had seeds last year from my my basil.
Yeah.
I planted some seeds. I got
Nice.
3 pots of maybe basil coming
Beautiful
up.
fresh basil.
Fresh
Ooh,
basil.
Let's
the
go.
best. Make your own pesto.
Let's
that way.
go.
I
I'll
love
make
pesto.
it for
You
us.
know what I saw yesterday in Carmen?
go.
Not only with pine nuts, but with macadamia nuts.
Oh wow, that's opulent.
Not macadamia. What's the green ones called?
Pistachios?
Pestos.
I've
and
done that. I made that for Sylvie once.
Yeah, you know what I'm
Put it on
talking
a pizza.
about? Put it in there. Oh,
pistachio
so good.
man.
Yeah.
That could be phenomenal.
Oh,
what a
yeah.
combination that could be.
Yeah.
Made him a pizza and called him and wished him a good
And
night.
you got it's the olive oil, right? It's
Garlic.
olive oil. It's garlic. It's the basil.
Usually pine nuts and then
It's
basil.
pine nuts, and then you got to have some sort of cheese, right?
Parmesan. Yes.
Boom, Parmesan. Mix
And-
it all together with the olive oil. Get the blades spinning, and then if it's a little thicker, it's not a bad thing because you have pasta water, right?
That's exactly right.
Boom.
Yurko. That's exactly
Pasta
right.
water. You got a nice paste. Good. Pasta water in there. You mix
You
it all
want it
up
to be
with
more of
fresh
a
pasta.
paste.
Yeah.
Yes.
More of a paste early.
Thin it out with a little pasta.
Right.
water.
Thin it out with pasta water.
See,
right
my
here.
guy knows. He's
Good-
learned.
You know
Good
who
night.
taught me that? This
Good
guy.
night, Johnny.
Yeah,
He
Good night,
knows how to
Johnny.
cook.
Oh, this guy, man. And a nice,
See?
a nice thick, not a thick spaghetti, but I like a more of a flat noodle.
Oh, like a fettuccine or something?
Yeah, like
Like
a
some
fettuccine.
fat
with
pasta.
Yeah.
Nice.
You know what, Tommy? Honest to heavens, these magazines fly, Tommy. They fly. I don't want it to touch your retina, but they do fly.
Good night, Johnny.
Were you guys getting into it a little before the show
No.
today?
No.
Me and your
We're good. Good today.
Yeah, all good?
Good today. Good today. You know, every once in a while, you could be a little bit of a wise ass.
Oh no, I said the Warriors were the second best dynasty ever.
I said, what about the Celtics in the 60s?
And I said, no, they're the third best.
I said they're the third best.
No. You said they're the second best. I said
Thought
they're
you
the,
said his
I
better.
said they're the third
Yeah,
best.
the Celtics. Yeah, you had Golden State up there.
Yeah. I said
Golden
the
State,
90s
my
Bulls,
ass.
this version of the Warriors, and then the 60s Celtics.
What do you got the Spurs?
After those. After that. They never even won back to back.
What about the Lakers, for heaven's sake?
Which one? The
What
80s?
about
That's it. Which group?
What about his
Showtime.
teeth, Johnny? What about that?
Oh, you hear him the other day? He said I should take out advertisements. He said nobody knows how to bust balls.
That would be great.
Like
Imagine,
Yurko.
like
I
put
mean,
a peacock
naming
on
rights,
I'll
yeah.
put
Tell
a
you-
peacock on one of those.
I'll tell you,
Hey, buy
off the air-
peacock. Look at cars.
Now you can get all the streaming services. Do a little trade.
I mean, he's
You look
unbelievable.
good.
I said, I'll tell you off the air what he said about somebody we know because I don't want to say it on the air.
That's private conversation.
That's why I said I'll tell it off the air because I laughed for
Oh,
I
man.
honestly laughed for maybe 5 minutes. I laughed for 5 straight minutes. He was in one of his moods. He was mad about something that happened here. And he
It just
and
went
I
on a
was-
rant?
And he went on and he fired off a salvo. And I'm like, I swear, I don't know how he does it. I mean, it's
I hate
incredible. It's incredible. Like how it comes into his mind so quick.
You know
He
it's
could just,
stewing.
he
It's
swings
stewing.
an insult. I mean, it's and all you
It's a
can do is
talent.
laugh when it's whether it's directed at you or somebody else. All I do is laugh. That's it. And then so I said, no, the Celtics were the third best, and he got a little upset.
By the way, I looked up
was
the
like,
weather
listen,
at St. Andrews today.
Yeah.
57 degrees, blowing 24 miles an hour.
so when
Is
we're
that-
going
is that
Friday,
normal?
No, you
going in a few
knuckle. I had him going a few weeks. I'm just gauging the temperature right now.
What is
who cares what the weather is today?
You guys, every day I have
It
to hear
matters.
about. Do you guys know every day I hear about one of the courses or the drive? Today he was showing me the spreadsheet of what they've paid. I
Alrighty.
don't know why I care about that, but he's like, kid, look
We're
at the
getting a deal.
spreadsheet.
Look
And
at
he's
the deal
showing
we
me
got.
what
He's a
everybody
sharer.
on the trip and what
Yeah.
they've paid and what they owe.
He's a sharer.
Yeah.
He's showing me the spreadsheet.
What is the wind blowing at normally?
I don't know, but it's
24?
27 today out of the Southwest.
Is that kind of normal for this time of year?
I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
I thought you'd have researched that.
Listen, I've seen days that, I watched the British Open. It's in July.
Oh, you
They call it the Open now.
Yeah.
But I watched the Open in July.
Sure.
And it looks beautiful. And then the next day, it's hell.
It happens.
It's hell out there. You got to prepare for everything.
So before we let Crosstalk get away from us, Sylvie wanted, you said, you
what's he
texted me.
want?
And you
I don't
said,
need to.
remind me.
I don't need to.
Oh, you don't want to talk about it? You texted me.
It's up to you. And
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I got a Jeremy Piven story, too.
Oh, you do?
I met him outside today.
You
Let's
did?
find out.
I did.
Well, you said,
How's Ari doing?
12:33 today. Remind me to tell you in Crosstalk about the bananas at the rate and the traffic concerns.
All right, so you guys had George from Windy City Limo call.
from M&M.
By the way, shout out to him. He's a great partner of
Love
ours.
George.
We took Windy City Limo. We booked it. I wanted to impress Allie, so we booked a car to and from Wrigley. We went in style.
Did you impress her?
We did.
Is that all it takes?
But I was shocked she even wanted to go to the Cubs game for her birthday. I go, what do you want to do for your birthday?
Let's go to the Cubs game. That's fun.
And I was like, I finally worn off. I've worn you down.
Sure.
That's right.
But anyway, I digress.
You did that with management here. Finally gave you a show.
That's right. George was talking about how traffic can be bad
on the
when you get off at 31st. And then I was talking to somebody with the Sox where they're a little concerned about the bananas because the bananas are coming in August.
The bananas in the tailpipe?
I'm going to the Saturday game.
For people who aren't up to date on this, the Savannah Bananas are like the Harlem Globetrotters, basically, of Major League Baseball now. They are as popular as anything out there this side of Taylor Swift.
Yes.
So they are selling out football stadiums. They're selling out parks. They've sold out 2 shows on the south side at the rate.
Yes.
What they're worried about is, remember, like the first snow, even though we know how to deal with snow, they still can't, like everyone is stuck in gridlock because we forgot how we drive in snow. It's been a while since the rates had a sellout. And the Sox don't control traffic management. So what they have, 11,000 there yesterday?
Yeah.
They're going to have back-to-back nights of all these people who have never been to the rate or haven't been in years, who they want to showcase the park to. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how the park deals with 40,000 people.
Back nights.
Right. Yeah.
I'm traversing the back roads as I always do.
We're going to take the train. We're going to take the CTA, the Green Line, Red Line, probably park here.
Probably a good idea.
And then go.
That makes sense.
But it's going to be interesting because this is not something they've dealt with in how many years? When was the last sellout? The Houston Astros game?
They had a Stones concert there one year.
A couple summers ago,
summers ago. They had the Stones out there, so they're packed for the Stones. So it's a couple years ago that they,
It's been a while, though.
Yeah. It's been a while. Yeah. Sylvie's right. It has been a while.
But, they only let you park
it goes
on
to
31st and 39th. 35th,
Yeah.
35th's not an option.
No, you have to get off at 31st and go on. What's that side road right off of it? It's like a frontage, but it's called something else.
Right.
I know the name of the street.
On the east side of the stadium.
Wentworth. It's Wentworth.
Wentworth, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, Wentworth.
That's where I went to.
And that's always, you could sit there and miss 10 lights in a row.
Oh, yeah, it's brutal.
And you're just stopped
I never
there.
go that way, so I never go on the east side of the stadium.
Wasn't that what George, your caller earlier today, was talking about?
It was brutal.
George is the one from Windy City Limo.
Yeah. I mean, like
M&M guy.
when that place is easy to get in and out of when you got, like you guys were saying, when there's 11,000.
Sure.
Like,
George took us to Louisville. Windy City, Louisville.
That's right.
Windy City Limo took us to Louisville.
Boy,
George is the best.
He's one of the best guys. He's the one that you always see wearing the M&M's jacket.
That's right.
He's a diehard Chicago sports fan.
He is.
Big Sox fan. He'll go to Cubs games. He goes to Sky games. He goes to all the different Chicago sporting events.
George is the man.
That was
All
the
right,
Kenny
boys.
Schrader car back in the day.
What do you got coming up on the show? Big news today.
Well, the Tibbs stuff is very interesting, and he is a complex guy to wrap your arms around. Like, I don't think there's...
Agreed.
Like, you could yell a hot take and it could be true about Tibbs, but then you've got to counter with the opposite because he's the other part of that. So I suggested...
I know.
The Bulls blow it up. Bring back Tibbs, give him the keys, hire a personnel guy, Get Bob Myers and Tibbs here. Blow it all up.
Did you mean bring back Tibbs to be the coach or to run? You did. Okay.
Yes.
We thought you were talking about like to run the front office.
No. He could be my coach, and then hire a new personnel guy.
You want to go down that road again? Really?
Well, look, we've found out, and I think most teams find out. He turned around the Bulls. He turned around the Timberwolves. He turned around the Knicks, and. Life is not better without on the other side of Tibbs.
They didn't do a very good job the last time they fired Tibbs.
It's not like getting to the Final Four is, you always say, Waddle, get to the conference finals, you'll see what happens. Teams are usually worse after Tibbs. The T-Wolves were for several years. The Bulls are still. I think the same's going to happen now. He doesn't evolve. That's his problem. That's his issue. If he would only adjust he asked some players to adjust, he could be one of the best.
I know.
And I think he still is one of the best coaches out there.
He got the Knicks to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in, 25 years?
years? Yeah.
The T-Wolves hadn't been to the postseason until he got there for years.
For years after Garnett left. Sylvie's right. Like, a lot of the takes could be true. They're polarizing, but a lot of them are true at the same time about
How many coaches are actually flawless?
Probably none.
Yeah. And then it wasn't...
not many.
Well, we've been quicker to get rid of the good coaches in this town than we have been the bad coaches. Tibbs was gone. Phil Jackson was gone. Ozzie was traded. Joe Madden was not renewed.
Pushed out.
Think about all that.
Yeah. Those are the most successful. Ditka was fired. How dare they?
Coach.
All right, boys.
So we'll talk about that. Did you hear DJ Moore's answer about the body language?
No, we didn't hear that yet, so we'll listen.
It's interesting to share. We should share that next. I think that was the most interesting part of the press conferences today. While Caleb was open about stuff last week, DJ didn't want to go down this road.
Yeah.
And the question is why? We'll discuss. We'll throw that out. We'll talk about the Bears, the stadium stuff too.
Yeah.
In Chicago, do Sox fans even want a stadium? We'll talk about Tibbs.
Okay, sounds good.
Lot of stuff.
Lots going on. Waddle and Silvy will get you home next. Enjoy the rest of the day, everybody. See you tomorrow.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, listen up. Straighten up over there. If you or someone you love is graduating soon, nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are schooled in delivering the confidence-boosting cuts you love. And with convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it fits your busy schedule. Plus, with their affordable prices, you can save more money for summer fun. Get into a Great Clips salon today. Get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Harry Douglas here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day, but when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast, featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. We refuse to let you go to work hungry, and I mean refuse, and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas. It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Love these guys.
So Bears are back. Bears are back in Hallis Hall today. Mandatory mini camp. So this is the last big thing they do here in the offseason. And then the real season will start if you consider training camp the real season. Like, I think they've got another week of OTAs next week. And then they go on that. The building shuts down basically for about 6 weeks. And then we'll have training camp.
It's all live. Make it all live.
Well, you know that.
Make it all live.
Singletary would want it live. I heard McMahon, too. Did you see McMahon do the Frank the Tank walk? Jim McMahon was talking about that. It's something that you've talked about, where he was asked about Ditka. Frank the Tank from Barstool's lost all the weight, the big Mets fan. By the way, remind me to bring that. We've been asked again to do the walk with Frank.
Okay.
So I got a date that Mikey Betts sent to me. I would love to do that. He was interviewing McMahon on the walk, and he asked him about what Ditka was like. And he said that, Ditka was great. He made everyone work, but you guys worked too hard. And he said he thought by the end of this goes in well with Tibbs too, by the end of the regular season, they had nothing left in the tank for the postseason. It also, I would say to Jimmy Mack, too, it didn't help that he was never healthy, and maybe that's why working too hard. But he just said they basically played 4 games a week. Yeah. He said there were 3 full contact practices, as you said, go live, and then there was the game. And he said 4 times a week we had a game.
Yeah, I caught the tail end. I was only in one training camp with Jim. We traded him to San Diego, but when he left, it was still, it was still a very strenuous exercise all week long. And I've always said, look, there's a limit to what you can ask your body to do. And while I'm an advocate of working hard, we work too hard. There's no question when the ball teed up on Sunday, like nobody was even close to 100% healthy. And, I don't know that how many guys in the league were feeling great, but we were gassed just from practice.
And now they're going back to the other side. Yeah. It's just like with sports, like how baseball.
The truth is always somewhere in the middle.
We were talking about it with baseball, where baseball just went all analytics.
Yeah.
And all analytics isn't ever good. So, like football now, you don't work hard enough. I don't think they're prepared to play. They don't get calloused, as you and Jurko like to say, to get ready for a regular season. So let's hope it's a different training camp this year.
I think it will be. I'll be very surprised if this isn't the most strenuous training camp we've witnessed over the course of the last several years.
We are both DJ Moore fans.
Yes.
So let us start there. I was a big defender. If you go through my Twitter timeline too, there was a picture that I took of DJ Moore after a touchdown on the bench, touchdown that he caught, where he was sitting by himself just hanging out. And I said, look, a lot of people have made this a big deal where he had been sitting by himself in bad times, and the body language thing got big, like it got big with Cuddy, maybe never on a Cuddy level. But I said, look, just for the body language police out there, here's DJ Moore after a touchdown, and he looks the same as he looks. That's just kind of the way he is. But obviously, Ben Johnson hasn't seen it that way. Ben Johnson wanted to talk to Caleb Williams about his body language, picking himself off the grass after he gets sacked, not laying on the bench and acting like things are getting to him. He says it all matters. And we joked last week that if Eddie from the North Side called and said that the new coach should sit down with the players and talk about their body language, we would probably laugh at them. But when Ben Johnson said it and explained it, we understood it.
Well, yeah, we like Eddie on the North Side, but I don't trust Eddie to be running my football teams. But I get what you're saying. And you're right. If Eddie said that, we probably would giggle a little bit and move on.
Because with the body language stuff for me it's I don't know if the bad body language leads to losing or if losing leads to bad body language. And these guys have won, so maybe it's different for them. But I would always say, look at Tom Brady on the sideline. The body language isn't great. He's chewing guys out, but that's a leader.
Well, you're going to be more tolerant if you have a long history of winning versus a team that is, what did they win, 15 games over the last 3 years?
Yes.
Body language is going to be a more important conversation in a losing environment than a winning environment. I think what this coach is saying is it all matters.
It all matters. He wants it all cleaned up and all stated at the beginning so there's no gray, and I like that. I think more is more. Work on everything. Get it, flush it all out, and then you can go, and maybe they won't hold it under a microscope. So DJ Moore was asked about this today, and DJ Moore, as we know, part of the problem last year wasn't just the quarterback, but none of their good players played great.
Nope.
None of them. I don't think there was one guy who played up to what we expected for them. Montez Sweat, Jalen Johnson, DJ Moore, Cole Kmet. For whatever reasons, coaching, quarterback related.
I would say Kyler Gordon is probably the only one, and he missed time with injury, but the list is short of guys that are talented but did not play up to expectations.
Yeah, so DJ Moore then was asked about body language. I think Courtney starts this. Is Courtney's question on here, Charlie, or should I set it up about Courtney's question?
Set it up, and then Courtney follows up after that.
All right, so he was asked again about, hey, Ben talked to the whole team individually about the body language. What are your thoughts on that?
Just don't do it. Just keep it inside. We talk about it later, and just don't put it on film. Don't put it on TV. So you guys can't run with it. So that's how it is.
How does that show up during the spring, though, when there aren't games, there aren't cameras and all of that? Like, how is body language being emphasized on the practice field?
Be honest right now, and then we ain't going to talk about it. I did it once, and then we nipped it in the butt, and it's never happened again.
How was it nipped in the butt?
How was it? I just said I ain't going to do it again.
All right, so he wasn't at first when I heard that, I thought he was saying, I'm not going to do this again, talking about it, but he was talking about being busted for bad body language during practice or an OTA with Ben Johnson. And I think that's a good answer from DJ.
Yeah, context is meaningful in this situation. As we were coming into the studio, I heard what he said, and it wasn't clear as to whether or not he was resisting the question or he was just giving a very candid look. How do you nip it in the bud? You just don't allow yourself to do it any longer. We'll see. We'll see whether or not they take that approach. We'll see if whenever they experience some rocky times, whether or not the body language or the bad body language becomes a talking point.
Right.
Again.
And then we're going to have Courtney Cronin on, tell us what she saw from day one of minicamp. They practice today, practice tomorrow, then they practice Thursday. We do have news from Detroit right now. Tyler has just looked at the starting lineup, and there is no Kyle Tucker in the lineup.
No Justin Tucker either.
No Justin Turner, no Kyle Tucker.
No, Justin Turner is in the lineup.
Justin. So Bush is being benched again?
Let me find the lineup. I just had it up here.
Yeah. So Sunday's game, the game that I was at, he left the game early after he slid awkwardly into second base. As good as Kyle Tucker is, he does do a lot of awkward things athletically. Doesn't he?
No, you're right. Yeah, there are some times
field,
where he exposes himself to some tweaking injuries.
Little Bambi movement a little bit.
Yeah, like there was the day before that, I think it was Saturday or Friday, he tried to make a catch along the wall by the tarp, and that's not an easy play. But he
looks uncomfortable and
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, Bush is in the lineup
Well,
today.
because they're playing against a righty, aren't they?
Justin Turner is DHing.
Isn't the pitcher for the Nationals a righty tonight?
I have to see who's.
I thought that
for
was the
Nats.
case.
I know tomorrow there's a lefty.
Okay, so it's Seiya then in right, and so is that what it is? Was Seiya playing the field, then Turner takes his spot as the DH?
Correct.
I want Turner to get going because I know he's valuable inside the clubhouse, and he showed a little bit of a spark, and then he tailed back again, hits into double play, strikes out, because I have a feeling that if he doesn't turn it on,
they're going to DFA him at some
that
point.
he could find the Eric Hosmer, treatment.
But this was much more productive than Eric Hosmer.
His
run with Turner.
Turner?
Yeah.
I guess so. What is he at, about 220? His OPS is
210. 574 OPS.
I mean, that's
Won him
not
a
good.
game, though.
He did win them a game. He won them a game. But
it hasn't gone as expected.
No, I like him a lot. I mean, he's old. I love him on that team and helping out. He needs to start picking it up, I would assume, once they start getting
healthy.
healthy.
Though, you do give him a little bit more leeway because of his pedigree.
Yeah,
and his experience.
And he's barely playing. It's tough to come off the bench and pinch hit and everything like that. He's not good defensively.
No.
Either at first or at third. But no Kyle Tucker. So, but we'll see. Hopefully, it's just a game or two, and then he'll come back. We'll get a report coming up in a little bit. Phone number to reach us is 312-332-3776.
Did we get some Cole Kmet sound as well? Because Cole met the media. It's the first I haven't heard Cole talk since the draft where they used their top pick on a tight end. I think there's some interesting questions. I did hear Ben Johnson asked about Cole Kmet when he met the media today.
And what did you hear and what didn't you hear?
What I heard was that Ben Johnson could not have been more complimentary of Cole as a guy, as a smart player, as a teammate. Didn't hear a lot about, how he can stretch a field or is such an asset in the red zone, or didn't hear a lot of football-related, ability-related comments. Don't know if there was anything to that, but was very complimentary of Cole, the teammate. But I think, Tyler, you were listening, weren't you? Did you hear some of the same thing? It was there wasn't a whole lot of conversation about what Cole will be expected to do this year. But it's early. I mean,
do you have that, Charlie? Because it's not coming up on my screen right now. You said it's on my screen, but I don't see it right now.
I can play it for you right here.
Play this.
It's high intelligence factor. Is clear from the get-go. He's a pro, takes his work seriously, positive energy, great teammate. You could tell instantly when he was around the other offensive players, the rest of the team, there's an instant respect level. I believe he's been here the longest out of anybody on the roster right now, and you can tell that they respect him for that. There's a lot to be said there. He's done things the right way for a long time, and so it's been great, not just him learning the offense, but helping others in the process as well.
He didn't mention one thing about him as a player. There wasn't one attribute that he listed as a player.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it was cryptic or anything. I just thought it was when I heard it. I looked at you and I go, well, he said a lot of nice things about Cole, but nothing about how they plan on using him this year.
Kind of the Justin Turner treatment.
Kind of, yeah. But I think Cole was asked some questions about, how they will use two tight ends. And, I thought, Cole, being a smart guy, had a lot of interesting things to say.
And by the way, there was a video that came out today from the Carolina Panthers. Someone had tweeted it out, and they were connecting the dots that the Rams were calling the Panthers, who sat at 8. That was 2 spots ahead of the Bears in the draft. And they wanted to come up from, I think, 26.
26 is where they were in the first round.
They were all the way down. That's all. What you have to give up to go from 26 to 8 is a lot.
Kings Ranch.
And they were going back and forth, and then finally the Panthers countered with they wanted the sweetheart deal. Like, they weren't moving off of Aiden until they were wowed, and then the Rams finally called back a couple minutes before the pick, and they said, no, we're out. But the talk was from that is the Rams wanted to come up for Colston Loveland, the Bears tight end. And for a lot of the people who were wondering, well, I never liked Loveland at 10, you told us, I give you all the credit in the world, because when everyone was talking about Tyler Warren, you were talking about, no. The guy, if you go tight end, is Loveland. And then this just gives you the Sean McVay endorsement. Sean McVay not only likes him, but wanted to come up from 26 to 8 to grab him.
And we all may end up being wrong, but I think we all saw the same thing. Yeah, I mean, listen, Greg Olsen felt the same way about him as well. He's just kind of a new age tight end, and this is why I've never, I like Cole a lot as well. I don't want to sound like Ben Johnson. I think he's a great teammate. He's a good guy. He's good in the red zone. He just plays the position differently, and for a coaching staff that likes to use 12 personnel as much as they do, I think these guys will work very well together. Cole's more of an inline wide tight end. This kid can split out and be more of your George Kittle type of stretch the field Trey McBride guy. But yeah, it makes you feel better if you had your heart set on an offensive tackle or a pass rusher to know that another of the brightest offensive minds in the game was willing to move up from 26 and give up a ton for the guy you ended up drafting.
Yeah, I think that's why we're both super in on Ben Johnson is we knew he was going to be he's one of the best minds from an offensive coordinator in the business. Yeah. And then when him and McVay are, on the same page, here's Cole Kmet on being the mentor in the building.
Well, I don't know if I've been asked to mentor per se, but I still got things that I got to work on and I got to achieve. I think when I was a rookie, we had Jimmy here, and Jimmy was, I think Jimmy was 32 or 33 at the time, and I don't know if I should say this publicly, but he probably wouldn't have said it then, but probably on the back end of his career at that point. And I don't necessarily feel like I'm at that stage of my career yet, so maybe a little different in that regard. But that being said, getting to know Colston's been great so far, and I want to give him as much knowledge as I can, and give him all the things that I've learned, and get him up to pace as soon and as quickly as possible, so that he can go out there and be the best football player that he can be this year and going forward. And so I'm excited about that, and it's been awesome to get to know him here these past few weeks since he's been drafted, and I think he's going to fit just fine in our room and in the offense as well.
I think that's as polite of a way as Cole Kmet can say, because he is a super good dude.
He's a great teammate.
Is, hey, don't forget about me.
Yes.
I was underutilized last year.
Yes.
I still have a lot to offer as a player. I may not be that three, points of the field tight end where I can do everything, but I have a lot as a player that I can contribute.
Here's a quote also on Twitter. I don't know if is there.
I got one more. Yeah, this is him on finding out that they took Colston Loveland.
Yeah, I think at first you're taken back a little bit, but I mean Ben was awesome about it in terms of calling me right away and kind of explaining the decision, and from there you're just all on board on it, and you kind of understand their vision, and you understand that there's going to be areas where we complement each other, and then there's obviously, just like in any position room, there's going to be areas where we compete for things, and that's football, and that's how it should be. So I'm excited about it, and I'm excited, to not only push him and then for him to push me, and we're going to make each other better. And I think the goal with it is to become the best 12 tandem in the league, and see where we can take it from there.
There's your money quote right there, is that there are going to be moments where you are going to complement each other, and there are going to be moments where you're competing with each other to be the guy on the field when you're an 11 personnel. And I don't think that's uncomfortable, and I don't think that's going to be poisonous in any way. And I appreciate how Cole responded to it.
Oh, I love it that I think they'll all be better. DJ, as we started with him, Cole Kmet because Ben Johnson is here, and I also think both of them are going to be pushed more.
Yes.
I think Rome's going to get more targets. Burden is going to he's sort of that same type of wide receiver. I think they're going to be competing for targets with a really smart guy. And I think this is great for the Bears in general.
I don't disagree at all. I think this is this is a positive, and you can see the professionalism and the quality teammate that Cole is. You can hear it in his voice and how he responds. But he also makes the point, look, I'm still in the prime of my career, so I'm still out here competing for the opportunity to be on the receiving end on a lot of these throws. So while I think these guys will work together in tandem quite well, it will be interesting to see who's out there when they go one tight end sets.
Yep, 312-332-3776. Jesse also passes along back to the Tucker story that from his understanding and working this story that this shouldn't be more than a 1 or 2 day thing. That they feel good about where Kyle Tucker is, and him missing today's game, not being in the lineup, is not a big deal and should only be a day or two.
He's probably missed what? He's been out of the lineup once or twice all year long. So like,
this is the first time.
First time. He's played every other game.
Every game.
So like
him and PCA, right? I mean, your right fielder and center fielder have played basically every game. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with giving a guy a breather every now and again as well.
And Tyler, that's such a good point too. Like when you compare it to the Bears. The way you maximize these guys is your best players play their best, and they play every game. Yeah. And the Bears didn't get their best from any of their best players last year. And it's why the Cubs are where they're at, and it's hopefully why the Bears will not only improve because Caleb's better and Ben Johnson's here and everything like that, but just because your better players play good football. That's what I'm hoping for this year.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next. I think we were pretty stunned, even though it was suggested. We even discussed it with Wilbon last week about would the Knicks do the unthinkable? And if they get eliminated and not get to the NBA Finals, would they fire Tom Thibodeau? And Tom Thibodeau has been fired. I tweeted out that if I were the Bulls, or I would call him. Now, it may be a little bit of an over-the-top statement, but there's a message here that I think Tibbs is a very complicated discussion. Would you be interested in Tom Thibodeau coming back? I've got a lot of different takes on this from different people responding, but I think the point, there's one obvious point that we can all agree on, and I'll bring that up coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Guys, the semi-annual sale going on right now at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about it. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. Think about that value. You get 8 windows for the price of 4, plus there are no payments till 2027. You don't have to put any money down, and no interest at all until 2027. That's money right back into your pocket right there. If you get a house full of windows as well, they're going to throw in a free entry door. That's outstanding value. And the way these projects pay you back, I've seen it firsthand with my Window Nation windows, is you're going to save money on your energy bills. Today, it's in the 80s finally, and the air conditioners are on. If your windows aren't working properly, the warm air is probably getting in, the cool air is escaping your house. It works harder then to cool down your house, and it costs you more in your energy bills. Not my home anymore. I've saved 30% year over year with my new windows from Window Nation. So do what I've done and call Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. You got nothing to lose. They'll give you a free in-home estimate. They'll explain to you why you need this and why you don't need this. They'll show you all they have to offer. You can also check them out online, windownation.com. They are A+ rated in the Better Business Bureau and 5-star reviews across the board. Check them out today, windownation.com, 866-90-NATION, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend, June 13th through 15th. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game, featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom on Father's Day weekend.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Most people in radio commercials talk really fast. But we made this one for RV owners. Progressive knows they like the slower pace of RV life, like this commercial. And they know Progressive will protect their RV at a fair price with discounts. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Pat the Designer here. If you're shopping for a car, head to Madison Auto Mall, just 30 miles from downtown Chicago. Thousands of vehicles, top dealers, all in one stop. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Ladies and gentlemen. It was a pretty big surprise as we were meeting in our pre-show fist fight. Who had that? Charlie, did you have it or Waddle?
Waddle.
Someone's like, whoa, is this real?
Newsbreaker Waddle. Newsbreaker, Charlie. I didn't want to get got, so I said.
Yeah, you went through all the precautions.
So I said, hey, is this real?
Yeah, and we're like, what real?
Yeah, is this real? And then you guys are like, what are you talking about?
And
I said, look at this. Is this real? No. And then I said, Shams had the story. Then I had to check to see if it was really Shams.
Right. Yeah, you have to click on to check the followers. Like you can't do verified anymore.
No.
It used to be verified. You could check to see if they're verified. You could get verified for just paying. Anyone could be verified. You have to now click to see how many followers they have to make sure it's the real one.
And I saw you had like 3.5 million. So I was like, yep. It just happened.
So the Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau. This is a story that I'm A, passionate about, and B, that we know a lot about because we went through the exact same thing. And I always get this. I always get people, when I defend Tibbs, say, Silvy, weren't you the one who wanted Tibbs fired when he was here? And if you listened to the show, you knew that while critical of Tibbs, I won't speak for you, I'll speak for me, I never wanted Tibbs fired. I wanted him to get better at the things that he's stubborn about.
Just evolve.
Yes. So, like, I've always compared it to players. The players and coaches in front office always have an exit interview. And they say, okay, Jimmy, you've really improved as a player. But what you have to do better in this offseason is you got to be a better teammate and work on your post-up game, or work on your ball handling skills. And then Jimmy goes to 3 workouts a day in California, and he's working and working and working on his game. And Tibbs, like Jimmy or like any great player, had so much to offer, and the Bulls benefited. They were better because they had Tom Thibodeau. But Tom wouldn't want to get into the lab and change some of the things that hurt him. Joe Kim, if you don't believe me, listen to Joe Kim Noah on Pardon My Take recently. When he, and Wilbon mentioned it last week, Joe Kim Noah was developed into an MVP finalist and Defensive Player of the Year under Tom Thibodeau. He was not that when Jim Boylan was the coach. He was not that under Vinny Del Negro. He evolved under Tibbs because he worked on his game and he was guided by his coach and developed by the coaching staff. But Joe Kim will always tell you, Tibbs was nuts.
Yeah.
They would be going through a 2-hour walkthrough when they just wanted to be off their feet. That's Joe Kim's words from just a few weeks ago. Get us off our feet, Tibbs.
Didn't they have that? It was a story about when they went to Brazil or somewhere.
Yes. So they had a game in Brazil. They had that long flight, and he made them get off the flight and basically go through a walkthrough. They couldn't even just chill out. And the teams are better for that. Just look at the records. I'm digging this. Maybe you can help me on this, Tyler, to match them up. Look at the Bulls record. I believe the Bulls were a 500 team. Maybe they were like 40, 41 and 41, maybe a game below or a game above 500 under Vinny. Tibbs comes there. They don't make a lot of moves. They get Carlos Boozer, Kyle Korver, Ronnie Brewer. But they had most of the same star players, frontline players, and they went from like 41 wins to 62 wins, I believe, in Tibbs' first year.
Yeah, 41 and 41 each year under Vinny.
And then what were they in Tibbs'?
62 and 20, and then the shortened season, 50 and 16 the next year.
So, this is we're comparing apples to apples. The year before Tibbs, and remember, they didn't get LeBron. They didn't get Dwayne Wade. They settled for Carlos Boozer. They got Omer Ashik, who Tibbs developed into a contributing player. Ronnie Brewer came. Kyle Korver came. There weren't any, great all-star level players that they acquired. And they go from 41 wins to 62 wins, 21-game improvement in 1 year. When he goes to Minnesota, I believe it was the first year the Timberwolves made the postseason in years. And I don't know what their record was the year before. I got to check on that, if you could check.
It says here in the 16-17 season when he took over for the T-Wolves, they finished 31 and 51. They missed the playoffs. But the following year, they were 47 and 35.
So in his second year, they improved by 17 games or 16 games?
16 games.
16 games.
And it was their first playoff appearance since 2004.
So
then in the following year, they were 19 and 21 when he was let go.
Yeah, and remember they had the whole Jimmy thing.
Yeah.
The Jimmy had to be traded, and that blew up. So then he got fired, and then the Knicks have not been to the Eastern Conference Finals since the early 2000s.
25 years.
25 years. And it's not good enough. And I always like teams with expectations, but I always say this about Tibbs. While stubborn, while sometimes not wanting to evolve, life is not better without Tom Thibodeau. The Knicks fans will learn that. And I tweeted, hey, if I'm the Bulls, what I would do is, if I'm Michael Reinsdorf, I'd call Tibbs up, I'd have him coach, pair him with a good personnel guy, and blow this all up with AK. Now, it may be over the top.
I would start with calling Bob Myers and convincing him to take over management.
And that's always been even if he's not the day-to-day guy, he's team president.
Because think about it. I mean, wouldn't you rather have Bob Myers and I mean, let's just say Bob Myers and Billy Donovan versus AK and Tibbs. I'd go with Bob Myers and Billy Donovan. In a real, in the ideal world, you could have both. You could have Bob Myers and Tom Thibodeau potentially. But I'm saying if you were going to take an opportunity to improve something over there at the Bulls front office or the Bulls building, it would be to replace AK with Bob Myers.
Yes, and like this was my way of another way, and this is not this is a coincidence why I'm wearing the shirt.
Yeah, you didn't have this at the office.
I didn't wear it because of Tibbs, but I went to Waddle coined the phrase, and for weeks I wouldn't even say the term.
You were afraid you were going to say something that was inappropriate.
I was going to add a CK on the end.
Yeah, boycott.
And so I boycotted the Bulls for the first time in my life. I've been going to games since 3,000 people went to the Chicago Stadium when I was 5 years old. This past year was the first year when I was offered first-row free tickets on the floor. I declined them. And we went to college basketball games. We went to DePaul games, Illinois games. That's how we got our basketball fixed because I don't believe there's a plan. And so this is just another way to point out that they need, if they want to ever go anywhere, they got to blow this thing up.
I think you and I were treated unfairly by some folks as well when we took the stand we did, including Tibbs, who we could talk to him about it. I think he tried to hit us with his Range Rover when we were over at the UC one day.
There was a day in that parking lot where the Jordan statue used to be. It's now enclosed in the atrium.
We were doing the show from inside.
Yeah, and we parked in that.
Yes.
And we were
walking.
And they were leaving shoot-around before the game, and we were walking in, and Tibbs stared us down and nearly hit us with his Range Rover.
That's not a lie. And we had a good it was okay. I thought it was a civil relationship. Fred Huebner used to bust our balls. Everyone would bust our balls because we would always talk about minutes. But we always said, and no one would ever include this, minutes in context. I don't care if you play 40 minutes, if in fact you're rested and you're healthy. The greatest example I can give you is I'm sitting at a restaurant in Evanston. This had to be years ago because my daughter was still playing soccer at Northwestern. And they were finishing up the regular season, about to go into the postseason. And I think they were in Charlotte, if I can remember this correctly.
It was the last game of the year.
And Joe's knee is he's dragging it up and down the court.
Yeah.
And Joe played like 40 minutes in a game.
It was an overtime game.
Yes.
They went into overtime, and he played 40-plus minutes. And then the reason they didn't have a run is because Joe's knee was so – well, there were many reasons, but one of them was Joe couldn't get up and down the court.
Yeah. And I don't believe the outcome of that game was meaningful in any way.
There may have been like a seeding thing, but it wasn't like...
wasn't worth it.
It wasn't above getting Joe the vital rest he needed before what you hope to be a longer playoff run.
So I guess the point I'm making is we all understood, you guys play. I get that. But it was minutes in context, and nobody would ever include that comment of in context. They just bust our balls for being minute police.
Right, and I always tell you cite that story. I cite the game that I was up in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Derrick Rose was having back spasms. This was pre-knee injury Derrick, but remember, he had all these soft tissue issues, back spasms, hamstrings, calf stuff. You always used to say wound very tight.
Yes.
And Derrick had an outstanding first quarter in Milwaukee, where he scored like 20 points in the first quarter. And then all of a sudden, at the end of the first quarter, he goes down with back spasms. The Bulls cruise basically through the whole game. They're up 23 points in the fourth quarter. Derrick, who's already been on the bench earlier in the game with back spasms, Tibbs put him back in the game. At the end of the game with a 20-plus point lead, instead of resting him, Derrick then missed the next game because of the residual effects from the back spasms. So it wasn't about not playing guys. It was when a guy suffers back spasms, don't play him. When Luol Deng has a hamstring injury, don't play him 40 in his first game back. So I've always said he's got faults. You ask players to get better, but he didn't. And again, that flared up with who he depended on in the postseason, only playing 7 guys. Kenny Smith.
He said Tibbs wouldn't play 9 guys in a baseball game.
Yes, but he is one of the best coaches in the NBA.
Yeah.
And Billy's fine. I don't get the love for Billy. I don't truly understand the hate. Billy is, in my opinion, he's fine. He doesn't win you games. He doesn't lose you games. I don't know what the Bulls' identity is. Like someone was arguing with me, now you want to get rid of Billy when they're finally they improve their shot profile and this and that. Meantime, they fired their shooting coach. I
think
don't
we
get that.
both agree, though, that there are bigger issues in their front office.
Yeah, and like they don't play defense either.
Right.
And they're not interested in those players. I don't believe they're going anywhere. This team needs a major overhaul in the front office, and this is just another, to me, a way to shine the light on that Michael Reinsdorf keeping these guys employed is a catastrophe, and a sports catastrophe. And in 2 years from now, they'll just get it too late. They'll realize it too late, and they'll always be stuck. They're not going anywhere with AK. And
I wonder what Tibbs' next destination is.
What about one of these teams who are ready to win? Like, who have the vacancy? Has Phoenix filled their vacancy?
It's down to two guys. Yeah.
Like, would they be interested in getting him with KD? Like, to find Tibbs' teams always overachieve. Like, there was a guy who hung up who said, "Well, he's a regular season coach." I mean, he got them to the Eastern Conference Finals. Did anyone think they would beat Boston this year? And don't give me that Tatum got hurt, because they were up in that series before Tatum got hurt. Yeah. The Bulls went the furthest they've gone since the dynasty under Tom Thibodeau. Mike Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game in 10 years, but he keeps keeping his job.
And they can't find a quarterback.
Tom Thibodeau is always blamed. So I think you can be nuanced and say, Tibbs, brother, how many times is this going to cost you? Where the Knicks and the Timberwolves and the Bulls, you've done wonders for them, but they won't keep you because you refuse to change. And it's really a complicated puzzle when you figure it out. But
it's odd. I'm not shocked, because when it comes to Tibbs, I mean, he is a bit of a lightning rod with regard to how people feel about him. But the guy Malone that they're talking about replacing him with is kind of like Tibbs, isn't he?
Well, he wore down Denver, that's for sure. But he's a really good coach, too. He's won a championship, something that Tibbs has not been able to do.
Well, Tibbs didn't have Joker either. I mean,
like, Tibbs' best players that he's ever coached are Derrick Rose, Jalen Brunson, and Jimmy Butler, correct? He made Joakim Noah was an MVP candidate, as I mentioned, finished like third in MVP voting. Derrick won the MVP, and Jalen Brunson has become a superstar under him. So I don't know if he's ever had the top players and how that would look, but like Evan Cohen, an unsportsmanlike, this was an unsportsmanlike penalty too. He texted me that he's basically Vic Fangio. He said that he's just a defensive coordinator. And I got to put this together. Like, I bet you Tibbs has one of the better winning percentages in basketball currently. When you look at his Bulls record, when you look at his Knicks record, when you look at the T-Wolves record.
All I can give you is his career winning percentage in regular season.
And where does that rank in active wins among coaches currently?
I can give you his, as a head coach, to this point in the regular season, he has a 579 winning percentage.
So where does that put him 579 with active coaches in the game now? Is there a way for you to...
I can get
we'll
there.
Do that. We'll do that on the other side, but
I'll give you this as well. His playoff win percentage is 466. So, I mean, most coaches probably...
I think most, yeah.
But I'll see where an all-time head coach...
Didn't Peyton Manning have a sub-500?
He may have.
You know what I mean? The playoffs are tough. But he has won series in the postseason. He just hasn't won a championship. 312-332-3776. I know it's outlandish. Would anybody be open to bringing Tibbs back? He develops players. Players get better under his watch. But the bottom line is, if the Bulls are ever going to change, and I'm wearing the shirt that says Bullcott on it today, if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/@Waddle Silvy, and Twitch, the ESPN 1000 Chicago feed, you can see that. Like, the bottom line is, until they blow out this management, it doesn't matter who their coach is. So 312-332-3776 if you want to discuss Tibbs getting fired. And then Courtney joins us at 4 o'clock. She's a big Bulls fan. What does she think? But she'll get us up to date on what Bears practice looked like today.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
We have to make changes.
Hey, it's Chris Black along with my golf buddy Adam Abdallah.
Here's hoping you get selected for Team Black and Abdallah at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
We are powered by Yingling.
They put the Sip It in Grip It and Sip It.
And what better fuel for a team victory than that?
We're looking forward to a win at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling Flight.
Hey, if you're someone you love is graduating soon, nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are schooled in delivering the confidence-boosting cuts you love. And with convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it fits your busy schedule. Plus, with their affordable prices, you can save more money for some summer fun. Get into a Great Clips salon today and get ready to walk across that stage in style. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox dropped the opener to Detroit Monday night 13-1 as Kerry Carpenter hit 3 of Detroit's 5 home runs. Carpenter has now gone deep 6 times in 4 games against the White Sox this season. The highlight for the Sox was Chase Mydroth. He reached base 3 times and dazzled on defense. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 6:40 from Rate Field. The Sox are home all week. 3 more against Detroit, then 3 against Kansas City. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to win an exclusive City Connect package. One lucky fan will receive some of the best City Connect gear, including a jersey, sweatshirt, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This Father's Day, help Dad be all he can be with a gift from the Home Depot, because he's not just Dad, he's the handyman of the house, the plumber in a pinch, and the emergency mechanic. Upgrade his gear this Father's Day with the Husky Mechanics 270-piece tool set from the Home Depot. Now on special buy for $119, a $695 value. For every kind of dad, find the perfect gift this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I think there are very few coaches, especially, I don't know, maybe in all sports, but especially in the NBA, and you could tell by all these coaches who have won a championship and then they get fired, who make a difference because of them. And you just pointed out a very interesting stat based on my question regarding where Tibbs is, win percentage-wise amongst active coaches. And then I'd like to see, like, total wins and stuff like that. I always remember I did a Bulls, Perry and I co-hosted a Bulls charity gala. And Tibbs and Derek, and they were all there. And
your buddy Perry?
Harry.
Oh, I thought you said Perry.
No, Harry
I thought
Tynowitz.
You said you and your buddy Perry, too.
Yeah. Oh, did I say Harry Tynowitz and I were like the MCs, or we did the auction, something like that, but we spoke. And I toasted Tibbs. He was the fastest coach to win 100 games in Bulls history. First to 100. Quicker than Phil Jackson.
That's crazy.
Remember, he won 62 that first year. And you just pointed out Eric Spoelstra is a .579 win percentage.
In the regular season.
And Tom Thibodeau is a .579 win percentage.
In the regular season. The difference between the two is Spoelstra's been to the NBA Finals 6 times and won 2 titles, but it's.
I would also argue now. I would always take Spoelstra, but he's had better players too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like Tibbs has made more of his players.
Yes. You have the list of guys who have coached in the league, let's say for at least 5 years, who have a higher regular season winning percentage. There aren't a ton of guys. He's top 20 in that stat.
I
mean, you add Joe Mazzulla. He's been in the league for 3 years. He's obviously close to the top. But you talk about somebody who's been in the league and coaching for as long as Tibbs has. I think he's been a head coach, 14 years. There aren't a ton of guys with a higher regular season win percentage.
Let's go to Mike in Jefferson Park. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'd love to see Tibbs back. Unfortunately, I think he might be too old and wants to go to a contender now, being his age. But my real question, guys, was, in terms of AK, I've heard you guys talk a lot about him, and I'm not trying to defend AK in any way, but, how much power do you think he truly has with Jerry Reinsdorf? Because with AK, he built, a competent team fairly quickly with a few trades, and I just kind of think, maybe he's just hamstrung and just can't make any moves since then because Jerry either won't spend the money or just doesn't care. So, that's my thought. I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
Mike, I don't think Jerry Reinsdorf drafted Patrick Williams with the 4th pick of the draft several years ago. I think that was
his drafts have been bad. But his point is also accurate that and we talked about it with Jed and Ricketts, and that's at a much different level because they have success. But I know many stories about what happened to the past Bulls regime where they wanted to do stuff, and Jerry said no. They never wanted to trade Luol Deng. They had to get out of the tax, and they did that. I don't think they wanted to trade the second-round pick for cash considerations. But to start a rebuild out of all things, yes, Jerry steps in. But I still don't believe that AK is a good. Like, it is basically a lost cause because of the owner.
Yes, but I don't think the guy in charge over there has done even a decent job.
No, he's the worst. In my estimation, I think Kap agrees with me. It's one thing we agree on is that AK, I believe, is the worst executive in Chicago sports history.
Wow.
The worst. He's the worst. Give me another name. 312-332-3776. We'll ask Courtney what she thinks. Would she want Tibbs back?
What about the Hawkeroo?
Who's that?
The Hawkeroo. In his short time.
Yeah. Sox fans can blame Hawk for Tony La Russa coming back the second time because maybe if he wasn't fired the first time.
And it hurts me to say that because I love the Hawkeroo.
We love the Hawkeroo. But he was a broadcaster. That was a crazy move to begin with.
Yeah.
He wasn't truly an executive. And then we'll get an update on what's going on in Bears land and everything like that. It's all next on ESPN 1000.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Guys, there's a stunning stat when it comes to getting the mental health help that we all need. Most people who are polled, over three-quarters of people believe in mental health, but only 27% of those people are in therapy. So I get it. Maybe we all recognize that, yeah, I need help, but I'm just too busy. If you're probably too busy, then you need the help. And I'm here to tell you about BetterHelp.com/timeout. Whether you're someone who is dealing with major depression issues and you need someone to talk to, act fast and get the right therapist at BetterHelp.com/timeout. It could save your life. Or if you're just someone who is dealing with normal day-to-day stress and you need help with that because you're a better dad when you do that. You're a better husband when you do that. You're a better friend when you do that. You're a better worker when all these things are managed correctly. I have been in therapy for many years now. BetterHelp.com has over 35,000 therapists. They're experts on pairing you with the right one. And if you don't like that one, you could find another one. It's that easy. You don't have to drive to an office. You do it all online on your schedule. So we're all better with help. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout. You'll get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Get to your calls coming up. Courtney here in a minute, just recapping the news of the day, shockwaves through the NBA. Tom Thibodeau was fired by the Knicks. His new extension goes into effect next year. 3 years, $30 million. Like, it hadn't even taken effect, I don't believe. Also, no Tucker for the Cubs today, though Jesse is saying there should only be a day or two. It's not a major thing with the ring finger swelling, but he's out of the lineup tonight. Then Jesse also texted us telling us that Luis Robert is going to be
stinks. Is that what he said? I didn't see the text. Did he say Luis Robert stinks?
He didn't say that, but I think that's what he is right now. He does stink, and it's why the Sox sounds like they're trying to reset him, kind of like when you unplug a system, you know, and you got to reboot it. You know, do the old unplug. Maybe if I unplug it and just reset it, it will work fine.
Maybe there's no electricity on the south side at that ballpark. Maybe it's not the outlet.
So they're not going to play Luis Robert tonight or tomorrow, and but they said he's working hard. That was what Jesse texted.
I don't doubt it. I mean, listen, they're an easy mark right now, unfortunately.
I was surprised by this, and then we'll ask Courtney. And I preface it by saying this is a pipe dream poll. Would you be in favor of the Bulls bringing back Tom Thibodeau? I did this one after I wrote Bears, but that was a mistake. I had the Bears on my brain with minicamp.
And then you made a really aggressive statement, I think, as you responded to yourself. You said blank the Bulls.
Yeah. I meant yes.
Or were you? No, I know what you meant. It's the reason why you're wearing a shirt that says Bullcott on it.
Can you believe that 70.6% of the responders say yes? They would be in favor of bringing back Tibbs. 19.8% say no. 9.6% of the people say, "Are you nuts?" So I'm glad to see that there's only 10% of the people asking if I'm nuts.
Now do it for Bob Myers coming over to be your GM.
I'll do that. I'll do that too.
Because that would be the move that I think would be more important.
All of our poll questions brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Courtney Cronin joins us right now. Hallis Hall for Bears mandatory minicamp today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Courtney is brought to you by Costa Ivone. You injured? Call 708-4million for the people of Chicago because they are Chicago. Costa Ivone, your local personal injury lawyers. Courtney, before you go to the Bears, you're a big Bulls fan. Yes or no, would you want Tibbs back?
Think about it this way, because I know there are a lot of people who were like on the bandwagon of like, look at what happened. Like, this guy has always done this. Like, of course it happens to the Knicks. Have the Bulls gotten any better since they fired him?
No, not even close.
No. So if we're looking at it through that lens, if it's fire Billy Donovan, bring back Tom Thibodeau, obviously I think you'd have to talk about some massive overhauling in the front office because, this front office has shown that they can't GM their way out of a paper bag. Like, I would be in favor of it from that respect. But I would like to believe that he learned learned from some of the mistakes from the first time around. And look, this is not somebody who wants to play his bench a ton, but when you don't even give him a bench to speak of, can you blame him for what happened with the Knicks? I'm frustrated by this. We've been talking about this for the last 2 weeks on ESPN Radio. When they go down 0-2 in the Eastern Conference Finals, they come back, and everybody's talking about Cat, right? Like the great game he had in the fourth quarter. When you get the spicy cat or whatever they call him, the zesty Karl Anthony Towns. Yeah. Look, who put him in position to do that? Who changed the lineup with putting Mitchell Robinson in over Josh Hart? That was Tom Thibodeau. There's been so many times this postseason where just in the nick of time, Tibbs adjust. We saw it in Game 6 of the first round when they beat the Pistons on the road. We saw it in the second-round series against Boston, putting them out in Game 6 and moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals. This team hasn't been relevant in 20 years. This guy just got you to the Eastern Conference Finals, and you fire him now? Like, not giving him any credence for some of the things that are maddening of watching Tibbs-led teams, but
yes,
gave away 5 unprotected first-round picks from Mikal Bridges. They don't have any depth. This offseason was about replenishing your depth. You want him to play Precious Achiuwa, Delon Wright, Landry Shamet? Like, what year is this? Like, I get frustrated with this because it's not an easy fix when there are other holes in the roster that are so much more blatantly jarring and obvious that they could have fixed instead of firing the coach that got you to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time since 1999.
Yeah, you don't get a disagreement out of me, that's for sure. Like, I always just say simply, like, he could frustrate you, but life is not better without Tom Thibodeau, and I think that's been proven. All right, Courtney, what was going on there at Hallis Hall today? Mandatory minicamp. Did it look different than some of the OTAs that you've watched?
Not really, and that was by design, according to Ben Johnson. Like, the script was very similar, especially during the team periods for what they had done during OTAs. Tomorrow, they're going to, and Thursday, they're going to start incorporating some of the call-up periods just so guys don't get fatigued and effectively bored by what they're doing and challenging players, because all that we've talked about for the last couple of weeks is the intensity of these practices, and having it not get stale is the key to keeping those practices intense. So I imagine tomorrow we'll start to see that ramp up a little bit, and we'll start to see things that might be a little different than in weeks past. But some changes today compared to last Wednesday when we were out here during OTAs. It was Karan Amagaji with the 1s at left tackle, and then Ozzie Trapillo with the 2s, and they've been rotating. That will continue on. Case Keenum was QB3 today, and it was Tyson Bagent as QB2. That's something that Ben Johnson left the door open to happening last week and said there will be a competition for the backup spot, but those are some of like the bigger changes that we saw in a pretty well-attended practice today, aside from some guys that are injured.
That's where I was going. What was the participation level like, and noticeably missing who was on that list?
Well, Luther Burden's still not out there, and I know that Johnson said a couple weeks ago he's got a soft tissue injury. He thought it would take some time, but he's not on the field right now. He's here. All of the guys that you're not seeing out there, whether it's T.J. Edwards, Kyler Gordon, certainly the Braxton Jones, who we know is injured and rehabbing, Colston Loveland, they're all here. They're just dealing with stuff that the team does not believe will preclude them from being healthy at the start of training camp. But, I guess today, one of the things, just keep an eye on it. Jalen Johnson was out there, of course, the whole day, but not doing much during team drills. That's the opposite of what we saw from Montez Sweat last week, where he wasn't doing team stuff in OTAs and then got more involved in it today.
Courtney, what did you make of the response to your question to DJ Moore and how he handled the conversation about body language?
It's interesting. The body language thing, he knows that it's an issue. Like, it was an issue last year. The cameras caught him. Right, wrong, or indifferent, it's a storyline because he made it a storyline. And when he said that, dealing with it in the off season, he had an instance and he nipped it in the bud and moved on from it. Like, I think these players are being forced to have an internal monologue with themselves, or a dialogue, whatever you want to call it, where they're questioning, am I giving the best effort that I can? Did I execute that play to the best of my ability? Was it perfect? Because they all say, and especially DJ today, that Ben's striving for perfection, knowing that you're not going to get it every single time, but at least put the effort in to get it there. So I think that extends to body language, the way that it's been talked about with Caleb Williams, but also the way that it's being talked about with the players around Caleb.
What do you expect from DJ this year? Because I think him and, I said at the beginning of the show, Courtney, there wasn't one player really who played above what we expected them to play or at that level. And him and Montez Sweat are two guys who are paid to be your best players, and they did not play great last year.
Yeah, it's what I thought was probably, I don't know how you read into this, but when I asked DJ at the end just about the goals that he sets for himself, he's in year 8, like how different is it going to be when you've done the same thing that you've been successful with for like the last 7 seasons? And he said he can't really set a goal for himself right now because he doesn't know exactly what his role is going to be. Now, you can read into that and be like, look, you're a 1,000-yard receiver for the majority of your career. You're probably getting the ball a lot, but he said he's not sure how many touches he's going to get, if it's going to come his way. There are a lot of mouths to feed on this offense. So that's going to be really interesting to watch how the touches are divvied up in between the backfield, between a loaded receiver room, and when Colston Loveland gets on the field, where those go between him and Cole Kmet. But I think for DJ specifically, you're the elder statesman, finally. Like, you're the oldest guy on this team. It was Keenan, or oldest guy in your position room. It was Keenan Allen last year. 140 targets is a lot. But I think that for DJ, it's showing I am the number one receiver on this team. I am the guy that you paid $110 million to last year on a 4-year extension, and I can consistently be that no matter what the ups and downs of the offense look like. So that's probably, when he comes up with writing his goals, whenever he gets to that, it's got to be some form of that. And I think the same extends to Montez Sweat. Like, he got doubled a lot last year. What did they do in the offseason? They went out and got him help along the defensive line, so he won't be dealing with chips and double teams and all of the stuff that makes him less effective, makes most pass rushers less effective. So I also think for him, it's staying on the field more. That could have been a coaching thing. It could be something that's different under Dennis Allen, but in those critical gotta-have-it situations, he can't be off the field. You're paying him $25.5 million a year. Like, that's an absolute non-starter for a player of that caliber. And, given both of them, describing maybe a little disappointment. Certainly from Montez Sweat, he used that word last week. DJ didn't say that today, but you can tell, like, last year was effectively a down year by his standards. To be able to get back to the level he was at when Justin Fields was his quarterback his first season here, I think is ultimately where he's looking at going this year.
And, Waddle and I talked about this before the show, and we're not blaming DJ, but it's just what it is. I think DJ's first year was 2018. I don't believe he's ever played on a team that's even had a 500 record. I believe every year of his career from Carolina and with the Bears, they've been sub 500. Isn't that incredible?
It is. And, think about his production despite that. That was what was so intriguing to the Bears when they traded for him. He played with, I think it was 11 or 12 different quarterbacks throughout his time in Carolina, and they knew bringing him here that he's going to be a plug-and-play player that can produce no matter who's throwing in the ball. And that expectation is pretty heavy. Like, that was a big one last year. Like, oh, you're supposed to be the security blanket for Caleb Williams. You're going to help him along in his growth. And when those two weren't on the same page as early as week 2 of the season, you knew that there was some relearning and probably some recalibration that both sides, including the veteran receiver, had to make. But it's different for him now, and I think Cole Kmet highlighted this too, because Cole hasn't been on a team that's gone to the playoffs. He's been part of a lot of losing since he's been in Chicago, and he said you almost become used to the chaos, but that this is the last year he expects them to be making these crazy changes, at least during his tenure, because they feel like they got it right with Ben Johnson. And you're seeing that in how players are responding to the coaching and how they're speaking about what the coaching is doing for them in challenging them to be the best version of themselves. And also, but they're able to see, like, there's an end game here. It's not that Ben Johnson's just screaming to scream. It's that he sees something and he's trying to point out something that can help you a lot. Like what Cole said about, when he finally talked about what happened at OTAs 2 weeks ago when he got, the whistle blown and he was out of alignment by a yard. Like, he was cheating himself out of getting the ball. Ben Johnson saw that and said, dude, I'm trying to get you the ball. Like, those are things that I think when players can see proof of concept, that helps in knowing this is why you're being coached this way. If you continue to buy into that coaching, it can lead you to a better place than either of you. Just using those two veterans, for an example, have been to in their careers.
It's funny. It's a great conversation, and I wonder, and it's so early, but do you feel any resistance from any of the vets with regard to the buy-in? And no one should be resting on their laurels after a 5-win season and the disaster it has been over the course of the last several years. But is there, like whether it be DJ or Cole, do you sense any resistance to this? We don't have a depth chart and everyone's competing, because some veterans get used to being catered to.
Well, if they feel that way, then careful what you wish for.
Of course,
Might want to have been quiet last year. But I don't get that sense. I really don't. Like, the way that these guys are talking about it, when DJ, said today that he has to, sometimes he'll question himself. Did I go full out on that last play? Was I slacking? Was it perfect? Was it good effort? Like, the coaching is forcing them to think, and it's forcing them out of their comfort zone, and that's good. Yeah. I think every veteran that we've talked to has praised Ben Johnson for pointing things out in the moment and saying, this needs to change right now. Not letting it go by the wayside is how DeAndre Swift phrased it today. And he played with him he was with him in 2022 when he was with the Lions. He said that, he's more stern, more serious now than he was as an offensive coordinator, but that he's seen the scheme evolve. He's seen Ben evolve as a coach, going from OC to head coach. And I think players can, when they see an end game that makes sense and a clear path on how to get there, and proven success from somebody who called a really good offense the last 3 years, that's easy to get behind, whether you're a first-year player or someone like DJ going into year 8.
Courtney, any fun things from on the field today? Cool plays, bad plays? I know it doesn't mean much, but people like the observations.
Yeah, there wasn't. Honestly, this was more of a vanilla practice than I've seen. Like, I think about the other OTAs. It was windy out there, so it was hard to hear what was going on the other side of the field. But it felt like just kind of a ramp up to what we're going to see tomorrow. That's my guess on it. There wasn't anything that was super jarring. There were a couple, Noah Sewell left early due to injury, or at least what appear what was due to injury. But it really wasn't as intense of practices as, I know we're talking about that right now, but I've seen more intense based on what we saw in the indoor facility 2 weeks ago and then last week during OTAs. And I imagine that once they start putting some of those call-it periods in to where they can have some variety and not go and be able to go off script, that you'll start to see that stuff tomorrow.
And real quick, one other question about a player, and that's Rome, who I expect to take a huge step forward. And I think Ben has actually been very complimentary of him. Do you notice anything different about him or how he's being used, even in these very few practices that you've witnessed?
He looks bigger. I know that guys always hit the weight room and it's noticeable, but, standing next to him at the Super Bowl, I was down there. He and DJ were doing something for Bounty, the paper towel company. And I remember I was like, oh, wow, it's been a month since we had seen him last. It looks like he's been in the weight room. And then the other day at practice, it's okay, this guy's really taking it seriously. And the jump that you can make in year 2, now knowing that you have somebody who has done this as your position coach, and Antoine Randall and how he's coaching you, there is, again, proof of concept that Rome can follow that I think is really helping him get off to the right start in his second season. He's been, of course, you'll see him all the time with the ones, and he's catching a lot of passes, and he's being utilized. And he will be utilized a lot in that role. The Bears know that they spent a top 9 draft pick on this guy. He's got to be featured in this offense very heavily. And it seems like, without having seen, the full, their full off season, we've only been out here for 3 practices. It does feel like there is that added emphasis on Rome being a big part of things moving forward.
Courtney, before you let you go, and I don't know how much reporting you've done on this yet, but you were in Minnesota, and I believe you were there when they opened up the new stadium. Were you there when they opened it up?
I came a year later. I came in 17, but they opened it in 16.
So it was newer, but and you know about it when Kevin Warren was there too. Now he's here. What do you believe will be next for the Bears on the stadium front now that Springfield didn't even put it on things to discuss for the funding?
It's Arlington Heights, like you and I have been talking about for months now. Like, this is where it's been trending. So Kevin Warren said in April, shovels in the ground in 2025, and he expects to move dirt around. That points to they've got one option left for this. Like, it's Arlington Heights or it's nothing. And obviously they need a new stadium. They own the land. The land is ready to be developed. It will be Arlington Heights. I would imagine by training camp they're going to want to have some sort of announcement out about that to kind of help build up momentum for camp and what's next for this team. But the whole Springfield development and just kind of the dead end that they've reached, they gave themselves, whether it was going to work or not, they did give themselves the deadline of the end of this legislative session to be able to exhaust all options with the city, and it just wasn't going to happen. Like, they knew that. They knew that during the process. But I think the way that it trends right now, at least they'll get some closure in the not-too-distant future on what they were trying to achieve in Chicago and being able to move forward with what's going on in Arlington Heights.
You don't think this delays, though, shovels in the ground because the mega funding, or will they just move on and maybe sell part of the team like we've discussed with private equity?
Well, no, they also talked about potentially using private equity to fund the financing of a stadium.
Right.
I think they'd go that route before they would consider private equity for, selling off shares of this team. I don't think they're there yet on that part.
Okay. All right. Courtney, great stuff. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
There's Courtney. Really quick, I want to take C-Red Fred because he's probably going to go nuts if the Bulls would bring back Tibbs. All right, Fred, what do you got?
Oh, Silvy, you really set me off with your tweets.
I knew I would, yes. Uh-huh.
It was on purpose.
I don't dislike Tibbs personally. I know he's a good coach.
I would never know it.
You have one job as a coach. You put your players in position to succeed. That means schematically and in terms of protecting their health. In the final minute against Boston, the Knicks were up by 30 in that last series with 5 minutes left in the game. 30 points. OG Anunoby, with his long injury history, he's still out on the floor. Mikal Bridges, who led the league in minutes, still out on the floor. Meanwhile, Boston had their backups in. It's reckless, it's stupid, and unacceptable. And the only thing I find more frustrating than that decision itself is the fact I have to explain it, why it's a bad decision to these dopey fans and mouth breathers like Joe Cowley, writers out there who think it's like no big deal. It's a big deal. Like, serious injuries happen in the last 5 minutes of the game.
This is why he's polarizing. You're not wrong with that. But you're also wrong in what he brings to the table. Like, this is why it's a very complicated situation, and it always has been with Tibbs. That is like elementary stuff that you mentioned. That should never happen, especially in a long playoff run and when they've played all those minutes. It's what Waddle talked about, the minutes in context. But he is also putting them in great position as far as develop. Well, look, they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. No one
lost with the superior team 2 years in a row. Silvy, Vegas told me
they beat the Celtics. They beat the defending champions. I mean, not many people had them doing that this year.
What about this year? He lost with a completely healthy team to a superior coach in Rick Carlisle and Jim Boylan as an assistant. Like, give me a break. Here's another point I want to make to you. Another point. You act like, and Courtney saying, I've watched a lot of Knick games. This guy had 3 of the top 7 players in total minutes on his team, and they didn't have a bench? Really? Miles McBride led the Knicks in plus-minus for the entire Eastern Conference
From
Finals.
Muller High School.
DeLon Wright, Landry Shamet, they played great. How about you play them during the regular season, you dope, instead of just sitting them and playing 6 guys?
Fred. You out of all people calling people names.
Irritated. And you have the nerve to bring this nightmare back. Silvy, this is the same thing that happened in 2011. All I heard, the Bulls aren't better than the Heat. Oh, yeah? Well, what happened? Rick Carlisle, with an inferior team than the Bulls, goes to the finals and beats the Heat in 6. And we lost in 5 to the same team with a better team. It irritates me that we even talking about this. This guy, every Knicks fan I know is celebrating today. And I'm upset because there was a huge ceiling on this team.
How many Knicks fans do you know,
If they hire
Fred?
Mike Malone, we're in trouble. What?
How many Knicks fans, really, like close Knicks fans, do you have? Friends?
I unfortunately have many. I have a lot of family out there.
Name one.
Yes, I have.
Name one.
I don't want to name him in front of every. I don't want to name him right now. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
No, name it. I don't think you're. I think this is your imaginary friend.
That's not true. There's many friends. Pat Revere. I've got several friends who are.
Just give us a
Knicks
first
supporters.
name for crying out loud.
Pat is his name. Patrick. Okay.
Patrick Williams.
Okay, come on. How do you still disagree with me on this? Are you arguing about this?
The Leviathan his career's gonna go in the right direction.
Make the miracle. All right. See you, Fred.
See you, Fred.
He got to make his point, and he's not wrong on everything. That's for sure. It's very interesting with tips. Very layered. Michael Wilbon will join us on this. This should be interesting, getting the news that Tibbs was fired today. We'll also talk Cubs. No Tucker today, but it's not major. He should be back in the next day or two.
Tuckered out.
No, don't say he's tuckered out.
Just taking a day off.
Yeah,
he's tuckered out.
He's got a swollen ring finger. It's Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tomorrow night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tomorrow. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Hello, friends. It's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Yes, I do. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $13.89 per month. Per thousand, financed on select models with approved credit.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text. Your hair would also like to add, 'This cut rules,' and the price, a very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today."
Guys, nothing beats getting a great night's sleep on a beauty rest from Steinhofels. It's the only place I shop for furniture. You should check them out as well. And right now, you'll get a free foundation when you buy a Beauty Rest Black or world-class mattress. Queen mattresses start at just $30 per month when you use Steinhofels' 60-month financing. And with Steinhofels' 110% price guarantee, 120-night sleep guarantee, and free delivery, you cannot make a mistake. So don't overpay for a good night's sleep. Shop with my guys over at Steinhofels, in-store and online. 6 Chicagoland Steinhofels now with the newest in Orland Park. Shop Steinhofels today.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Woo-hoo! Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Wilbon usually joins us Tuesdays at 5, but a little earlier than normal today. And he's brought to you by Waddle's Guys.
HawkAuto.com. Looking for a newer pre-owned vehicle? Shop HawkAuto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com.
We just talked to Courtney on the Yingling guest hotline. Now we talked to Michael Wilbon on the Yingling guest hotline. Wilbon, we discussed it last week. Would the Knicks ever consider, if they lost, firing Tom Thibodeau? And today, that day came with him getting fired. What did you make of the news?
It's a jolt. I'm not going to use the word shocking, Sylvie, just because it's the Knicks. And, franchises in New York and California always consider themselves somehow superior to the others. And I think what the Knicks just couldn't stand, whether it's at the very top Dolan or with the GM Rose, the notion that they lost to the Pacers again is just intolerable for them. They can't stand that. Losing to a flyover state again at home in Madison Square Garden. Well, no, they lost in Indy. But to be eliminated by the Pacers a second straight year, and they don't think of the Pacers as their equal, even though the Pacers have been to a final since the Knicks have. It's just, interesting that they think that they think they have relatively little flexibility with their roster. And so if you're going to have to keep that 5 or 4 of those 5, and you're not going to be able to do that much with the personnel, then change the coach. And I think also what they are angry about is seeing sort of Rick Carlisle's flexibility and seeing some of the places where he might have just helped his team be better than the Knicks. They don't want any part of that. And so Tibbs is getting the blame, and that's New York.
Do you think, Mike, that it's more of a roster problem than it is a coaching problem, their inability to get past the Pacers?
I don't know about problem, but Rick Carlisle showed us, and Mark Daigneault in Oklahoma City, they're showing us something different about playing, no super teams, no 3 guys, and we're going to play 5, and they're playing 11 guys. They have guys who are like all-league caliber coming off the bench who, when they lose people to free agency, because that's inevitable, those guys will come off the bench and be starters. And so you look at that with guys like Nembhard in Indianapolis and guys like Neesmith and Mathurin. And all of a sudden, a guy comes off the bench who didn't play the previous 2 games and gets you 20. So I don't want to say problem, but they may be looking at this saying we're projecting in the future. And what we're not seeing here is what we are seeing in Oklahoma City, Indiana, Orlando, Detroit now. Places where there's not going to be any super teams, and you're going to have a greater flexibility because they're not going to be these massive budgets that go into the second apron. And this is what the league, by adopting the second apron, this is what the league wanted. The league wanted to bring more teams into play, more parity into play, eliminate super teams. You're seeing what the whole thing in Phoenix here is a no-go. So that's what the league wants. That's what it's getting. And maybe the Knicks are looking at this saying, this is not what Tibbs is doing. We're going to go a different direction.
Well, where do you guys – this is a question for both of you guys. Wilbon, you go first. When you look at the coaches over the last 30, 35, 40 years in Chicago, whatever, the recent memory, obviously Phil Jackson has he's the most accomplished with 6, and Q won 3. Then we've got both World Series managers. Where do we count it down till we get to Tibbs?
Well, he got to a conference final, and then he was probably going to get to another one at least that far when his star player and maybe the third best player in the history of the franchise got injured. Seriously, career-derailing injured. I'm going to go past all the people that won championships.
Yep.
Was he – look, I can't make myself stop at 40 years because that means I'm going through it. I'm editing out people like they don't exist with an eraser.
Bring up whoever. Yeah, Dick,
so Dick Motta is a guy who – it's so funny. Tibbs is like the new Dick Motta. And Motta played – if you go back and look, Norm Van Leer, Jerry Sloan, Chet Walker, Bob Love, and Tom Boyko, it seems like they all played 40 minutes a game forever until they just didn't have it in them anymore. And so I think about Dick Motta, who I grew up following. We mentioned, speaking of people who won one, Mike Ditka won one, but there certainly was the feeling that those Bears should have won more. Although I have a theory about the 85 Bears and the 2016 Cubs that just belong to me as a fanatic Chicagoan. That each one of those teams did the impossible, and there was no encore.
Let me ask you two guys. No, Tom Thibodeau or Doug Collins?
Doug Collins.
Doug was only here for 3 years, but obviously his career spanned much longer than that.
Very similar, very similar coaches.
Similar in some ways. Doug was more inventive, particularly offensively.
Interesting.
But, I mean, yeah, Doug. And that's a personal bias. I mean, Tibbs as a coordinator, he was Boston's defensive coordinator for Doc Rivers in 2008, won a championship.
It's the only time, that the Doc has won a championship with Tom on his side.
With Tibbs, yeah. And that was a great marriage. And, it's funny, my brother Don called me yesterday and said, you know what? He said, maybe Tibbs is loving. and what you should make him do, Lovie Smith, and make him have an offensive coordinator, because clearly what he does is not – I mean, he was reacting to everything, but nothing was proactive in the series against Indiana. Meanwhile, Rick Carlisle, who was inventive, I mean, he was coming up with things that Tibbs would have to answer and counter. And so maybe the Knicks needed an offensive coordinator, but you see so little of that in basketball, even though the Bulls were successful. I mean, you mentioned Phil Jackson. Phil was quite willing to move his ego to the back burner and say, yeah, Tex Winter, you're going to design this and we're going to use it. And of course it worked to the Bulls' advantage greatly. And to the Lakers' advantage, because Tex went there. So I think, yeah, Doug, for me, I know Doug didn't get to a conference final with the Bulls. He got blitzed by Detroit, just like Phil Jackson did in his first year as head coach of the Bulls. So, but this, we've had some coaches, like I said, I mean, Mike Ditka won maybe the single most important championship in Chicago in modern times, although the Cubs would argue that maybe successfully. But yeah, it's hard. But that, we're not working with that right now at United Center. And so the question is, I already have calls from people, Bulls fanatics I know, saying, get Tibbs back. And
that's what I said.
No,
yeah.
No,
see,
that's not the way
I'm so scorned though by what they've been doing, and I think Billy's fine. There's nothing about Billy that I like him over the top in love with, but there's nothing that I really criticize him of. But it's just, to me, Michael, it was a good time and a place to again say the Bulls have been trying for many, many years, and they've not come close to the success that he brought them.
No, not since. No. I mean, they had failed coaching experiments that were almost embarrassing.
Yes.
So, that has not been Billy Donovan. I'm interested to see what the Bulls do with both the draft and I'm going to call it the trade season more than free agency. I'm curious as to what, they're going to be able to do there.
Who do you think the biggest name that will be traded off the Bulls roster is? Is it Vooch, or could they go Kobe White?
I mean, I guess they could go Kobe White if you better get a young borderline star in return. Like if there was a fourth team All-NBA last year, would I have had Kobe White on it? Maybe. Which would put him between 20 and 25. Well, really would put him between 16 and 20. Maybe. But Vooch, there's no reason to keep Vooch. And there are people who want him. And there are two dueling franchises in one state who want him, who could use him, the Warriors and the Lakers. So what do you do about that?
You call your buddy Bob Myers and ask him if he'd be interested in running the team. Yes. I know it's something that Silvy has asked you to ask him on a number of occasions, but I think this conversation about Thibodeau and the Bulls, to me, is fine. But the real problem to me in the building is what they're doing with personnel.
Well, yeah, and you know what? Sometimes one or two mistakes don't cost you as much. But the Patrick Williams mistake is glaring now, because in that draft you passed on Halliburton and you passed on the ability to trade for him. So you could have had Halliburton twice and you didn't go for it. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, so that means that your scouting value Lonzo Ball above Halliburton, because if it did, you failed. And the Patrick Williams drafting and then the re-signing is a double failure. Double failure.
Yeah, double.
And I was loath to admit it. I was like, okay, let's give Patrick Williams a chance. We've given him a longer rope than he has deserved or earned, and they gave him another $90 million. That's fireable.
Yeah, I agree.
And by the way, when you make one mistake, you have to be both really good with your scouts. Look at the two teams going into the finals. Look at the two teams going in. So the Clippers listened to Kawhi Leonard and said, you got to get us Paul George. Paul George, one of my favorite people, by the way. You got to give us Paul George. And OKC said, okay, we'll give you Paul George. You give us that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander guy. You got to be really good. You got to have great scouting, and you got to get lucky. Sometimes people outperform. Jimmy Butler. The Bulls did this for a while. They did it with Bobby Portis, too. They got rid of Bobby Portis a tick too early, or Bobby Portis didn't fit where the Bulls were in the timeline. That could be possible, too. But the Bulls did this. They did it several times, choosing late, if not last. But they haven't done it lately. And I don't know why that is. I don't know what that means about their scouting versus the people that they had previously. Maybe there's probably overlap. Maybe the executives aren't listening to the scouts like they used to. You find stuff out like that too. But if you can't scout, and that means at the college level and make trades, then you don't have anything. The Bulls aren't coming away with a massive free agent. That's not what. There's two places that get free agents. People need to learn this. South Florida and Southern California. That's it. That's the list. Everybody else has to trade for them. Indiana knows that. OKC knows that. OKC's never getting a free agent of magnitude. They might get fill-in guys now, or they get guys who want to go there and play because they look and see what they've got. So that's the way you've got to do this, and that's the way the league is going. So if you tell me you can get that you can send Boots to Golden State and get Swingman Zero, John having a senior moment, Kuminga,
yeah,
and you can get Kuminga for Vooch, then damn it, do it.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you got nothing for. I mean, you're watching a guy play in Oklahoma City and contribute in a meaningful way, and you could have traded him for much more. That's organizational failure. Whoever made that decision, if Jerry made that decision, is organizational failure. If Arturis made that decision, it's organizational failure. It borders on worse than that. So you don't, again, like people are going to get into the conversation about where the Bulls pick. I don't care what they pick. They picked fourth and they got it wrong. They couldn't figure out Halliburton could play better than Patrick Williams. So when the Bulls, I know I'm beating the same dead horse with you guys, telling you what but you're not going to get a different thing from me.
I get it.
And by the way, if you had Halliburton on this team with those guys, with Kobe White and with Buzelis up and coming, what would that look like even if Billy Donovan was your coach?
You'd probably be better. Michael, I want to ask you this, changing the subject here. We have joked and we've been serious about stadium conversations with the Bears. I'm not going there. But today the Sky announced, not the Sky,
I saw that.
The Fire announced.
I saw that.
Yeah. So the Fire announced, and they just sent out a tweet too, like 15 minutes ago, where their mascot goes out to the 78, and they playfully say, we call dibs. Because all this time we thought, hey, the 78 could be the spot for the Sox new stadium. So my question to you is, do the White Sox need a new stadium?
Well, it depends on what you mean by need. How viable do the White Sox want to be? Like the White Sox, if they had built a stadium there, would be a different franchise now. Just because this goes to my, and I'll get back into this. This goes into my talk about the Bears. People, I know you guys don't want to hear this because you don't live in the city. People don't flock to any particular suburb of Chicago. They flock to the city. People would go to Wrigley Field for a boxed lunch and sit there with a softball game because it's Wrigley Field. And if the people at the top of the Bears pyramid don't get that, to hell with them. And I'm talking owner. Okay? You can buy whatever land you want. You can buy whatever land you want. What do you want to do? How viable do you want to be? 35th Street is not as viable as 78. People will come there. If the White Sox had built a stadium there in 1990, what was that, 3, 2, then the whole attendance would be different. Perception would be different. Acceptance would be different. All of it. Now, people in Chicago, in the suburbs, if the people at the top, organizational top, the owner, if the owners of franchises are too stupid to realize that, if they're too selfish or self-absorbed or too worried about their own wallet to understand that, then they'll make the decision they make. But if the White Sox, and by the way, it wasn't a selfish decision on Jerry Reinsdorf's part. I understand it was actually, there was something in his heart about the South Side, which is a South Sider I'm grateful for. But it was a failed decision. How many times you got to learn? No other city's doing what you guys are suggesting and what the Bears at times are suggesting. No other city. So let me say it again.
Are you blaming George?
No other city.
Are you saying that George is the one who wants them to go to the burbs? Because you keep saying
he gets the final word. It's his money. It ain't Kevin Warren's money. It's George's money and his family's money. So what do they want? What do they want? And they're not going to be honest about it because billionaires aren't honest about anything. They don't have to be. They're billionaires. But don't tell me that you can't look. Don't you know? Look at Cleveland and Detroit if you want to look at neighboring places and where they build things and where Indianapolis has built two massive places.
But aren't the Browns going to the burbs?
The Browns just built a stadium in the city.
No, they're going to the burbs. They're building a new stadium. It's not that old, but they're going to the burbs. They're going to build a dome too.
I'll believe that when I see it too. People can use leverage for whatever they want. That stadium is Cleveland can't afford to even pay for its schools. What are you talking about?
Neither can we.
Yeah, I was.
Okay. I mean, then don't build anything.
Well, that's why what the guy who owns the Fire, that's what's so honorable about what he's doing.
He's doing it on his own.
He's financing it all by himself.
On his own. I know it's so cool, but look where he's doing it. He ain't doing it in Arlington. I'm sure there's land there.
No, he moved out of Bridgeview. He wanted to be in the city. Look, I get that. I just don't believe there's the land for them to do it the right way in the city.
Oh, sure there is. And they know that. And it's been presented to them. Trust me, I know.
I know you know. I know
it's been presented to them, and they know it. Now, they can come up with something else. They can come up with something else and tell people, and people tend to believe, what they want to believe. But there's land. They can do this. Now, if they don't want to do it, I respect people more. If they just said, it's my money, I'm going to do what I want to do.
Michael,
but I love that this stadium's going where it is, this arena, whatever you're going to call it.
Yeah. No, it's an outdoor soccer stadium, yeah. Michael, great stuff. We appreciate you. We'll talk next week, okay?
Thanks,
Mike.
All right,
you guys. Be good.
There's a fired-up Michael Wilbon right there. Yeah, last week he was very happy over the Cubs. Today, very fiery. Fiery over Tibbs. Very you saw where it went, right? No one answered the front door. I don't take this down that road. Like,
where are you taking it down?
So I went to the side door.
That's better.
Yeah, exactly.
Better. Good job.
I went to the side door and I knocked there. I go, hey, what about this Fire Stadium? And the next thing you know, he's ranting about the Bears.
I don't think the Bears are going to have any trouble at all selling tickets for their new facility in Arlington Heights. None.
Let's talk about the Inaki's A-list coming up. All right. So we'll do that Aki's A-list. We'll get you the news of the day, too. And then that includes the White Sox. Have they been outworked by the Fire? That's coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season. It's time to swing into action with Toyota's 2025 lineup. Leading off, the RAV4. It's what I drove for 2 years. Loved it. It's a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander. More room than ever followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat. And rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Do what I did. They're going to roll out the red carpet for you. Toyota, let's go places.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery on the perfect gift to help Dad do more this Father's Day. Because Dad is more than just a dad. He's groundskeeper of the yard, the perfecter of the patio, and the cleaner of the clippings. Power Dad's doing with Ryobi cordless outdoor power tools from the Home Depot. Like the Ryobi 40-volt string trimmer kit for $159. For everything Dad is, find the perfect gift at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
These days, everyone's focused on their health, and rightfully so. You want to feel your best, but maybe you're trying to avoid surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that just mask the pain. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and I want to talk to the person who's hurting right now. Maybe it's you, or maybe it's someone you care about. You've tried everything, but the pain just keeps coming back. You're frustrated, tired, maybe even thinking it'll never get better. Don't give up. QC Kinetics is doing something different. This isn't a temporary fix. This is cutting-edge regenerative treatment that helps your body repair and restore damaged tissue. You'll sit down with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team right here in Chicago. They'll walk you through how these advanced cellular therapies target the root cause of your joint pain. No surgery, no meds, no downtime. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands of people. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call today for a free consultation. Appointments even available on Saturdays. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of two legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie-cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Exciting things are happening in Madison. Market Square Crossing is a 50-acre mixed-use development perfect for retail, hospitality, and more. Just 30 minutes from downtown Chicago, it's a prime spot to grow your business. Learn more at villageofmadison.org.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Let's be honest, watching the highlights the next morning just doesn't cut it. You want the big plays, the game-winning drives, the buzzer beaters live. And that's where Xfinity Sports and News TV comes in. With over 50 sports and news channels, you're covered from game time to prime time. You're getting the local channels you love, the news you need, the sports you just can't miss. And here's a bonus. Peacock Premium is included at no extra cost. That means even more live sports, hit shows, and movies all in one spot. Here's a kicker. You'll save over $150 a year compared to YouTube TV, Tyler, so you get all the action and keep more money in your pocket. I call that a win-win. Whether you're streaming the big game, catching up on the latest news, or watching your favorite shows, Xfinity has you covered on the most reliable network built for streaming. Here's a game plan. Call or visit Xfinity.com or head into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month. Peacock Premium is a $7.99 a month value.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Boy, there's a lot going on today. Let me go from the top here. Tom Thibodeau was fired by the Knicks. That was a shocker. And we always have a soft spot for Tibbs. We went through the same thing because of some of his downfalls and some of his stubbornness.
Just wanted him to evolve, that's all.
And I think that's the same thing with the Knicks. I get it if you would never want him back. I understand that. I still think he's a great coach. And then today...
We could get him hooked up. I told you earlier, too. We get him hooked up with Urlacher. We get him, a new...
We'll get him to Dr. Yates. Dr. Yates will get that done with Tibbs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. He'll be a competitor of Urlacher. Right. Yeah. Dr.
We're just going to restore the look is where I was going with it. Yeah. But, okay, whatever.
So, anyway, there's that. There is Tucker is out of the lineup for the Cubs tonight, and they'll play in Washington here shortly. But Jesse is telling us this is not a major deal. He'll only be out for a game or two. Luis Robert, meantime, is going to be benched over the next couple of games for a reset. I compare it to just...
You're not going to reset Luis Robert over the course of a couple of games. I'm sorry. That's not a reset that's going to work. Why don't you send him to the Arizona site that you sent Colston Montgomery to?
Send him to the Arizona site.
Yeah. Like
send him to New Mexico. Send him, what do they call that place?
Area 51.
Area 51. That's the way you made it sound when you're like, send him to the Arizona site.
Well, isn't that where they do all their individual
Waddle's trying
instruction?
to get this guy to Siberia at this point.
Yeah, to their complex.
No, I'm not.
He was at their complex.
I'm just saying, to think you're going to reset him in a couple of days is nonsense.
I'm telling you, isn't that the first line of action, the first line of defense? Whenever something goes wrong, I do that with everything in my house if something is malfunctioning. You give it the good old-fashioned reset.
We're just going to Control-Alt-Delete Luis Roberts.
You got to plug in and unplug, plug back in.
I don't think it's your phone. I think it's your electricity system and wiring in your house. It could be, too.
Yes, the whole thing is bad. Then the Fire today announced that they are calling dibs, and it's a very clever tweet. I retweeted it. They've got this 78. The 78 area is right off of Roosevelt Road where the White Sox have wanted to build. And this land has been vacant for a while, right on the river. It truly is like a glorious area. The parking would be very interesting because you'd have to park throughout the loop.
Well, the area is going to be developed, right?
Yes, and they want some housing in there, too, and that's how they could get some public money with all that. But anyway, the White Sox plan never got off the ground because why would it? Who wants to give the White Sox money at this point?
Well, and if you're a Sox fan, I heard the guys talking about this earlier as well. And I heard Carmen say, are White Sox fans pining for a new stadium?
No, and I tweeted the poll question. Tyler asked us that in the email today. Like, do the White Sox fans want a stadium? But anyway, let me just finish resetting if people are just getting into their car. The Fire have claimed now that, and their owner is going to build with his own money a downtown soccer facility to play their games there. So, and they sent out this video with their mascot, and they're like, we call dibs. Yeah, it's our land now.
Yeah, you call dibs, and you also write a $650 million check.
Right.
I mean, like...
Yeah, you got to put a deposit down.
It's not squatters' rights. You didn't just, sit down there, and I tip my cap to them.
That's what Jerry tried to do. Jerry tried to sit down
dibs.
and...
Dibs! Sir, that'll be $650 million. No!
You won't get a second bite at the apple.
Sorry, Jerry.
Listen, I do tip my cap. What's the name of the owner again of the Fire?
Joe Mansueto.
And he's a billionaire, and God bless him for financing the vast majority, I'm assuming, if not all of the construction of the stadium they'll play in. It's the way it all should happen these days. If you're worth $1 billion and you own a team and you want to build a stadium, don't ask the public to foot the bill. You do it.
We'll get to Hockey's A-list here in a second. Guess, guys, on the early morning poll question. I have one now on Tibbs, too. Could vote on my Twitter handle at Waddle and Silvy. It's brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Sox fans, do you want a new stadium? It's as simple as that.
I'm going to say 68%, just under 69% say, no, we're fine with the stadium. Give us a different team.
You guys have a guess, or have you guys looked?
I haven't looked. I'll go 65. Say no.
I was also thinking 65 as no. Like, I just don't think people care that much.
You're all in the right vicinity. Yes, 61.9% say no. They don't want a new stadium.
I mean, I guess if you're a White Sox fan and someone was offering you a new stadium, you'd be like, okay, fine, it'll be great. But I don't think they're clamoring for one.
If they want to build an area up, build that area up.
Yeah.
Like, you could keep it there. They've already done good work with it and build it up. 38.1% of the people say yes.
I think your problem, it's like the Thibodeau conversation for me, and maybe I'm just being very myopic or single-minded here. I'm more interested in changing the front office than I am the coach. If you're the White Sox, I don't need you to move from a functional facility. I need you to want to compete with the rest of Major League Baseball on a big boy level. That's what I want.
Well, maybe, though, this has to do with changing ownership hands, too. Trying to maximize the dollars when they sell it, isn't it? To get a place where they could build.
I mean, if you're Jerry, if you could get somebody to to foot a large portion of the cost to build a new stadium, which would just enhance the sale price of your franchise. I mean, go get it.
And someone also pointed out, a caller called in, that this deal, the sweetheart deal with the Illinois State, the ISFA situation, they don't get like free rent after it's coming up soon, 2029 or something like that. That deal is running out.
Yes.
So he needs either a new deal there, and he should never get a sweetheart deal like they did for those who aren't old enough. They were threatening to go to Florida.
I just read up on it this morning. They pay $1.5 million a year, if the information on the interweb is accurate, as a lease fee. And then they are supposed to pay a certain percentage over like 1.95 million fans. You pay a percentage on the sale of tickets above that. If you don't reach the 1.95 million person threshold attendance-wise, he's not on the hook for any other cost.
Think about that. So Governor Jim Thompson gave him that deal to change their mind to not take the White Sox out of town at this just before midnight.
So he pays $1.5 million, if I read all of this correctly, per year to lease or rent the rate.
It's crazy. All right, let's get to Aki's A-list.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. Tyler.
All right, I want to throw this comp at you guys and see what you think of it. And it's kind of in the same vein of it's in the context with Tibbs. And if the Bulls were to have a reunion with him and bring him back, I almost liken it to the David Ross, Craig Counsell move, where David Ross was fine, nothing special, but Craig Counsell was clearly an upgrade over David Ross. And I think that this could be similar, where Billy Donovan's fine. He's not like an elite head coach by any stretch, but Tibbs is definitely an upgrade. And both of those guys don't have any trophies to show for it, that being Counsell and Tibbs, but you could see that there is something there, and you could see them winning a championship.
The only problem is AK's guy was Billy. And there's no connection with Tibbs. Like maybe Mike Malone because AK was there, but like that's where it's backwards. If AK's keeping his job and just the coach is changing, like I'm doing this in a total blowing up of the situation for the Bulls.
But I guess if like AK is or Billy is AK's guy, but isn't Rossi to a degree like Jed's guy?
I guess so.
Because
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're right, and there was no connection with Counsell. If anything, they were pretty good rivals. But what I would want done, Jed to me has a lot more success. I would just say, look, Tibbs is out there. Let me get a new front office, and then let him hire Tibbs or one of the best coaches out there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Craig Counsell's got more to work with because Jed has done a better job building that roster than what AK has. Again, I'm not throwing a party for Billy Donovan, but to me, the issue is significantly larger inside their front office than it is on their bench with their coach.
So
you think really that Tibbs could take that roster? How far?
He's maximized rosters.
I think
before.
he'd make them better. He'd make them better. Yeah,
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, I think he'd make them better than Billy would.
I don't doubt that. But where is Tom Thibodeau taking an AK generally managed team?
No, I mean, would Josh Giddey even get off the bench? Considering his defense, like there are good things with Giddey, but they don't play defense.
No, I mean, yeah, you'd have to completely revamp the cast of characters that you have.
Right, and that's the job of the general manager.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, look, I don't doubt it. I think Tom Thibodeau strategically is good as pretty much everyone in the league, but there's only so much you can do with those groceries.
That's fair. I was surprised by Tibbs' age, too.
64?
67.
67, yeah. Yeah.
I was a little shocked by that.
It's why, like.
Thought he was younger?
I thought he was like late 50s, early 60s.
Wow.
Yeah.
No,
Well, that was a compliment.
He was a career assistant for so long.
Yeah.
So long. And the Bulls wanted, Carmen always tells the story, the Bulls really wanted him as an assistant, and I think it was Houston maybe at the time, whichever team he was with blocked it. And Pax always loved him, and then Pax finally got to hire him as a head coach. And it was good for a while, and then things got dicey between the front office and management. It's all Jerry Reinsdorf's teams do.
I didn't realize he was 67 years old either.
So maybe the hair doesn't look so bad for a 67-year-old.
Oh, he could look better.
Yeah, he can.
He could look better.
It's
By the way,
fascinating looking
it is
situation.
Oh, yeah. It is weird, and I do believe that he grew the beard and dyed the beard to take your eyes off of what was on top.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, the beard's dyed, obviously.
Oh, no doubt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Learn from Boozer.
By the way, did you
Yes.
see, I think Ben Stiller tweeted out a support tweet for
What does
Tom
Chalamet
Thibodeau.
think?
I don't know. He says, Ben Stiller said, I am a Tom Thibodeau fan. He brought this team back. I felt he gave every bit of himself and was always looking to improve.
Yeah, Stiller's a real Knicks fan.
Yeah.
Like, he is a Knicks super fan. He was traveling and follows the team closely.
Chalamet strikes me as a Malone guy.
That's very good, Charlie. Do you think do people think it's Mike Malone? Like, I've seen Danny Hurley's name out there. I've seen Jay Wright's name out there.
I've seen mixed things on Jay Wright. I've seen Seth Davis basically rule it out, and I've seen Jeff Goodman basically say, don't close the door on it.
I mean, Jay Wright got out of the business because he had tremendous success, but he saw what was coming in the world of college sports. Maybe he would, dip his toe into the professional level. I don't know.
Wasn't he asked at one time what his dream job was, and he said the Knicks?
I think he did, yeah.
Ooh.
This was years ago.
Tasty. He's got to be enjoying, retired life. How old is a Jay Wright? Let me take a guess.
I bet you he's way older than you think.
Yeah.
How old do you think Jay Wright
I'll
is?
go 63.
You nailed it. I was going to give those guys a chance, but you nailed it. He's 63.
I'm not going to lie. I would have guessed older than Thibodeau.
Really?
Yeah.
Why, just because he's been around forever? He looks way better than Tibbs.
I know he does.
Salt and pepper.
But I just think it's like you said, like he could be deceptively old. Like 63 honestly sounds about right.
Who plays a Jay Wright? Does it George Clooney?
George
Clooney.
Yeah,
Clooney. Maybe
a
a John Hamm.
John Hamm in a few years, maybe. You'd have to give that a little bit of time, I think.
Clooney's a good one. That's good. That's good.
I've always seen the comparison.
Yeah. A couple days, maybe even a week ago, Shams said that this could be the craziest NBA offseason of all time. And I think we've already seen one domino fall with the Tom Thibodeau firing.
Well, think also what did the Nugs do? Like as they were heading into the
final
the
3 games of the
postseason?
season.
It's already been kind of weird.
Grizzlies did it too.
Yeah.
But this begs the question too, because Tom Thibodeau brought Rick Brunson onto his staff.
Yeah.
Could we see Jalen Brunson and Tom Thibodeau be a package deal somewhere else?
I doubt it. I don't think New York's letting Jalen go. Jalen will get over it.
But Jalen can say, I want out.
He can. You're right. And NBA players have the power. So it's an interesting point. I don't think.
Are they like really, really, really tight?
This was, we've got the sound from the other day. You tell me. This was Jalen Brunson asked the question right after they were eliminated. So is he annoyed at the question or is he annoyed at the timing of the question?
Jalen, when you talk about the confidence, obviously, I feel like nobody takes more criticism than Tom. And this team obviously has turned around during his tenure. Do you kind of feel that going forward he's the same guy to lift you guys the rest of the way, that next level?
Is that a real question right now?
Every time I turn on ESPN.
You just asked me if I believe that if he's the right guy. Yes.
Thanks, guys.
Come on.
So is he being adamant that?
I think it was not the right time to ask that question. I think was how he felt.
Think about it, too. He's known him forever, too, since he was a kid, since he was in high school when he was around the team, with the Bulls, that being that.
Did Brunson ever play? I know he played here, but did he ever play for Tibbs?
No, but wasn't his dad on the staff, or like he was always around the Bulls during the Thibodeau era?
Yeah.
Like I would see him at games all the time.
Okay.
I remember as a kid. This was from earlier this morning. Danny was fascinated when we brought this to the table to him this morning. So I got a text from Charlie this morning.
You up?
Let me.
Oh, this is good. We haven't gotten here.
I need to pull up the exact text here.
I love this so much.
You up?
All right. So he texted me.
What time? How early?
10:48 in the morning.
That's bachelor morning right there. That's
Were
like
you
not
just
real
getting up,
morning.
Charlie?
No,
Charlie's up and at him.
I'm usually up around 7:30.
Oh,
but
good for you.
I usually try to like do a bunch of stuff and then I shower at like 10:30.
Like do a bunch of stuff. Like what's on your do a bunch of stuff list?
Like, work out. I got a haircut this morning. Those are usually the
who's
two
cutting
options.
hair at 7:30 in the morning?
I went at 9.
Oh, okay.
I'm like you, Charlie. I like to get stuff done first, then I get the shower right before I leave the
We were
house.
talking about it earlier. The little window you have, like waking up in the morning and then coming into here, like you can get a lot done at that time.
I don't get in the shower until about 11:30.
I'm about the same, yeah.
Yeah.
So he says, I have a weird question you can definitely say no to, but my water's shut off for plumbing repairs and I need to shower somewhere. And I said, come on down, brother. He's like, all right, sweet, I'll head over in a little bit. And then we ended up taking the train into work together this morning.
I thought you were going to say you ended up
took a shower
conserving
together?
water and you took separate trains.
You're
But
not,
in fact, you guys took separate showers and took the same train, right?
Can't shower with your boys anymore?
Oh,
What's
you
up?
can, yeah.
You were in
You
locker
can do
rooms
whatever you
your
want.
entire life.
No, I
like,
just didn't know. I wasn't being critical.
We just played pickup.
And by the way, in the locker rooms I was in, for the most part, it wasn't individual showers. It was one of those.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, like
that
the
had
communal.
like six. Yes,
Yeah.
it had 6 shower
It was a
heads.
pole,
Yes.
no pun intended, with multiple like shower heads around that pole.
Omnidirectional, yeah.
Yes.
All right, so I got many questions about this.
All right, let's hear them.
Charlie, where is Tyler on your shower power ranking? Like, was he your first text message? Or did you have, do you have a better friend that you asked for a shower first and they didn't answer, or they said no? So then you eventually got to Tyler, who said yes.
Tyler on the XY graph is like the perfect distance and also like around this time in the morning.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I get it.
It's
He was your first ask.
Yeah, S tier. Yeah, S tier guy.
It's not like, hey, can I come over and borrow some spaghetti sauce? He may not be the guy that you'd call
Correct.
for that.
Yeah.
But for this particular situation, Tyler's at the top.
Yeah, I was like, I know who's going to be around right now.
Now, when you then go to his house, do you bring anything like a shower caddy, a towel, shower shoes, or are you coming as you are and you just bring a change of clothes and you just dress afterwards? Do you bring your own product? Like what goes into this?
I brought like a change of clothes. Before I left, Tyler said I can give you a towel. And I was like, okay, well, probably don't need to bring my own soap then. So, but yeah, then I brought like hair stuff and like deodorant and all that. But yeah, for the most part, it was, pretty bare bones.
Do you have
I don't find it weird at all. I think that this was a very normal ask.
Danny was like blown away by this.
Yeah, I don't know why. And like, I think, Tyler, you have already identified yourself as somebody that uses shower, body wash, right?
Uh-huh.
You're not a soap.
No, I'm not a bar soap guy. No.
Which wouldn't have bothered me either.
It's a good question for people if they do. Well, first of all, where do you work out?
There's a gym in my building, like a very small gym.
Do they not have a shower
Because I
there,
was
though?
going to say
No, I
there
guess
would be a
if it's in
shower
your
at the
building,
gym. But would most people, if their water was out, whether they're home or whatever, call someone for a shower hookup or just not shower for the day?
I do think it depends on how sweaty you became.
See, I probably wouldn't have just not showered today, but I'd gotten a haircut. So, like, I needed to get all the loosies.
You
out.
needed to
Yeah.
fill his drain full of your spare
Precisely.
hair.
And I was thinking about it I was thinking of the wise words of Jurko.
Showers and Bill Belichick overrated.
No, you think
Well,
you
I
don't
was
think
like,
they're
I
overrated.
think this is an underrated moment. I need to get this out of my hair.
Yeah, I didn't find this. I was a little surprised that Danny was so kind of mesmerized by it.
I have the shower ranking and rating very high, but I would never say it's overrated. Ever.
No.
I enjoy a
Showers
shower.
are very important.
Properly rated.
And I enjoy it. Don't you enjoy your time in the shower?
And for me, it's a way to loosen up, too.
It's a great thinking
Yes,
spot.
I do my best thinking in the shower.
I pee in the shower and I loosen up. I stretch some.
What do you mean? You get it? You're doing calisthenics in the shower?
Yeah, I do.
Do
like
aerobics in here?
Now, I will say,
listen, I will stretch in the shower.
You're going to break your hip in there.
I'm trying to not
you got a
break
handle
my
in there
hip.
yet, Waddle?
What's that?
You got a handle in there to pull yourself up?
I
yet?
got a handle of vodka. No, I'm joking.
There you go.
Yeah, one of those things in the hotel
I
where
do
you pull
not.
the string.
I do not have
got a phone next to
and
it?
it
I
rings
don't.
the old person hotline.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm falling.
And I can't get it up. No, but I will. I will. I will stretch in the shower. That's because it's.
What do you have, a whole ass sauna in your as a shower? How big's your shower?
I don't
yeah,
have
you know it's a
I don't
spa.
have a whole ass sauna. I do have a shower head and then like 3 shower things that come out of the water.
I was going to ask if you get the 360 coverage action.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's where you can heat up your entire body.
That's refreshing.
Yes.
What's the square footage in that shower?
I don't know. I've never
It's got to be 700 feet. It's
Yeah,
like a
it's
whole
not.
hotel suite.
It's
Measure
not.
that when you get home for me,
No,
will you?
it's not. But Charlie, if
Don't
you ever
measure
need to
anything in
use
the
it, it's
shower.
yours. Just call me.
Just go all the way out to Lake
Yeah.
Forest.
Yeah.
Okay, so now if you needed something else, would you always call Tyler?
Depends on what it is.
I think Tyler probably is the closest person.
Who would you?
lives-
Why would you call Shay if you needed what?
Yes.
Would you call Shay?
You might live closer to Shay.
You think so? I don't know. I feel like if I was like hey, this guy's gonna kick my ass. I need somebody to back me up. I'd probably go to Shay.
I could picture
Not Tyler. What's that? What do you mean?
I mean,
Wow.
I picked Shay
Below
out
the
of Tyler.
belt there.
I think Tyler's self-aware enough.
I could picture a lot of beard hair in showers in Shay's shower, like just right at the drain, just sitting above the drain.
I mean, if you have that problem, don't you clean them out after every shower?
Well, you can
take?
clog they're knocking my place down in like a month, so you want to clog the drain in my place? Go ahead.
Wait, so where are you moving?
We're moving close.
Okay.
Should have gave him a poo waffle. What was it that woman said to us?
Yeah, waffle stomp.
That wasn't a woman. That was George.
The thing is
remember that was George from Oak Brook. What wasn't it?
Was it?
yes.
Were you not
George
here
from
the
Oak
next
Park.
day?
Yeah, no, you were gone. I think the next day when
He
we found out.
did a reveal.
Yeah.
Oh, he did?
He called
It was George
in.
from
Yeah.
Oak Park.
It was good. It was well done.
Good old waffle
The old
stomp.
waffle stomp.
Tommy,
Yeah.
you and I are the same age. I
That's
always
George.
thought you were handsome.
Thank you, Jackie.
Sylvie, I don't understand why you don't pee in the shower. It makes no sense to me. I pee in the shower all the time.
Because I have a toilet.
All the time.
Well, because I have a toilet,
No.
Jackie. Yes.
So then you don't do waffle stomping then?
What's that? Is that a dirty thing?
Waffle stomping.
Wa-
It's where you poop. It's where you poop in the shower and you stomp on it until it goes down the drain.
Oh, that's so gross.
Yeah, I don't do that. Just for the record, that's not part of my daily routine.
Yeah, that was George.
George, from where?
You know George,
Park.
the
Oh, no,
the
the
Bears
really-
fan,
yeah,
the
horny-
realtor, yeah,
horny
yes,
George.
that's
Yeah.
George.
Oh, that's awesome, George.
It was a good one.
That's Shay right there. I see Shay. No Tigers hats in the building tonight.
Yeah, look.
He's got a jersey on, too. He's got a Tigers jersey.
Oh, really? Shay, do you have a bunch of beard hair in your drain?
No, I clean it out like a civilized person.
On a
Because
daily-
my wife
yeah,
will
right.
me if I don't.
Have you ever waffle stomped?
No.
Do you pee in your shower?
Yes.
Like, because you're normal?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so who's the group going to the Sox game tonight?
It's the three of us and Potsy.
Potsy. Hopefully Potsy's not wearing that
The
hat
baseball
backwards
bunch.
again. He just looked weird with his hat turned around backwards.
No, he looked weird with it turned forward.
Well, the hat was weird. It just didn't fit his head.
Are you talking about from the picture when they were at the Cubs game?
No, just from earlier.
Oh, okay, when he was
No,
producing.
Potsy looked weird in that picture because he was wearing a jersey without an undershirt.
Right, he was pulling the Rizzo.
Yeah.
Rizzo used to do that.
He's going tarps off today.
All right, coming up next, it's Waddle's World. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year, but with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Can you name one of the top 10 hotels in the world according to a very prestigious magazine? Kind of like what is it called? Is it fancy pronunciation of Michelin? Is it like the famous restaurant? Michelin, is that what it is? Is that how you pronounce it?
What, the Condé Nast?
No. I'm just saying, like the Michelin rankings. Is that
so the Michelin does?
No, I'm just asking if that's how you pronounce it.
That's how Carmen pronounces
Michelin?
it. He always goes Michelin.
Michelin.
I say Michelin, like the Michelin.
Why would
Man.
I look behind the class at these three?
It's a classy bunch back here.
Yeah, like you're both going to try to do the 9 beer, 9 hot dog thing.
Where do you think we're going before the White Sox game?
Where are you going?
Something Michelin star.
No, you're not.
No
Where are you going,
reservations
Shay?
needed.
Where are you going to get your grub? Who's your jersey? Let me see your jersey. Who is it?
It's Javi.
It's Scooble.
On the show tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes, Scooble is joining us tomorrow.
10 best hotels in the world according to La Liste.
So this isn't...
They're not ranked 1 to 10 either. This is just, there's 10.
You're not talking about which chain. You're talking about specific hotels.
Oh, yeah. This is like the foo-foo of the foo-foo.
Is there one in Lake Como where the Grand Hotel...
this is where also a fancy guy like you may have been to half of these.
Tremezzo, the Grand Hotel Tremezzo. That's where I told Joniak to go. It was named the most beautiful hotel in the world last year, and we just went there to get a couple drinks.
I think you've probably been to more than one of these. No, that one is not there.
That's not on the list.
There's one in Positano?
Positano, yeah. We stayed in Amalfi when we went there. We're going to Sorrento
Il
this year.
San Pietro di Positano.
Okay.
Do you know that one?
I probably follow them on Instagram. That's what I love.
Are you
following.
high-end hotels on Instagram?
I love travel. I love to see all these luxurious places. I dream about that.
That's one of them. There is also another one in Italy, the Marina Grande.
No, don't know that.
JK Place Capri.
In Capri, that's where we're going. We're going to Anacapri.
Okay.
That's above it.
And then there is a Rosewood,
the Rosewoods are great.
But this one's in
Mexico.
Playa del Carmen.
Yeah, that one
You been to that one?
I have not been there. Friends have. I can't afford that. That's like a $3,000 a night hotel. The Rosewoods are great.
It doesn't have. These are all 99.5 rated hotels. There is one in the United States. Everything else is outside the United States.
New York?
No.
Vegas?
No.
LA?
No.
No clue then. Florida? Miami?
No.
Denver?
No.
Detroit?
No. Where the F do you live?
It's here?
Yes.
Wow. Which one is it?
You tell me. What's the best hotel in Chicago?
I have no clue.
The Peninsula.
Oh, the Peninsula.
I can't believe you didn't get that.
The Peninsula used to be a spot where I would take a date if I liked them. Like, they had a great bar at the Peninsula.
What if you didn't like them? What'd you do? You take them to the...
well, you weren't sure
the
yet. You
Take them to a hostel.
Yeah.
You weren't taking them to a hotel bar if you weren't sure.
No?
I walked into the Peninsula once. I've never felt more out of place in my life.
Really?
Never felt more out of place.
You'd fit in.
No chance.
This is one of my favorite headlines. Mom attacks principal and superintendent after being called to school to discuss their daughter's fighting.
This is like, what is it? This is 40 when they have the discussion with the principal. Is it Melissa McCarthy in that one?
It is one of the best scenes of all time. And the outtakes.
Yeah, and she's going after the principal.
Classic.
The best.
I'm going to go to Home Depot and buy a quarter rope.
You got to Google
McCarthy,
that.
Great comedy.
No doubt.
Jack.
Yeah. Why isn't Jack going to the game with you guys, huh?
Was
he not invited? Is he on the outside?
No, I think he's on the schedule.
Is Jack left out, though? I feel like, is he not in the group?
Yeah, do you guys leave Jack out? Do we need to have a talk?
He lives in the burbs.
Okay.
He could take an Uber.
I guess he could.
He can probably drive. You know he's not drinking.
Oh, he is working.
Oh, he is working?
He's not drinking.
Jack doesn't drink.
We've been out drinking with Jack multiple times.
Really? Some Yinglings with Jack?
Really?
Yeah.
How does he handle his liquor?
Like a champ.
Does he really?
I thought you were going to say like a child.
He knows how to pace himself.
Anyway, North Carolina mom is accused of attacking a middle school principal and the superintendent, grabbing one of the administrators by the neck and nearly choking her during a meeting at the school to discuss her daughter's involvement in a fight. The apple
kid,
doesn't.
Yeah, the kid's fighting, and then now the mom does some choking.
Yeah, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Have you ever wanted to actually have physical contact with a school administrator?
No.
Never got that frustrated? Not asking you if you have ever attacked a school administrator.
Look, I know my place. Fighting is not
What's
something that I
have
thrive
you
at.
ever yelled at a school administrator?
A school administrator? Like, are you saying when I was a child? Like, not as a parent?
No, I mean as
a parent?
Yeah.
No.
Really?
You need them on your side.
You ever go Mama Bear, Waddle?
I had an incident with a professor at Boston College. My daughter was a freshman.
Do you know who I am?
Did you hit him with the "Do you know who I am"?
No. That's not how I roll,
Go to the
Charlie.
Hall of Fame.
It's not how I roll.
Find my number there, damn it.
Not how I roll.
Stadium, check the pillars.
Not how I roll.
You ever been to Marianne's? They've got a bar stool in my name.
Let me take you on a walk. I want to show you something.
It's no longer a place, a destination. Okay, you tell me how you guys would respond as parents of a child. Just threw my back out.
And you're stretching in the shower.
So my daughter was a freshman. She has hence left Boston College. Did not enjoy it the way that her mother and I enjoyed it. Loved my time there. Was in a final exam room. And they would not allow them to leave at any point to go to the bathroom. So my daughter had to go to the bathroom. Like
they weren't allowed out during the exam.
You were not allowed outside of the exam. My daughter said, "Here is the phone. Not cheating. I have to go to the bathroom. And if I don't, I'm going to, I'm going to have a
People
problem."
get sick.
They would not let her go.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So basically, she said if you leave the room, you basically turn in the test as it's filled out at this point, and she hadn't even filled it out halfway through.
And you scolded
Let's just say I had an interesting conversation with that young professor.
What's that young professor doing now? They get the boot?
No, I'm sure I didn't have them fired, but it was not.
That's not right.
No, that's probably as angry as I've been in the last several years. All right, do we have to take a break? All right, when we come back, as I have predicted, I believe the cure for aging has been discovered.
Oh,
I'll bring
live
that
into
to
120.
I will bring that to all of your attention when we return.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Shut your mouth.
What?
I have a final twosome to give away. What's up? It's J Hood. Come to Legends Grill and Bar in Woodridge tomorrow night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two. You can qualify to win a spot on Team Kap and J Hood, sponsored by Republic Bank. And at the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Legends in Woodridge tomorrow. And please, enjoy responsibly.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season, and it's time to swing into the action with Toyota's 2025 lineup. I drive the Sequoia, and I absolutely love it. In this lineup, leading off is the RAV4. It's what I used to drive, a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat, and rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or do what I did and visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits. No pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's just a part of life. For example, when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes, but no matter how things change in 5 years, there's only one thing that will stay the same, and that's the price of your internet. If you listen to me, Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of those surprises. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi basis on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Before I give you the medical breakthrough, remember was a couple of weeks ago, didn't you say that somebody gave you homegrown mushrooms or something?
Yeah, they gave my wife mushrooms.
Be careful.
I didn't.
Okay. It's just a story, I believe, out of the UK where a mother was accused of killing 3 people with poisonous mushrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, they were family related. Well, it wasn't in London. It was Australia. An Australian woman accused of murdering her estranged husband's parents and her aunt by serving them a beef Wellington laced with poisonous mushrooms. So just be careful when anyone says, hey, I've got some homegrown mushrooms.
Have my beef Wellington.
Beef Wellington. That's how you go out?
Well, if you're going to go out, Charlie, is that how you want to go out?
Maybe.
Have you thought about the way you'd want to leave this earth?
What would you like to eat that would be poisoned to go out?
Mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Big thing of mac and cheese.
You're effectively asking what's your chair meal.
Yeah, right.
Chair
exactly.
meal?
Beef Wellington, I don't think is anyone's
What
chair
is
meal.
yours?
Probably pizza.
Yeah, me too.
What are you going to have tonight, Charlie, when you get to the park?
Probably some hot dogs, some beers.
Are the milkshakes still a thing? Are people still going nuts over the milkshake
They got a
there?
birthday cake shake this year.
Yeah? Then you can't get the campfire milkshake?
I don't know. I was reading something about what's available there, and it said something about the campfire.
Last night, he sends us the Chicago Eater on Guaranteed Rate Field.
I love it. This is such a fun group.
I had
So
homework
I said I'd love to be a fly on the wall
Because
when this
they're all
foursome
different.
gets together.
It reminds me a lot of when
Fourth
ESPN
Horseman just
1000.
arrived.
Oh, thank God the 4th Horseman left his hat at home.
This is
Whether
like-
it was on front or it was
He
turned around
forgot his
backwards.
badge here, so Shay had to go get him.
Jesus, it's just like...
It's like when JD, Carmen, and me, when we were much younger, and everyone was married with kids, we would go out.
Who was leading that pack at the time?
I don't know if there was a leader of the pack.
Oh, something tells me that Shay's leading and the rest of them are following.
Oh, really? You think so?
Oh, I think he's, he is sergeant. He's the sergeant
really?
of this crew. Yeah.
We're all
Is that
leaders.
accurate?
No followers, just lemmings.
This is a unit of leaders.
Well, I don't know if you know about this, Charlie. Shay is very protective of the group. Like, I was just joking with you on the show that you gave the idea earlier in the day and then I got a text message from Shay. Are you really mad?
Shay Mama Bear.
Like, he was like, I'm like, Shay, come on. Get out of here.
He's in charge.
gotta
That's
take
why I'm
care of his
saying.
cubbies.
He is.
Yeah,
that's
you
right.
better not get out of line, Potsy. You keep that weed pin in your pocket so nobody gets busted, all right?
No fights at the rate either.
All right, scientists say they've found the hidden culprit behind aging, and it could change everything. In a nutshell, necrosis is a chaotic form of cell death that spills toxins and triggers widespread tissue damage. Researchers now believe it's a root cause, not just a symptom of aging and many chronic diseases. If scientists can find a way to control necrosis, it could transform how we treat aging and disease.
But we don't know how.
Yes, we do. We are
No.
making strides.
Okay, but they've identified it.
We've identified why the cells are dying, and now they're going to
necrosis.
apply.
Let's get rid of necrosis. By the way,
120.
This portion of Waddle and Silvy brought to you by Steinhoffels.
I'm getting to 120, boys.
There's no chance you're getting to 120. I don't know if you're getting to 100. I don't think you're getting to 100.
I don't either. But I believe that by the time I would be 100, medical advancements would make it possible.
Yeah, your kids are going to get to 125.
My dog's 16.
Yeah, Lola. They
Do that
found,
math.
They found the necrosis in Lola's system.
I'm just telling you. All right, that's really all I got for you. It's time to get out of here. The fellas got a ball game to go to. They've got a sports massacre to witness.
Who are
like last night?
So, Tyler, you're not a Sox fan, nor are you a Tigers fan. What do you do during a game like tonight?
He drinks.
Yeah, I'm just there for a good time.
I mean, just watching a baseball
the
game.
The only one with fan allegiance going to this game is Shay.
Is he one of these fans, too, that is just overbearing and it's hard to be at a game with him because he's so involved in it?
I would bet that Shay's more of a keep book guy than.
Oh, really?
Than
He's keeping score? No chance. I don't think he's ever kept score in a baseball game in his life.
Oh, I doubt that.
Have you ever kept score in a game? Really?
Everyone's always had to, if you played softball, if you played baseball. Well, I mean, then maybe not you because you were like this elite athlete. Everyone had to keep the book for an inning.
Those for bench warmers.
I had to keep the book.
Oh, look at you, Mr. MLB.
Well, no, I'm saying from his standpoint.
Oh, that's what he
I wouldn't
said.
know how to keep the score.
You don't know how to keep score?
I don't think so.
You know the numerical system of the fielders?
You know what we should do?
I do that.
Waddle,
I know.
Keep a book tonight for the Cubs game, or keep a book tonight for some game, some baseball game.
No
Bring it
chance.
in tomorrow, and we'll grade your work.
Are you kidding me? That would take effort.
We should make him do that during a game when there's an afternoon game.
I'll do that.
Thursday.
All right. That sounds good. All right. Thank you to Charlie. Thank you to Tyler. Thanks to Courtney Cronin and Michael
happened
Wilbon.
to Jeff Meller?
For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Tuesday night.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.